The Sickly Beauty Substitute called it quits. Chapter 1 to Chapter 49. After a night of heavy snow, there was only a touch of white left between heaven and earth. The furnace that was boiling the medicine made a gululu sound. The two little maids who were responsible for looking after the furnace were whispering together. Suddenly, two strong servants came over and took away the medicine pot without saying a word. "Hey! What are you doing? This is the young master's medicine." The little maid pulled the hand of the person beside her and chased after them. She didn't notice that as they got closer and closer to the main courtyard, the maids behind her showed an obvious look of panic. In the bedroom with the doors and windows closed, a young man in a snow-white fox fur coat was half leaning on the bed and coughing from time to time. His long black hair slid down his cheeks and his skin was so white that it was almost transparent. "Are you feeling better? I already said that the weather is cold recently and told you to wear more clothes." Jinbei-ho was relieved that his eldest son had finally woken up. If something happened to his eldest son at this juncture, the consequences were not something the Jinbei-ho residents could bear. "There are no outsiders now. Father, you don't have to pretend. What is the cause of my illness? Father, do you really not know?" The young man glanced at Jinbei-ho and said leisurely. "What's more, whether father is worried about me or that person's blame, I'm afraid only you know. Xinyu, I'm here." Xinyu didn't care that his words provoked Jinbei-ho's anger. If it was in his previous life, Xinyu would have scruples about the father-son relationship between him and Jinbei-ho. Now that he was reborn, Xinyu didn't intend to wrong himself for anyone. "This matter is not up to you to throw a tantrum. You have to go to the palace even if you don't want to." Jinbei-ho barely suppressed his anger and advised, "Father knows that you don't want to. If it was something else, you can go as you please. But for this matter, His Majesty personally ordered." Xinyu narrowed his eyes. No matter how dignified Jinbei-ho's words were, it couldn't hide the absurd fact that he sent his legitimate son into the harem for his future. The emperor of the Great Huan Kingdom, Shang Junlin, had been on the throne for 7 years. Until now, the harem had been empty. Memorials urging the emperor to take in beauties were sent one after another, but Shang Junlin just ignored them. The ministers had already given up hope. One day, during the court session, Shang Junlin suddenly decreed that the son of Jinbei-ho should enter the palace. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, his behavior became more and more ruthless. No one dared to provoke him. Count Jinbei did not even dare to ask. He hurriedly returned to his residence under the envious and jealous gazes of his colleagues. Other than Xinyu, Duke Jinbei also had a concubine-born son. Although Dahuan was popular in the south, there was no such thing as the eldest son of the first wife marrying someone else. Logically speaking, the one entering the palace should be Duke Jinbei's concubine-born son. However, this concubine-born son had a good mother, Madame Ru. She whispered pillow talk in Duke Jinbei's ear and moved his heart. Thus, the one entering the palace was replaced by Xinyu. No one expected that Count Jinbei could really send his only legitimate son into the harem. Xinyu, who was told the news, was so angry that he fainted directly. Xinyu remembered that there was such an incident in his previous life. However, at that time, he was not willing to accept Count Jinbei's obvious favoritism. He schemed to make Madame Ru go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, the one entering the palace was his younger brother. In his second life, Count Jinbei was still talking non-stop. He knew that this matter was difficult for Xinyu to accept. It was true that the harem of the current emperor was empty. However, it was also true that the emperor was temperamental and bloodthirsty. Xinyu was the eldest son of the first wife of Count Jinbei. If he did not enter the palace, he could also have a bright future. On the contrary, if he entered the palace, it seemed that he could be favored, but no one knew what the emperor was thinking. After listening for a while, Xinyu felt more and more bored. How could Count Jinbei not know the danger of entering the palace? He just didn't care. Compared to his own future, a son that he did not care about since childhood was nothing. "I know," he interrupted Count Jinbei. "Father, you said so much just to let me enter the palace." "Okay, but I have a request." Count Jinbei did not expect that Xinyu could figure it out so quickly. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "Say it." "There is a servant girl in my yard who has dirty hands and feet. Since father is here, help me deal with her. Xinyu was lying on the bed. His tone was unclear. If there is a problem with the servant girl, you can deal with it yourself. Why do you ask me to do it? Count Shinbei did not understand why the topic suddenly jumped to dealing with a servant girl. He was slightly confused. His eldest son had always had his own ideas. He had always dealt with similar matters by himself. It was the first time that he asked for help. For a moment, his mood was somewhat complicated. It involves Madame Ru. Of course, you have to deal with it. Xinyu thought that in this life, he chose to enter the palace by himself. However, it did not mean that what Madame Ru and her son did could be written off. Young master, the medicine is here. The servant came in with the medicine. The smell of medicine filled the air. Count Shinbei frowned and stepped aside to let the servant bring the medicine to Xinyu. You drink the medicine first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later. Xinyu's body was not good since childhood. Drinking medicine was a common occurrence. Smelling the medicine, he took the medicine without changing his expression. He picked up the spoon and gently stirred it. Count Shinbei saw that Xinyu was holding the medicine without drinking it. He frowned even more. Just as he was about to say something, Xinyu had already put down the spoon. The spoon and the medicine bowl collided, making a crisp sound. Xinyu's cold voice sounded at the same time, "Bring in the people outside." 2 servant girls were brought in. One of them was holding a medicine jar in his hand. Count Shinbei did not understand. What is this? Father, you might as well let them talk about what they did. Yun Luo looked at the people kneeling below with a smile. Count Shinbei's line of sight moved to the 2 servant girls. The 2 servant girls were not old. The younger servant girl's face was full of confusion. The other servant girl's expression was somewhat thought-provoking. It was fear, trembling, and bewilderment. Count Shinbei's expression became serious. Speak, what did you do? It seemed that he was asking the 2 of them, but his eyes always fell on the servant girl who had an uncomfortable expression. The servant girl, Chen Yu, lowered her head and glanced at the young man who was half leaning on the bed. When she met the other side's emotionless eyes, she hurriedly looked away. This servant didn't do it on purpose. It was Madame Ru who used this servant's family to threaten this servant and let this servant add something to the young master's medicine, Chen Yu said while constantly kowtowing. This servant didn't do it willingly. I beg Count Shinbei, young master, please understand and spare this servant's life. Count Shinbei couldn't help but look back at Xinyu. His son didn't seem to be surprised by this result. His eyes were half closed, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Count Shinbei turned back and sternly said, You know, slandering your master is a serious crime. You said that Madame Ru threatened you to drug the young master. Do you have evidence? This servant doesn't dare to lie. Chen Yu's forehead was already bleeding from kowtowing. Trembling, she took out a jade bracelet from her bosom and held it above her head with both hands. This was given to this servant by Madame Ru. Count Shinbei tilted his head. The attendant behind him stepped forward to take the bracelet and respectfully presented it to Count Shinbei. It was a high-quality jade bracelet. It was far from what a servant girl like Chen Yu could afford. Count Shinbei's eyes were sharp, and he recognized that this jade bracelet had once appeared on Madame Ru's hand. If father doesn't believe me, you can find a doctor to examine the medicine. Seeing Count Shinbei's hesitation, Xinyu said. Since he was going to make trouble, Xinyu naturally made preparations in advance. That servant girl had been ordered by Madame Ru to tamper with the medicine not once or twice. In his previous life, when he discovered it, his body was already half empty. After being reborn, the first thing Xinyu did was to order people to find Chen Yu's family members who were under Madame Ru's control. Then, he waited for Chen Yu to make a move. As for how to make Chen Yu bite back against Madame Ru, since Chen Yu was willing to drug him for her family, naturally, she could also turn her sharp blade against Madame Ru for her family. The moment he saw the bracelet clearly, Count Shinbei already had a conclusion in his heart. He looked at his eldest son and suddenly realized that he seemed to have never recognized him clearly. What do you want? Shouldn't I ask you this question, father? Son only hopes that you can handle it impartially. Son is about to enter the palace. I believe that father also doesn't want son to enter the palace with resentment against the Count's foo. Xinyu threw the question back. Count Shinbei had doted on Madame Ru for more than 10 years. Xinyu wanted to see what choice Count Shinbei would make compared to his own future. By the way, father, don't let me wait for too long. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory answer before I enter the palace. Xinyu looked at Count Shinbei with a faint smile. Count Shinbei obviously looked sick and weak, but people who looked at him felt cold. There were still more than 10 days before he entered the palace. Xinyu didn't want to drag this matter until after he entered the palace. The reason was that Xinyu occupied the position of the eldest son of the Di family. These years, Madame Ru had secretly done many things. If it wasn't for Xinyu's vigilance, she would have already succeeded. Count Shinbei looked at Xinyu with a heavy heart. For a moment, he felt that he almost didn't know this son of his. He suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his heart and nodded. If this matter is really related to Madame Ru, I will not tolerate it. Count Shinbei left with 2 servant girls and the medicine jar. Not long after, Xinyu received the news that Count Shinbei had secretly invited a doctor. Why did young master give Count Shinbei full authority to handle Madame Ru? Young master knew that Count Shinbei treated Madame Ru. Everyone in Count Shinbei's mansion knew that Count Shinbei doted on Madame Ru. It could be said that he would give her anything she wanted. If it wasn't for De Huan's law that prohibited concubines from being promoted, the position of Count Shinbei's wife wouldn't have been vacant until now. It was also because of this reason that Madame Ru regarded Xinyu as a thorn in her side. When Xinyu was young, he suffered many hidden losses from her. Slightly raising his head, Xinyu let the servant girl put on the cloak for him. He hugged the hot water bottle and sneered, no matter how much Count Shinbei dotes on Madame Ru, he won't be muddle-headed at this time. After tightly wrapping himself, Xinyu went out. Xinyu! Xinyu turned around. When he saw the person's appearance, he was in a daze. The man was dressed in white and had an outstanding appearance. He was much younger than in his memory. Xinyu stared at him in a daze as he got closer and closer to himself. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had given everything to chase after his lover. In the end, he found out that everything was just a scam. The deep affection was fake. The unforgettable feelings were also fake. Xinyu would never forget the other person's discomfiture and disbelief when the conspiracy was exposed. Yes, who would have thought that Xinyu could be so crazy? He could turn the situation around at the last moment. On the eve of his ascension, he could also drag someone into the abyss. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? The man in white had a gentle expression and his eyes showed just the right amount of concern. When Xinyu saw this, he only felt that it was funny. A dignified prince didn't hesitate to lower himself to be friends with him. He used gentleness to weave a net of deception in the name of love just to trap him. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he had fallen headfirst into it. However, genius 1 second remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC There were some things that he only knew after Xinyu's death. For example, he knew that he was just a substitute. After Xinyu's death, he accidentally got a book. At that time, Xinyu was trapped in a gray world and was bored to death. Out of boredom, he opened the only thing in the space other than himself. It was a storybook, and the words were also missing limbs. Xinyu read the entire storybook in a guessing manner, and he had 10,000 curses in his heart that he wanted to curse. In the novel, he was a vicious villain who did evil everywhere and hindered the love of the protagonist. The protagonist in the novel was his brother, Xianxia, who was sent to the tyrant's harem. The protagonist was Shang Junyue, the king of Yu. Xianxia transmigrated with the knowledge of the future. Before he could show his skills, he was plotted by the villain Xinyu and sent to the tyrant's harem. After separating from his lover and being tortured by the tyrant, Xianxia's personality changed greatly. Later, after experiencing all kinds of things, he finally escaped from the palace and reunited with his lover. However, he found that his lover had someone else by her side, and that person was his enemy, Xinyu. Xianxia quietly drove a wedge between Xinyu and the king of Yu. On the eve of the king of Yu's ascension to the throne, he induced the king of Yu to get rid of Xinyu. The two of them lived happily ever after. Of course, this was only the ending in the novel. Xinyu really killed the king of Yu in his previous life. The novel unfolded from Xinqiangran's point of view. Many things were different from Xinyu's memory. For example, Xinyu helped the king of Yu to seize power and his hands were stained with blood. There was also the matter of the king of Yu using him as a substitute. Xinyu himself didn't know when he became a substitute. When he thought that Shang Junyue used him as a substitute for Xinqiangran, Xinyu felt disgusted. The last bit of affection he had for the king of Yu also disappeared. Seeing Prince Yu again, Xinyu only lost her composure for a moment. She blinked her eyes and deliberately pretended to be unhappy. No matter what I say to you, it won't change anything. Besides, if I don't go, Xinqiangran will go. Maybe you can think of a way to let my good brother go instead of me. After saying that, Xinyu looked at Prince Yu with interest. If what was recorded in the book was true, King Yu should have known Xinqiangran by this time. Moreover, there were some signs of love between them. Xinyu wanted to verify if it was true. King Yu was silent for a while, then said dotingly and helplessly, "If I had a way, I definitely wouldn't let you enter the palace." She avoided talking about Xinyu's proposal. Xinyu did not expect him to be able to come up with a solution. If the Prince of Yu really had this kind of ability, in his previous life, he would not have had to work so hard to push the Prince of Yu onto the throne, racking his brains and scheming until the end of his life. Even if the Prince of Yu did not stab him in the back, in his previous life, he would not have lived for long. Since you don't have a way, why should I look for you? Xinyu tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. King Yu always felt that Xinyu's words today were full of thorns. He thought that the other party was in a bad mood, so he softly comforted her, "The matter has not been decided yet. There must be a way." If it was said that he didn't want Xinyu to enter the palace, Yu Wang definitely didn't want to. He came to the capital in disguise this time to develop his connections. Xinyu was the most capable person he had chosen. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give up. It was not that he did not think of letting Xinqiangran replace Xinyu to enter the palace, but he could not expose his true identity at this time. If he was discovered, all his plans would be in vain. Yes, King Yu did not use his true identity to approach Xinyu. Xinyu also did not intend to expose him at this time. If he exposed him too early, it would not be fun, right? Xinyu lowered her eyes. Her palm-sized face was hidden behind the fur collar. She had a lovely and touching posture. Seeing this, King Yu could not help but take a step forward. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her moving face. Xinyu tilted her head, avoiding King Yu's touch. King Yu was stunned for a moment. He coughed and took back his hand as if nothing had happened. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Xinyu's small face tilted to one side, showing a slightly stubborn appearance, he swallowed all his words. He thought that Xinyu was worried about entering the palace. King Yu also did not expect that the emperor would let Jinbei Ho send his son into the palace at this time. If he had waited for a while, he would not have been restrained and did not dare to protect his son. Avoiding King Yu's touch was completely a subconscious action of Xinyu. Xinyu was too lazy to guess what King Yu would think. After being disturbed by King Yu, her leisure mood to go out for a stroll was completely gone. Since he was unhappy, Xinyu did not mind making the culprit even more unhappy. He looked back at King Yu and slowly said, "His Majesty's harem is empty. When I enter the palace, will I be able to get a unique honor? His Majesty must also like me. Otherwise, why would he only choose me to enter the palace for so many years? Don't you think so?" Xinyu deliberately said this. When she said this, her eyes were fixed on the face of the man opposite her. Sure enough, before she finished speaking, she saw the anger that was trying to hide from the other party's face. Having interacted with the Prince of Yu for so long in his previous life, Xinyu understood the Prince of Yu very well. The Prince of Yu thought highly of himself and regarded the throne of the Great Huan dynasty as something that was already in his bag. He could not tolerate others mentioning the good things about the current emperor in front of him, let alone being mentioned in such a manner by someone who regarded him as his own. "Ayu, I know you are not willing. I am also very sad." Of course, he was sad. Such a useful pawn was gone just like that. King Yu did not want his previous efforts to be in vain, so he could only appease her first. "No matter what happens, my feelings for you will not change." Ayu, as he said this, King Yu wanted to hold Xinyu's hand. After being dodged again, he was puzzled. Are you? Who said I am not willing? Xinyu looked at the man who was close to her. Her eyes were full of unconcealable passion. Your Majesty is brave and powerful. I have admired your Majesty for a long time. To be able to enter the palace to serve your Majesty, I can't ask for anything more. How can I be unwilling? Hearing Xinyu's words, King Yu almost could not maintain the gentle expression on his face. It's good that you can think like this. Since I am going to enter the palace, it's better for us to keep a distance. You don't have to come to Count Bei's mansion to find me in the future. Xinyu directly blocked all of King Yu's escape routes. She just did not explicitly say we will break off the relationship to King Yu. After being refuted several times, King Yu's face was very ugly. He did not come to find Xinyu for this result. He originally wanted to appease her first. If Xinyu was willing to help him pass the message in the palace, it would be better. But he was not willing to give up this pawn. Xinyu. You, do you have to be like this? Xinyu suddenly remembered his previous life. At that time, he had just fallen in love with King Yu. When he learned that he was going to be sent to the palace by Count Bei, he was angry and desperate. He even fell seriously ill. What was King Yu doing? Perhaps he was busy developing a relationship with his younger brother, who was a transmigrator, and whispering sweet nothings to each other. Compared with the affectionate man now, how ironic. If he remembered correctly, King Yu came to the capital in disguise this time for the young master of He family, who was imprisoned because he angered Tianyan. In his previous life, because he rescued the young master of He family, King Yu received the unconditional support of He family and the power behind it. Especially the power behind He family, which played a decisive role in several important battles. Xinyu did not have a deep impression of He family, but he was very interested in the power behind He family. Of course, he was more interested in how to get rid of King Yu's help. After remembering the young master of He family, Xinyu lost interest in continuing to argue with King Yu. With a cold face, he said, "How I am does not seem to have anything to do with Gongzi. Also, I don't like the name of you. Gongzi, don't call me that in the future." What do you mean you don't like it? You don't like it, right? King Yu was speechless. You, no, Gongzi Shen, are you trying to distance yourself from me? Xinyu pretended to be embarrassed and looked at King Yu. I think it's better if you don't get to the bottom of it. What do you mean? King Yu faintly had a bad premonition. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that I can see a bit of His Majesty's shadow in you, I wouldn't pay attention to you. Xinyu said this on purpose. In both his previous and current lives, he had very little contact with the Emperor, let alone being deeply in love with someone. However, he still had an expression on his face that said, "You asked me to say it, so I'll say it if you don't know." It made people believe him. Blinking his eyes, Xinyu continued, "Now, you also know that I'm going to enter the palace. Between you and me," King Yu almost fainted from anger. What did he say? Because he could enter the palace to see the Emperor, he didn't need him anymore? King Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down. He kept reminding himself that he couldn't let his previous efforts go to waste. After calming down for a while, he couldn't calm down at all. When he thought that he might be regarded as that person's substitute, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he couldn't calm himself down. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're angry with me, so you deliberately said that. What did I do on purpose? Xinyu impatiently interrupted him. Otherwise, why do you think I, the son of a dignified marquis, want to be friends with you and accommodate you everywhere? Don't say that we have the same interests. There are many people in the world who have the same interests as me. No matter what, Xinyu was the only legitimate son of Count Bei. He was both handsome and talented. There were many people who wanted to be friends with him. Why did he choose him? King Yu didn't want to believe this fact. However, once he followed Xinyu's train of thought, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. What's more, he and the Emperor were half-brothers, so they had similar eyebrows. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC Xinyu didn't care about how much of a psychological shadow he had left on Prince Yu. He returned to his residence in a good mood. Even meeting Shen Qingran on the way didn't ruin his good mood. After handing over the matter of Madame Ru to Count North, Xianxia didn't stay idle. He ordered people to secretly send a lot of evidence to Count North. Xianxia knew that with Count North's protection, it would be difficult to completely get rid of Madame Ru with this matter alone. But it didn't matter. His purpose wasn't to get rid of Madame Ru. Xianxia ate and drank well every day. After a few days, his complexion was much better than when he had just woken up. Count North took away a group of people who were serving in the courtyard. Not long after, a new group was sent in. Then, high-quality utensils and clothes were continuously sent into the courtyard. No matter what was sent from outside, Xianxia would accept it all. The newly sent servants should have been ordered by Count North to serve him wholeheartedly. Just by looking at the current situation, it was somewhat like the treatment a legitimate son of the Count North should have. The day of entering the palace was getting closer and closer. The palace sent people to serve Xianxia. The things around him were gradually taken over by the palace servants. These people only did things silently and never pointed fingers at Xianxia. Xianxia was happy that Count North's people were excluded, so he tacitly allowed them to stay in the courtyard. It had to be said that these people were much more useful than the servants of the Count North. Especially every time he saw Count North and others suffer, it made Xianxia feel more comfortable. During this period, Prince Yu didn't give up and sent people to secretly send in a few letters. Xianxia didn't even look at them and directly threw them into the brazier. In the bright fire, some invisible shackles were burned away. The dark bottom of his eyes reflected the warm orange light, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly hooked up. "Young master." The servant pushed the door open and came in. When he saw the handsome figure sitting by the brazier, he didn't know why his heart turned cold. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter?" "The Marquis invites you to the main hall." The manservant lowered his head, not daring to look at the young man sitting upright. The manservant was specially selected by Count Shenbei and sent to Xianxia's side. Before he came, he was ordered by Count Shenbei to take good care of the young master and not neglect anything. After he came, he found that the young master, who didn't have much sense of presence in the mansion, was very different from what everyone imagined. "Let's go." Xianxia clapped his hands and stood up. There were not many people in the main hall. After Xianxia went in, Sir Zhenbei waved his hand to let some of the servants leave. Those who stayed were all trusted by Sir Zhenbei. Xianxia raised his eyes and glanced around. He saw Madame Ru, who was standing below Count North, and Shen Qingran, who was confused. "Father, did you ask me to come here? Because you already have a result?" Xianxia asked unhurriedly under the 3 pairs of eyes. "You can say that." Count North nodded. He had already found out the truth before today. He delayed until now because he was thinking about how to deal with this matter. Madame Ru was his beloved woman, and Shen Qingran was the son he had high hopes for. He didn't want to leave a stain on the two of them. "I asked you to come here today because I want Madame Ru to apologize to you." "What kind of compensation do you want?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Father, you want me to turn this matter into a small one?" Madame Ru didn't do it on purpose, Count North sighed. "She was also bewitched by someone. I will give the person who bewitched her to you and let you deal with it. Seeing that she didn't make a big mistake, I will let it go this time. You are going to enter the palace soon. At this time, it's not good for negative news to spread in the mansion. This concubine knows she was wrong. This concubine was possessed for a moment and almost harmed eldest Gongzi. This concubine is willing to pray for eldest Gongzi every day. The person that Count North wanted to hand over to Xianxia to deal with was her most capable maidservant." Madame Ru's heart was filled with hatred, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She endured it until her teeth almost shattered. "There's no need to pray for blessings. I'm afraid I can't bear it." Xianxia had a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "What if I say I'm not willing to accept this punishment, father? Don't be in a hurry to find an excuse to evade me. You and I both know in our hearts whether or not Madame Ru was bewitched by someone and accidentally committed a mistake. I gave this matter to father because I trusted father. Now it seems that father doesn't seem to be worthy of my trust." Count North's forehead twitched when he heard this. How come he didn't know when his eldest son became so eloquent and unforgiving? The ugly expression on Madame Ru's face couldn't be hidden. The alarm bells in her heart kept beating. She had to re-examine the child left behind by the previous wife of Count North. She had always regarded Xinyu as a stumbling block for her child to inherit the Marquis Fu. She had done her best to prevent the Marquis Fu's only son from obtaining the position of Shitzi. This time, when she heard the news that Xinyu was going to enter the palace, she felt that even the heavens were looking after her. She hadn't even relaxed when the person she placed in Xinyu's courtyard brought bad news. Fortunately, there was news later that Xinyu had handed the matter over to Count North to deal with. Madame Ru secretly laughed at Xinyu's naivety and turned around to think of an excuse for herself. As expected, Count North was a person who cared a lot about his face. He didn't want to make a big deal out of the matter and followed her excuse to push all the blame onto someone else. Everything went smoothly. Xinyu didn't have any intention to intervene. Although it was painful to lose a confidant maid, she would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. She had already lowered her posture. She didn't expect that Xinyu not only didn't appreciate her kindness, but also didn't have much respect for Count North. Looking at Xinyu's smiling eyes, Madame Ru found that she couldn't understand this man who was more than 10 years younger than her. His attitude was casual. Even if Count North was obviously biased towards her, she didn't see even a little bit of anger in his eyes. It was as if he already knew the result. He came here just to go through the motions. What was Xinyu's purpose? At this moment, Madame Ru panicked. She thought that the reason Xinyu trusted Sir Jinbei with the drugging was because of his trust and admiration for her father. But now, it seemed that it wasn't like that at all. The reason he handed the matter over was because he didn't care. He didn't care about the matter of the medicine being tampered with. Not to mention Sir Jinbei, he didn't even care about the entire matter. Count North. Madame Ru couldn't help but take a step back and grab Count North's sleeve. She looked at Xinyu with fear in her eyes. Noticing Madame Ru's frightened eyes, Xinyu pulled the corners of his mouth up. It was really interesting. He hadn't done anything yet, but he scared himself. Look at what you're saying. What happened to all the books you'd been reading for so many years? Count North frowned and patted the back of Madame Ru's hand to comfort her. Madame Ru is your elder. You can't make up stories. Elder? Xinyu sneered, let's not talk about whether or not I'm making things up. She's just a concubine. I'm afraid she can't bear the title of elder. In Dahuan, there was a clear distinction between the legitimate wife and the legitimate son. The status of the legitimate wife and the legitimate son was far higher than that of the concubines and the illegitimate son. It was only because Count North's legitimate wife died early and didn't remarry that Madame Ru could monopolize the power in the Lord Protector's mansion. But the law was there. No matter how much Count North doted on Madame Ru, he couldn't make her the legitimate wife. Xinyu's words pierced Madame Ru's sore spot. Because she was only a concubine in the beginning, she couldn't shake off the status of a concubine for the rest of her life. Even the children she gave birth to were born inferior to others. As for Xinyu, she believed that her own child wasn't inferior to Xinyu in any way. Just because she was born into a good family, her son would never surpass Xinyu in this lifetime. A dim light flashed through her eyes. When she raised her eyes again, Madame Ru was already on the verge of tears. It's this concubine's fault. Lord Marquis, please don't cause a rift between you and eldest young master because of this concubine. Since eldest young master is certain that this concubine did it, this concubine will admit it. Don't make things difficult for Lord Marquis. As soon as Madame Ru's words left her mouth, the anger on Count North's face deepened. You have no respect for your elders. Xinyu, you're really becoming more and more unruly. You want to kill my elder? Xinyu retorted without any trace of politeness, or the elder who's harboring the true culprit? Madame Ru really has good means. With just a few words, you're able to make Lord Marquis speak up for you without distinguishing between right and wrong. Is it true that even if you really succeeded, you can still make Lord Marquis let it go so easily? You're not allowed to speak of mother like that. Shen Qingran finally digested the information with great difficulty. When he heard Xinyu's words, he couldn't help but speak up. You don't have the right to speak here. Xinyu coldly glanced at Shen Qingran. Also, other than the wife of the main house, the concubines can only call her Yinyang. Next time, don't call her by the wrong name. Meeting Xinyu's cold gaze, Shen Qingran shuddered. He mumbled a few words and didn't dare to speak again. Xinyu found a chair and sat down. He unhurriedly arranged his cuffs. Let's get back to the topic. Lord Marquis doesn't want the news of Lord Marquis inciting his concubines to commit murder to become the topic of discussion before I enter the palace, right? Count North finally realized that Xinyu wasn't someone he could easily manipulate. Unfortunately, in a few days, Xinyu was going to enter the palace. He didn't want that person to blame him. Not only could he not do anything, but he also had to properly worship him. He could only suppress his anger and ask, "What exactly do you want?" It would have been better if father had been so tactful earlier. Why did you have to make things so ugly? Xinyu pulled down his sleeve. Since Ru Foreign is so easily confused and makes mistakes, it will be difficult for her to manage such a large Marquis Fu. Father should choose someone else. Count North Marquis didn't remarry, but there were many concubines in the Fu. It was just that Ru Foreign's family had always been the most powerful. Now that Ru Foreign had fallen, the Hoyuan of the Marquis Fu would be very lively. Also, even though my mother is no longer here, I still don't want anyone to act in her name. Before father remarries, the Marquis Fu can only have one foreign. That is my mother. Father, do you understand? If father wants a new foreign, wait until I enter the palace, I will mention it to His Majesty. So ruthless. Ru Foreign stumbled. She never thought that this silent son of the Marquis Fu would be so powerful. With just a few words, he made her 10 years of hard work in the Marquis Fu go up in smoke. Without the power to manage the household, without the title of Ru Foreign, what difference was there between her and the other concubines in the Marquis Fu? So he was waiting for her here. Ru Foreign looked at the man she had loved for half her life, the hope in her eyes almost overflowing. What does father think? What else could he do? Count North Marquis had no other choice. He avoided Ru Foreign's gaze. Father's marriage doesn't need you to worry about it. This meant that he agreed to Xinyu's request. Ru Foreign's body softened. She blankly raised her head and happened to meet Xinyu's meaningful gaze. She suddenly felt that today's matter might just be the beginning. In the imperial study, a man with a jade-like complexion was wearing the imperial robes. He half supported his head as he listened to the eunuch report the news presented by the spy. After the head eunuch Meng Chong finished reading the letter, he couldn't help but laugh. The young master of Count North Marquis' family is quite interesting. The man softly said, he is very noisy. There wasn't the slightest hint of displeasure in his tone. Eunuch Meng understood and said, when the young master comes, the palace will be much more lively. The man indifferently responded. After reading for a while, Eunuch Meng suddenly stopped. Oh, this, the emperor opened his eyes. What? Eunuch Meng hesitated and handed the secret letter in his hand to the man. The man took it and skimmed through 10 lines at a glance. His expression became subtle. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Reading Website, mbiku50. CC Zhenbei Ho did what he said. Since that day, Madame Ru's privileges were taken back one by one. The other concubines vaguely heard the news and did not dare to get close to Xinyu. Xinyu was very satisfied with the last few days in the Hofu. The only accident was that 3 days before entering the palace issued a decree to confer Xinyu the title of noble lord. This had never happened before in his previous life. Xinyu calmly received the decree in the eyes of gratification, envy, jealousy, and resentment. The eunuch who announced the decree wanted to please him and said a lot of pleasing words. Marquis, you've really brought up a good son. This blessing is yet to come. De Huan was popular in the south. There was a system of titles for men after entering the palace. Under the empress, the highest position was noble lord. In the eyes of others, the legitimate son of Zhenbei Ho could be said to have reached the sky in one step. Zhenbei Ho smiled proudly on the surface, but in his heart, he could not smile. If before Madame Ru's incident, he received the news that his legitimate son had received the honor before entering the palace, who knows how happy he would be. But now, his heart was more worried. Xinyu's attitude was too unpredictable. Along with the imperial decree, there were various rewards from the palace. Zhenbei Hofu did not have a proper wife, so all the rewards were sent to Xinyu's courtyard. Xinyu received the decree and came back. Looking at the big and small boxes in the courtyard, he was silent. A eunuch came with a list. His Majesty said that all the things on this list will be handed over to young Master Xin. Xianxia casually opened a box and a huge pearl came into view. He paused and opened the other boxes. Without exception, they were all rare treasures. Looking at the list from the eunuch, his eyes unconsciously overflowed with a little smile. But he did not know that the young emperor who would be cursed by the people in the future because of adultery was such a rich master. Xianxia did not look at the rest of the boxes. He instructed the servants to move the boxes to the small storeroom. He began to think. Did Xin Qingran also receive so many rewards in his previous life? Xianxia did not remember such a thing happening, whether it was in his memory of his previous life or the book he read after his death. When Xin Qingran entered the palace, he did not receive the title of noble lord, nor did he receive any additional rewards. Just because he was the eldest son of Count North Marquis, he could not let the man sitting high on the throne think highly of him. Young master, it seems that Her Majesty likes you very much. Mushi took off the cloak for her weak and sickly young master, feeling a little happy. The servants around Xianxia came and went. Mushi was one of the few who stayed. She knew that because her young master held the title of the eldest son of Count North Marquis, he suffered a lot in the mansion. This time, because of Count North Marquis' selfishness, he had to serve the emperor as a man. The current emperor of Dehuan was famous for his war. His temperament was violent and his methods were ruthless. His reputation in the aristocratic families was not good. Mushi had been very worried about Xianxu's encounter after entering the palace. Now, before entering the palace, she saw that the emperor valued her young master so much. She was relieved. The matter had been settled. She only hoped that her young master's future would be smoother. Xianxia did not comment. He thought deeply and would not be as simple as Mushi thought. However, the emperor's actions could indeed help him a lot. Not guessing the emperor's thoughts, Xianxia asked, "How is the matter?" "Everything is arranged according to what you said." The manservant standing to the side answered in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. He had always doted on his own people. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said to Mushi, "I have arranged everything in the matter. When I enter the palace, take my token there, young master, newbie will not leave." Without waiting for Xianxia to finish speaking, Mushi knelt down. Newbie is all alone. Young master is newbie's only family. Newbie does not want to leave. Mushi's voice was not loud, but her attitude was firm. She knew that this was the escape route that her young master had arranged for her, but she was unwilling. Young master enters the palace. How can he not have a familiar person by his side? Xianxia looked at the person kneeling below and knew that she had made up her mind. He did not try to persuade her, "I know. Get up." How could Xianxia not consider what Mushi was thinking? Over the years, he had cultivated a lot of useful subordinates, but the palace was not like other places. He was destined not to bring these people in. However, this was not a big deal. Naturally, there was a use for them to stay outside. After giving the corresponding instructions, Xianxia waved his hand to let the people leave. Mushi helped the people change into their pajamas. Once again, she raised her head to look at Xianxia. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Xianxia lay comfortably on the bed. "Ask whatever you want." "Young master, why did you cancel the plan?" Mushi struggled for a moment but still asked. She was not the only one who wanted to know this question. The people who were arranged to be in the manor also wanted to know. Xianxia knew that they would want to ask this question for a long time. After all, when the palace issued the decree, his resistance did not seem to be fake. The people who followed Xianxia all knew that he wanted to get the power of the Count of Jinbei's mansion. It should belong to him. There was no reason for others to take advantage of it. However, Xianxia fainted too suddenly and did not leave any clues. His people did not dare to act rashly. They could only wait for Xianxia to wake up. Who knew that Xianxia, who woke up, was abnormal? He no longer resisted the idea of entering the palace. The master did not say anything, so the subordinates could only bide their time. Later, the master took action. However, it was not to avoid entering the palace, but to change the plan. He settled the subordinates down and planned to enter the palace alone. Regarding this development, everyone was at a loss. Mushi had been asked this question countless times, both openly and secretly, Did they send you here to ask? Xinyu thought for a moment and roughly guessed what had happened. I'm also very curious. Mushi did not deny it. I'm tired of staying in the Count of Jinbei's mansion. It's good to live in another place. Xinyu's voice was as usual, as if he was not the one whose official career was cut off and could only stay in the harem. Mushi was anxious, but you don't have to follow the wishes of those people. Xinyu slightly hooked up his lips. Do you think the current development is really what those people want? Thinking of Madame Ru's end, Mushi was silent. Well, don't think too much. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. After comforting the worried maid, Xinyu's eyes darkened. He entered the palace because he found clues related to his mother and the palace in his previous life. Xinyu, the wife of Count of Jinbei, was a short-lived woman. In addition to leaving her son, Xinyu, there was nothing else related to her in the world. Xinyu did not have any feelings for his mother, who he had never met before. He just wanted to find out something. Closing his eyes, he seemed to return to the rainy night in his previous life. A vague voice came through the rain. Are you sure about this news? Destiny. Destiny. Imperial Palace, Xinyu rubbed his forehead, only to feel a fishy sweetness in his throat. Cough. Cough, cough. Gongzi. Gongzi. Something was knocked over, making a loud bang sound. Xinyu leaned on the bed, his vision turned black. Someone come, call a doctor. Before he could say anything, Xinyu fell into darkness. When he woke up, it was already noon of the next day. As soon as Xinyu moved, the maid beside him found out and hurriedly got up. Not long after, the doctor came in. Behind the doctor were Count of Jinbei and a strange man. Xinyu's whole body was weak, lying on the bed without moving. After the doctor checked his pulse, he was taken away by a servant. Xinyu weakly looked at Count of Jinbei and the strange man, but did not speak. For the first time, Count of Jinbei saw his eldest son so weak. His delicate face was pale, and his eyelashes were slightly drooping, giving people a feeling that he was weak and in urgent need of protection. He turned his head to the man behind him and cupped his hands. Thank you, Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu returned the salute. It's my duty. Imperial Physician Gu stepped forward to check Xinyu's pulse. Xinyu looked at him for a while, then looked away. Imperial Physician Gu, Gu Chong, was the youngest and most promising imperial physician since the founding of Dehuan. When he was 27 years old, he became the head of the imperial hospital, but in the same year, he lost his life because of a man-made disaster. Xinyu remembered him because of a person he met later. Half of that person's face was disfigured, like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. Only when he talked about Imperial Physician Gu did he have a bit of life. At that time, Xinyu was in trouble. That person's target of revenge and Xinyu's target happened to be the same group of forces. The two of them formed a temporary cooperation, but the conditions were not good at that time, so they could only take risks. Their goal was achieved, but that person also died tragically. It was the first time Xinyu came into contact with such strong feelings. It was also the first time he doubted that he liked Prince Yu. After that, he found the two people's bones and buried them in a beautiful place. He didn't expect to be reborn and meet Imperial Physician Gu so soon. After checking Xinyu's pulse, Imperial Physician Gu asked someone to bring the original prescription. After thinking for a while, he wrote a new prescription. Young Master Shen's body is too weak. The medicine needs to be adjusted slightly. Will Imperial Physician Gu be responsible for my illness in the future? Xinyu suddenly asked. Imperial Physician Gu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly answered, it depends on His Majesty's arrangement. Xinyu nodded and didn't speak anymore. After resting for 2 days, Xinyu's body was a little better. It was also the day for him to enter the palace. The emperor understood that he had just recovered from a serious illness, so everything was simplified. Duke Jinbei was not happy, but Xinyu couldn't ask for more. On that day, Xinyu saw the man who was bound to him in this life for the first time. The man was wearing a black imperial robe. He was tall, so the heavy imperial robe didn't make him look bloated. Instead, it made him look more imposing. He was indeed somewhat similar to Prince Yu, but he was many times more handsome than Prince Yu. So, how blind was he to like Prince Yu in his previous life? What are you thinking? Shang Junlin looked at the beautiful young man who was staring at him in a daze and slowly walked over. The man's voice was low and sweet. After he deliberately lowered his voice, there was a special taste of tenderness. Xin Yu's ears twitched. He felt a little bewitched. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Such a great beauty was also very pleasing to the eye. I was thinking that His Majesty is more beautiful than I imagined. The last syllable was slightly raised, as if he saw something he liked. No one noticed that the young emperor, who had always been calm, paused his footsteps. You like me? Shang Junlin strode over and stood beside the bed. He condescendingly looked at the young man who was sitting on the bed. A sense of oppression poured down. This was a pressure that only belonged to a superior, with a murderous aura that could kill thousands of enemies. The palace servants on the side had already knelt down, trembling. Only Xin Yu's complexion remained unchanged. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC Shang Junlin stared at Xin Yu for a while but did not speak. Without a doubt, Xin Yu was extremely beautiful, otherwise, he would not be famous in the capital for his beauty. His white face looked even more charming in the red dress. At this moment, the beauty in red was sitting on the bed with eyes full of affection, as if only she, who was standing in front of him, could enter his eyes and his heart. No one could not be moved. The surrounding air pressure was getting lower and lower, but Xin Yu did not feel it. He smiled and pulled the hand of the Shang Junlin emperor. Your Majesty, it's time to sleep. Hearing the movement, the palace servants lowered their heads more and more. Even eunuch Meng, who had been serving the emperor, did not dare to look up. He could only sigh in his heart, this young master of the Shen family is really bold. Shang Junlin has been on the throne for more than 10 years. After leading the Iron Cavalry to recapture the country, he became more and more ruthless. There were even rumors that the current emperor killed his father and brother. Of course, under the suppression of bloody force, these rumors could only be spread in private. Xin Yu glanced at the trembling palace servant. His hand had already touched the other party's. In both of his lives, he had never seen this person's beauty. Xin Yu wanted to test him, so he lightly touched him and was ready to withdraw. He did not expect that the other party would hold his hand. Xin Yu struggled but failed to break free. He looked at the Shang Junlin doubtfully. Didn't you say to sleep? Shang Junlin waved his hand. You can leave first. The red candle burned. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people, one sitting and one standing, were left in the room. Being stared at by the Shang Junlin emperor, Xin Yu could not help but feel a little flustered. This person is not serious, right? I came to the palace for this person's beauty, not to put myself in danger. After a moment, Shang Junlin suddenly leaned over. Xin Yu was startled and stepped back. Shang Junlin paused. It seems that the rumors are not true. The eldest son of the Duke of Jinbei is not a gentleman. The eldest son of Count Jinbei, Xin Yu, was a handsome and elegant gentleman. He was an unattainable figure in the hearts of countless people. Now that he was in front of him, Shang Junlin realized how wrong the rumors were. Xin Yu thought for a while before remembering that he wasn't the sycophantic minister that everyone would talk about 10 years later. Before he got involved with Shang Junue, his reputation was still very good. More or less, he missed it. Xin Yu glanced at him. After confirming that he wasn't sexually aroused, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, does your Majesty like the current me, or the me in the rumors? Shang Junlin didn't answer this question. He carefully looked at Xin Yu's face. The rumors weren't completely false. At least about Xin Yu's appearance, it was very accurate. Letting go of Xin Yu's hand, Shang Junlin took a step back and said, I feel that Xin Guijuan's skin is really thick. Xin Yu smiled and said, as long as your Majesty likes me, it doesn't matter if I'm thick-skinned. Shang Junlin didn't comment. He raised his arms and said, didn't you say you want to sleep? Help me change my clothes. Your Majesty, aren't you going to call the palace servants in? Xin Yu wanted to test Shang Junlin's bottom line again, so he didn't move. This is your duty. Shang Junlin said indifferently. I understand. I have to do this myself. Xin Yu got up from the bed. When he got out of bed, he suddenly felt dizzy and fell down. The expected intimate contact with the floor didn't happen. Xinyu fell into a hard and warm embrace. Shang Junlin quickly caught him and said, "What's wrong? You keep saying that you like me, but you're not even willing to help me undress." Xinyu didn't answer and fainted. What awaited him was not recovery, but wave after wave of pain, which was getting more and more intense. Xinyu closed his eyes and resisted the waves of pain. In the cold winter weather, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face was getting paler and paler. He unconsciously bit his lower lip and didn't even feel the blood. Xinyu knew his own body well. He had been sick for decades. Even the most difficult times had never been like this. The pain came fiercely, as if it was going to drown him. In the endless pain, he couldn't feel anything outside. His hand clenched the black cloth, and his clenched teeth were forced open by a big hand. He didn't know how much time had passed, or maybe it was just a moment, but Xinyu reluctantly regained consciousness. Meng Chong. Imperial Physician Xian. In a daze, Xinyu seemed to feel the arm holding him tighten. The beauty in red was lying in the arm, pale and weak. She was no longer as lively as before. The Emperor in black looked at him expressionlessly, and his eyes were deep. Eunuch Meng stood aside and didn't dare to breathe. He was called in by the Emperor's angry voice. He thought that young Master Shen had made the Emperor unhappy, but he found out that it wasn't the case. The Imperial Physicians came late, and the head was Imperial Physician Gu. "You don't have to pay your respects. Come and see him." Imperial Physician Gu felt the pulse and came to the same conclusion as last time. "You're weak because you were born in your mother's womb. You can only rest well. Forgive me for not learning the cure." "I understand." Xinyu woke up at noon the next day. When he woke up, Shang Junlin was no longer here. Mushi brought the medicine over. The little girl's eyes were red. She must have cried. Xinyu drank the medicine and got out of bed despite Mushi's protests. The pain came and went quickly. Except for a little weakness, Xinyu didn't feel any other discomfort. Yesterday, Xinyu was in a hurry. Today, he had time to look at the place where he would live in the future. Yuzhong Palace was the largest palace in the harem. The buildings were gorgeous and the scenery was pleasant. It was also close to the emperor's bedroom. Xinyu listened to the palace servants as he walked. Yuzhong Palace wasn't built for a long time, but it cost a lot of money. Yuzhong Palace was built by an emperor of Dahuan for his beloved. Since then, Yuzhong Palace was sealed until Xinyu entered the palace. The palace servants wanted to please Xinyu. "It can be seen that His Majesty really cares about you. When His Majesty left this morning, he specifically told us not to disturb you." Xinyu beat around the bush and found out from the palace servants that his illness last night had not been announced. Other than Eunuch Meng, Imperial Physician Gu, and a few other insiders, everyone else thought that His Majesty had spent the night in Yuzhong Palace. That night, Shang Junlin came to Yuzhong Palace again. He was just in time for Xinyu's dinner. Xinyu's body was weak. Since he was young, he followed the principle of eating less and more. Yuzhong Palace had a small kitchen. Xinyu never forced himself to eat, sleep, and shelter. Naturally, he followed his habits. "Does your Majesty want to eat together?" Shang Junlin nodded and sat down. "Thank you for your compassion last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get up today," Xinyu deliberately said ambiguously. He lowered his eyes and pretended to be shy. Shang Junlin paused in his action of picking food. He slowly ate and said, "It's good that you know that I sympathize with you. Your Majesty is brave. In the future, I hope that your Majesty can." Shang Junlin interrupted him faintly, "Eat." "Xinyu." "Oh." Eunuch Meng barely controlled the expression on his face. He looked around and saw that the palace servants were all lowering their heads and blushing. If he didn't know the real situation last night, he would have thought that the two masters were very intense. In the evening, Shang Junlin stayed in Yuzhong Palace again. The bedding had been changed to light colors according to Xinyu's preferences. This time, Shang Junlin didn't let Xinyu help him undress. He took a bath and changed into a set of pajamas. Seeing Shang Junlin come in, Xinyu moved closer to the bed and said, "Your Majesty, come here quickly." The man in pajamas was much more approachable than when he wore the black imperial robe. Xianxia became bolder. After dismissing the palace servants, Shang Junlin walked over and said, "From today onwards, I will let Imperial Physician Gu take care of your health." Shang Junlin didn't want last night's incident to happen again. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xianxu's small face rubbed against the quilt. "Your Majesty is so kind. You are a smart person. I believe there are some things that I don't need to say." Xianxia nodded. When they looked at each other, they reached a consensus. Feeling the warmth from the other side of the bed, Xianxia closed his eyes. The emperor who would live with him for a while seemed to be easier to fool than he thought. Interesting. For a few days, Shang Junlin stayed in Yuzhong Palace. The news about how Xianxia was favored spread like wings. Xianxu's life was peaceful here, but there were a lot of storms outside because of him. Xianxu's favor surprised many people who were not optimistic about this matter. The people who originally ridiculed Duke Xianbei for sending his legitimate son into the palace immediately changed their attitude and complimented him as if they didn't need money. There were also many people who were jealous and insinuated that Xianxia had seduced the emperor. There were also many people who secretly had some thoughts. Since there was one Xianxia, would there be a second or third one? They didn't say this before, but now that Xianxia was a living example, the bold people were ready to send people to the harem. Duke Xianbei had been in the limelight recently because of Xianxia. On one hand, he was happy that Xianxia was favored, but on the other hand, he was frightened by Xianxu's attitude. In comparison, concubine Ru and her son could only be frightened. Especially Shen Qingran. He couldn't help but think, if he was the one who entered the palace, would he be the one favored now? The decline of concubine Ru's status had more or less affected Shen Qingran. The people in the harem of Duke Xianbei's mansion knew clearly how Xianxia entered the palace, so they used this matter to mock Shen Qingran and concubine Ru. Under concubine Ru's coaxing and pestering, Duke Xianbei's attitude softened. It was not easy to see the light, but because of the news that Xianxia was favored, concubine Ru's heart was filled with hatred. All kinds of movements were passed to Xianxu's ears. "How can they say that about you?" Mushi was dissatisfied. "You obviously didn't do anything. How can you say that you seduced the emperor?" What a vixen. She really couldn't say the last few words. Even if she didn't say it, Xianxia also knew what the people outside would say about him, not to mention that this was just the beginning. There were still several forces who hadn't taken action. Xianxia hooked his lips and smiled. "Since they say that I seduced the emperor, I might as well let them feel it." Mushi silently lowered her head. She felt that her master's smile had a bit of the temperament of a demon concubine. Xianxia brought the soup from the small kitchen to the imperial study. Seeing him, eunuch Meng wiped his sweat and greeted him. "Why did Guijun come?" "I'm here to deliver soup to His Majesty." "Is it convenient for His Majesty now?" "Guijun, please wait a moment. Let this servant go and report." Not long after, eunuch Meng came out and brought Xianxia in. After Xianxia entered, eunuch Meng bowed his head and retreated. The imperial study was silent. Xianxia didn't have time to look around before he heard Shang Junlin's voice. "Xianxia." Looking towards the direction of the voice, Xianxu's pupils shrank. He saw a glaring red and the emperor in black in the middle of the red. The strong smell of blood filled the tip of his nose. There was a person lying in a pool of blood at the man's feet. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The other person was curled up and kneeling not far away, not daring to raise his head. Shang Junlin's ink-black eyes were rolling. He reached out to him and said, "Genius, 1 second, remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC Xianxia did not speak. He stared blankly, as if he was frightened. The temperature in the room was as cold as the wind. The man kneeling on the ground kept his head down and tried his best not to lose his composure on the spot. Shang Junlin looked at Xianxia silently. The darkness in his eyes was getting thicker. A low pressure pressed on him, silently urging him to walk over. Xianxia took 2 steps forward and stopped a few steps away from the pool of blood. He could feel a strong sense of presence on him. The atmosphere in the imperial study was extremely tense. If Xianxia was timid, he would have collapsed on the ground. "Your clothes will get dirty." "Your Majesty, why don't you come over to my side?" The man who was about to explode was stunned. The air around him froze. Even the man kneeling on the side could not help but raise his head. Shang Junlin casually glanced at him. The man was so scared that he immediately lowered his head and did not dare to be presumptuous. Heh. Shang Junlin suddenly laughed. You sure have guts. Xinyu met Shang Junlin's gaze squarely. Xinyu couldn't see through what Shang Junlin was thinking. He only felt that the other party's mood seemed to have improved. Shang Junlin threw the handkerchief that he used to wipe his hands into the pool of blood. The white handkerchief was instantly dyed red. He did not even look at it and strode towards Xinyu. Xinyu stood in place and watched the black-clothed king walk towards him. With every step, the other party's hostility dissipated. When he stood in front of him, the black-clothed king's momentum was completely restrained. Xinyu raised the food box in his hand. I brought soup for your majesty. Would your majesty like to have some? He did not ask why such a scene appeared in the imperial study. Are you not afraid? Shang Junlin asked with interest. There was no fear on Xinyu's face. It was as if the blood on the ground didn't exist in his eyes. According to Shang Junlin's understanding, Xinyu shouldn't have seen such a scene before Xinyu. Xinyu's expression didn't change at all. Of course, he wasn't afraid. In his previous life, the bloody scenes he had created were far crueler than the ones in front of him. Xinyu tilted his head and glanced at the man lying in a pool of blood. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to the kneeling man. Finally, his gaze returned to the man in front of him. The man was almost a head taller than Xinyu. They were so close that Xinyu had to look up to see his face. Xinyu stared into Shang Junlin's eyes and said word by word, since he has angered his majesty, he deserves whatever punishment he gets. Shang Junlin's pupils shrank slightly. He raised his hand and pinched Xinyu's chin. I didn't expect his majesty to side with me so much. The man's tone was calm, without a trace of joy. Xinyu had been staring at the man's face and didn't miss the instant change of expression on his face. Your Majesty, Xinyu reached out and grabbed the man's hand that was pinching his chin. I am His Majesty's man. Naturally, I will side with His Majesty. You'd better remember what you said at all times. Shang Junlin let go of his hand and his expression became gentle. Didn't you say you brought soup for me? Let me have a taste of His Majesty's cooking. Xinyu's hand lightened. The food box was taken by Shang Junlin. Then, he felt something warm in his hand. It was held by the man's strong hand. Xinyu was led by the other party. They walked around the pool of blood and sat in front of the imperial table. Shang Junlin didn't instruct the palace servants. He opened the food box himself. In an instant, the aroma of food floated out and made people salivate. But, this aroma mixed with the smell of blood that couldn't be ignored. It was indescribably strange. Xinyu glanced at the people below. Without Shang Junlin's order, no one dared to move. Seeing that Shang Junlin intended to drink the soup directly, Xinyu pulled his sleeve. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? The man's eyebrows were hidden behind the dense steam and couldn't be seen clearly. No, Your Majesty, don't you think? Xinyu paused for a moment. Eating in this kind of environment is very unappetizing? In some aspects, Xinyu had a very strange obsession. For example, when he was eating, he didn't like anything that was an eyesore to appear in front of him. As for the people kneeling on the ground and lying in a pool of blood, Xinyu did not care about how they had angered Shang Junlin. The current Shang Junlin was not a tyrant who would willfully kill innocent people a few years later. What he did had a certain reason, and he did not intend to get involved in the matters of the imperial court. Shang Junlin didn't miss the look of disdain that flashed across Xinyu's face. He paused and put the bowl back on the table. He said lightly, Meng Chong. The door of the imperial study opened with a creak. Warm light shone through the door. Eunuch Meng brought in a few men who were dressed in black. These men wore masks on their faces. Only their eyes were exposed. Xinyu had never seen people dressed like this before. He curiously looked at them a few more times. These people moved quickly, but they didn't have a strong presence. In less than 15 minutes, the imperial study returned to normal. Even the people who were kneeling on the ground were dragged out with their mouths covered. They didn't make a single sound throughout the whole process. Looking at how familiar they were with their movements, it seemed like they had done this many times. These are the hidden dragon guards. The sudden voice pulled Xianxia back from his thoughts. He came back to his senses and found that the black-clothed king was looking at him with an unknown expression. The hidden dragon guards. Xianxia had heard of the existence of this secret troop in his previous life. They were the sharpest knife in the hands of the imperial family. They were also the most loyal force. Other than the current emperor, no one could order them around. Xianxia had dealt with them in his previous life. He knew how terrifying their strength was. They were definitely a formidable opponent. Shang Junyue had suffered many losses in their hands. In this life, he probably wouldn't go up against them. It's been cleaned up. Can we have our meal now? Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, Shang Junlin had already retracted his gaze. He picked up the bowl of soup and took a sip. A faint smile appeared on his face. Xianxia accompanied Shang Junlin to have his meal. He only left when he had enough of his presence. For the entire afternoon, Shang Junlin's mood was much better. Not long after, the emperor's reward came down. All kinds of treasures were sent to Yuzhong Palace. The news also spread outside the palace under Shang Junlin's tacit consent. Just as Xianxia had expected, after an afternoon, the news about how he was favored spread once again. Not many people cared about the other things that happened in the imperial study. A few people would die in the imperial palace every once in a while. They had already become accustomed to it from their initial fear. Power and money were undoubtedly exciting. With Xianxia as a good example, those who had ulterior motives couldn't hold back anymore. If they succeeded, what awaited them was a great road to heaven. Duke Zhao's residence. Duke Zhao summoned his son and confidant to discuss in the study. Father, this is an opportunity. Now there's only one person in the harem, and he's a man who can't have children. If our family's girl enters the palace and gives birth to a son or a daughter, maybe in the future. Duke Zhao's second son pointed to the sky. He didn't say what he wanted to say. Second young master is right. This matter shouldn't be delayed. It's best to seize the opportunity. One of the confidant also agreed. This matter must be planned carefully. We can't annoy His Majesty because of this. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Similar words happened in the mansions of many officials and nobles. Before Xianxia, Shang Junlin had never relented on the matter of the harem. Even if they wanted to send their girls into the palace, they had no chance. Now it was different. After tasting it, His Majesty wouldn't refuse beauties to enter the palace. In order to gain His Majesty's favor as soon as possible, some families even prepared beautiful men. Since His Majesty was interested in Xingui Jun, he might be interested in other men. All kinds of turmoil inside and outside the palace didn't affect Xianxia. After sleeping, Xianxia found out what had happened in the imperial study that day. It turned out that someone had reached into the palace and wanted to use the information he had obtained for profit. Shang Junlin was too lazy to deal with these people and directly killed them. Shang Junlin acted quickly and didn't give anyone a chance. He followed the clues and found the culprit. Without any explanation, he put the culprit in prison. Except for a few people who saw the truth, most people didn't know what had happened. Seeing that Shang Junlin suddenly attacked a family with a good reputation, they were frightened and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Some people who had a good relationship with that family pleaded for mercy during the court. The young emperor looked at them coldly and didn't say a word. Your Majesty, Imperial Censor Zhang has always been fair and strict. Your Majesty, please give him a way out. Your Majesty, please give him a way out. Since you all think that Imperial Censor Zhang didn't do anything wrong, then do you all think that I was wrong? I don't dare. I think that you all are very daring. Whoever pleads for mercy will be sent to prison to accompany Imperial Censor Zhang. I believe that Imperial Censor Zhang will be very grateful for your sympathy. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall suddenly quieted down. Some people who had pleaded for mercy began to retreat. The ministers all knew that the emperor wasn't joking. If someone continued to plead for mercy, they would really be sent to prison. This kind of situation had happened more than once. A few people looked at each other and stepped forward. Obviously, they didn't intend to retreat. When Xinyu received the news, it was already a day later. Because His Majesty was in a bad mood, the palace was jittery and everyone was in danger. The atmosphere in Yuzhong Palace was also a bit dispirited. Young master. Mushi looked worried. She was close to His Majesty and knew more inside information than the palace people. Outsiders said that His Majesty was favored, but only she knew that the truth was not so. Were the 3 officials really sent to prison because they pleaded for mercy? Xinyu fiddled with the string of beads and asked. Yes, before the morning court ended, His Majesty sent people to drag them away. Xinyu fell silent. Imperial Censor Zhang's incident also happened in his previous life, but it happened much later than now. Although Imperial Censor Zhang looked honest on the surface, he did a lot of things behind the scenes. He bought and sold official titles, occupied fertile land, and allowed his children to commit crimes. It was just that he hid it well and dealt with the aftermath well, so no one knew. Shang Junlin arrested people but didn't announce their crimes, allowing others to misunderstand. Did he really not know or, grabbing a hot water bottle in his hand, Xinyu stood up and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Mushi took a cloak and put it on Xinyu. The 2 of them led a few palace people out of Yuzhong Palace. You still want to climb up the branch and become a phoenix? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Hey, who are you trying to seduce by dressing like this? Your master has been sent to prison. What are you so proud of? The noise came from not far away. The palace people were about to go forward and scold them, but they were stopped by Xinyu. Xinyu was at a corner, so he could see the scene not far away. Several palace people were surrounding a thinly dressed woman, punching and kicking her, and taunting her. The woman lowered her head, and her face was covered by her hair. Her hands were clenched tightly by her side, and she endured the malice coming from all around her. Xinyu deliberately made some noise, so that his group was quickly discovered. The palace people quickly knelt down to greet him. When Xinyu approached, a gust of wind blew, and the woman's face was exposed. Xinyu stopped in his tracks. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. Not only Xinyu, but Mushi, who was following behind Xinyu, was also shocked. Xinyu took after his mother. Even among the other children of the Count of Xinbei's residence, there was no woman who looked so similar to him. Xinyu didn't intend to care about the grievances of the palace people, but after seeing the woman's appearance, he couldn't just stay out of it. Whether it was intentional or accidental, he had to come to a conclusion. As the sky gradually darkened, Xinyu simply asked the palace people to take these people back to Yuzhong Palace. On the way, Mushi reported the information she had gathered to Xinyu. Mushi, that woman is called Xinyu. She was sold into the palace when she was young. She is reclusive and doesn't like to communicate with others. Several senior palace maids saw her outstanding appearance and liked to bully her both openly and secretly. Some time ago, Xinyu got an opportunity from somewhere and changed her usual low-key attitude. She began to walk around the palace wearing beautiful dresses, and the jewelry she wore became more and more exquisite day by day. Xinyu, is her real name Xinyu? Mushi, this servant has asked. She has used this name since she entered the palace. Also, she seems to be involved with a certain force outside the palace. On the 15th of every month, she will avoid people and go to the northwest gate. That place is very remote and not many people go there. Mushi was specially trained by Xinyu and was very talented in gathering information. After Xinyu entered the palace, there were not many people who could be used, and Mushi was one of them. Xinyu, before today, has something similar happened? Mushi, yes, it can even be said to be a common occurrence. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the harem has been in a state of being without a master. Except for the palace people who don't dare to provoke His Majesty, at other times, they are very presumptuous. Xinyu could understand. The Great Huan Imperial Palace was so big, and the previous emperor was unreliable. The Imperial Palace was the place with the most power struggles, so it wasn't strange for things to happen in secret. If it weren't for Xinyu's whim, no noble would have set foot in such a remote place. In such a big palace, there were many places like this. Mushi continued, however, this palace maid called Xinyu, in the past, everyone only isolated her and didn't do anything to her. This time, I don't know what angered them, so they tricked her to a remote place to teach her a lesson. After returning to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu basically understood what had happened. Speaking of which, this matter was related to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin's bloody methods were not used much on the palace people. The palace people were afraid of him, but after a long time, it was inevitable that they would have some thoughts. At first, it was just small actions, but when they saw that no one cared, their actions became bigger and bigger. Now, they even dared to brazenly spread news outside the palace. In his previous life, there was a shocking and bloody incident in the imperial palace. Because the emperor was angry, half of the palace people were slaughtered, and blood flowed like a river. During that time, the entire imperial palace was soaked in the smell of blood, and the atmosphere in the capital was depressed for a long time. After this incident, more and more people recognized Shang Junlin as a tyrant. In his previous life, Xinyu returned to his fief with the king of Yu at this time, so he didn't know the actual situation in the capital. Now, it seemed that there was an inside story behind this massacre. Xinyu was half leaning on the chaise lounge. The palace people who were brought back, including that woman, were all kneeling in the main hall. No one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that the imperial palace welcomed a new master who was very favored by the emperor. However, this emperor's health was not good, so his range of activities was basically in Yuzhong Palace. Except for the people in Yuzhong Palace, the other palace people didn't have much substantive feelings about Xinyu's arrival. "Tell me, why did you bully this palace maid?" Although he understood the general situation, some things still needed to be said by them personally. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We servants just can't stand Xinyu's behavior. She's clearly a palace maid, but not only does she not do her job seriously, she even appears in the places that His Majesty must pass by every day." Xinyu understood. This palace maid wanted to have a chance encounter with the emperor. It would be best if she could be favored by the emperor and be promoted from a palace maid to a master. Who asked Shang Junlin, who didn't have any worldly desires. Not only did he have feelings for her, but he also doted on her very much. From time to time, he would send rewards to Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu dared to say that Xinyu was not the only one in the palace who had this idea. However, Xinyu still couldn't figure it out. According to the information that Mushi inquired, Xinyu used to be honest and knew how to protect herself. Why did she suddenly become so ostentatious? Xinyu knocked on the armrest. "Xinyu, do you have anything to say?" "This servant pleads guilty." Xinyu bowed her head, but her eyes were full of unwillingness. She was a time traveler. After dropping out of high school, she had no choice but to work in a factory. However, she relied on her good looks and always made the men in the factory work for her and frame beautiful women. She didn't know why, but when she woke up, she arrived in this world. After understanding the situation from the original owner's memory, Xinyu couldn't help but feel that her opportunity had arrived. Especially when she found out that her face was more than 10 times more beautiful than in her previous life and she was somewhat similar to Shingue Jun, who was currently the emperor's favorite. She was even more determined to walk the path she wanted to take. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, the original owner received an order from someone outside to find a way to get close to the emperor. It would be best if she could become the emperor's woman through her own advantages. That person also sent in a lot of beautiful clothes and jewelry. Xinyu had never seen these things before and was almost fascinated. She couldn't help but fantasize that if she became an imperial concubine, she would have as many of these things as she wanted. The person who contacted the original Xinyu had also promised to help her in the palace. It was a big and round pie. Xinyu didn't know what the original Xinyu was thinking, but she was tempted. Xinyu had also read a lot of time traveler novels. Connecting her own situation, she was more and more sure that she was the main character. Otherwise, which emperor would have an empty harem after a few years of ascension? As for Xinyu, who had just appeared, Xinyu firmly believed that she was the villain that she needed to defeat. Therefore, she dressed up according to the information given by the people outside the palace and frequently appeared in places where the emperor would pass by. Unexpectedly, her luck was not very good. The emperor recently liked to stay overnight in Yuzhong Palace and changed some of his previous habits. She didn't meet him even once. Even though Xinyu helped her out, Xinyu didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude in her heart. She only had a strong sense of jealousy. Although Xinyu was a man, he had a face that could make men and women go crazy. Xinyu boasted that her face was beautiful enough, but compared to Xinyu, it was like a clumsy imitation. A man who looked like this, no wonder he was accepted into the harem by the emperor who didn't like beautiful women. No wonder he could be favored as soon as he entered the palace. Xinyu almost maliciously thought that no matter how beautiful he was still a man and couldn't give birth to a prince. When she was favored, she must destroy his face. Xinyu obviously felt Xinyu's malice. He felt a little strange. He hadn't done anything yet, so why did he have such a big malice towards him? Xinyu thought for a moment and confirmed that no matter if it was in his previous life or this life, there was no such person in his memory. Xinyu didn't hide her malice deeply. Mushi stood beside Xinyu, so it could be said that she was the one who faced the malice directly. She frowned and became more and more displeased with this palace maid. Xinyu, Mushi, according to the rules of the palace, how should we deal with these people? Mushi, replying to Guijun, according to the rules of the palace, those who maliciously cause trouble should be beaten 20 times. In such cold weather, who knew if they would still be alive after being beaten 20 times? The palace maid who committed the crime was so scared that her face turned pale. She cowed out and begged for mercy. I beg Guijun to spare my life, I beg Guijun to spare my life. Just deal with them according to the rules of the palace. Xinyu casually decided the fate of these people. As for this one. Xinyu's gaze lightly fell on Xinyu, causing the other party to tremble. Take her away for interrogation. You can't do this. Xinyu didn't know where she got the strength to break free from the person who was holding her hostage. Even if you are Guijun, you can't restrict my freedom. Oh? Then tell me, what should I do? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. I didn't do anything wrong. You should let me go. How dare you? Who allowed you to be impudent in front of Guijun? 1 inch, what's the matter? A dignified and low voice sounded. The palace maids knelt down and saluted. Xinyu also stood up. The young emperor walked in with a cold aura. He looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. What's going on? I'm dealing with a few disobedient palace maids. Is your majesty done? Because of what happened a few days ago, Shang Junlin was very busy during this period of time. He was almost drowned in all kinds of reports. Compared to those things, how can they be more important than you? Shang Junlin glanced at Eunuch Meng. Eunuch Meng immediately ordered people to clean up the main hall. The moment she saw Shang Junlin, Xinyu's eyes lit up. It turned out that this was the current emperor. He was more handsome than she had imagined and more in line with the image of the male lead in her mind. But before she could say anything, her mouth was covered and she was dragged out. Her male lead didn't even spare her a glance. Shang Junlin had good eyesight. With just one glance, he could see that the palace maid was similar to Xinyu in appearance. He also saw the ambition and covetousness in her eyes. Your Majesty, Xinyu finished explaining what had just happened and continued, there are many strange things about this palace maid. Her clothes, the accessories she wears, her words and actions, they don't seem like a palace maid who was sent to the palace when she was young. Shang Junlin, did you find anything? Xinyu, not at the moment. But this palace maid will regularly send news to the outside of the palace. It's just that we don't know who she is contacting. Shang Junlin, I will send someone to investigate. After the two finished their meal, a palace maid came to report that Xinyu was making a fuss about wanting to see the emperor. Xinyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other. Let's go and see. Xinyu was quite curious about what had happened to Xinyu. He had a faint guess in his heart that he needed to verify. Before he arrived, he heard Xinyu shouting, I have something very important to say to His Majesty. Go and invite His Majesty here. Xinyu deliberately fell behind Shang Junlin by 1 step and used his figure to block him. He wanted to listen to what Xinyu wanted to say. Seeing the emperor, Xinyu calmed down and bowed politely, Your Majesty, this servant is willing to tell you the person behind this. I hope Your Majesty will believe that this servant is on Your Majesty's side. Then, in one breath, she said the plan of the person behind the scenes without any hesitation. The corner of Xinyu's mouth twitched. He began to wonder if this person's brain was not very good. After speaking, Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin expectantly. Suddenly, she saw Xinyu behind Shang Junlin and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xinyu walked out slowly and leaned on Shang Junlin. "His Majesty can't bear to leave me. Naturally, he had to bring me here. You seem to be very unhappy to see me here?" Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. How could Xinyu be happy? She regarded Xinyu as a strong enemy. Seeing Xinyu being high above and her being reduced to a prisoner, her heart was extremely unbalanced. Her mood fluctuated too much, and her face more or less showed some clues. But now she was in a weak position, so she could only endure this. Biting her lower lip, she said weakly, "This servant didn't mean that." Seeing that her words didn't match her heart, Xinyu didn't care. "You said that you have something important to report to His Majesty. His Majesty is already here. If you have something to say, just say it." Xinyu was unwilling to say it in front of Xinyu. She intended to use the original owner's secret to exchange for her future. With Xinyu here, she didn't know how to obstruct her. This is a serious matter. Can His Majesty alone, presumptuous? How can His Majesty's schedule be controlled by a guilty slave like you? Before Xinyu finished speaking, the palace servant who was waiting on the side sternly scolded. Xinyu was scared and trembled. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. After a while, she secretly raised her head and looked in the direction of the emperor. With just a glance, she almost broke her teeth. The young and handsome emperor was holding a gorgeously dressed young man in his arms and whispering to him. His face was completely different from when he was facing her. Jealousy and hatred welled up in her heart. Xinyu spoke without thinking, "Let him out. Otherwise, I won't say it." Xinyu's voice paused. She began to doubt the correctness of her guess. Was the person from that place so stupid? She didn't see Shen Qingran being so stupid. Shang Junlin's face became cold. According to his previous style, he would kill anyone who was suspicious. If Xinyu hadn't hinted that there was something fishy about this woman, he wouldn't have come here. Holding Xinyu's shoulder, Shang Junlin said lightly, "If you don't want to say it, kill her." Xinyu looked at the back of the two people who left. She was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it. She just didn't want to lower her head in front of Xinyu. A palace servant approached. Xinyu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I'll talk. Don't kill me." At this moment, Xinyu started to panic. She finally realized what kind of place she had transmigrated to. This was the imperial palace. She was facing the emperor, who was above everyone else. She was just a palace maid, while her opponent was the ruler of a country who held the power of life and death. Fear welled up in Xinyu's heart. Only then did he realize how bold his actions were. "Your Majesty, don't you want to listen?" Xinyu asked in a low voice when he felt the force on his shoulder. Shang Junlin was uninterested. "Meng Chang will report the results. If you want to know, you can just read the report." Xinyu thought about it and agreed. Besides, it was inconvenient for him to ask the question that he wanted to verify in front of so many people. The two of them left together. This time, Xinyu was very obedient. He answered all the questions that were asked, and it didn't take long for him to reveal all the information that the original owner knew. "Your Majesty, can you spare Xinyu's life?" After returning to the palace, Xinyu took off his cloak and asked. Shang Junlin also changed into his regular clothes with the help of the palace servants. "What? Are you interested?" Xinyu touched his face. "I'm just curious. How can there be someone in the imperial palace who looks like me?" This reason was irrefutable. Shang Junlin knew about Xinyu's background. He nodded. "As you wish. Your Majesty is so kind." Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin with smiling eyes. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Xinyu often said this sentence. For some reason, Shang Junlin wanted to touch those starry eyes. He suppressed the sudden desire and said, "Rest." Imperial physician Gu was specially allowed by Shang Junlin to nurse Xinyu's body. Every other morning, he would come to Yuzhong Palace to check Xinyu's pulse. After checking Xinyu's pulse as usual, Imperial physician Gu asked about Xinyu's recent condition. Xinyu answered all of his questions. When he was about to leave, Xinyu called him. Imperial Physician Gu. What can I do for you? I just want to tell Imperial Physician Gu that I have always been a domineering person. Since Imperial Physician Gu wants to nurse my body with peace of mind, you can postpone other work. Imperial Physician Gu paused and looked at the young man who was half leaning against the bed. The young man was dressed in red, and his skin was as white as snow, like a red plum blooming wantonly in the snow. When he spoke, his expression was indifferent, as if he did not realize how overboard his words were to a doctor. Imperial Physician Gu subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Xinyu. Imperial Physician Gu, just do as I say. I won't harm my benefactor. Meeting the other party's meaningful gaze, Imperial Physician Gu swallowed the words he wanted to say and bowed respectfully. I will obey. After Imperial Physician Gu left, some palace servants were puzzled. Why did you do this? You are ruining your reputation. Xinyu smiled but didn't say anything. He just wanted to repay the kindness of his previous life. Moreover, Imperial Physician Gu was a good person to get along with. Without the gentle and polite Imperial Physician Gu, who would nurse his body, Imperial Physician Gu's medical skills were indeed outstanding. After taking a few medicines, Xinyu felt much better this winter than before. The situation in the court was getting more and more tense. After 3 ministers were sent to prison, no one dared to plead for Imperial Physician Zhang. However, this didn't mean that they agreed with the emperor's decision. Undercurrents were surging under the calm surface. All forces were ready to make a move. The emperor sat high up in the imperial court and had a panoramic view of everything. Xinyu more or less heard some news. Combined with the memories of his previous life, he could roughly guess what would happen next. Some people stretched their hands too far and thought that their actions were flawless. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes recording their actions. Imperial Physician Zhang was the first to bear the brunt. However, he was just a bait used by several forces in the game. Shang Junlin caught him at lightning speed and caught the other side by surprise. No one knew who the real winner would be. Xinyu thought about it. In his previous life, the King of Yu seemed to have said that he gained a lot from this incident. Xinyu didn't participate in it, so he didn't know the details. The incident broke out after the King of Yu secretly entered the capital. It must be related to the King of Yu. Xinyu was a vengeful person. Since it was related to the King of Yu, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He didn't care about others, but the King of Yu would never get what he wanted in this life. The imperial palace was calm for the time being, but Xinyu knew that it wouldn't be long before the storm of the previous court swept into the harem. Sure enough, when Xinyu woke up early in the morning, he heard stifled cries. Xinyu, what happened? Mushi helped Xinyu tie up his hair. Last night, several palace servants were dealt with in the palace. Xinyu, why didn't you tell me? Mushi, it was the emperor's order not to disturb your rest. Thinking of the scene last night, Mushi's fingers trembled slightly. It was one thing to hear that the emperor was ruthless and bloodthirsty, but it was another completely different feeling to see it with her own eyes. After experiencing last night, Mushi clearly understood what kind of person the current emperor was. He was completely different from the usual emperor by Xinyu's side. The emperor last night was more in line with the rumors, arrogant, ruthless, and ruthless. He didn't need to do it himself. He only needed to raise his head and signal. Whether it was cursing or begging for mercy, they all died in an instant. Noticing Mushi's strangeness, Xinyu slightly narrowed his eyes. You also saw it? Mushi. Yes. Xinyu adjusted to a comfortable position. Tell me what happened last night. During this time, Shang Junlin was relatively busy. He didn't stay in Yuzhong Palace every day like he did in the beginning. Last night, Shang Junlin wasn't there, so Xinyu listened to the doctor's advice and went to bed early. Thinking of this, Xinyu frowned. He slept so deeply last night that he didn't wake up even with such a big movement. Recalling the situation last night, Mushi couldn't help but shudder. After you fell asleep last night, a pair of mysterious shadow guards took over Yuzhong Palace. All the palace servants were called away and taken to a remote palace. No matter what we asked, no one answered. Not long after we arrived, His Majesty arrived with a group of imperial guards. Later, Later, there was bright red and a nauseating smell of blood. Mushi and the other palace servants of Yuzhong Palace stayed together and watched this silent execution in fear. As she continued to recall, Mushi's face became pale. She wasn't an inexperienced person, but who could remain calm after seeing such a scene? Mushi's state was getting worse and worse, so Xinyu had to interrupt her. It's okay. I forgot myself. Mushi reluctantly came back to her senses. After all, she was a woman with a strong temperament. It didn't take long for her to adjust herself. Did you make a lot of noise when you left last night? Xinyu was still a little concerned. Not really. Maybe His Majesty didn't want to disturb you, so he didn't make much noise during the whole process. Thinking of the group of people who came and went like ghosts, Mushi felt a chill in her heart. This made sense. Imperial physician Gu's new prescription would make people sleep more deeply. If Shang Junlin ordered not to disturb him, it was normal that he didn't notice. Young master, what do you think His Majesty meant? Did he specifically order not to wake the young master because he cared? Xinyu shook his head. He didn't know what the emperor was thinking. Go back and pacify the people of Yuzhong Palace. Pick some things from the storeroom and reward them. Xinyu ordered. Yes. You also have a good rest today. Mushi was about to say no when she heard Xinyu continue, give the people of Yuzhong Palace a holiday. Yes. Xinyu usually didn't like the palace servants to serve him closely. Mushi adjusted the people to change shifts at different times and left the rest of the time for the people to rest. It didn't affect the normal operation of Yuzhong Palace. Thinking of the scene in the previous life where the Prince of Yu complacently said that his reputation was better than the tyrant's, Xinyu had the intention to make things difficult for the Prince of Yu in this regard. In the future, Shang Junlin's image as a tyrant became more and more deeply rooted in the people's hearts. It was inseparable from the wanton slandering of the Prince of Yu and others. Some people didn't even look at themselves when they slandered others. How could they do better than the other party? After dealing with the court affairs, Shang Junlin hesitated for a moment and still came to Yuzhong Palace. Eunuch Meng followed behind the emperor and said in surprise, isn't it too quiet? Compared to the past, Yuzhong Palace seemed to be empty all of a sudden. They almost didn't meet many palace servants along the way. The bedchamber was dark. The people brought by Shang Junlin came forward to light the candles, and the palace regained its light. What happened? Shang Junlin looked at the young man sitting at the table who didn't get up to greet him. Where are the servants in the palace? I saw that they were all distracted, so I let them rest. Xinyu still didn't get up. His eyes stayed on the mirror in front of him. As for why they were distracted, Xinyu didn't need to say it. Everyone present could guess it. Eunuch Meng didn't expect that His Majesty would encounter such a thing as soon as he finished his official business and came to Yuzhong Palace. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He secretly said, my little ancestor, even if you are dissatisfied with His Majesty's way of doing things, you shouldn't give His Majesty a hard time. Shang Junlin walked a few steps to Xinyu, pinched his chin, turned Xinyu's head to face him, and asked coldly, are you complaining about me? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC. This time, it wasn't just the palace servants who were stunned. Shang Junlin, who was standing close to Xinyu, could feel that Xinyu really didn't have a trace of fear. Xinyu was trembling, but it wasn't because of fear. Instead, it was as if he had encountered something of interest and was extremely excited. The hand that was pinching Xinyu's chin unconsciously loosened. Xinyu shook his head and complained in a low voice, you're hurting me. Shang Junlin couldn't help but look at the place where he had just pinched. It was already faintly stained with a layer of crimson. Delicate. Unexpectedly, Xinyu saw a faint sense of loss in the man's eyes. A trace of interest flashed through his eyes. He got up and slowly approached Shang Junlin. He leaned close to Shang Junlin's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Your Majesty, are you feeling guilty? Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's shoulder and stopped him from getting closer. He scolded in a low voice, Xinyu, you're overstepping your boundaries. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Xinyu stood up straight and bowed politely. For some reason, Shang Junlin felt a trace of disappointment when he saw Xinyu like this. He concealed the strange feeling in his heart. He held Xianyu's hand and led him to the bed to sit down. Are you really angry with me? Xianyu, your majesty, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Shang Junlin, I don't like people who lie. Xianyu, the truth is, I'm not angry. Shang Junlin didn't believe him. Your behavior today doesn't seem like you're not angry. Well, in fact, I was a little angry at first. Xianyu stretched out his hand and used his thumb and index finger to make a small distance, just a little bit. But now I'm not angry anymore. Shang Junlin turned Xianyu's head. This time, he paid attention to his strength and didn't hurt Xianyu. He stared into Xianyu's eyes as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. Really? How would I have the guts to lie to your majesty? Xianyu asked curiously. Why doesn't your majesty want me to know? It's not a big deal to begin with. Shang Junlin turned his head away to avoid Xianyu's focused gaze. The imperial physician said that your body needs to rest. This kind of thing isn't worth bothering you about. So it turned out to be for his body. Xianyu was stunned, and then a warm current surged in his heart. Xianyu grew up with difficulty with a sick body, so he received very little care since he was a child. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, there were very few people who truly cared about him purely because of his poor health. Shang Junlin seemed to have noticed his loss of self-control, so he added, I was also afraid that you would have nightmares at night and disturb my sleep. Don't worry, your majesty. With your majesty by my side, nothing can scare me. Xianyu didn't expose him. He smiled and leaned in front of the man, leaning his head on the man's shoulder. I finally found out that you are a fearless person. Feeling the weight on his shoulder that didn't belong to him, Shang Junlin smiled slightly. No, I'm afraid that your majesty will ignore me. Xianyu muttered. Without waiting for Shang Junlin to say anything, Xianyu continued, I know that your majesty is doing this for my own good. I won't blame your majesty for this. Besides, how can some strangers be more important than your majesty? Shang Junlin's grudge completely disappeared. He pointed his index finger at Xianyu's forehead and took the initiative to mention that palace maid's confession came out. Do you want to take a look? Xianyu nodded slightly. Because he was leaning on Shang Junlin's shoulder, every time he nodded, Shang Junlin could feel that his shoulder was gently rubbed against. Meng Chong, bring the confession. Yes. Eunuch Meng was amazed. He admired Xianyu's approach from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen anyone who could calm his majesty's anger in such a short time. Not only did this person do it, but he also coaxed his majesty into a good mood. Although his majesty didn't have much expression on his face, it wasn't difficult for Eunuch Meng, who was familiar with him, to see that his majesty was in a good mood now. The confession was quickly presented. Xianyu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and read it together with him. Perhaps because she was scared, Xianyu clearly told his majesty all the information that the original owner knew. While reading, Xianyu couldn't help but frown. After all, Xianyu was a peripheral figure. She didn't know much inside information. But from the information she gave, it could be vaguely seen how ambitious the person behind the scenes was. Although Xianyu already knew that there were spies planted in the palace, he didn't expect this net to be buried so deeply. Xianyu entered the palace 10 years ago. That was to say, 10 years ago, or even longer ago, these spies had already started planning. What Xianyu brought out was just the tip of the iceberg. Those who were hiding under the ice and deeper still hadn't revealed their tracks. There were many people like Xianyu in the palace. Usually, they wouldn't do anything. The person behind the scenes was very cautious. They would only make a move at the most critical moment. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he spent more time on the battlefield than in the palace. It was only in the past 2 years that he didn't go to the battlefield frequently because the country was recaptured. After reading the confession, Xianyu understood why Shang Junlin wanted the palace servants to watch the massacre. On one hand, it was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. On the other hand, it was to deliberately show the person behind the scenes. He used the bloodiest way to warn the enemy, don't play any dirty tricks in front of him. The names on the list might not be complete, but it didn't matter. After last night, who would dare to make the same mistake again? Moreover, Shang Junlin wasn't in the palace in the past. From now on, he would be here all the time. His control over the palace would be greatly increased. That palace maid only gave a small part of the information. But it's enough. Based on these clues, my men can find out everything I want. Xianxia was immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he heard Shang Junlin's voice. After a while, he realized that Shang Junlin was explaining to him. He hesitated and said, "This confession, it's just a cover-up. A part of it was found out by the hidden dragon guards." Xianxia understood. This was done to confuse the public. By pushing out Xianxia, the person behind the scenes wouldn't know how much the emperor knew about their actions. I didn't know that Imperial Censor Zhang had such a long reach. What a coincidence. According to Xianxia, a part of the information pointed to Imperial Censor Zhang. This Imperial Censor, who appeared to be honest and upright, had done a lot of good deeds behind the scenes. The hidden dragon guards found a lot of evidence based on these clues. Shang Junlin didn't hide anything from Xianxia and said, "I thought that he was just greedy. I didn't expect." Imperial Censor Zhang was born in an aristocratic family. He was one of the few officials who did a good job when the previous emperor was on the throne. His reputation had always been good. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he dismissed many officials who didn't do a good job. It was rare for Imperial Censor Zhang to stay. Who would have thought that everything was fake? "Your Majesty, do you want to publicize the evidence of Imperial Censor Zhang's crimes? You want me to publicize it?" Shang Junlin stared at Xianxia. "I just feel that he has done so many wrong things. He should be scolded by the people. It was too easy for someone like Imperial Censor Zhang to have a good reputation even after his death." Xianxia said, "If a person does something wrong, he should be responsible for his actions. Isn't that right, Your Majesty?" Shang Junlin said, "Your Majesty, everything you say makes sense." Xianxia said, "Then, Your Majesty, you scared my servant girl. Shouldn't you do something?" Shang Junlin didn't expect the topic to suddenly change to this matter. He looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. "Did you plan to ask for a reward for the servant girl you brought into the palace from the beginning? If possible, I hope that Your Majesty can do something to the other palace servants." "Sure." Shang Junlin was in a good mood and was happy to fulfill Xianxia's small request. "Meng Chang, do as Your Majesty says." "Oh, this servant thanks Your Majesty for your concern." Eunuch Meng smiled and accepted the order. The reward diluted the fear of the palace servants. The king of Yu waited for a few days, but there was no good news from the palace. He was so angry that he smashed his cup. "This is the foolproof plan you said? Who said that he wouldn't care about the life and death of the palace servants? 1 inch this." The confidant couldn't say. He also wanted to know why the emperor suddenly changed his mind. The palace servants who received the reward respected the emperor more than they feared him. Their original plan was ruined. Useless things. The king of Yu sighed. "Think about it carefully. What strange things have happened to him recently?" The king of Yu had some understanding of Shang Junlin. He knew that his imperial brother disdained to explain many things. He didn't care about other people's opinions. This time, comforting the palace servants didn't seem like something he would do. "If I have to say, does the newly conferred Xinguijun count?" The king of Yu suddenly grasped the table and his face darkened. When he mentioned Xianxia, he thought of the fact that he was treated as that person's substitute. However, other people didn't know. "I heard that Xinguijun is very favored. The incident happened in the harem. It's very likely that it has something to do with this person. Don't talk about it." The king of Yu wanted to vomit, but he couldn't show it. It was very uncomfortable. But now, there were more important things to do. "We'll talk about this later. Think about how to save young master He." He didn't forget the most important thing for him to hide his identity and come to the capital. Xianxia didn't care about what the king of Yu would do. He tidied himself up and planned to find out more about Xianxia. Xianxia was locked up in a special secret prison. Normally, Xianxia couldn't go there. He pestered Shang Junlin for a few days and finally got Shang Junlin to take him there. "You said that you can get something different. Don't forget." Outside the secret prison, Shang Junlin reminded him. Xianxia replied, "I know. As long as Your Majesty can give me some time alone with her and make sure that no one is spying on us during that period of time." Shang Junlin said, I'm really curious. What's the big secret that you mentioned? Why was Xinyu so sure that he could get something that even the hidden dragon guards couldn't get? Xinyu followed a hidden dragon guard into the secret prison. As the name suggested, the secret prison was dark and cold. The moment he stepped in, he felt like he was in hell. Xinyu tightened the cloak on his body and saw someone in a single cell. The prison guard opened the cell door and led the people out. Xinyu. The person who was cowering by the wall heard the movement and looked up. She saw that the person who came was Xinyu, whom she didn't want to see the most. She was about to say something when he lowered his voice and said a few words. Xinyu. The next moment, Xinyu widened her eyes in shock. How could it be? How did Xinyu know about it? What exactly did he, genius 1 second remember home address, www.bq50. CC Literature Network mobile version reading website, mbq50. CC. The word Xinyu said was mobile phone. He had accidentally heard it from Xianxia in his previous life. It was said that it was a necessary communication device for everyone in that era. Xinyu had intended to test Xinyu first, but he didn't expect her to give herself away so easily. This saved him a lot of effort. You also transmigrated from the modern era? Xinyu asked in surprise. Modern era, transmigration, it matched with Xianxin's origin. Xinyu was happy. He was worried that he couldn't find a way to understand Xianxin's origin, and now Xinyu had delivered herself to his doorstep. It really didn't take any effort at all. Xinyu had to calm her down before he could ask her what he wanted to know. Xinyu didn't hesitate to tell him about her original body, so she probably didn't care about her original body. She wasn't stupid, but she still hadn't told him her true origin. When did you? Xinyu was stunned when she found out that there were other transmigrators in this world besides her. Shoo, Xinyu put his finger to his lips and interrupted Xinyu. Xinyu hurriedly covered her mouth. Seeing that there was no one around, she felt relieved. She staggered to Xinyu's side and said anxiously, since we both came from that world, we should stand on the same side. Quickly get me out of here. I don't want to stay in this damned place for a second longer. This place is more terrible than the Imperial Prison. Imperial Prison. It was a new word. Xinyu narrowed his eyes. According to Xinyu's behavior, he could roughly guess what kind of place it was. Xinyu didn't have much time left, so he calmly asked, How? Did you get here? I don't know either. I was taking an afternoon nap in the workshop. When I opened my eyes, I became like this. Xinyu only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't have time to think about the deep meaning of Xinyu's words. Xinyu asked a few more questions, and Xinyu answered all of them. Not long after, Xinyu roughly understood what kind of era Xinyu had lived in. He was now certain of a few things. First, transmigration was not controlled by humans, and the reason for it was currently unknown. Second, Xinyu, Xianxia, and other transmigrators should have lived in an era thousands of years in the future. Everyone there was equal, there was no royal family, and the technology was far more advanced than Dahuan. Xinyu didn't know what to say. He was afraid that the other party would be suspicious, so Xinyu didn't dare to ask too much. Xinyu was very interested in modern technology. Unfortunately, what Xinyu knew was very shallow, so he could only give up. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Xinyu understood that it was reminding him that time was up. Finished talking? A low voice came from behind. Xinyu turned around. Sure enough, Shang Junlin, dressed in black, was walking out from the darkness. Hearing Shang Junlin's voice, Xinyu unconsciously trembled. Because the original owner was a palace maid, she was also brought to watch the massacre. How could a person who grew up in a peaceful era, who had never even killed a chicken, adapt to such a bloody scene? For the first time, Xinyu deeply understood how cruel the ancient era she lived in was. For some ancient people, killing people was as common as eating and drinking. Since that night, the last bit of fantasy she had about the emperor was obliterated. Now that she saw the emperor, she only wanted to find a crack to hide herself. Fortunately, Shang Junlin didn't pay much attention to her. Seeing Xinyu's relaxed attitude beside Shang Junlin, Xinyu's admiration for this fellow countryman rose several levels. It's cold in the prison. It's time to go back. Xin Yu's hand felt warm. When he saw the man's slightly concerned eyes, he was startled. He didn't notice that his hand had become so cold in such a short time. His hand was held by the man, and a steady stream of warmth spread from his fingers to his heart. Xin Yu smiled, "Okay, Your Majesty. Let's go back. Did you find out anything?" Xin Yu shook his head. "Actually, I didn't have much hope. After my mother passed away, not to mention the residents of Northern Marquis, even the capital seemed to have been erased overnight. It's as if my mother had never appeared in Dahuan." When Xin Yu told Shang Junlin that he wanted to talk to Xin Yu alone, he used the excuse of looking for clues about his mother. Xin Yu's mother's case was indeed strange. Shang Junlin also asked the Hidden Dragon guards to investigate, but strangely, they couldn't find any useful clues. Now that there was a woman who looked similar to Xin Yu, and she was deliberately placed in the palace, it was normal for Xin Yu to be concerned. "Don't worry," Shang Junlin was silent for a while and didn't ask about the details of the conversation between Xin Yu and Xin Yu. "Is Your Majesty comforting me?" Xin Yu laughed, "I expected this result, so I'm not too disappointed. Now that I have Your Majesty by my side, I'm no longer the child who wanted his mother's company." The two of them walked in the dark and cold prison hand in hand, and a steady stream of enthusiasm came from beside them. Xin Yu tilted his head and looked at Shang Junlin's handsome side profile and sharp eyes. This kind of man, standing at the peak of power, would give in for me, and would show gentleness in small details. It's so easy to move my heart. Your Majesty. Xin Yu suddenly stopped, and Shang Junlin looked at him in confusion. Xin Yu was about to say something, but his gaze froze. He saw two sneaky figures passing by not far away from them, and then he looked at them again. There were only a few palace servants far behind them. Young Master Xin Yu's mind exploded, and he didn't have time to think. He pulled Shang Junlin and ran in the direction of the sneaky figures. Your Majesty, is there someone following us secretly? Xin Yu was exhausted, and he was panting. Are you referring to the Hidden Dragon guards? The situation was urgent, and Xin Yu couldn't watch young Master He being taken away by the King of Yu's men. I saw a few suspicious figures, and I suspect that someone is going to break out of the prison. Shang Junlin didn't say much, and he directly ordered the Hidden Dragon guards. Xin Yu pulled his sleeve. Your Majesty, Xin Yu, I'll arrange for someone to go over. As they had to take care of Xin Yu's body, they were slower than the Hidden Dragon guards. When they arrived, the criminals were already subdued. Xin Yu was half blocked by Shang Junlin, and he looked at the man who took the sword from his subordinate. He lifted the chin of one of the criminals and asked, Tell me, who ordered you to come here? You are a tyrant who kills innocent people. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Oh? Is that so? Shang Junlin kept his sword, and blood dripped from the sharp blade. The person who was talking just now had already fallen to the ground, and he died with his eyes wide open. The prison guard who was bribed and the other two prisoners were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect Shang Junlin to suddenly appear in the prison, and they also didn't expect Shang Junlin to kill them so quickly. Xin Yu smelled the strong smell of blood, and he popped his head out from behind Shang Junlin. Other than the one who was lying in a pool of blood, there were 3 other prisoners in the prison. 2 of them were dressed as prison guards, and their heads were lowered. The last one was dressed in a prisoner's uniform, and he was curled up against the wall. His hair covered his face, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Xin Yu poked Shang Junlin, but there was no response. He coughed, Your Majesty, let's send someone to check on the prisoners. No. One of the prison guards said subconsciously, but he suddenly realized something and his face turned pale. Unfortunately, no one would listen to him. As soon as Xin Yu finished speaking, the Hidden Dragon guards walked to young Master He under Shang Junlin's instructions. They ignored young Master He's struggle and rudely removed the hair on young Master He's face. When Shang Junlin saw young Master He's face, he squinted his eyes, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. That was not the real young Master He. No matter how similar the body shape was, it couldn't hide the fact that he wasn't young Master He. It seems that I have been too lenient on all of you. The prison guards who rushed over after receiving the news heard what Shang Junlin said. Their legs turned to jelly, and they all knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive us for our negligence. Shang Junlin didn't even look at them. He walked to the prison guard who had been silent all this while, and pointed his sword at his neck. "Raise your head." The prison guard didn't move. Shang Junlin exerted some force, and the tip of the sword slowly pierced into the skin of the prison guard's neck. Blood slowly seeped out. The prison guard panicked. He could feel the murderous aura from Shang Junlin. If he didn't raise his head, he would die regardless of whether he was young master He or not. Xianxia was still standing at a safe spot with 2 hidden dragon guards beside him. He saw the prison guard slowly raise his head, and he saw an old face. It wasn't young master He. Shang Junlin didn't kill a second prison guard. He threw his sword away and wiped his hands with a handkerchief that his subordinate passed to him. He said coldly, "Go and investigate." The moment Xianxia realized that something was wrong, the hidden dragon guards had already taken control of the prison. Not long after, someone brought in a young man who was completely paralyzed. He was also dressed as a prison guard, and after he was thrown back into the prison, he kept trembling. Xianxia sized up this young master He, who would bring about a bloodbath in the future. He was still very young and could be considered handsome. However, his complexion was too pale, which damaged his beauty. After young master He was found, Shang Junlin didn't want to stay any longer. He directly changed the guards of the prison. Xianxia didn't care about what happened to the previous guards. He was sent back to Yuzhong Palace by Shang Junlin, and there were a few hidden dragon guards following him in the dark. Xianxia knew that his actions today were too rash. It was normal for Shang Junlin to be on guard against him. Young master He was secretly imprisoned, and he shouldn't know about this now. After entering the palace, Xianxia had been thinking about how to tell Shang Junlin that someone wanted to secretly kidnap young master He. However, before he could find a reason, he was sent to the prison because of Xianxia. He also happened to bump into the prison guard who was about to break out. He didn't know if Shang Junlin would believe him if he explained it this way. That group of people's movements were too secretive. First, they bribed the jailer in the secret prison and secretly replaced the real young master He. They also arranged enough people outside to receive him. If Xianxia hadn't coaxed Shang Junlin to come to the secret prison, this group of people might have taken the real young master He out without anyone knowing. A day later, Xianxia did not wait for Shang Junlin to condemn him. His movements were not restricted, and he did not feel like he was being watched at all times. Rather than saying that those people were here to monitor him, it was better to say that they were here to protect his safety. "Your Majesty has arrived." Xianxia suddenly stood up. His movement was so big that he knocked over the teacup on the table. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shang Junlin saw Xianxia holding the teacup in a hurry as soon as he came in. "I was just thinking about your Majesty, and now your Majesty is here. Doesn't this mean that your Majesty and I have telepathy?" Xianxia was flustered for a moment, and he quickly adjusted himself. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Xianxia pretended to be ignorant. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? What do I have to say to your Majesty?" "Your Majesty, do you want to hear me say that I like?" "Xianxia," Shang Junlin interrupted him faintly, "you know what I'm talking about. If I say that it's really just a coincidence, will your Majesty believe me?" Xianxia lowered his eyebrows and his voice was full of uncertainty. "What do you think?" Shang Junlin asked him back. "I don't think so," Xianxia answered in his heart. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't believe it. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? If there were too many coincidences, most of them were man-made. "Your Majesty," Xianxia took a deep breath, "today, I really just want to see Xianxia to solve my doubts. Whether you believe it or not, the other thing is really just a coincidence." Xianxia didn't expect that the day he chose would coincide with the kidnapping of young master He. He didn't know whether God was helping him or harming him. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you, why did you insist that the suspicious people were trying to break into the prison? How did you find out about He Jinyuan?" Shang Junlin approached Xianxia and felt a strong sense of oppression. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia's face, not letting go of any changes in his expression. Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he was a little flustered in his heart. He Jinyuan was the name of young master He. He could find a reasonable excuse for any of the things that happened that day, except for this. Shang Junlin reached out and touched Xianyu's cheek. His hand was as warm as usual, but it gave Xianyu a sense of coolness for no reason. Xianyu, don't lie to me. Your Majesty, Xianyu reached out and covered the man's hand. Your Majesty, you have to believe that I will always be on your side. Of course, I know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in Yuzhong Palace right now, but in the dark prison. Shang Junlin's eyes were dark, and his fingertips were caressing Xianyu's face. He was very confident in the hidden dragon guards that he had groomed. Other than the few people that he had purposely revealed, no one else would know that He Jinyuan was in the secret prison. Xianyu shouldn't know either, unless he was involved with those people. Xianyu had interacted with Prince Yu before entering the palace. Was there any other connection between them that he didn't know? Seeing that Shang Junlin's eyes were getting darker and darker, Xianyu quickly searched through his memories. He had to dispel Shang Junlin's suspicions. Shang Junlin was here to live a carefree life. There was no reason for him to torment himself after being reborn. Your Majesty, before I entered the palace, I happened to hear someone talk about the secret prison and the exchange of prisoners. It was said by someone who looked similar to Your Majesty in front of his subordinates. At that time, I only heard it once. That day, when I met a sneaky person in the secret prison, I suddenly remembered this matter and my mouth was faster than my brain. Xianyu reflected on it after the incident. The result was that he was too impulsive at that time. At that time, he only thought that he couldn't let Prince Yu's people take He Jinyuan away. He didn't expect that a young master from an aristocratic family who stayed in the palace all year round due to illness shouldn't be so sensitive. I know what I'm saying is unbelievable, but that's the truth. Everything is a coincidence that couldn't be more coincidental. Your Majesty, you chose to ask me alone because you couldn't find any traces of human activity. That's right. I didn't find anything. Shang Junlin didn't mind picking a fight with Xianyu and said, you better pray that I will never find anything. I didn't do anything. Your Majesty can investigate as you wish. Feeling that the atmosphere had eased, Xianyu turned his head and rubbed the hand on his face. Your Majesty, please don't scare me in the future. I'm timid and can't stand being scared. I think you are very brave. The skin under his hand was warmed and felt better than the best warm jade. Under Xianyu's bright and innocent eyes, Shang Junlin took back his hand and calmly rubbed his index finger with his thumb. Next, do you want to ask for compensation from me? His noble son was very delicate and didn't want to be wronged at all. Shang Junlin remembered that a favorite concubine of the late emperor had raised a cat that was sent from a foreign country. That cat was beautiful and noble, and its eyes were clear, just like Xianyu. Your Majesty really knows me. But this time I don't want any reward. Your Majesty, please tell me the follow-up and satisfy my curiosity. Xianyu knew that in front of a person like Shang Junlin, the more open his attitude was, the better. Aren't you afraid that I will continue to suspect you? Shang Junlin was surprised. Your Majesty, do you mean that you don't suspect me now? Xianyu asked back. Shang Junlin lifted Xianyu's chin and looked at his face. Sometimes, I really don't know if I should say that you are smart or that you have a big heart. I must be smart. How can a stupid person stand next to Your Majesty? Xianyu didn't hesitate. Your Majesty is always right. Shang Junlin let go of Xianyu's face and walked to the edge of the couch. Come here. Don't you want to hear the follow-up? Xianyu obediently walked to Shang Junlin and sat down. I ordered people to investigate, but only a few people were found. The person behind the scenes was too cautious. He didn't show himself from beginning to end. Every order was passed down through several middlemen. The incident with young master he happened in secret. The court didn't hear anything about it. Shang Junlin ordered people to pay close attention to the movements of several ministers, but they still didn't find anything. The person behind the scenes wanted to push the blame to several ministers who were already in prison. My people were busy for a few days, but all the clues were suddenly cut off midway. That person was sure that Your Majesty wouldn't say anything. Why don't Your Majesty bring the matter to the surface? The two chatted for a while. Shang Junlin never treated Xianyu as a bird in a golden cage. Occasionally, Xianyu would ask about the previous court, and he would chat with him. Although they didn't talk much, it wasn't difficult to feel Xianyu's sensitivity to the court. It was really stupid of Count Shenbei to send such a son into the palace. During the morning court, Shang Junlin changed his usual behavior and announced that someone had broken out of prison. However, he didn't tell the details of the people who had been kidnapped. The ministers thought that it was Imperial Censor Zhang and the others who had been kidnapped. It was true that they wanted to save Imperial Censor Zhang and the others, but they didn't want to break out of prison. The current Shang Junlin wasn't tyrannical enough to make the ministers angry. What they wanted to know was how Imperial Censor Zhang had offended the emperor. Leave this matter to official Fang. In half a month, I want a satisfactory answer. Official Fang respectfully bowed, yes, Your Majesty. Ignoring the minister's surprise, Shang Junlin assigned a few more assistants to official Fang. If there's nothing else, you may leave. After giving the order, Shang Junlin planned to leave. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rites stood up, Your Majesty's birthday is coming soon. Will everything be as usual this year? Everyone suddenly realized that it was almost His Majesty's birthday. In previous years, preparations would have started at this time. However, there were too many things happening this year and it was almost neglected. Shang Junlin, who was about to nod, thought of something and stopped himself. This matter can be discussed with Xingui Jun. All the ministers suddenly realized that their majesty was no longer alone. Xinyu also heard the palace servants mention this matter. Your Majesty's birthday? Xinyu asked while trimming the plum blossoms in the vase. Yes, Your Majesty's birthday is in half a month. Every year at this time, the palace will hold a birthday banquet. This year, Your Majesty has entered the palace. It will definitely be more lively than in previous years. The palace servants liked Xinyu very much. Especially after the previous incident, their good impression of him had skyrocketed. Your Majesty, official Lu of the Ministry of Rites requests an audience. A palace servant came in to report. Why did the official Lu of the Ministry of Rites come to see me? Although he was puzzled, Xinyu still asked the palace servant to invite him in. The official Lu of the Ministry of Rites himself was also very puzzled. Although Xinyu was also a man, Xinyu was the emperor's man after all. It was not good for him to see him as a man. He also told the emperor about his concerns after the court, but the emperor still asked him to come directly. Without any other choice, the official Lu of the Ministry of Rites had to come. This minister greets Your Majesty. Official Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Come, take a seat. It was not the first time that Xinyu saw the official Lu of the Ministry of Rites. The last time they met was when he entered the palace. Official Lu directly explained his intentions. Xinyu listened to their regulations and felt that there were no big problems. He picked out some small details and changed them. After the process was set, official Lu left. Xinyu sat in the same place and was somewhat puzzled. This year should not be the day when the vassal kings returned to the capital. Why was there a vassal kings returning to the capital? Xinyu decided to wait for Shang Junlin to come and ask him. In an inconspicuous mansion in the capital. When the king of Yu heard the news that the emperor was going to investigate, he only felt that his vision turned black. He did not understand why everything was different from what he imagined when he came to the capital. The emperor's style of doing things changed greatly. Everything he wanted to do failed. Every result made him want to vomit blood. He took a deep breath and asked, where are the people we sent out? Is there still no news at all? In order to save the young master the king of Yu spent a lot of money to borrow a group of people. But now they were not brought out, and these people were all gone. The subordinate lowered his head and said with difficulty. Yes. I shouldn't have counted on you, a group of wastes. The king of Yu paced a few steps. How is the aftermath? Will they investigate this? Your Highness, don't worry. They will definitely not find out. He was sure about this. Strictly speaking, the prison break did not go through their hands. Whether it was the order or the people used, it had nothing to do with the king of Yu. You can leave. All plans will be suspended for this period of time. The king of Yu waved his hand weakly. He really did not get any benefits from coming to the capital this time. No, it was not that he did not gain anything. Thinking of the concubine's son who always had strange ideas in the Count of Shenbei's residence, the king of Yu narrowed his eyes. The news that the king of Yu and Shen Qingran hooked up again was passed to Xingyu through Mushi's mouth. In the past, this servant thought that he was really loyal to the young master. I was really blind. Mushi curled her lips. Fortunately, the young master is clear-minded and was not deceived by that person. Your young master is smart. He is the one who deceives others. How can others deceive him? Shang Junlin's low voice came from outside the door. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC Mushi didn't expect that Shang Junlin would come at this time. When he came in, he didn't let anyone inform him. Shang Junlin usually came to Yuzhong Palace at a fixed time, usually in the evening or at night. Because of this, Mushi usually chose to talk to Xingyu in the morning. Even after entering the palace, Xingyu didn't forget to let people keep an eye on the Count of Jinbei's residence. The focus of attention was naturally Shen Qingran, the protagonist of the original novel. Every once in a while, there would be news from outside the palace. He didn't expect that the Prince of Yu and Shen Qingran had hooked up so early. It was even earlier than what Xingyu saw in the novel. Was it because of his withdrawal? Well, at this time in his previous life, Shen Qingran had already entered the palace. The progress of their relationship could only be stagnant. Shang Junlin had already entered the room. Xingyu didn't want to think too much. He quickly gathered his thoughts and got up to greet him. Is your majesty done with your work today? Shang Junlin was very diligent in government affairs. He spent most of his time on official business every day. Sometimes, he even brought memorials to Yuzhong Palace. If I didn't come at this time, I wouldn't have heard your little servant girl say such interesting things. Shang Junlin didn't answer Xinyu's question. His hawk-like eyes fell on Mushi. Tell me, who bullied our prince? Your Majesty, please forgive me. I. Mushi knelt down with a plop and kept her head lowered. His Majesty is curious. It doesn't matter if you say it. At most, your master will be made fun of. Xingyu didn't care. Mushi couldn't help but look at Xingyu. She was surprised to find that there was no panic on Xinyu's face. It seemed that asking her to say it wasn't a big deal. Xingyu really didn't mind that Shang Junlin knew about this. The relationship between him and Shang Junlin was not a normal relationship between an emperor and an imperial concubine. Even if Mushi tried her best to hide it, Shang Junlin might have already found out about it. Let me say it. Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me. Xingyu sighed and walked to Shang Junlin's side. Pulling on his sleeve, he said with an aggrieved expression, it's just that before entering the palace, someone who said that she liked me and couldn't live without me, turned around and got together with her Shu Di at home. It can be seen that the love that men talk about is just talk. You can't believe everything. Oh? Shang Junlin took the opportunity to grab Xinyu's waist and pull her close to him. He lowered his head and said intimately, then, is Guijun sad? The man's voice was full of affection, with an indescribable meaning. Xinyu's skin on the side of her neck turned a light pink under the man's hot breath. Her jade-like skin was dyed red, and the man's eyes darkened. His voice became low and hoarse. Zhen will help Guijun vent his anger, okay? The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, and the arm around her waist tightened. Xingyu looked at the man's dark eyes, and her heart tightened. The warm sunlight came in through the open window, and half of it fell on the two of them. Xingyu felt that the arm around her waist was much hotter than the sunlight, as if it was going to burn. Your Majesty. Xingyu turned her head to avoid the man's gaze, you're hurting me. Shang Junlin looked at him for a while and let go of his arm, Guijun is so delicate. What will happen in the future? His meaningful words successfully made the young man's cheeks blush, especially his earlobe, like a plump fruit that was tempting to be picked. Shang Junlin's fingers moved slightly, wanting to touch the young man's red earlobe. Away from the man's heat, Xingyu slowly calmed down. If Shang Junlin was not still here, he would have rubbed his face. Mushi, you can leave first. Xingyu glanced at the maid kneeling at the side, and coughed softly. Mushi bowed her head and left. Shang Junlin came in alone. After Mushi left, only Shang Junlin and Xingyu were left in the room. Xingyu poured a cup of tea for himself. After drinking it, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he poured another cup. Your Majesty, do you want some? Shang Junlin took the cup and drank it. Gui Jun, do you really not want Shen to vent your anger for you? Xinyu looked up at the man and was stunned. The man's face did not have any joking expression, and he was asking him very seriously. Your Majesty, I don't care about what happened before I entered the palace. What's more, how can other people compare to your Majesty? With your Majesty here, what other people do has nothing to do with me. Xinyu rubbed the teacup and said lightly. But if your Majesty can make them suffer, I'm very happy to see it. Shang Junlin only said one word before he was interrupted by Xinyu. As for the two main characters in the book that he saw after his death, Xinyu was happy to find trouble for them. The situation in the imperial court changed rapidly. Fang Jun was a humble official promoted by Shang Junlin after he ascended the throne. He enforced the law impartially and was very talented in investigating cases. He was one of Shang Junlin's direct subordinates and held a position in the Supreme Court. His current position was not high. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he began to cultivate his power in the imperial court on a large scale, so there were not many people he could use. The more he investigated, the more Fang Jun felt that this case was not simple. He originally wanted to investigate the person who planned to break the prison, but he did not expect that what he found was evidence of Imperial Censor Zhang's corruption and perversion of the law. One after another, it was a ghastly sight. He finally understood why Imperial Censor Zhang was suddenly imprisoned. The people who helped him with the case looked at the evidence in silence. Not long ago, they felt that Imperial Censor Zhang was unjustly punished. Now, those memories were like slaps to their faces. Their faces hurt. Fang Jun, these things were hot in their hands. Most importantly, they did not know the emperor's attitude. Did the emperor know what Imperial Censor Zhang did? If he knew, how much did he know? Why didn't he announce it when Imperial Censor Zhang was imprisoned? I'll go to the palace first. You all must not act rashly and do not leak the news, otherwise, this official knows. Fang Jun, don't worry. They looked at each other and understood that they could no longer stay out of this matter. Imperial Censor Zhang took the evidence into the palace and talked with Shang Junlin for an entire afternoon in the imperial study. No one knew what they talked about, but the next day, Fang Jun's words set off a huge wave in the imperial court. How could it be? The officials looked at each other in dismay. There were also a few who obviously knew the inside story, averting their eyes and not daring to look at the man on the throne. Did the emperor know? How much did he know? Were their secrets also exposed? Countless questions hovered in their minds. In their panic, they could not help but pray that the emperor did not know about their secret. After the commotion, an official stood up and asked, Fang Jun, may I ask if you can verify the authenticity of the evidence? I have verified all the evidence and witnesses. The evidence is conclusive and there is no possibility of framing. Fang Jun knew what they were puzzled about. When he first received the evidence, he also had the same doubts. After confirming that there was no mistake, he dared to enter the palace to meet the emperor. The discussion in the hall grew louder. No one would have thought that Fang Jun's investigation of the prison break would lead to such a huge discovery. So, the emperor had thrown Censor Zhang into prison without any explanation. Was it because he knew about this, or was it a blind cat that hit a dead mouse? Are you done discussing? An emotionless voice came from the throne. The official suddenly quieted down. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Shang Junlin's gaze casually swept across the officials. A few of the weaker ones almost knelt down. With one hand supporting his chin, Shang Junlin said coldly, Fang Jun, tell me everything you found out. Fang Jun cupped his hands and said loudly, guilty official Zhang Yuhua, in the 17th year of Qingping, seized 2,000 mu of fertile land. In the 21st year of Qingping, in the large hall, only Fang Jun's voice could be heard. It took almost half an hour to finish reading all the evidence. In the silence, Shang Junlin's cold voice sounded, is there anyone else pleading for Imperial Censor Zhang? No one dared to answer. A few days ago, they were all kneeling here and begging the emperor to release Imperial Censor Zhang. What was the result? It was all a waste of their sincerity. An old official trembled as he stood up, Your Majesty, Was this the reason why the guilty official Zhang was arrested? Shang Junlin, what do you think, Elder Chen? Elder Chen, this official was too biased. Shang Junlin, Fang Jun, I will entrust Imperial Censor Zhang's case to you. Do not disappoint me. Fang Jun, this official accepts the order. I will not disappoint your majesty. The morning court session ended with complicated feelings. Imperial Censor Zhang's case also spread throughout the capital. Those who were crying out for Imperial Censor Zhang were all dumbfounded. There were also a small number of people who refused to believe it. However, with the evidence, they had no choice but to believe it. The news also spread throughout the palace. I already said that your majesty would not kill innocent people. Imperial Censor Zhang's arrest was indeed his own fault. Yes, who would have thought that Imperial Censor Zhang, who has always been fair and incorruptible, would secretly be a person who preys on the common people. Outside, there are rumors about how cruel your majesty is. But think about it carefully. We have been in the palace for so many years, but we have never seen your majesty casually find a reason to punish us. That's right. And those people who were killed last time. Didn't they explain later that they were colluding with foreign officials and secretly spreading news from the palace to outside the palace? If you ask me, those people deserve to die. Hearing the discussion in front of him, Xianxia stopped in his tracks, and the people walking beside him also stopped. However, they had caused a commotion. The few palace servants who were talking stopped talking and walked over. Xianxia pulled Shang Junlin to the side to hide. Unfortunately, it was too late. The palace servants who came to investigate bumped into them. Your Majesty, with a plop sound, the palace servant knelt down. Thinking of what he had just said, the palace servant's face turned pale. When the others heard the noise, they knelt down to pay their respects. Their bodies were slightly trembling, and their faces were very ugly. Shang Junlin's face was cold and did not speak. Xianxia pulled his sleeve. Seeing that Shang Junlin did not show any signs of speaking, he had no choice but to send these palace servants away. After everyone left, Shang Junlin coldly asked, "Am I so shameful? When I met a few palace servants, they wanted to pull me away to hide. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? I just don't want to scare them. Look at them, they are so scared that they are trembling when they walk." Xianxia did not understand how he made Shang Junlin unhappy, so he subconsciously smoothed his hair. Realizing his gaffe, Shang Junlin frowned. Your Majesty, Xianxia suddenly approached and interrupted Shang Junlin's words. Does your Majesty have anything to say? Shang Junlin's line of sight was suddenly occupied by a magnified and stunning face. He was startled. What? Just now, after hearing what those little palace maids said, do you have any thoughts? Xianxia's eyes were full of interest. Does your Majesty not want to explain what those palace maids said to the public? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Your Majesty, please tell me. Xianxia was unwilling to give up. Guijun, mind your own business. Shang Junlin's tone was somewhat unhappy. You shouldn't meddle in things that you shouldn't. I know. Xianxia ended the topic with Lu Russian. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Shang Junlin didn't know why Xianxia didn't continue. He also didn't know why this was what he wanted, but it made him feel worse. Even in winter, the scenery of the imperial palace didn't appear bleak. Instead, it had a different flavor. The cold-resistant flowers and plants offered by the southern kingdom grew freely. Not far away, there were beautiful red plum blossoms. Under the decoration of various colors, the winter became different. The two walked forward in silence. Xianxia's eyes were full of the scenery around him. Because of his health, he could only stay indoors most of the winter. If he was exposed to the wind, he would have to lie down for 10 days to half a month. If Imperial Physician Gu hadn't nursed his body this winter, he definitely wouldn't have been able to walk outside without any worries like now. It snowed lightly last night. The places where no one walked were covered with a light layer of white. Xianxia looked around as he walked. He didn't notice that the man beside him had been looking at him. I don't say it because I'm the emperor. I don't need to explain to others what I do. An indifferent voice came. Xianxia paused. He suddenly realized that His Majesty seemed to be answering his question. Xianxia stopped and looked sideways at Shang Junlin. But if your Majesty doesn't say it, they will make wild guesses and misinterpret your Majesty's true intentions. Guijun seems to be very concerned about my reputation. Shang Junlin's tone seemed to be stating a fact. I'm now one with your Majesty. Your Majesty is my husband. Isn't it normal for me to be concerned about my husband's reputation? Is that what you think? Shang Junlin looked at Xianxia ambiguously. Xianxia was afraid of the cold. Whenever he went out, he had to wear thick clothes. The thin young man didn't look bloated even if he wore thick clothes. It couldn't hide his transparent temperament. The young man's eyes were clear and his expression was calm. It seemed that what he said was sincere. Your Majesty, what else do you think I would think? Xianxia tilted his head. Actually, Your Majesty, you can take it that I don't like their behavior and don't want them to die peacefully. Xianxia's eyes darkened. In his previous life, the king of Yu and others had seized the throne by accumulating many little drops into an ocean. To be honest, he didn't care who the throne would eventually fall on. However, as long as he was alive, the king of Yu wouldn't be able to get what he wanted like in his previous life. After staying outside for a long time, Xianxia's face was red from the cold. Shang Junlin reached out and touched it gently. I feel your kindness. Xianxia? No, how did she feel my feelings? Your Majesty, you don't have to be embarrassed. I already know your feelings for me. Shang Junlin suddenly realized that it was the secret information from the hidden dragon guards. He changed the topic. I will listen to you on this matter. Until he returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xianxia still didn't understand why Shang Junlin's attitude was so strange. Because of this matter, Xianxia forgot to ask Shang Junlin about the return of the vassal kings. Forget it, I will ask next time. Xianxia murmured. Your Majesty, this is the revised schedule of the banquet. Please take a look. Xianxia took it and looked through it carefully. He said, tell them to follow the arrangement. Yes. After the servant left, Xianxia stood by the window and looked into the distance. Yuzhong Palace was not far from the emperor's bedroom. He didn't know what the original designer of Yuzhong Palace was thinking. From where Xianxia was standing now, he could see the corner of the emperor's bedroom. He couldn't see the specific figure, but it was enough to remind him of the person. After standing for a while, Xianxia felt a little cold. He walked back to the table and sat down. In his previous life, Shen Qingran was not conferred the title of emperor when he entered the palace. He also didn't participate in the banquet. Xianxia didn't participate in the banquet, so he didn't know what happened at the banquet. The process of the banquet was complicated. Fortunately, Xianxia had similar experience in his previous life. He also had the help of people who were familiar with the process. It was quite easy for him to handle it. With the arrival of the emperor's birthday, the news that Feng Jun announced became more and more shocking. This time, with the emperor's permission, the news was not deliberately hidden. The people and the officials almost received the news at the same time. Just like when the officials first received the news, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Censor Zhang was used to maintaining his reputation. The people in the capital had a good impression of him. Suddenly, they found out that he had done so many things behind the scenes. They were unwilling to believe it. However, the evidence given by the imperial court was too sufficient. The shocking facts were in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. So, Censor Zhang was arrested not because he angered that person, but because his crimes were unforgivable? But, if that's the case, why didn't they announce his crimes from the beginning? That person must have a reason for doing so. Think about it, after Censor Zhang was imprisoned, didn't they catch a few more of his accomplices? Yes, it's all thanks to His Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess. He had anticipated that someone would break into the prison and set up an inescapable net to catch those people. Everyone talked at once. A few people who were leading the conversation looked at each other and quietly left the crowd. These people were ordered to do things by Xianxia. Xianxia was in the imperial palace, but there were not many restrictions. He had a dark network. Although it was not as large as in his previous life, it was not difficult to do some small things in the capital. Young master, the matter you ordered has been completed. Mushi whispered as she poured Xinyu a cup of tea. What's the situation outside? Xinyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Everything is the same as before, except. Mushi's face revealed a strange expression. Second young master broke his leg. For some reason, he angered the Marquis. In a fit of anger, the Marquis put him under house arrest. Xinyu suddenly thought of the day when Shang Junlin asked him if he wanted to help him vent his anger. He felt that Shen Qingran's matter must have something to do with him. However, would the monarch of a country really help him vent his anger over such a small matter? Xinyu's mood was indescribably complicated. He put down the teacup and asked, "Do you know how Shen Qingran broke his leg?" Mushi shook her head. "Our people didn't find the reason. I will ask them to investigate carefully." "No need." Xinyu rubbed the sides of the cup. If this matter was really done by Shang Junlin, they might not be able to find anything even if they investigated further. Well, as an elder brother, when I heard that my younger brother broke his leg, should I send someone to ask about it? If young master sends someone, the Marquis and second young master will definitely be happy. Mushi's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. After leaving the manor for so long, the Marquis of Zhenbei would definitely welcome Xinyu if he sent someone to the Marquis's manor. As for second young master, he had to pretend to be happy even if he was not happy. Previously, when they were in the Marquis's manor, second young master often bullied her young master because Madame Ru was favored. He even snatched their normal things. Mushi had long remembered this. Well, you can arrange it as you see fit. He couldn't let Marquis Zhenbei forget that he still had a legitimate son who was sent to the palace by him. Xinyu didn't want to see the scene of Marquis Zhenbei and Madame Ru as close as a family after he left. Yes. Mushi thought of countless ways to embarrass the Marquis's manor, but she rejected them one by one. She had to think of a way to make the Marquis's manor feel uncomfortable, but others couldn't criticize her. Why didn't Imperial Physician Gu come today? Xinyu suddenly remembered that Imperial Physician Gu seemed to have not come for a few days. Imperial Physician Gu asked for leave a few days ago. He said that the child at home caused some trouble and had to deal with it. Mushi brought the warm medicine. Before Imperial Physician Gu left, he prepared the herbs that young master needed and also left a token. If young master needs it, you can go to him at any time. Why? Xinyu remembered that some time ago, Mushi was frightened by Shang Junlin, so he deliberately gave her a leave. Imperial Physician Gu didn't come to Yuzhong Palace after that. It must have happened during that time. Mushi's words also confirmed his guess. It's my fault. I wanted to find time to tell young master, but these days, for some reason, His Majesty came to Yuzhong Palace whenever he was free. Mushi was afraid that it would be like last time, so she didn't find a chance to tell Xinyu. It's okay. Did Imperial Physician Gu say where to find him? A pharmacy on West Street in the capital. Xinyu's understanding of Imperial Physician Gu came from that person in his previous life. He didn't even know the specific time when Imperial Physician Gu was punished. He asked Mushi because he was worried that Imperial Physician Gu suffered the same thing as in his previous life when he didn't know. Little did he know that Imperial Physician Gu was also afraid at this time. In a secluded courtyard, a young man in black was practicing swordsmanship. The young man in light blue clothes looked at the young man in the courtyard with a gentle gaze and felt very lucky. When the young man noticed Imperial Physician Gu, he put away his sword and ran over. Imperial Physician Gu touched the young man's sweaty hair and said, "I have to go back to work tomorrow. You stay at home and don't cause trouble. Are you going to take care of that Guijun again?" The young man curled his lips. "Don't be rude. Guijun is my benefactor. You should respect him." Knowing that this child was stubborn, Imperial Physician Gu told him what had happened these days. "I didn't know you encountered such a dangerous situation." The young man was scared after listening. He hugged the young man's waist and said in a muffled voice, "Shin Guijun is my benefactor from now on." In a place where Imperial Physician Gu couldn't see, Gu Huai's eyes were dark. At noon, the imperial chef in the palace made new snacks. The white pastries were decorated with bright plum blossoms. The fragrance was sweet but not greasy. Xinyu couldn't help but eat a little more. He was a little full, so he walked outside to digest. When Shang Junlin came, he saw Xinyu's lazy appearance. He walked over and hugged Xinyu. Xinyu leaned on him and helped him walk. Shang Junlin said, "If you're tired, go in and rest." Xinyu shook his head, "I'm digesting. I'm a little full." Zhen was wondering what happened to you. Shang Junlin's eyes had a hint of a smile. "Why are you still full?" "It's because the new imperial chef sent by your majesty made delicious snacks." Xinyu pretended to complain. "Then Zhen should transfer him away?" Shang Junlin lowered his head and approached. "No, it's mine now." Xinyu hurriedly turned his head and his voice suddenly disappeared. His lips just happened to touch Shang Junlin's sharp jawline. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Strange emotions spread in the air. Xinyu forgot to move for a moment and maintained the posture of half leaning on Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin didn't know what to think, but he didn't push him away at first. In the end, Xinyu came back to his senses first and hurriedly retreated. "Be careful." The road was slippery on a snowy day. Xinyu retreated too quickly and almost slipped. Shang Junlin was quick to help him up. Xinyu's emotions fluctuated too much. After calming down for a while, he saw the man's arm firmly supporting him. He lowered his eyes awkwardly. For a long time, the man still didn't show any signs of letting go of him. Xinyu carefully glanced at him and asked, "Your Majesty?" "Yes?" Shang Junlin's expression was calm and his eyes were clear. Obviously, he was in a normal state. Xinyu secretly laughed at himself for overthinking. It was just an accidental touch. How could Shang Junlin lose his composure because of it? "Go in." "Okay." Xinyu was sent back to his room by Shang Junlin. The two stayed for a while before Shang Junlin left. Xinyu didn't take the accident to heart, but he didn't know how many waves were set off in Shang Junlin's heart at this moment. Shang Junlin went all the way back to the imperial study. Except for eunuch Meng, he dismissed all the servants. He couldn't focus on the official business that he usually handled easily. His mind was full of the soft touch on his chin. It was cold and soft. Shang Junlin couldn't help but reach out and touch the place where Xinyu touched. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. "Why?" Eunuch Meng stood aside and looked down. He didn't dare to make a sound to disturb the emperor, who was in deep thought. Xinyu woke up from his afternoon nap and was shocked to see the man sitting by the bed. "Why didn't your Majesty let someone call me?" Xinyu sat up with the quilt. "I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you." Shang Junlin also couldn't figure out why he suddenly came to Yuzhong Palace and sat beside Xinyu's bed for the whole afternoon. The man's expression remained the same. Xinyu didn't think much about it. He got up and put on his clothes. "How long has His Majesty been here?" Shang Junlin lied without batting an eyelid, "I just got here not long ago." Mu Shi, who had been tidying up Xinyu's outer robe for more than an hour, glanced at Shang Junlin in surprise when she heard what Shang Junlin said. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away. Whatever His Majesty said, it would be as long as it took. Anyway, the one waiting was not her young master. She could not be bothered to care what the emperor thought. After tidying himself up, Xinyu followed Shang Junlin to the outer room. Mu Shi poured hot tea for them and left the room. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu and didn't say anything. Xinyu said rascally, "Your Majesty, why did you come here at this hour? Is there something important?" Xinyu's work and rest schedule was very regular. He never made life difficult for himself. After entering the palace, he also followed his previous habits. Shang Junlin was the only master in the palace. Shang Junlin had no objection to this, so the others didn't dare to have any objections. Xinyu said that living in the palace was much more comfortable than living in Jinbeiho's residence. Shang Junlin knew his work and rest habits. Usually, he wouldn't come here during his rest time. Oh, right. Most of the time, when he was taking a nap, Shang Junlin was still busy with official business. "How come today? It's almost time for the palace banquet. If you have any questions, you can ask me. It's your first time dealing with this kind of thing. It's normal that you're not familiar with it. Is your Majesty worried about me?" Xinyu felt warm in his heart. If not, your majesty asked at the right time. There are some things that I don't quite understand. Xianxia said something that shouldn't be known to people who didn't live in the palace. Your majesty, please enlighten me. Shang Junlin was in a good mood and answered one by one. Xianxia thanked him with a smile. Shang Junlin was caught off guard by his smile. Your majesty, this year shouldn't be the day when the vassal kings return to the capital. Why did your majesty call them back? Xianxia thought about this question for a few days, but he couldn't think of a reason. In his previous life, only the king of Yu returned to the capital. He found a reason to come back. Your majesty has entered the palace. Naturally, you have to meet with the royal family. Xianxia was stunned. He thought of all the possible plans that Shang Junlin might have, but he didn't think that the reason would be like this. TSK, I don't have a good relationship with the royal family. Your majesty, you don't have to care too much about them. Just recognize them. When it came to these people who were supposed to be relatives and elders, Shang Junlin didn't have any feelings or respect. Xianxia knew that Shang Junlin and the royal family didn't have a good relationship. He heard it from the king of Yu in his previous life. Shang Junlin was the only legitimate son of the empress. He should have been appointed as the crown prince. He should have grown up smoothly and inherited the throne. Unfortunately, the late emperor wasn't clear-headed. He wanted to abolish the legitimate son and make way for the son of his favorite concubine. But in the end, Shang Junlin killed all the sons of the late emperor and his favorite concubine. He took the throne in a bloody way. The royal family had always been dissatisfied with this. In his previous life, the king of Yu took advantage of this to win over other royal families. He gave Shang Junlin a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, Shang Junlin was too strong. Their various actions in the early stage were like scratching an itch through a shoe. Only in the later stage did they really cause trouble for Shang Junlin. Who were the royal families? Xianxia searched for a few names in his memory. It was a good opportunity to meet them at the palace banquet. The imperial edict asking the vassal kings to return to the capital had been sent to the fief of each of the vassal kings. There weren't many vassal kings left. Most of them were from the late emperor's generation. As for those who were of the same generation as Shang Junlin, most of them had been killed by him. The rest of them had to live with their tails between their legs and didn't dare to show their faces. When they received the imperial edict from the capital, Shang Junlin's brother's first reaction was fear. Was the emperor finally going to make a move on them? They were relieved when they learned that the emperor was only going back to attend the palace banquet. They didn't dare to delay. After receiving the imperial edict, they immediately ordered their subordinates to pack their luggage at the fastest speed and set foot on the road back to the capital. The king of Yu was the only one who was caught off guard by the emperor's news. He wanted to find an excuse to come to the capital, but he couldn't do it while he was still in the capital. The people who delivered the imperial edict were already on their way to his fief. The king of Yu had no choice but to put down what he was doing and rush back to his fief. He couldn't let the emperor know that he had secretly left his fief. Several fast horses died on the way back. He didn't rest for days and nights. Finally, he rushed back before the emperor's men entered his fief. He didn't have time to rest. After he cleaned up the traces of his departure, the people who delivered the imperial edict arrived. After receiving the imperial edict, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict saw that the king of Yu didn't look well. He asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." The people behind the king of Yu passed a pouch to the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict. The eunuch calmly weighed the pouch and his expression became more amiable. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, please take care of yourself. I won't disturb your rest." After the people from the capital left, the king of Yu's legs went soft and he almost fell. The people behind him quickly supported him and said, "Your Highness." The king of Yu only felt that his vision turned black and he lost consciousness in the anxious voice of his subordinates. The king of Yu's residence was suddenly in a mess. The news was immediately passed to the hidden dragon guards who were mixed in with the imperial edict. Then, it was sent to Shang Junlin in an urgent and encrypted manner. The king of Yu didn't have time to rest. The emperor's imperial edict was so urgent that he had to leave for the capital immediately. His confidant was worried that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Before the King of Yu woke up, he moved him onto the carriage back to the capital. The King of Yu woke up in the shaky carriage. After hearing his confidant's words, he was so angry that his chest hurt. The confidant lowered his head and prepared to endure the King of Yu's anger. The King of Yu was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. Now that he was in such a sorry state, he was going to be very angry. The King of Yu waved his hand weakly and said, "I know." He really didn't have any temper. He had never suffered so much in his life. However, he couldn't tell anyone about it. There was still a mess in the capital waiting for him to clean up. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Xianxia also had a bad time recently. Not only did he break his leg, but he was also grounded by Count Xianbei. He couldn't find the person he liked. 2 days ago, that person had sent him a message, but there had been no news from her for the past 2 days. What Xianxia couldn't stand the most was that people kept talking about how Xinyu was favored after entering the palace and what the emperor had done for him. Every time he thought about how close he was to becoming Xianxin's wife, Xianxia would go crazy with jealousy. Second young master hid a few more servants yesterday. The servants in the manor are becoming more and more unwilling to serve him. Mushi put the plum blossoms she picked outside into a vase and said. Mushi always felt that second young master was very fake. Every day, he would tell the servants that everyone was equal. He didn't ask for less servants to serve him. However, those short-sighted servants believed his words and liked to stay by his side more and more. Oh? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. Hasn't he always disliked people who casually hit and scold servants? He's just pretending. Mushi curled her lips and said disdainfully, "It's just words." This servant has inquired before. The treatment in his courtyard is far worse than that of the servants by young master's side. I don't know what kind of magic potion those servants have been fed to think that he is better than young master. Shang Junlin was reading memorials on the side. When he heard this, he raised his head. They are short-sighted and have eyes but fail to see. In my opinion, the bastard son of Count Xianbei's family is far inferior to your young master. Mushi nodded fiercely. Her fear of Shang Junlin had subsided. Recently, Shang Junlin liked to bring memorials to Yuzhong Palace to read. Mushi was no longer as startled by him as before. "Your Majesty, have you finished your work?" Xinyu walked over with a hand warmer. Shang Junlin had occupied the place where he originally used to read. The place was very comfortable, and Xinyu could stay there for the whole afternoon. Seeing Xinyu come over, Shang Junlin made room for him and complained half-truthfully, "Your Majesty really doesn't care about me anymore." "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Xinyu sat down unceremoniously and said sweet words. "Your Majesty will always be irreplaceable in my heart." "Your Majesty, take a look at this." Shang Junlin handed him a memorials. Xinyu took it and looked at it silently. Then he silently returned it and stared at Shang Junlin without saying a word. It was a memorials to persuade the emperor to take a concubine. "What does your Majesty think?" Shang Junlin's expression didn't change. "I have many of the same memorials here." Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC The palace servants kneeled down. No one expected that Xingue Jun, who had always been gentle and good-tempered, would suddenly say such words. They didn't dare to look up at the emperor's face, but they had heard about the emperor's temper. Xingue Jun's words would definitely anger the emperor. What they couldn't figure out was why Xinyu wanted to dig his own grave. The emperor doted on him, but since ancient times, how could there only be one beauty in the emperor's harem? Xinyu not only showed his jealousy, but also used threats. Wasn't he cutting off his own path of retreat? Mushi's forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat. She restrained the fear in her heart and looked up. Unfortunately, from her angle, she could only see her son's face and not the emperor's expression. In the oppressive silence, Eunuch Meng carefully looked at the emperor's face. Suddenly, his heart jumped. The emperor didn't look angry. When he looked at Xinyu again, he still had a smile on his face. Only his pitch-black eyes gave off a bone-chilling coldness. Eunuch Meng couldn't understand the Duke of Xianbei's son. The two protagonists, who were silently watched, didn't care about the palace servant's thoughts. Xinyu looked at the handsome emperor in front of him and said, "Your Majesty, do you really want to accept a new person into the harem? How can my noble emperor be so jealous?" Shang Junlin leaned close to Xinyu's ear and said in a low voice with a hint of hint, "If your noble emperor can use practical actions to dispel my thoughts, I will do as you say." The two didn't seem to be talking about the expansion of the emperor's harem, but something insignificant. Xinyu lowered his eyes and glanced at the kneeling palace servants. His eyes lingered on a little eunuch for a while. When the eunuch realized something was wrong, he withdrew his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, do you really want to be here in front of these people?" Shang Junlin held Xinyu's waist and put him on his lap. He casually glanced at Eunuch Meng and said, "Meng Chong, take them out." Eunuch Meng didn't dare to disobey. He bowed his head and took all the palace servants away. After the palace servants left, Xinyu loosened her grip on Shang Junlin's collar and wanted to get down from Shang Junlin's lap. Just as he moved, he felt the arm around his waist tighten. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin in confusion. His gaze seemed to say, "She's gone. Shouldn't you let go of me now?" Unexpectedly, not only did Shang Junlin not let go of her, he even pulled her into his arms and asked meaningfully, "Gue Jun, what do you think? Is your Majesty dissatisfied with my performance just now?" Xinyu glared at him. Presumably, the whole capital will soon know that Xin Gue Jun, who just entered the palace, is not only jealous, but also threatened His Majesty not to accept new people into the palace. "Your Majesty, how do you plan to compensate me for the loss of my reputation?" Shang Junlin lifted Xinyu's chin and looked at him deeply. "What kind of compensation do you want?" "I'm tired of looking at the treasures of Yuzhong Palace, Your Majesty, your appetite is not small." Shang Junlin's words were not false. Yuzhong Palace was the most gorgeous palace except for a few main palaces. There were many rare treasures used for decoration. In terms of magnificence, it was even better than the emperor's bedroom. After Xinyu became the master of the Jade Gate Palace, the emperor's rewards were even more endless. Which one of them wasn't a precious item? Xinyu, on the other hand, lightly said that he was tired of looking at them, and Shang Junlin had to send him a new batch. "Your Majesty is too kind." Xinyu took Shang Junlin's words as a compliment. His eyebrows curved, and his index finger tapped the man's shoulder. "When does Your Majesty plan to let me go?" Shang Junlin had one hand on Xinyu's waist and the other hand pinched his chin. Hearing this, Shang Junlin let go of his hand, and Xinyu slowly moved away from the man. This time, he did not encounter any obstacles. Xinyu turned back. Shang Junlin had already started reading the memorials again. Other than suddenly stopping him, there was nothing strange. Xinyu shook off the various thoughts in his mind and picked up the royal family genealogy that Shang Junlin had sent over. The royal family, especially Shang Junlin's generation, did not have a large population. Other than the King of Yu, the other members of the royal family were very well behaved. Even the King of Yu did not dare to show any ambition at this stage. Shang Junlin rested in Yuzhong Palace for the night. The next morning, he sent a large number of rewards to Yuzhong Palace under the pretext of appeasing noble Lord Yuxi. Eunuch Meng personally came to announce the decree. Everyone in Yuzhong Palace, who had been worried all night, was finally relieved. Mushi chose items that Xinyu liked from the storeroom and rearranged Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu held a novel and read it outside while sunbathing. Imperial Physician Gu, whom he had not seen for many days, came to see him. Mushi knew that his master paid attention to Imperial Physician Gu, so he personally brought him over. "I haven't seen you for many days. Is Imperial Physician Gu well?" Xinyu raised his head from the novel and asked in a lazy voice. Imperial Physician Gu knelt down and saluted. "This official thanks noble lord for saving my life." "Imperial Physician Gu, what are you talking about? I have been staying in Yuzhong Palace all this time. How can I bear Imperial Physician Gu's saving grace?" Xinyu tilted his head. "Imperial Physician Gu, please rise." Xinyu's life-saving grace was not something that could be ignored just because he refused to admit it. Imperial Physician Gu also knew that there were many eyes in the palace. He listened to Xinyu and stood up. "Please extend your hand. This official will take your pulse." Imperial Physician Gu stretched out his snow-white wrist from the wide sleeve. He looked straight at Xinyu and finished taking his pulse. Your pulse is stable. You can change to the next nursing prescription. Thank you, Imperial Physician Gu. This is this official's duty. If it was Imperial Physician Gu's duty to nurse Xinyu's body in the past as a doctor, from now on, there was an unspeakable kindness. Imperial Physician Gu became more and more concerned about Xinyu's physical condition. Imperial Physician Gu really appreciated Xinyu's kindness. If Xinyu had not announced that he was not allowed to treat other people, he would not have been able to help when those people came to beg for help. He would have lost his life for nothing. He escaped a disaster because of Xinyu's words. No matter what purpose Xinyu had for saying those words, it could not change the fact that had happened. According to His Majesty's attitude towards those people, if he really got involved in this matter, he was afraid that it would be difficult to escape being held accountable. If it was light, he would lose his official position. If it was heavy, he would lose his life. When Imperial Physician Gu left, he couldn't help but think, did Xingu Jun realize something when he said those words? When he returned to the Imperial Hospital, his familiar colleagues came to greet him. Imperial Physician Gu had always been very popular. Soon, many people gathered around him. Several people walked inside while discussing medical skills. Suddenly, there was a low voice of discussion not far away. This Xingu Jun is so beautiful that His Majesty promised that he would not accept any new people. More than that, I heard that he even threatened that he would kill as many people as they entered the palace. This is too. Does His Majesty let him do as he pleases? He is now favored. What does His Majesty not want? I heard that in order to appease this noble, His Majesty rewarded a lot of things to Yuzhong Palace. But he is just a man. He can't have children. Will His Majesty not have any descendants for his whole life because of him? Count Jinbei really made a profit by sending a charming legitimate son into the palace. In the future, he will have everything he wants. Imperial Physician Gu suddenly stopped. The person who was discussing a pathology with him was surprised. What's wrong? Please wait for me. After that, regardless of the doubtful expressions of his colleagues, he walked towards the group of people who were talking. The people who were left behind looked at each other. What's going on? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. Who allowed you to talk about the royal family's affairs? Imperial Physician Gu said coldly. The people who were talking excitedly suddenly stopped and lowered their heads guiltily. I know I was wrong. They were all small officials of the Imperial Hospital. Imperial Physician Gu was their immediate superior. Naturally, they did not want to offend him. Imperial Physician Gu wrote down their identities. Next time, don't let me hear you talk about these things. It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the royal family's private affairs. They nodded. The colleagues who followed Imperial Physician Gu became more and more confused. When did Imperial Physician Gu care about these trivial matters? After this incident, the world once again refreshed the degree of favor Xinyu had. His Majesty was willing to empty the harem for him. It could be seen how deep his love was. Those ministers who wanted to send people to the harem had to give up the idea. His Majesty's attitude was already very obvious. If they really wanted to send people to the harem, there would be no more people sent in less than a day. Especially those who wanted to send their children to the harem, they no longer dared to say anything. They wanted people to enter the harem to fight for favor and give back to their families, not to send people to die. In the morning, the emperor expressed his attitude that he would not accept new people. After the morning court, Duke Jinbei walked out in a trance under the envious and jealous eyes of the ministers. Duke, someone approached. Duke Jinbei really taught a good son. Several people gathered around. Duke Jinbei, you have to persuade your noble son. As the emperor's people, how can he be so jealous? Yes, now His Majesty likes him, but if one day, Duke Jinbei was annoyed, his face became cold. Don't put on a good attitude for my son. If you have the ability, then let His Majesty only favor your daughter. After that, regardless of the face of the people who were insulted, he turned around and left. If it was in the past, he would be ecstatic that Xinyu was so favored, but now he was not sure about Xinyu's attitude towards the Duke Jinbei's mansion. Speaking of hostility towards the Duke Jinbei's mansion, other than Shen Qingran and his son, he did not do anything else. I have to find a time to test his attitude towards the Duke Jinbei's mansion. Duke Shenbei secretly decided. After the morning court, Shang Junlin went directly to Yuzhong Palace, followed by eunuch Meng, followed by two little eunuchs who were holding memorials. Since that day, His Majesty seemed to want to compensate Xingui Jun. Every day, except for the morning court, he would stay in Yuzhong Palace most of the time. Xinyu was tending to a pot of light green flowers and plants. The branches and leaves were sharp, only half the height of a palm. It was planted in a white porcelain pot with light blue patterns. This grass grows very well, Mu Shi said. It has a name, it's called Junling. Xinyu took the handkerchief Mu Shi handed over. It grows well, it should be able to survive this winter. Imperial physician Gu said that it can help sleep, is that true? Mu Shi was skeptical. No matter how she looked at it, it was an ordinary grass, except that its color was more tender than ordinary grass. Since Imperial physician Gu sent it here, it must be effective. Xinyu looked at it for a while, then poured some water on it. Did you find out what happened to Imperial physician Gu? Imperial physician Gu's case involved the most sensitive topic at present. Whether it was Xinyu or Imperial physician Gu himself, it was not convenient for them to talk about it to outsiders. Xinyu still did not know why Imperial physician Gu was involved in the case and even lost his life because of it in his previous life. This servant. Mu Shi was about to answer when she was interrupted by a man who suddenly entered the door. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC. It was not the first time that Mu Shi was interrupted by the emperor when he was talking to Xinyu. Compared to his initial fear, he was now much calmer. Eunuch Meng, who came in behind Shang Junlin, ordered the palace servants to put down the booklets and took the lead to retreat. The palace servants also retreated one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Xinyu and Shang Junlin were left in the room. Xinyu looked at the empty room and walked to Shang Junlin. He raised his head and asked, "Will your majesty tell me?" Shang Junlin looked at him calmly. "If your majesty asks, I will tell you." "Does your majesty really know?" Xinyu was stunned. He thought that Shang Junlin said it deliberately. Imperial physician Gu was just an imperial physician. If he was not involved in Censor Zhang's case, Shang Junlin should not have spent so much effort to investigate him. Or was Imperial physician Gu also involved in this matter in this life, but for some reason, he did not cause the same tragic consequences as in his previous life. The doubt in Xinyu's eyes was too obvious. Shang Junlin frowned. "What is your majesty thinking?" "I'm wondering why your majesty pays special attention to Imperial physician Gu," Xinyu blurted out. After he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and quickly remedied. "No, I'm just curious why your majesty knows so much about Imperial physician Gu." Xinyu's voice became fainter and fainter. Shang Junlin was so angry that he laughed. The inexplicable feeling in his heart just now was swept away. "Then why does your majesty think that I pay special attention to Imperial physician Gu?" Shang Junlin emphasized the word special. "No matter what reason your majesty pays special attention to Imperial physician Gu, if it's because of some other reason, your majesty should not think about it." Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin's eyes with a burning gaze. What other reason could there be? Shang Junlin was about to ask, but he heard Xinyu's next words. "Your majesty promised me that no new people will enter the harem." Shang Junlin asked incredulously, "Why do you think I have such thoughts? Otherwise, why would your majesty pay attention to Imperial physician Gu?" Xinyu calmly threw the question back. "What else could it be?" "Of course, it's because of you." Shang Junlin suddenly reacted. He stroked Xinyu's neck and squeezed it with a sense of oppression. "Xingui Jun, you're quite bold. You're trying to trick me?" Xinyu didn't dodge. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, "I'm just a little worried. After all, I only have your majesty in this world." "Xinyu," Shang Junlin caressed the skin on Xinyu's neck. Suddenly, he forcefully pinched Xinyu's chin, forcing him to raise his head. "Don't play any tricks in front of me." "Why would your majesty think so?" Xinyu suddenly smiled. His eyes seemed to be full of light. "I'm your majesty's man now. Isn't it normal to be worried that your majesty has another woman?" "Your majesty," Xinyu covered the man's hand, "your majesty's words are like gold." "I'll take your words seriously." Shang Junlin's heart jumped. He let go of his hand as if he was scalded. He slightly averted his gaze. Of course, my words are like gold. Xinyu knew when to stop. He took back his hand and returned to his usual gentle appearance. Your Majesty, can you tell me about Imperial Physician Gu? After all, after Imperial Physician Gu's treatment, my body is indeed much better than before. The following words were an explanation of why he cared about Imperial Physician Gu. I found that someone from that side had looked for Imperial Physician Gu. That's why I sent people to investigate. Shang Junlin looked deeply at Xinyu. I'm curious. Why is your Majesty so sure that Imperial Physician Gu would be involved in Censor Zhang's case? No matter how good Imperial Physician Gu's medical skills were, he was just an Imperial physician without much power. Those who were involved in Censor Zhang's case were basically court officials. Logically, it shouldn't have much to do with an Imperial physician. Why did Xinyu think that Imperial Physician Gu would be involved in this matter? This was what Shang Junlin couldn't figure out the most. Xinyu didn't seem to feel Shang Junlin's probing. He leaned closer to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, I'm a little cold. The man's body was very warm, like a big heater that could provide endless heat. This was also the reason why Xinyu tacitly allowed Shang Junlin to stay in his bedroom. Shang Junlin looked around and found that the window had been blown open at some point. He used his internal strength to close the window and wrapped himself in a fox fur cloak. Are you feeling better? Xinyu hugged the cloak and nodded. His body was weak, and Imperial Physician Gu also said that it was best not to let him catch a cold. Ordinary people could recover from a cold in a few days, but if Xinyu caught a cold, it might take his life. Shang Junlin had seen him get sick once. He didn't know if it was because he was frightened or something else, but he specially ordered that the place where he stayed must be warm. Xinyu was a person who would never treat himself unfairly. The living conditions in Yuzhong Palace were much more comfortable than other palaces. Sometimes, Xinyu even suspected that Shang Junlin worked and rested here because it was more comfortable to live here. Shang Junlin saw that Xinyu's face was pale, so he poured a cup of hot tea for him. In this world, only Xingue Jun can be served by me. Your Majesty is so nice. Xinyu took a few sips and felt his body temperature rise. His eyebrows relaxed. Your Majesty hasn't told me about Imperial Physician Gu. Xinyu held the cup and looked at the man. Shang Junlin didn't expect that Xinyu was still thinking about Imperial Physician Gu when he was not feeling well. He didn't care about other things and helplessly told him about it. He is a chess piece that the Zhang family buried in the palace many years ago. They wanted to use Imperial Physician Gu to spread the news outside the palace. If you didn't arrogantly ask Imperial Physician Gu to only treat you, Imperial Physician Gu would have fallen into the trap that was specially made for him the day after you said those words. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu meaningfully. Imperial Physician Gu's medical skills are paramount. If you didn't say it, he would definitely help others if they came to him. After you said it, he really declined the invitation to treat them. He listened to you. Isn't this borrowing His Majesty's power? If it weren't for His Majesty's favor to me, Imperial Physician Gu wouldn't listen to me. Xinyu knew better than anyone that if his identity wasn't Xingue Jun, and if he didn't give a suitable reason, Imperial Physician Gu wouldn't listen to him. You can say anything. Shang Junlin shook his head. This is good. With this favor, Imperial Physician Gu will only pay more attention to your illness. After I met Your Majesty, everything became better. Your Majesty is my lucky star. According to what you said, you are my lucky star. If it weren't for you, Imperial Physician Zhang's case wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. After Imperial Physician Zhang's crimes were announced, the forces that opposed Shang Junlin in court were extinguished. When the 15-day deadline was up, official Fang had just finished the trial of Imperial Physician Zhang's case. The officials involved were all imprisoned one by one and sentenced according to the severity of their crimes. As the mastermind, the Zhang family was sentenced to 9 generations of extermination, and Imperial Physician Zhang himself was killed. There were many other officials who were convicted. Shang Junlin acted quickly and used this case to uproot Imperial Physician Zhang's influence in court. The pawn that the Zhang family left in the palace was a concubine of the previous emperor. She was young, had no children, and had no connection to the Zhang family. She had always kept a low profile. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape from the purge when Shang Junlin ascended the throne. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he allowed the concubines of the previous emperor to leave. Those who didn't want to leave lived in a remote palace. Most of these people didn't have prominent backgrounds, so they didn't have a good place to go. At least they didn't have to worry about food and drink in the palace. Is Beauty Su really a member of the Zhang family? Xinyu felt that it wasn't so simple. Shang Junlin frowned, she is too cautious. We only found that she had some connections with the Zhang family, but we couldn't find out who she was working for. Xinyu was puzzled, His Majesty didn't ask anyone to interrogate her? She ate and lived with those people. If she disappeared for no reason, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the people behind the scenes, Shang Junlin explained. Xinyu, does your Majesty usually see those people? Shang Junlin, occasionally, but I didn't put them under house arrest. Xinyu, other than the palace where they live, where else would they usually appear? Shang Junlin, why are you asking this? Xinyu supported his chin and said, Your Majesty, if I say that I have a way for you to take them away for interrogation without arousing suspicion, but I just need your Majesty to cooperate, will your Majesty cooperate? Noticing Shang Junlin's puzzled gaze, Xinyu leaned over to the man's ear and whispered a few words. Qin Garden was a place where the previous emperor liked to bring his concubines to play. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, the harem was abandoned. Except for the previous emperor's concubines, very few people would come here. Not all those who stayed in the palace were resigned to their fate. There were a few beauties who were brought in by the previous emperor during the latter part of his reign. They wanted to rely on their beauty to fight for themselves. However, the new emperor was completely different from the previous emperor. He was a master who didn't get close to beauties. After a few bold ones were executed, the rest of them temporarily settled down. It wasn't until Xinyu entered the palace that a few ambitious ones became restless. After dressing up, they went to Qin Garden together. This was the only place where they could meet the emperor by chance without being conspicuous. Today's weather was good and the sun was shining brightly. Xinyu had been bored in the palace for a long time and wanted to go out for a walk. Shang Junlin had finished his official business and accompanied him. Today's weather is warm. Your Majesty, let's go to a few places that I haven't been to before. Seeing Shang Junlin nodding his head, Xinyu turned his head and asked, Eunuch Meng, is there any place in the palace with good scenery? Eunuch Meng had been in the palace for a long time and was very familiar with the palace. He introduced one by one to Xinyu, if you want to talk about beautiful scenery, Feng Garden is very good. However, the flowers planted there only bloom in summer. In winter, Qin Garden's scenery is the most beautiful. After listening to Eunuch Meng's introduction, Xinyu chose to go to Qin Garden. Xinyu and Shang Junlin whispered to each other. Eunuch Meng and his men followed them from a distance to avoid disturbing the two masters. Your Majesty, before Xinyu could finish his words, a person suddenly bumped into him from the corner. Shang Junlin didn't have time to think. He grabbed Xinyu's arm and pulled her into his arms. That person just happened to bump into Shang Junlin. The woman's eyes were covered with a white cloth. She grabbed Shang Junlin's clothes with one hand and pulled the white cloth off her face with the other. She said in a clear voice, I caught you. The rest of her words were swallowed when she saw the scene in front of her. The woman quickly let go and knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know it was your Majesty. I didn't mean to offend you. She used the opportunity of playing hide and seek to bump into the emperor. There were too few opportunities to interact with the emperor. She didn't want to let go of any opportunity. Whether it was for herself or for that person's request, she had to get along with Shang Junlin. After a long time, the woman didn't hear any sound. She carefully raised her head and saw that the emperor didn't even look at her. He was gently tidying up Xinyu's hair. When she looked at Xinyu again, he was smiling and didn't seem angry. She immediately felt relieved. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the smiling Shingue Jun walk in front of her. Xinyu seemed to be in a difficult position. It was this hand that touched Your Majesty. I don't like it when others touch my things. How about this, if you touched it, you can leave it there. How about that? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC. She looked at the young man standing in front of her in disbelief. The young man had a jade-like face and a spring breeze smile on his face, but that smile didn't reach his eyes. The young man's pupils were very dark, and the place where he stood blocked the light. His eyes were like a deep abyss. Fear crept up her spine. She clearly realized that the young man was serious about what he said. He would really fulfill his promise. How could he be so bold? Even in front of the emperor, he didn't hide his possessiveness? Since ancient times, which emperor could stand the person sleeping next to him with such a temper? Wasn't he afraid that the emperor would hate him? The woman looked at the emperor standing behind the young man with the last bit of hope. Her heart sank little by little. No wonder Xianxia could be so unscrupulous. It turned out that he was indulged. Why aren't you talking? Are you dissatisfied with my treatment? Xianxia's voice fell. The woman's face paled even more. She resisted the fear and said in a trembling voice, "This concubine doesn't dare." "I think you dare." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. Her face was like a lotus flower with a pair of lovely eyes. She had the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. She was only in her 20s. No wonder she had such thoughts. Did something happen to Sister Ling? Why don't I see her? She just seemed to go that way. Why don't we go and see? The woman called out as she walked. Her voice came from afar. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Shang Junlin. Seeing him nod, he knew that their target was in this group of people. Xianxia slightly leaned to the side. When the women arrived, they could see the tall and straight figure of Shang Junlin. Everyone was stunned. They didn't have time to think about why the emperor suddenly appeared here. They quickly saluted. Those who had other thoughts took advantage of the salute to show their advantage. Xianxia silently looked at these people and took in their movements. Finally, his eyes slowly fell on an inconspicuous woman. Compared to the others, this woman's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding. It was just that her appearance was very pleasing to the eye. She wore a light blue dress. Among the beautiful women, she was very inconspicuous. Lin Jilan was the woman who was implicated in Censor Zhang's case. Shang Junlin's attitude today was different from usual. Although he was still cold, he did not give off the feeling of being unapproachable. Those who were braver could not help but want to fight for themselves. Looking at the young emperor who was almost surrounded by beauties, Xianxia's eyes gradually darkened. The woman who was kneeling on the ground looked at the scene in front of her in horror. Just now, she had accidentally bumped into the emperor and was almost killed by Xianxia. Now, there were so many people fawning over the emperor, the woman couldn't help but start to regret. If she had known that Xianxia was this crazy, she wouldn't have acted so rashly. "Your Majesty is really popular." A slightly playful voice sounded. The women looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xianxia standing not far away, looking at them coldly. His heart skipped a beat. For some reason, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. "Your Highness, come to my side." Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia walked over and stood beside the man. He tilted his head slightly. "Your Majesty, who are these people?" "They are the imperial concubines of the previous emperor." "So they are the imperial concubines of the previous emperor. Why are all of their eyes on your Majesty?" "Those who don't know would think that they are your Majesty's imperial concubines." The place where Xianxia was originally standing happened to be covered. These women were so focused on the emperor that they didn't notice that in addition to the emperor, Xianxia was also here. No one thought that Xianxia would directly expose their thoughts. Their faces turned red and white. "Your Highness, this concubine is here to find Sister Ling." When one person spoke, the rest of the people seemed to have found their backbone and spoke one after another. Yes, we saw that Sister Ling didn't appear. We were worried about her, so." Xianxia listened quietly for a while, then raised his chin and said with a smile, "You are looking for that person?" Following Xianxia's line of sight, they saw the pale-faced woman kneeling on the ground. "This? I don't know what Sister Ling did wrong." "It's nothing," Xianxia said lightly, "it's just that when I saw her fall into your Majesty's arms, I wasn't in a good mood." The people who originally wanted to speak for the woman to show their kindness shut their mouths. If it was for other reasons, they could still plead for leniency. If it was really as Xinyu said, they would be stupid to plead for leniency. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what I just said? Xinyu was half leaning on Shang Junlin's body. His eyes were half closed, and his voice was full of displeasure. Several little eunuchs heard this and approached the woman kneeling on the ground. Regardless of the woman's struggle, they grabbed her arm. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please spare my life. This concubine was insensible. This concubine didn't mean it. Please, Your Highness, please spare my life. The strong smell of blood spread, and the blood on the ground swam. The woman fell down holding her arm. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. This is the result of coveting someone who shouldn't be coveting. A slightly cold voice sounded. The women couldn't help but tremble. After witnessing such a scene with their own eyes, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Xinyu's meaningful gaze swept over the women who were as honest as quails. According to the rules of the palace, how should they be dealt with? According to the severity of the case, they should be imprisoned or given white silk and poisoned wine. Eunuch Mei replied. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. Of course, they knew how serious the consequences of failure were. However, riches and honor came from danger. Compared to wasting their lives in the harem without any hope, they would rather take a gamble. And, that person had said that as long as they could succeed, they could have glory, splendor, wealth, fame, and power in the future. They could have whatever they wanted. The only thing they didn't expect was that Xinyu would make a move. In the face of life and death, how could they care about anything else? They just wanted to live. Xinyu didn't really want to kill them. He deliberately pretended to be relaxed. The people who were begging for mercy saw hope. We beg your Highness to spare our lives. We promise that we will absolutely behave ourselves in the future. We won't come out to be an eyesore to your Highness. Xinyu pondered for a moment, then take them to Yuzhong Palace. When I've vented my anger, maybe I'll let you go. Everyone quickly thanked him. After bringing them back to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu locked them up in different places. The people who had just been greatly frightened didn't dare to have any objections. They followed Xinyu's arrangement. Lin Jilan was secretly taken away by Shang Junlin's people. Except for Xinyu himself, no one else in Yuzhong Palace knew about it. As Xinyu thought, the people behind the scenes didn't find anything wrong at all. There was a rumor that Xinyu didn't allow Shang Junlin to take concubines. Those who got the news thought that Xinyu brought them back to Yuzhong Palace to better torture them. Xinyu was too lazy to care about what others thought. After handing them over to Shang Junlin, he no longer cared about this matter. Among the people who were brought back, Lin Jilan was not the only one who had problems. If they didn't receive someone's order, why would they want to get close to Shang Junlin? Mu Shi brought the medicine. Young master, it's time to take the medicine. Xinyu brought it over and drank it in one gulp. Mu Shi handed over a handkerchief. Young master, Count Shenbei wants to see you. Why does he suddenly want to see me? Xinyu remembered that he had asked Mu Shi to arrange people to go to Count Shenbei's mansion. What's the situation in Count Shenbei's mansion now? After this servant sent people there, concubine Ru, who originally had a better relationship with Count Shenbei, somehow angered Count Shenbei and was grounded. Shen Qingran's application was also changed back to the treatment of a concubine's son. Now the mansion is managed by a concubine who doesn't get along with concubine Ru and her son. Mu Shi explained the current situation of Count Shenbei's mansion. After hearing it, Xinyu said, "Tell Count Shenbei that I will find time to see him." Yes. In the evening, Shang Junlin came over. Xinyu told him about Count Shenbei. You want to go out of the palace? Shang Junlin frowned. After all, he is my father. It's not good to not see him. Xinyu lowered his eyes. How come I didn't know that your Highness and Count Shenbei have such a deep relationship? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. It's okay to fool others, but you used it to fool me, huh? Your Majesty, I haven't returned to the mansion for a long time. I miss the mansion. Your Highness doesn't have to pretend in front of me. Shang Junlin lifted his chin. I know how your Highness used to live in Count Shenbei's mansion. I think that your Highness wouldn't want to return to Count Shenbei's mansion no matter where you want to go, right? Actually. Xinyu blinked and said slowly, I heard that Shen Qingran and her son, who have always flaunted their power in Count Shenbei's mansion. Have been unlucky recently. I wanted to go and see the fun. It was a pity that he didn't see the two's unlucky faces with his own eyes. Wouldn't it be better if your highness was so frank earlier? Shang Junlin held Xianyu's chin and shook it. Xianyu reached out to free his chin. Did your majesty agree? Yes. Without waiting for Xianyu to speak, Shang Junlin added, I'll go with you. Xianyu didn't leave the palace just to go to Count Xianbei's mansion. Count Xianbei's mansion was just a side trip. If Shang Junlin went with him, he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do. He tactfully refused. Your majesty, aren't you very busy recently? I don't want to waste your majesty's time. Your highness doesn't want me to go with you. Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes and approached Xianyu with a sense of oppression. Why? I'm very happy that your majesty can accompany me. How can I not be willing? Xianyu reached out and put his hand on the man's shoulder. The faint smell of medicine filled the tip of his nose, mixed with a faint fragrance. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened, and he stepped back along with Xianyu's strength. I'll let Meng Chong prepare to go to Count Xianbei's mansion. Your highness, you should rest early. Shang Junlin went to wash up. Xianyu stared at the bed curtain and was worried. He originally planned to meet with his subordinates, find a birthday gift for Shang Junlin, and then go to Count Xianbei's mansion to see what was going on. If he left the palace with Shang Junlin, he could only go to Count Xianbei's mansion. What are you thinking about? Shang Junlin came back with steam all over his body. I'm thinking about something, Xianyu said in a low voice. Does your majesty have anything you want? Why are you asking this? Nothing, I'm just asking. Xianyu didn't really expect to get an answer. He yawned and leaned toward the heat source. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC Mushi, if you want to give someone a birthday gift, what should you give them? Xianyu held a teacup and asked the maid who was tying up his hair. Is young master going to give her majesty a gift? Mushi thought for a moment. It seemed that the only person who could make Xianyu ask this question recently was her majesty. Sort of. Xianyu didn't deny it. But, young master, haven't you already made a list of gifts? After Mushi mentioned it, Xianyu remembered that he did ask Mushi to handle the birthday gifts. Bring me the list of gifts. I'll take a look. Yes. Mushi finished her work and went to get the list of gifts in person. Young master, this is the preliminary list of gifts. Xianyu took the list of gifts and looked through it from beginning to end. He couldn't find anything wrong with it, but he wanted to give something other than what was on the list. Xianyu tapped the table regularly with his knuckles and skimmed through his memory one by one. He tentatively decided on a few items. He still needed to think about the specifics. Early the next morning, Xianyu felt the warmth beside him and opened his eyes in confusion. Your Majesty? Shang Junlin was holding a booklet and reading it while leaning on the bed. You're awake? A low voice came from above. Xianyu rubbed his ears. Your Majesty, aren't you going to court today? Usually, when he woke up, Shang Junlin would have already gone to court. If it wasn't for the fact that it was bright outside, Xianyu would have thought that it was still very early. Today is a day off. Shang Junlin put down the booklet in his hand. Didn't you say that you were going to Count Bei's residence? Xianyu's muddled mind gradually cleared. He sat up with the quilt in his arms. I almost forgot if your majesty didn't mention it. It was obvious that he didn't care about going to Count Bei's residence at all. Shang Junlin was speechless. I told you last night. Xianyu recalled what had happened last night. It seemed that Shang Junlin had mentioned it, but he had been thinking about something else recently and had subconsciously ignored it. Seeing that Xianyu had woken up, Shang Junlin called for someone to come in and serve him. After washing up, they changed into comfortable clothes. Shang Junlin did not wear the clothes that represented his status as an emperor. Instead, he chose a black robe that did not reveal his identity. Xianyu wore a light-colored robe with a snow-white fox fur coat on the outside. Your Majesty, are you going to hide your identity and leave the palace? Xianyu looked at the man who was dressed like an ordinary person, and his eyes lit up. Shang Junlin had an impeccable face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His facial features were sharp, and there was not a single part of him that was not perfect. Without the luxurious clothes that represented his status as an emperor, he looked even more youthful and handsome. Xinyu could accept to stay in the harem and cooperate with Shang Junlin mainly because of Shang Junlin's face. The more he looked at Shang Junlin's face, the more he felt that Shang Junlin's face suited his aesthetic. Shang Junlin explained, "It is not convenient for me to leave the palace with my real identity." Xinyu could understand. Although Censor Zhang's case was closed, there were still many suspicious points behind the scenes. In fact, there was no need for Shang Junlin to accompany him to the residence of Jinbei at this time. The carriage drove out quietly from the side door. Xinyu sat opposite Shang Junlin. "Your Majesty, there is no need to go to the residence of Jinbei with me. Since I have promised you, how can I regret it?" Even in the not spacious carriage, Shang Junlin sat up straight. Although the carriage was not big, the decoration inside was very comfortable. Xinyu sat on a thick blanket and hugged a heater in his hand, so he did not feel cold at all. The residents of Jinbei had received the news that Xinyu was coming back early in the morning. Everyone was prepared and waiting for Xinyu's arrival. An inconspicuous carriage slowly approached. Jinbei Ho had received the news that Xinyu's return this time was not to visit relatives, so there was no need to arrange a ceremonial carriage. Seeing that it was a small carriage, he did not dare to neglect it. After entering the courtyard, the carriage stopped. The first to get off was a tall man. Jinbei Ho was about to speak, but when he saw the man's face, he knelt down with a plop. Don't make it public." Shang Junlin said coldly. "Yes." Jinbei Ho wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and stood up. His fear of Shang Junlin was deeply imprinted in his heart. Jinbei Ho had seen Shang Junlin's cruel side when he massacred the imperial court. Since then, his fear of Shang Junlin had never lessened. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a white hand stretched out from the carriage. Jinbei Ho widened his eyes and watched the emperor who made him afraid gently carry the young man out of the carriage. "Father, why don't you feel happy to see me?" Jinbei Ho, who was in a trance, looked at Xinyu and then at Shang Junlin. He wondered if he was blind. His Majesty not only accompanied Xinyu back to the residence, but also carried him out of the carriage? Hearing Xinyu's voice, Jinbei Ho twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm just too surprised." It was not that he had not heard the news about how his son was favored in the palace, but hearing it was not as impactful as seeing it with his own eyes. Jinbei Ho tried his best to calm down and led them to the hall. With Shang Junlin present, Jinbei Ho did not ask Xinyu what he thought of the Ho Fu. The three of them chatted in the hall for a while. Xinyu was very bored, so he pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve and whispered, "Your Majesty, do you want to see the place where I lived since I was a child?" The three of them were not far away, so Jinbei Ho naturally heard it. He was about to scold him, but when he saw Shang Junlin's cold eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Jinbei Ho suddenly realized that the emperor was still the same emperor. The unique accommodation was only for a specific person. "You're right. I'll take you two there." "No need." Shang Junlin stood up. Xinyu also stood up and walked out with Shang Junlin. Jinbei Ho subconsciously wanted to follow them, but he was stopped by Eunuch Meng who stayed behind. "Marquis, please wait." Eunuch Meng smiled, but his attitude was very firm. Eunuch Meng was the emperor's favorite person. Jinbei Ho knew that this was also the emperor's intention, so he did not dare to disobey. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Jinbei Ho's heart was filled with deep regret. If he had paid more attention to Xinyu, he would not have to worry about the future of the Jinbei Ho Fu. Perhaps knowing that Xinyu was coming back, the small courtyard where Xinyu lived was no different from when he left. Xinyu walked around slowly with people and pointed to the frozen small pond. "In summer, the pond will be full of lotus flowers. They are very beautiful, and the lotus seeds are also very delicious. There are also lotus ponds in the palace. If you like them, I'll take you there to pick them in summer." "Your Majesty, why are you so nice?" The two of them talked for a while, and Xinyu lazily yawned. "If you're sleepy, go to sleep." Shang Junlin frowned as he caught the young man who almost fell. "Your Majesty, do you want to come together?" Xinyu narrowed his eyes and raised his head to ask. "Yes." The two of them rested for half an hour. Xinyu was full of energy and remembered that there was still one thing he had not done. "I heard that my brother broke his leg." Your Majesty, do you think I should go and see him? Xinyu held his chin and looked slightly worried. If people who did not know the truth saw this, they would probably think that he was really worried about his brother's health. Shang Junlin was sitting at the table and was reading the story that Xinyu used to read. His wide sleeves were spread out on the table. When he heard Xinyu's words, he turned his head and looked over. His eyes were very dark, like a bottomless abyss. At this moment, his eyes were dyed with a warm color under the sunlight, giving people an illusion of deep affection. Didn't you come to see your brother? I hope you won't be disappointed when you see him. How can your Majesty think of me like this? Xinyu walked to the man's side and bent down slightly. He lowered his head and whispered in the man's ear, Your Majesty, I will be sad. Shang Junlin pulled Xinyu's wrist and pulled him into his arms. He lowered his head and said, If your brother's injury is not as serious as you think, I think you will be disappointed. Your Majesty really knows me. Xinyu blinked his eyes and said, Does your Majesty want to come together? Since your Majesty invited me, I will naturally be disrespectful. The Count of Jinbei's residence was so big that the news of Xinyu's return could not be hidden. In just a few minutes, from the front courtyard to the back courtyard, everyone knew that Xinyu had returned. Count of Jinbei did not have a wife, so the concubines were not qualified to welcome guests in the front hall. If it was Madame Ru in the past, she was barely qualified. Since Xinyu's incident, her status in the Count of Jinbei's residence had plummeted. She was even worse than the other concubines. When she heard the news of Xinyu's return, she was visiting Shen Qingran in the side courtyard. After Shen Qingran broke his leg, he was ordered to recuperate by Count of Jinbei. It was said that he was recuperating, but it was actually a disguised house arrest. The courtyard he lived in was also changed. Shen Qingran could not understand why things developed like this. It was clear that Xinyu was no longer in the Count of Jinbei's residence, but he still had such a big impact on the Count of Jinbei's residence. Mother, did he really return? Shen Qingran grabbed Madame Ru's hand with a gloomy expression. Yes, but I heard that he came back in an ordinary carriage. It seems that the rumors outside are not true. Every time she heard the news of how Xinyu was favored in the palace, Madame Ru's regret increased. If she had known earlier, she would not have pushed the opportunity to enter the palace to Xinyu. I knew that he would not have such a good life. Mother, what should we do now? You said before that you met a noble person, Ranner. Madame Ru firmly grabbed her son's hand. There are not many opportunities for us to seize now. You must seize this opportunity. Tell Mother, what is the identity of that noble person? How far have you two progressed? Hearing Madame Ru's words, Shen Qingran's expression changed. For now, he could only guess that the person was a member of the imperial family. That person had never told him his true identity. As for the relationship between the two, thinking of the person that he could not contact recently, Shen Qingran's expression became more unsightly. Noticing Shen Qingran's unsightly expression, Madame Ru had a bad premonition. She hesitantly opened her mouth. Ranner, Mother, don't worry. Shen Qingran gritted his teeth. I will not let Xinyu have an easy time. Ah, I didn't expect that little brother Qingran would still think of me when he was sick. How touching. A teasing voice sounded. Shen Qingran and his mother looked up. They saw Xinyu and a man in black standing intimately together. The servant stood behind them, trembling. They did not know how long they had been there. Little brother, you should be careful of your other leg. Xinyu's voice carried a smile, but the malice in his tone was not concealed. Xinyu. Shen Qingran was so angry that his vision turned black. Looking at the intimate posture of the two people, he suddenly laughed. Does His Majesty know that you left the palace to meet your lover in private? Meet my lover in private? Xinyu tilted his head. Are you referring to him? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC The news of Shang Junlin coming to the residence of Count Bei was a secret. Count Bei knew that the emperor didn't want to make it public, so he didn't tell the residents about the emperor's visit. Shen Qingran and his mother only got the news that Xinyu returned to the residence of Count Bei. It was impossible for them to think that the emperor would personally accompany Xinyu back to the residence of Count Bei. In the residence of Count Bei, only a few people knew what the emperor looked like. Concubine Ru wasn't qualified to enter the palace, so she didn't see what the emperor looked like. Shang Junlin came to the residence of Count Bei for the first time, so the servants didn't know him. When they heard Shen Qingran's question, they couldn't help but look at him. Shen Qingran just blurted it out because he was angry, but he felt it was inappropriate after he said it. What he didn't expect was that after he said it, Shen Yu's actions became more unscrupulous. Regardless of everyone's strange look, Shen Yu hung himself on Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin subconsciously reached out to protect him. Shen Yu, how can you be so shameless? Concubine Ru put on the airs of an elder. Now that you've entered the palace, you're one of the emperor's people. How can you use the excuse of returning to the residence of Count Bei to have a private meeting with someone else? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the residence of Count Bei. If the emperor blames you, do you want to drag the entire residence of Count Bei down with you? It seemed to be a lesson for the younger generation, but in fact, every sentence contained strong malice. Concubine Ru dared to say this because she and Shen Qingran both knew that Shen Yu had a close friend before entering the palace. At first, Shen Yu resisted entering the palace because of this person. According to Shen Yu's crazy behavior before entering the palace, they didn't doubt that Shen Yu would have a private meeting with a lover. Maybe he had such an idea from the beginning. Otherwise, how could it explain why Shen Yu suddenly agreed to enter the palace? Concubine Ru thought that she had found a reasonable explanation, so she spoke more firmly. Shen Yu, it's not that I, as a concubine, want to scold you. You also know that you are only a concubine. Shen Yu's tone changed. It seems that you also know your identity. Otherwise, I would have thought that you, Concubine Ru, had become the legal wife of Duke Bei. Shen Yu deliberately emphasized the word concubine with a strong sense of sarcasm. It was as if the concubine was holding her heaving chest and her eyes were red with anger. Shen Yu admired Concubine Ru's expression with great interest for a while. He tilted his head and rubbed against Shang Junlin. Even if I'm not the lord personally conferred by His Majesty, I'm still the legitimate son of the Count of Zhenbei. How can a concubine call me by my name? Lin, don't you agree? Lin. It was the first time that Shang Junlin heard Shen Yu call him so intimately. His heart trembled. He lowered his eyes and his long eyelashes covered his eyes. His voice was low and gentle. Yes, she should respect you. The intimate scene of the two people acting as if there was no one else around provoked Shen Qingran. He grabbed the quilt and sat up. Are you here to laugh at me? Taking advantage of His Majesty's favor, you do whatever you want. I want to see what will happen to you when His Majesty finds out what you have done and blames you. You don't have to worry about that. If I really angered His Majesty because of this, His Majesty will be furious. Everyone in the Duke Bei's mansion will suffer with me. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Shen Yu. You did it on purpose, didn't you? That's right. You see, either you help me hide it from His Majesty, or we'll all be punished together, so that I won't be alone. Shen Yu played with the man's fingers and said casually. Don't you care about him? Shen Qingran was shocked by Shen Yu's attitude. He turned his head and looked at the man who was acting intimately with Shen Yu. You know that he is His Majesty's man. Why do you disregard your future and get involved with him? Shang Junlin gave a short laugh and touched Shen Yu's feather-like long hair. He is still willing to be with me. I am already very satisfied. Aren't you afraid that your whole family will be punished because of him? Shen Qingran widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this man with an extraordinary temperament was actually a love-struck fool. As long as I can make him happy, I don't care what I do. Shang Junlin stared at the young man in front of him. His eyes were soft, as if he only had eyes for the young man. Shen Qingran was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Besides being shocked, he couldn't help but feel jealous. The person he liked didn't come to see him even once when he was sick. Even their messages were few and far between. Why could Shen Yu easily get the love of two outstanding men? Obviously, he was the one who had transmigrated. He should be the protagonist of this world. Are you envious of me? Oh, no, are you jealous of me? Shen Yu approached him step by step. His voice was soft but cold. Are you feeling very indignant? Do you feel that I robbed you of the opportunity to enter the palace? Are you thinking that if you were the one who entered the palace, everything I have now would be yours? I didn't. Shen Qingran couldn't help but shrink back. He rarely confronted Xinyu face to face. The only 2 times Xinyu had scared him. No, that's what you think. Xinyu pinched his chin and forced him to look at him. Your eyes tell me that you are jealous of my identity as the legitimate son. You are jealous of the men I met. You are jealous of me, shut up. Shen Qingran awkwardly turned his head and pushed Xinyu away. Xinyu's words were like an axe that cut through his hard disguise, revealing his embarrassing inner self. The dirty and unbearable thoughts in his heart were exposed under the sun. Xinyu took back his hand and stepped back. Shen Qingran. How can you be so rude to the noble prince? Quickly apologize. Zhenbei Ho, who had rushed over after hearing the news, saw the scene before he entered the room. There's no need to apologize. Xinyu walked to Shang Junlin's side, took the handkerchief from his hand and wiped his hand. What can he do to me lying there? Shen Qingran was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't understand why his father, who had always doted on Xinyu, was biased towards Xinyu when it was obvious that it was Xinyu who was in the wrong. Was it really like what Xinyu said, that the entire Zhenbei Ho Fu was covering for Xinyu? Zhenbei Ho looked at Shang Junlin awkwardly. Shang Junlin had accompanied Xinyu back to the Fu with his identity concealed. Without his permission, Zhenbei Ho didn't dare to reveal his identity. He could only ask, what happened? He said that I met my lover in private and ruined the family's reputation. Xinyu began to count with his fingers. Sir Zhenbei's vision darkened. His Majesty was still here. Shen Qingran was seeking death by saying such words. If His Majesty blamed the Lord Protector's mansion for this. No, he couldn't let such a thing happen. Zhenbei Ho didn't know what happened before he came. Looking at the situation in the room, it didn't seem like there was an irreparable conflict. There should still be a chance to save the situation. He suppressed his anger and said, Noble Prince, Qingran is still young and has been spoiled by me. He speaks without thinking, it's time to teach him a lesson. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's long hair and said in a low voice. Zhenbei Ho didn't expect Shang Junlin to suddenly speak. He was stunned and looked at him carefully. However, Shang Junlin didn't even look at him. Zhenbei Ho couldn't tell what Shang Junlin's attitude was, so he could only agree. After watching enough, Xinyu planned to leave. Before leaving, he looked back and smiled. Father, don't forget what you promised me before you left. Zhenbei Ho was shocked. He remembered that Xinyu was talking about Shen Qingran and his mother. Now that Xinyu was favored, he certainly couldn't defend his son. No matter how many thoughts he had, he could only suppress them. I won't forget. After Xinyu left, Zhenbei Ho ignored the sad eyes of Shen Qingran and his mother. He learned what happened from the servant and left with a sullen face. Concubine Ru rushed over and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Master Ho, Rana really didn't mean it. He was confused by anger. Xinyu, no, noble prince brazenly took another man for a private meeting in the Zhenbei Ho Fu. He wanted to harm the whole Zhenbei Ho Fu. Duke Zhenbei kicked him away. Are you stupid? You believe everything he says. Why don't you think about it? The palace is heavily guarded, and he returned to the Marquis mansion temporarily. How can he have time to communicate with the lover you are talking about? That person is. Concubine Ru looked up in disbelief. Zhenbei Ho didn't have the patience to continue to argue with her, so he impatiently said, it's what you think. It's already that person's mercy that he didn't punish you. This concubine really didn't know. Concubine Ru's tone was absent-minded. You and your son should reflect on yourself here. In the future, without my order, you can't step out of the courtyard. Originally, because Shen Qingran was smart and knew how to please him, Zhenbei Ho didn't mind taking care of his son. But now, Xinyu, who was favored by the emperor, was in front of him. He had to temporarily give up Shen Qingran. He had to find a way to find out His Majesty's attitude and whether this matter had a bad impression of the Zhenbei Ho Fu. If there was, Shen Qingran and his son couldn't be left alive. Zhenbei Ho didn't find a chance to sound out Xinyu and Shang Junlin's words. Without a summons, he didn't dare to approach them directly. He waited and waited until he heard that the two of them had returned to the palace. He didn't know if it was because Xinyu had stayed outside for too long, but he faintly showed signs of fever. After returning to the palace, Shang Junlin immediately called for the imperial physician. After Xinyu drank a bowl of warm medicine, he finally relaxed. Take care of your own body. Shang Junlin frowned and looked at Xinyu. When they were in the palace, Xinyu didn't have many chances to catch a cold because he kept himself warm. He didn't expect that he would almost fall ill after leaving the palace for less than half a day. Shang Junlin realized for the first time how fragile Xinyu's body was. Xinyu smiled and moved closer to the man. He pressed down on his hand that was holding the pen to write the memorial. Don't we have His Majesty? I can't watch over you all the time. If your Majesty doesn't watch over me, who else would you watch over? Xinyu sat on the small table where Shang Junlin put the memorial and looked down at Shang Junlin. What nonsense are you talking about? Who else would I watch over other than you? Shang Junlin picked up the long hair that fell in front of him. Are you happy today? Xinyu tilted his head and smiled. Of course I'm happy when I'm with your Majesty. Although some things didn't work out, Xinyu was really happy when he saw Shen Qingran and his mother's unlucky appearance. I don't think you're happy because I'm with you. Your Majesty saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Xinyu's eyebrows curved. Then, are you happy today? And, how does your Majesty feel when you're regarded as my secret lover who met outside the palace? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbiku50. CC, could it be that you have other lovers besides me? Shang Junlin grabbed the young man's arm and leaned closer to him. Of course not, Xinyu rolled his eyes. In this world, who can be better than your Majesty? Shang Junlin suddenly remembered the secret report from the hidden dragon guards before Xinyu entered the palace. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. Don't lie to me. Your Majesty should have confidence in yourself. Otherwise, you should have confidence in my eyesight. Why would I give up your Majesty's Dragon Ball and choose the fish eye? Xinyu raised the corners of his lips. My eyesight is good. Your Majesty really has good vision. You can even see that someone is trying to break into the prison. Shang Junlin's tone was calm as if he just said it casually. Xinyu wasn't stupid enough to think that Shang Junlin was praising him. He knew that he couldn't get away with it so easily. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. It was as if he didn't understand the hidden meaning in Shang Junlin's words. Xinyu tilted his head. Those people are sneaky. It's obvious that they have ulterior motives. If your Majesty was the one who found them, your Majesty would definitely know that they have ulterior motives. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu meaningfully. There was a slight smile in his eyes. Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty, did you catch the mastermind of the prison break? Xinyu was interested when he mentioned this matter. The result of the prison break was announced to the public that the mastermind of the prison break was someone from the Zhang family. The entire Zhang family was convicted. Some were beheaded, and some were exiled. With the fall of the Zhang family, the case of Censor Zhang also came to an end. But Xinyu was well aware that the person who broke into the prison was He Gongzi, not Censor Zhang. The mastermind behind the scenes was naturally not someone from the Zhang family. It was very likely that it was Prince Yu. He just didn't know if Shang Junlin found out that it was Prince Yu. Your Majesty is so smart. Why don't you guess who wanted to break into the prison? His Majesty didn't even give me a hint. How could I guess? Xinyu complained. Does your Highness know the identity of the person being kidnapped? Shang Junlin asked. I don't know. Xinyu shook his head. Even if he knew, he couldn't admit it at this time. That man is called He Jinyuan. Shang Junlin stared at Xinyu's face as he spoke, not missing any change in his expression. He always felt that this matter was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it didn't seem like a coincidence at all. He didn't know what role Xinyu played in this matter. Looking at the young man's clear eyes, Shang Junlin hoped that he really had nothing to do with the prison break. Xinyu allowed Shang Junlin to look at him. His expression did not change at all. He knew about young Master He because of his previous life, so he was not afraid that Shang Junlin would investigate him. No matter how powerful the hidden dragon guards were, they would not be able to find out anything that had not happened. He Jinyuan? Does he have anything to do with the He family? Xinyu frowned slightly. That's right. Shang Junlin did not notice anything unusual about Xinyu. He looked away and nodded. He is the most capable person in the younger generation of the He family. He is also the one who the He family has high hopes for. He is the one who can lead the He family back to the top. Although the He family is in a declining state now, it was still in its golden age a few decades ago. In Dahuan, it could do whatever it wanted. If it wasn't for the fact that the late emperor didn't like the daughter of the He family and hated the He family because of her, the He family might still be in the imperial court now. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although the He family has declined for a few decades, its foundation is still there. The remaining power is enough for people to take risks. Under the candlelight, half of the man's face was hidden in the shadows. Xinyu picked up the brush on the brush holder and spun it. The person who broke the prison was not from the He family? The He family is not that capable. Shang Junlin smiled and took the brush from Xinyu's hand. If the He family had a capable person, they would not put all their hopes on He Jinyuan. Shang Junlin secretly imprisoned the young master of the He family partly because he wanted to fish out the hidden power of the He family. He did not expect the other party to be so calm and not take any action. Your Majesty, tell me quickly. Don't keep me in suspense. Xinyu held his chin and urged. Do you think I am a storyteller? Shang Junlin was not angry. It is all thanks to your reminder. I sent people to investigate the vassals and found a lot of interesting things. So your Majesty allowed the vassals to return to the capital early? Xinyu suddenly understood. No wonder the development of this life was different from the previous one. In the previous life, Shang Junlin might not even know that the young master of the He family was rescued by the king of Yu. Shang Junlin did not deny it. Xinyu thought, get the person in front of you and find a way to provoke him. He will more or less reveal his flaws. The day of the birthday banquet was approaching. The palace was getting busier and busier. The palace had arranged everything in advance. The banquet of the previous dynasty was mainly handled by the Ministry of Rites. Xinyu went through the process and was busy with the palace banquet. The people around Xinyu were so busy that their feet did not touch the ground. Xinyu himself was not as idle as before. Several times when Imperial Physician Gu came to check his pulse, he was busy. You still have to take care of yourself. Imperial Physician Gu's expression became serious after checking the pulse. Imperial Physician Gu, is the young master's condition getting worse? Mushi was scared and her face turned pale. A damaged body can't be healed overnight. You should pay more attention to it. Otherwise, it will be more difficult for you to survive the winter. Imperial Physician Gu hinted. With the medicine prescribed by Imperial Physician Gu, this winter is much easier than before. Xinyu was telling the truth. His illness was caused by his mother's womb. He was especially afraid of the cold. It was fine when the weather was warm. However, when the weather was cold, Xinyu's days were particularly difficult. It was as if he was wrapped in ice, from his soul to his body. The coldness was like gangrene attached to the bone. It followed him like a shadow. No matter how warm the room was, it was useless. Xinyu had lived 2 lives and suffered from the cold in both of them. Only this winter was not as difficult as before. I have already read the ancient books. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Not long after, Shang Junlin found out about the news from Xinyu's side. With a wave of his hand, he sent a few more experienced palace servants over to help. Eunuch Meng personally brought them over. His Majesty specially instructed that you should not be too tired. If you need anything, just instruct the servants to do it. His Majesty asked me to bring them here. You can use them as you wish. Xinyu looked at them one by one. These newly sent people had all served in the palace for some time. They were mature and steady, and their ranks were not low. If one were to take them out, they would be more than qualified to be the steward of a palace. Xinyu felt that Shang Junlin had probably packed up everyone who could be used and sent them over. He had to admit that these people were very capable. With their help, Xinyu's work was greatly reduced. It was not until a few days later that Xinyu found out that Imperial Physician Gu had specially gone to Shang Junlin for his condition. Xinyu rested his chin on his hand and looked at the man who was reading the reports. He asked, so, His Majesty sent so many people here because of Imperial Physician Gu's instructions? Shang Junlin's hands paused. His Majesty sent people here first before Imperial Physician Gu went to find His Majesty, Eunuch Meng said with a smile. Normally, he would not dare to speak so casually. But now, he knew that the Emperor treated Xingui Jun very differently. It would not be a problem to speak well of His Majesty in front of Xingui Jun. As expected, Shang Junlin only glanced at Eunuch Meng and spat out 2 words, "You speak too much." I spoke too much. Eunuch Meng bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He did not feel much fear. What did you say about Eunuch Meng? If Eunuch Meng did not mention it, I would not know that His Majesty cares so much about me. Is there a problem with me caring about you? Shang Junlin's expression was magnanimous. No problem. Xinyu originally wanted to tease him. Seeing that he did not take the bait, he did not continue, His Majesty should also care more about me in the future. If you can always be as obedient as you are now, I will naturally always care about you. Hearing Shang Junlin's words, Eunuch Meng's mouth could not help but twitch. If Xingui Jun was obedient, then there was no one in the world who was not obedient. Shang Junlin's birthday came in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Xinyu was dug out of the quilt by Shang Junlin, who had not yet left. Xinyu rubbed his eyes, Your Majesty? Didn't I tell you yesterday that you had to get up early today? Shang Junlin ignored Xinyu's struggle and wrapped him up with clothes. Xinyu muttered, Isn't it because Your Majesty is too energetic and can cause too much trouble? Mushi, come and help your young master wash up. Without waiting for Xinyu to say anything more, Shang Junlin interrupted him. Last night, it was Xinyu who pulled him aside and talked about the national conditions of Dahuan for half the night. However, when it came from Xinyu's mouth, it seemed like something had happened. Looking at the servants around them, they all lowered their heads and could not hide their shyness. Eunuch Meng also had an expression that said, I understand. Your Majesty has worked hard. Shang Junlin opened his mouth and then closed it again. This kind of situation had happened more than once, and he could not explain it every time. Shang Junlin had already tidied himself up and stood aside to wait for Xinyu to wash up. After washing his face, Xinyu was finally completely awake. He looked around and saw that the servants around him glanced at him from time to time with obvious joy on their faces. Especially Eunuch Meng and Mushi, they were gratified but also distressed. Xinyu touched his nose inexplicably. He walked to Shang Junlin's side, pulled on his sleeve, and asked in a low voice, What's wrong with them? Shang Junlin looked back. Under his gaze, the servants all lowered their heads and did not dare to show the slightest expression. Don't you remember what you said? Shang Junlin lowered his head and looked at him. Xinyu carefully thought back and suddenly remembered what he said in front of the servants when he was unconscious. He lowered his head little by little. Does Your Majesty have nothing to say to me? I spoke carelessly. Your Majesty is a magnanimous person. Don't fuss over such a small matter with me. Xinyu's voice became lower and lower. If Your Majesty cares, I'll go and say it. I'm too good at tormenting people, no need. Shang Junlin rubbed between his eyebrows. Go and change your clothes. Shang Junlin had a premonition that if Xinyu explained, the servants' imaginations would run in an even more ridiculous direction. Xinyu looked at him again. Seeing that he did not seem angry, he went behind the screen to change his clothes. Eunuch Meng walked slowly to Shang Junlin and lowered his voice to persuade him, Your Majesty's health is not good. Imperial Physician Gu also said that you need to restrain yourself when it comes to that matter. Moreover, you have to be busy today. You should be considerate of Your Majesty's health. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbq50. CC Meng Chong, are you very free? Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes. I still have a lot of things to do. I'll go now. Eunuch Meng could understand. His Majesty was young and strong, and Xingui Jun was the only one in the harem. Xingui Jun couldn't bear all his energy. It was just that Xingui Jun had to suffer. Fortunately, Imperial Physician Gu's medical skills were excellent, so he didn't have to worry too much about Xingui Jun's health. Xinyu changed his clothes and came out. Eunuch Meng was no longer in the room. He looked around the room but didn't see him. What are you looking for? Shang Junlin walked over and adjusted Xianyu's hairpin. Xianyu hadn't reached the age of 20 yet, so he usually didn't tie up his hair. Xianyu himself didn't like to dress up too much, so he usually tied his hair up with a hair tie. Today, Xianyu had his hair tied up, which was rare. With a jade hairpin inlaid with rubies, he looked more noble than usual. His whole person was shining brightly. Where's Eunuch Meng? Isn't he always by your side serving you? Xianyu was wearing the clothes that represented his status as a noble. There was dignity in the luxurious clothes, so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Shang Junlin quietly looked at him for a while before saying, I have something to tell him to do. Oh. Xianyu didn't ask any more questions. Other than the day he entered the palace, this was the first time Xianyu wore such complicated clothes. He straightened his sleeves. The clothes looked good, but it limited his movements. Your Majesty, do I look good today? Xianyu approached Shang Junlin. His voice was as soft as water. Shang Junlin looked at that incomparably beautiful face and found it hard to say the words not good. Xianyu waited for a long time, but Shang Junlin didn't answer. He deliberately made a sad expression. Sure enough, I don't look good. I'm so ugly that your Majesty can't say anything. Not ugly, Guijun is very beautiful today. Not only today, but in Shang Junlin's eyes, Xianyu was always so beautiful that it tugged at his heartstrings. Thinking that such a beautiful noble would soon be seen by the courtiers, Shang Junlin frowned slightly. He suddenly had the idea of placing Xianyu in the harem and not letting anyone see her. Shang Junlin shook off the strange thought that suddenly popped up in his mind and said, You may leave when you're done. Xianyu didn't know what Shang Junlin was thinking. He smiled and approached him, sighing in a low voice, Your Majesty is also very beautiful today. Only you would dare to describe us like this. Looking at Xu Li's face that was so close to him, Shang Junlin curled his fingers. Xianyu, I'm just telling the truth. Your Majesty won't punish me for telling the truth, right? Shang Junlin, we see that you're very brave. Are you still afraid of being punished? This is your Majesty's misconception. I'm very timid, just a little bit. Xianyu stretched out his hand and used his thumb and index finger to make a small distance. Also, I'm most afraid of pain. Your Majesty, please don't let me feel pain in the future. This will depend on Guijun's performance. Shang Junlin looked at him meaningfully. Xianyu pretended not to understand the meaning behind Shang Junlin's words and asked doubtfully, My performance is not good enough? Then your Majesty, tell me, do you like someone who is coquettish, clingy, or cold? Shang Junlin couldn't help but imagine Xianyu with different styles. His heart suddenly jumped and he interrupted Xianyu, We like Guijun's type. What a coincidence, I also like my type. Xianyu stopped talking about the previous topic. Seeing Shang Junlin's face change slightly, he added, Of course, I like your Majesty the most. Shang Junlin's eyebrows softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eunuch Meng, who had finished his work, came back and heard this conversation. He couldn't help but shake his head. The relationship between His Majesty and Guijun was really deep. In the gorgeous hall, the courtiers and vassals had already taken their seats. The well-trained palace servants nimbly served plates of delicacies. There were 2 empty seats in the high seats. One was for the emperor, and the other was a little lower. It was prepared for Xianyu. His Majesty hadn't arrived yet, so the people present were relatively relaxed. They gathered together and whispered. The content of the conversation was nothing more than the politics of the court, the relationship between the major families, and so on. What was different from the past was that today they had one more topic to talk about, and that was Shen Guijun. His Majesty really dotes on this Shen Guijun. Yes, now Yuzhong Palace is the most powerful family in the harem. It is said that not long ago, Shen Guijun, because of jealousy, captured several concubines left by the former emperor and tortured them in Yuzhong Palace. Is this true? His Majesty didn't do anything about it? When it happened, His Majesty was also there. That person was also bold. Under the pretext of playing hide-and-seek, she directly bumped into His Majesty's arms. Shen Guijun got angry on the spot and crippled the woman's hand that touched His Majesty. Be careful with your words. The person who spoke casually glanced in a certain direction and lowered his voice. I'm just telling you. It is said that Xinguijun was very angry that night. His Majesty had to coax her for a long time to calm her down. This is impossible, right? Some people refuse to believe it. It's just a man. If His Majesty wants, he can have as many men as he wants. But His Majesty only likes Xinguijun. At this time, a low-ranking official came over and whispered, "What about the former emperor's concubines who were taken away by Xinguijun? Of course, they are still locked up in Yuzhong Palace. If Xinguijun's anger doesn't subside, she probably won't let them go. His Majesty is too." Some people couldn't stand it. In any case, they are the former emperor's people. Some people stood on Xianyu's side. If they didn't have the idea first and were caught red-handed, Xinguijun wouldn't be angry with them. The people who were talking about it didn't notice that not far from them, the man quietly crushed the cup in his hand. "Your Majesty, Xinguijun has arrived." The hall suddenly quieted down. Shang Junlin took Xianyu to the high seat, and the minister saluted. For many people, this was the first time they saw Xianyu's appearance. At the moment when they saw her, some people found a reason for Shang Junlin's abnormal behavior. Such a beauty, if it were them, they would also be willing to treat her like a treasure. Xianyu's beauty was flamboyant and gorgeous, like a flower in full bloom, which could be seen but not touched. "Everyone, please rise." Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand, walked all the way to the place where Xianyu should sit, and came to the highest place. Xianyu raised her eyebrows in surprise, poked the man's arm, and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty?" The ministers who got up also saw this scene, and they looked at each other and frowned. "Sitting with me, are you afraid?" Shang Junlin looked down at the young man beside him, and his eyes were obscure. Reason told him that he should let Xianyu sit in the place where he should sit, but when he passed by that place, he didn't let go, but led the young man to the highest place. "I'm not afraid." Xianyu tugged at the man's clothes, "As long as your Majesty doesn't mind me taking up space." Shang Junlin hooked up the corner of his mouth, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Xianyu was going to sit next to Shang Junlin, some ministers couldn't sit still. "Your Majesty, this is inappropriate." "Oh? Then tell me, what's inappropriate about it?" The smile in his eyes instantly disappeared, and the young emperor looked down at the minister who spoke. His expression was indiscernible. Obviously, it was just a very calm sentence, but the minister who was kneeling on the ground was frightened and sweated. He knew that he had angered His Majesty, but some rules must not be abolished. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and said, "Your Majesty, it's inappropriate for Guijun to sit next to your Majesty." Once the first sentence came out, the rest of the words were easy to say. Since ancient times, only the Empress, as the head of the harem, can stand next to your Majesty. No matter how much your Majesty favors Guijun, he is not the Empress, he can't. Feeling more and more oppressive, he gritted his teeth and said the last sentence, "He can't have the same treatment as the Empress." Shang Junlin's black eyes sank, ignoring the minister's words, and sat down with Xianyu. "Your Majesty. According to Kong Daren's opinion, should I confer Guijun as the Empress today?" Shang Junlin stroked Xianyu's wrist and said with a cold tone. Kong Daren never thought that the emperor would rather confer Xianyu as the Empress than let Xianyu return to where he should be. The ministers and vassals who were watching were also surprised. For the first time, they felt that the rumor about how much the emperor doted on Xinguijun was not a rumor. No one dared to stand up when the emperor was angry. If it was something else, they could argue. But this was related to Xinguijun, who knows if the emperor would directly confer her as the Empress if they stood up. Seeing that no one spoke for him, Kong Daren pointed his spear at Xianyu. "Guijun, since you have entered the palace, you should scrupulously abide by your duty, be magnanimous and virtuous, and persuade His Majesty to have more children." Feeling that Shang Junlin's cold aura was getting stronger and stronger, Xianyu knew that Kong Daren had really angered Shang Junlin this time. Xianyu pressed the back of Shang Junlin's hand and signaled him not to speak. He stood up from Shang Junlin's arms and looked at Kong Daren condescendingly. "Does Kong Daren live by the sea? Why do you care so much?" Xianyu slightly lowered his eyes and said with a somewhat careless tone. Kong Daren's face turned red. "You, Kong Daren, did you make a mistake?" Xinyu was too lazy to listen to his words and interrupted, "This world is His Majesty's world. Kong Darren, as the imperial censor, it is your duty to persuade His Majesty, but it depends on what you are persuading. I also want to ask Kong Darren, where I sit, does it have anything to do with the state affairs?" Kong Darren couldn't answer. Of course, he knew that it didn't matter. He was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. As for the issue of having children, you should all know my attitude. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes, and I am also very domineering. Since His Majesty has me, he can't have anyone else. You are simply unreasonable. Seeing that Xinyu was stubborn, the man turned to Duke Bei and said, "Duke Bei, is this the good son you taught?" One Duke Bei, who had already experienced Xinyu's power, didn't want to talk to him at all. "Your Majesty, Xingui Jun has only been in the palace for a few days, but he is already so lawless. You can't let him do everything. In the future, maybe." Xinyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who was panting heavily. This man was Shang Junlin's uncle. Because he had contributed a little to Shang Junlin's ascension to the throne, he had always boasted that he had contributed to the ascension of the emperor and was the most capable person in the royal family. If Xinyu remembered correctly, this man had an unmarried niece who was a popular candidate to be the empress. No wonder he couldn't sit still after hearing Shang Junlin's words. "Princely, be careful with your words." Shang Junlin lightly interrupted Princely. He stood up and put one arm around Xinyu's waist. His black eyes looked down emotionlessly. "Guijun is my man. How I pamper him is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand?" Xinyu leaned into the man's arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but the words she said sent chills down one's spine. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC Too Arrogant. That was everyone's first thought. No one expected that Xinyu would say such a thing in public. If he said it to the emperor in private, it could barely be considered a joke. But now, no one dared to treat Xinyu's words as a joke. Guijun is joking. His Majesty is the emperor of a country. How can there only be one man in the harem? The speaker deliberately emphasized the word man. He was reminding Xinyu that he was just a man and couldn't bear the glory of monopolizing the emperor's favor. "Darren, no matter how much you say, you can't ignore His Majesty's wishes, right? In the end, this is His Majesty's private matter. His Majesty can do whatever he wants. If I said that you should dismiss all your wives and concubines at home and give you a few that you don't like, you wouldn't be happy, right? You are twisting words and forcing logic. His Majesty is the emperor of a country. How can he be compared to us? The emperor of a country is a person. You are also a person. If you don't want to give people to you, how can His Majesty be happy?" Xinyu nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and felt the man's chest tremble. Her hand was also held by the man. "Guijun is right. My private matter doesn't need to trouble my beloved ministers." Everyone could hear the joy in Shang Junlin's words. A crisis had been resolved. It was reasonable to say that the ministers should be happy. But the development of the situation didn't make them happy. The emperor favored only one person. For them, it wasn't a good thing. Some people began to secretly regret. If they had known that His Majesty wasn't tempted, they wouldn't have encouraged the son of Jinbei Ho to enter the palace. Or, they should have recommended their children to enter the palace from the beginning. Compared to the endless glory and wealth, what was a little bit of danger? After that, during the palace banquet, no one dared to say anything about Xinyu. The emperor's attitude was very clear. If they continued to talk about this matter, they didn't know how to appreciate favors. After a short period of low pressure, the palace banquet became lively again. Graceful dancers walked over with graceful steps, dancing gracefully to the moving music. Their gauze fluttered with their movements, creating an extreme visual feast. The dancers raised in the palace are indeed different. Xinyu poked the meat in the bowl and sighed. "You like it?" Shang Junlin asked in an ambiguous tone. Xinyu was keenly aware of Shang Junlin's displeasure. Although he did not know the reason, he still answered cautiously, "That's not true. Compared to them, I still prefer your Majesty." Shang Junlin was in a better mood and returned the favor, I also like you more. Seeing that the human pressure around him had returned to normal, Xinyu continued to enjoy the song and dance. He had a lot of patience for beautiful things. While watching, he asked Shang Junlin, Your Majesty, do you know who arranged this dance? Shang Junlin did not care about these things. He summoned eunuch Meng and said, Answer your question. It was arranged by the music department. If you like it, I can ask them to arrange more. Eunuch Meng assisted Shang Junlin in managing the palace, so he was very clear about these trivial matters. Meng Chong. Hearing Shang Junlin's emotionless voice, eunuch Meng knew that things were not good. He was so focused on pleasing the emperor that he forgot that his majesty would be jealous because of this. Xinyu acted as if he did not feel anything. He tugged at Shang Junlin's sleeve and asked softly, Your Majesty, can you accompany me to watch it? Shang Junlin's displeasure disappeared instantly. He glanced at eunuch Meng and said, Didn't you hear what the emperor said? Yes, I will arrange it. Eunuch Meng sighed in his heart. The emperor was still able to deal with his majesty. Your Majesty is busy with official business. You should relax more. Xinyu finished speaking and was about to eat the meat in the bowl when he was stopped by the man. Your Majesty? It's not good for your body to be cold. Shang Junlin turned his head and ordered the palace servant, Go and change the hot food for the emperor. The palace servant obeyed and left. Xinyu was stunned and then smiled. His eyes seemed to be full of stars. Your Majesty is so nice. Shang Junlin was stared at by the young man's starry eyes. He could not help but lower his head and sigh, Your Majesty's eyes are so beautiful. Even the most expensive gemstone could not compare to the brilliance of those eyes. Those who stared at them could not help but be immersed in them and give up escaping. Shang Junlin's aggressive aura was too strong. Xinyu blinked and uncomfortably moved to the side. He felt that Shang Junlin's eyes were not the same as before. Fortunately, at this time, the palace servant brought the dishes. Shang Junlin withdrew his gaze and the atmosphere that made Xinyu uncomfortable disappeared. The palace servant changed the dishes on the table one by one. Shang Junlin was silent for a while and said, Eat it while it's hot. Under the tempting aroma, Xinyu did not have time to think about Shang Junlin's strange behavior just now. He tasted a few dishes and put the dishes that he liked into Shang Junlin's bowl. Your Majesty, eat with me. The interaction between the two was clearly seen by the ministers below. But they had just suffered a loss under Xinyu's hands. They did not want to ask for trouble again. They could only pretend that they did not see anything. The Prince of Yu sat in the front position of the vassal king's table. His position was not far from where Shang Junlin and Xinyu were sitting. He could vaguely hear the voices from above. Hearing Xinyu's soft voice talking to Shang Junlin, the Prince of Yu silently clenched the cup. When he first approached Xinyu, Xinyu's attitude had always been very cold. She did not treat him any differently from others. But now, she smiled sweetly in front of Shang Junlin. Her every move was so dazzling that people could not take their eyes off her. So, was he really just a substitute that Xinyu used to comfort her when she was bored? If it were not for the fact that conditions did not allow him to do so, he really wanted to ask her in person. In what way was he inferior to Shang Junlin? Why was he the substitute of the most annoying person? Unfortunately, since that meeting, he had never found a chance to see Xinyu again. He used the previous method to send Xinyu letters and asked people to send things to Xinyu. Except for the things that were returned intact, the letters that he sent were like a stone that sank into the sea. There was no reply at all. Later on, he encountered all kinds of troubles. He could not even take care of himself, let alone find a chance to see Xinyu, who had already entered the palace. He wanted to let the spies in the palace pass a message to Xinyu, but Shang Junlin watched him too closely. Yuzhong Palace was heavily guarded. Once his people appeared, they would be arrested. Before his great cause was accomplished, he absolutely could not expose himself at this time. Why does the Prince of Yu seem to be in a bad mood? Prince Li finished a cup of wine and noticed the ugly expression on the Prince of Yu's face. He followed his line of sight and rolled his eyes. Isn't Prince Li the same? The Prince of Yu's attitude towards Prince Li, who had already sided with Shang Junlin, was not very good. This prince is in a bad mood because my calculations have failed. What about Prince Yu? Princely did not mind exposing his scars. As far as this prince knows, Your Highness Prince Yu does not have much of a grudge with the two above. You don't need to worry about this prince's matters. The Prince of Yu took a sip of wine. Under the influence of alcohol, his attitude became even worse. Princely should worry more about himself. Because of your own calculations, you have angered Xingui Jun, who is favored by the emperor. Don't lose the emperor's heart because of this. Xingui Jun. Princely's voice was heavy. If I had known that he was such a powerful character, I would not have let him enter the palace in the first place. Didn't our good emperor personally choose him to enter the palace? The Prince of Yu keenly sensed something and deliberately asked. Does he really think that he was chosen by the heavens? If no one did anything behind his back, the one entering the palace could have been Madame Zhang. Madame Wang did not have to be Madame Chen. Princely explained meaningfully. The Prince of Yu's eyes darkened. As expected. Originally, I only wanted to find a pathfinder. Who would have thought that he would become a roadblock? The Prince of Yu poured himself a cup of wine. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Did you not investigate what kind of person you were sending into the palace before deciding on the candidate? The Prince of Yu couldn't help but ask. What's the use of saying this now? The Prince of Yu raised his wine cup and clinked it with the Prince of Yu's. What we need to consider now is how to remove this roadblock. Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot by doing this? The Prince of Yu's tone became even more unfriendly when he thought of Xinyu and the fact that he had been used as a substitute. Why does Your Highness Prince of Yu have to poke at this prince? The one who angered you is not this prince. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. The Prince of Yu drained the wine in his cup in one gulp and slowly revealed his true motive. Your Highness Prince of Yu, why don't you come to Huatang residence for a chat after the palace banquet? The Prince of Yu gripped the cup in his hand tightly. After a moment of silence, he said, okay. The Prince of Yu returned to his seat in satisfaction. The two of them sat close to each other, so their short exchange did not attract much attention. Xinyu had been paying a portion of his attention to the Prince of Yu, so he had a panoramic view of the Prince of Yu and Princely's actions. He absent-mindedly withdrew his gaze and poured himself a cup of wine. Before he could put it into his mouth, the hand holding the cup was held by Shang Junlin. Your Majesty? Xinyu was at a loss. Imperial physician Gu said that it's best if you don't touch wine. His large palm wrapped around Xinyu's fingers. Shang Junlin leaned forward slightly and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. That's my cup, Xinyu said quietly. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC Your Majesty is my husband. How could I dislike Your Majesty? As long as Your Majesty doesn't dislike me, it's fine. Xinyu looked away and lowered his voice. Surrounded by musical instruments, Xinyu's voice entered Shang Junlin's ears without being affected. You must be joking. Husband and wife are one. I dislike anyone but you. Shang Junlin slightly curved his lips. The man's hand was big and warm. Xinyu's hand was completely wrapped in his palm. Xinyu could feel a steady stream of heat coming from their skin. The palm of his hand was cold, and the back of his hand was hot. A strange feeling spread from his hand to the bottom of his heart. Xinyu's fingers moved. He wanted Shang Junlin to let go of him. Unexpectedly, not only did the man not let go, but he also increased the strength of his grip. Your Majesty, you should let go of my hand. After maintaining the original position for a while, Xinyu saw that Shang Junlin still had no intention of letting go, so he had to remind him. Shang Junlin seemed to have woken up from a dream and let go of his hand. Xinyu immediately took his hand back. His palm was empty, and his heart also seemed to be empty. Xinyu still felt the man's warmth on the back of his hand. He retracted his hand into his wide sleeves and unconsciously curled his fingers. Xinyu didn't have a big appetite. After eating a little, he felt full. He stared at the jade-colored wine pot on the small table and licked his lips. The wine was brewed in the palace for a long time. It was mellow and fragrant. The fragrance of the wine seemed to have a long hook, hooking Xianyu's sense of smell. People were always like this. The more they were not allowed to touch something, the more they wanted to touch it. Xianyu was obsessed with wine in his previous life. It was not because he drank too much, but because the cold illness in his body could only be alleviated after drinking. It would not make him feel like he was living in an ice cellar. In this life, his physical condition was not as bad as it was in his previous life, and Shang Junlin had instructed him not to let wine appear in his sight, so he did not miss it. But today, the aroma of the wine had suddenly aroused his appetite, and he wanted to taste it even more. "Your Majesty," Xianyu pulled the man's sleeve and said, "Let me have a taste. I promise I'll only take a sip." "How come we didn't know that your highness was such a glutton?" Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man. He remembered that according to the news from the hidden dragon guards, Xianyu did not drink at all. "I just want to have a taste." "Who asked this wine to be so fragrant?" Xianyu perfectly explained what it meant to be strong even though he was not in the right. "You are clearly the one who is greedy, yet you are blaming the wine." Shang Junlin shook his head with a smile. "It is not that Jin does not allow you to drink, but Imperial Physician Gu said that your body is not suitable for drinking. I drank when I first entered the palace." Under Shang Junlin's deep gaze, Xianyu's voice became lower and lower. "Why did you stop talking? It seems that your highness did not forget what happened that night." Xianyu indeed remembered. That day was the first time he had a relapse after his rebirth. He always thought that it was a coincidence, but it turned out that there was another reason? Was my relapse because I drank wine? Xianyu hesitated. Yes, and no. The wine was just a trigger. Shang Junlin was unwilling to elaborate, and Xianyu did not want to force him. He could only reluctantly look away and continue to focus on the singing and dancing. Other than the unhappiness at the beginning, the overall atmosphere of the banquet was very good. It was just that some segments were very boring. Towards the end, Xianyu was a little tired. "Your Majesty, I want to go out for a walk." Shang Junlin knew that he was bored and did not stop him. "Go, don't stay outside for too long." In order to not attract attention, Xianyu only took Mushi with him when he left. The palace banquet was getting lively. Other than a few people who had been paying attention to Xianyu, the others did not notice that Xianyu had quietly left. King Yu was one of them. Seeing this, he found an excuse and followed him out. Seeing this, Prince Li stroked his beard with a smile in his eyes. He knew that something must have happened between King Yu and Xingue Jun. Otherwise, why would Xingue Jun look at him with such a betrayed expression? He waved his hand to summon a servant and ordered in a low voice, "Follow King Yu and report everything to me. Be careful, don't be discovered." Yes. The servant accepted the order and left. The young emperor who was sitting on the high seat saw this scene and his eyes darkened. He knocked on the table with his knuckles and ordered, "Meng Chong, let the hidden dragon guards follow his highness." Eunuch Meng was surprised. Seeing his majesty's cold expression, he swallowed his questions and said, "Yes." Xianyu did not know that King Yu had followed him out and that King Li's men were following him. He did not go far and found a place to hide from the wind. "Mushi, what else happened on the day I fainted?" "This?" Mushi's expression changed slightly. "Young master, I'm not sure." Eunuch Meng handled everything that happened that day. "I only know that, young master, because," Mushi could not continue. "Because of what?" Shang Junlin did not mention what happened that day. Xianyu thought that he had only fainted, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Because he was thinking about something, Xianyu did not notice Mushi's strange expression. "Because young master could not stand your majesty and fainted." After saying it in one breath, Mushi's face turned red. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this reason, Xianyu choked on his own saliva. "Is young master okay?" Mushi did not have time to blush. She quickly stepped forward. "Her majesty knows that young master's health is not good, but she still went overboard." "Stop." Xianyu felt that if he did not interrupt, Mushi would say many more surprising things. "What else?" "Think carefully. What other unusual things happened?" "If you want to talk about unusual things, does Her Majesty change most of the servants in Yuzhong Palace the next day count?" Mushi could only think of this. Most of the palace servants were changed? It seemed that something did happen that night that he did not know, but he did not know if it had anything to do with his sudden illness. It's normal that young master does not remember. Most of the people in that group have never shown their faces in front of young master. I only found out later, Mushi explained. No wonder I didn't find anything wrong, Xinyu muttered. In fact, I think that Her Majesty is very good to young master except that she doesn't know how to restrain herself. Mushi clearly saw how Shang Junlin treated Xinyu. Even if she was biased against Shang Junlin at the beginning, she had to admit that Shang Junlin was the person who treated her young master the best. Her Majesty is indeed. Xinyu suddenly turned his head. Who? One prince walked out of the dark with a dark face, holding a withered branch in his hand. It was the sound of breaking the branch that made Xinyu find him. Your Highness. Mushi took a step back and saluted. Why did your Highness come out? Xinyu looked at Prince Yu as if he was a stranger, which made Prince Yu extremely angry. Especially after hearing the conversation between the two, the anger in his heart had long been surging. He was clearly the one who met Xinyu first, and he was the one who discovered Xinyu, this pearl. So why didn't he get anything, and even let the person he hated the most take advantage of him? At that time, when he caught a glimpse of her in the corridor, her jade-like face was deeply imprinted in his heart. If he didn't have a very good impression of her from the beginning, why would he, a dignified prince, lower himself to make friends with her personally? When he quietly followed her out, Prince Yu himself didn't know what he was thinking. He used a disguised identity to make friends with Xinyu. Now he was Prince Yu, and Xinyu didn't know him at all. He couldn't do anything even if he followed her out. It was undeniable that Prince Yu had a trace of expectation in his heart that he was unwilling to admit. He hoped that Xinyu could recognize him, but he was also afraid that Xinyu could recognize him. With unclear thoughts, he followed them all the way until he heard the conversation between Xinyu and Mushi. He could no longer keep calm. The person he had never touched before was not only taken by someone else, but also injured by that person's impetuousness. For a moment, Prince Yu didn't even understand whether he was angry that Xinyu, who he regarded as his possession, was touched by someone else or that Xinyu was injured by that person. In anger, he broke the dead branch beside him. After being discovered by Xinyu, he didn't intend to continue hiding and directly walked out. Xinguijun is really in a good mood. Prince Yu stared at Xinyu's face and saw the indifference on his face. The anger in his heart burned more and more. Why? Why can Xinyu live with Shang Junlin with a clear conscience as if nothing happened? Why is he the only one who remembers that relationship? Xinyu didn't feel Prince Yu's anger, but so what? He abandoned the trash in his previous life. Did he have to pick it up again in this life? He didn't have this hobby. Those who make him unhappy, he will definitely return it 1,000 times. Xinyu, you are really good. Prince Yu took a few steps forward, but Mushi stopped in front of Xinyu and said sternly, "This is the Imperial Palace. Your Royal Highness, please respect yourself." Xinyu put one hand on Mushi's arm and pushed her away. We don't know each other. Why do you say that? Don't know each other? Prince Yu's face was gloomy. Xinyu, young Master Shen, do we really not know each other? Prince Yu is joking. Xinyu shook his head lightly. Among the people I know, there is no Prince Yu. What about Zhao Yu? Prince Yu stared at Xinyu's face, trying to see a trace of panic on his face. Unfortunately, Prince Yu was destined to be disappointed. Hearing this name, Xinyu's face didn't change. I knew him before I entered the Imperial Palace. Why? Just know each other? Prince Yu's eyes were gloomy. Guijun, tell me, if I tell His Majesty that you have privately promised to marry someone before you entered the Imperial Palace, will he still dote on you like he does now? Prince Yu seems to be very concerned about my affairs. Is it because you also like me? Xinyu stopped Mushi, who wanted to speak, and asked casually. Prince Yu's chest was filled with depression. Although he didn't want to admit it, to some extent, Xinyu did say what he was thinking. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC. How could King Yu, who had just been provoked by this matter, hear these words? The veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost used up all his patience to prevent himself from losing his composure. You weren't like this before. King Yu was so angry that he lost all reason. He blurted out his thoughts. Are you still blaming this king for not protecting you and causing you to enter the palace? Wait. Xin Yu interrupted King Yu's words. He thought, King Yu's tolerance is not good. With just a few words, he revealed all his secrets. In his previous life, King Yu was not so honest in front of him. It was he who guessed King Yu's true identity through clues. Why did he say it so quickly in this life? Was the impact of him entering the palace so big? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, what does King Yu mean? Why don't I remember having contact with King Yu before entering the palace? What does it have to do with His Royal Highness whether I enter the palace or not? A series of questions were thrown at King Yu. King Yu's mind, which was occupied by anger, finally sobered up. When he realized what he had said, his face turned ugly. This king, or did King Yu conceal his identity and contact me? Let me guess, King Yu mentioned Zhao Yu just now. Is it possible that His Royal Highness is Zhao Yu? Xin Yu stood on the steps with his arms crossed and looked down at the man in the prince's attire. King Yu didn't expect that Xin Yu could guess the truth with just a few words. He flatly denied, this king is not. Then is young Master Wang? Young Master Lin? Or young Master Su? When a name was read out, King Yu's face darkened. He thought that he was a substitute was the limit of his tolerance. He never thought that he might be a substitute, one of the substitutes? Xin Yu pretended to be distressed, there are a lot of people. How about His Royal Highness tell me directly, which one are you? Xin Yu, don't go too far. I'm going too far? Who eavesdropped on my conversation with the maid? Who was the one who followed me out? Who deliberately concealed his identity and approached me? Your Highness Prince Yu, I also want to know what you want to do. Xin Yu's face turned cold. This prince is only here to remind you. Don't think that just because you have the emperor's favor, you can do whatever you want in the palace. There are many people eyeing the position of empress. If you show off like this, you will only become a thorn in their side. They will only want to get rid of you as soon as possible. King Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. You don't have to worry about that. I believe that His Majesty will protect me. After all, His Majesty is not like some people who say that it has to be you, but in the blink of an eye, they can turn a blind eye to that person's predicament and desperately try to make their presence known. Xin Yu walked down the steps and approached Yu Wang step by step. Yu Wang, are you still blaming me? Are you still blaming me for not finding a way to not enter the palace because of you? This king did not. Yu Wang's tone unconsciously lowered. When he first heard the news, that was indeed what he thought. Xin Yu's words were like a gust of wind that blew away his self-deceiving disguise and revealed his selfishness. Xin Yu stepped back slightly and brushed past Yu Wang without any reluctance. Now I really feel that entering the palace was the best choice I have ever made. No matter what identity you used to approach me, there was no connection between us in the past, and there will be no connection in the future. There was only the hatred of 2 lifetimes apart. After the people who secretly followed Yu Wang returned, they reported everything that happened here to Prince Li in full detail. Prince Li stroked his beard. I didn't expect that our Xingue Jun had such a relationship with Yu Wang. Your Highness, should we, with such a big handle, we must grasp it well. Xin Yu, isn't Xingue Jun very arrogant? This king wants to see if His Majesty can still treat him as before after this incident. Yu Wang smiled in a good mood. He didn't expect to find such a big surprise by secretly following Yu Wang. He was just worrying about how to deal with Xin Yu, and the solution came to him. It seemed that even God was on his side. Send someone to investigate carefully. This king wants to know all the details of what happened to Xin Yu before he entered the palace. On the second day of the palace banquet, several people who were disrespectful to Xin Yu at the palace banquet were dismissed. The ministers who had a premonition about this were used to it. His Majesty was already merciful by only dismissing them and not beheading them. In addition, these people's official positions were not high, and their conduct was not completely impeccable. Their disappearance from the court did not cause much of a stir. It was getting closer to the end of the year. Shang Junlin was not as busy as before, and the time he spent in Yuzhong Palace increased day by day. Because it was almost the new year, Shang Junlin simply ordered the vassal kings to spend the new year in the capital before leaving. Your Highness, do you know why His Majesty did not let us go back? In the private room, Princely took a sip of wine. Does Imperial Uncle know? Yuang really couldn't figure it out. Recently, he had been in a terrible fix because of Shen Qingran's matter, and really had no time to care about other things. I can guess a little. I'm afraid that some people's hearts are too big, and His Majesty wants to use this opportunity to knock some sense into them. Princely looked at Yuang meaningfully as he spoke. Yuang's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. This? Your nephew really doesn't know. Recently, your nephew has been busy with some personal matters and has no time to care about other things. Princely smiled and didn't expose him, but his next sentence almost made Yuang jump out of his seat. Imperial nephew, have you considered how to deal with your relationship with Shenguijun? Now that His Majesty dotes on Shenguijun so much, if he knew that you had an ambiguous relationship before Shenguijun entered the palace, wouldn't it? Princely didn't finish his sentence, but Yuang knew what he meant. The matter between him and Shen Yu could be big or small. If it was used by someone with ulterior motives, all his years of planning would be ruined. Imperial uncle must be joking. This prince and Shen Guijun don't know each other. How could we have such a relationship? Yuang doesn't need to rush to refute. Since this prince dared to speak, I naturally have evidence. Now, you and I have the same goal. Is Yuang willing to watch your former lover be in love with someone else for the rest of your life? Princely didn't expect that his subordinate would be able to find out such interesting things. It turned out that Yuang had secretly come to the capital and even concealed his identity to be on good terms with the legitimate son of Count North. Your Highness, why don't you and I work together? What I want is the position of Empress. If you still want Shen Yu, after this matter is done, you can bring him back to your fief. Yuang knew that since Princely dared to say it directly, he must know something. But some things were different from the person himself admitting it. After a moment of silence, Yuang said, we can work together, but I hope Imperial Uncle understands that the one who has feelings for Shen Yu is Zhao Yu. It has nothing to do with this prince. Princely smiled. This prince understands. Your Highness has always stayed in your fief and never left before the imperial edict arrived. A toast to Imperial Uncle. Yuang raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Imperial nephew, if you have any problems, feel free to look for this prince. As long as this prince can help, this prince will definitely not refuse. Yuang's hand tightened around the wine cup. Shen Yu. He couldn't stand the sight of Shen Yu staying by Shang Junlin's side. Whenever he thought of it, it was like a ball of fire was burning in his heart. Achoo. Young master, rest early. It's already very late. Mushi brought in hot water. Shen Yu put down the pen in his hand and soaked his hand in the hot water. When he felt his body temperature return, he took it out. I'm fine. Young master, will Yuang really be fine? Knowing that Zhao Yu was the empress of Yu, Mushi had been worried. If Yuang spread rumors about what happened back then, would Her Majesty believe her young master? Since ancient times, there were only a few things that men couldn't tolerate the most. Moreover, Her Majesty was the emperor, so she would only be more intolerable. Do you think he will be stupid enough to perish together with me? Mushi shook her head. She was just afraid that Yuang would be too angry with her young master and expose the matter directly. Besides, there's nothing between me and him. Even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do it. Shen Yu expected that Yuang would not let it go, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. Looking at the men in front of him, Shen Yu stopped in his tracks. What are the two princes doing? Seeing that the weather was good, Shen Yu went out of Yuzhong Palace for a walk and planned to send the late birthday gift to Shang Junlin. He didn't expect to run into Yu Wang and Li Wang. We came specially to find your highness. Can we talk in private? Yu Wang was silent and didn't speak. Li Wang spoke in a seemingly amiable manner. Shen Yu didn't think that they came to find him for anything good, so he didn't want to waste time. If you have something to say, just say it. Then this prince will get straight to the point. Li Wang narrowed his eyes and said slightly threateningly, this prince already knows what happened before your highness entered the palace. If your highness doesn't want this matter to be known to everyone, it's best that you find a way to persuade his majesty to agree to take a consort. I was wondering what it was. So it's this. Li Wang is really interesting. Why do you think I'll be threatened by you? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. If it's just for this matter, Li Wang shouldn't waste our time. Does your highness think that his majesty won't care about this matter? Li Wang couldn't stand Xinyu's fearless appearance. His tone was vicious. For the time being, we can say that it happened before you entered the palace, so his majesty can't delve into it. What if this prince says that this prince also knows that after your highness entered the palace, your highness secretly left the palace to meet with an old lover? Xinyu's expression became a little subtle. Li Wang thought that he had stepped on Xinyu's sore spot and the corners of his mouth rose. This prince also doesn't want to publicize the scandal to everyone. As long as your highness does as this prince says, this prince guarantees that no one else will mention this matter of your highness meeting with someone else. Your highness should think carefully before answering. Think about what? Shang Junlin's low voice came from the other side. The person who met your highness that day was Zhen. What, does Li Wang have an opinion about this? This official doesn't dare. The smile on Li Wang's face froze. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. At the end, Shang Junlin's voice was filled with coldness. Prince Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he knelt down. I wouldn't dare. I think you're very daring. If I hadn't happened to meet you today, how would you have bullied Gue Jun? Shang Junlin walked behind Xinyu and reached out to pull her into his arms. I didn't know that Prince Li and Prince Yu were so concerned about my and Gue Jun's private matters. Prince Yu had already knelt down. Under the emperor's pressure, he only dared to glance at Xinyu. Xinyu leaned in the tall man's arms with a relaxed posture. There was no fear on her face at all. She really wasn't afraid that Shang Junlin would find out about what had happened between them. Prince Yu finally understood this. Did Shang Junlin already dote on Xinyu this much? Prince Yu's lowered eyes were dark. Who gave you the courage to bully my Gue Jun? The palace servants around them were already kneeling. Shang Junlin's cold voice sounded on the empty path. Prince Li buried his head, and the clothes on his back were gradually soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't figure out why Shang Junlin would suddenly appear here. The informant he planted in the palace said that the emperor was discussing business in the imperial study and wouldn't come out for a while. He also happened to see Xinyu leaving Yuzhong Palace alone, so he came to stop her. Prince Li knew how difficult Shang Junlin was to deal with, so he wanted to make a move on Xinyu. He didn't expect that Shang Junlin would catch him red-handed. Your Majesty, I know my mistake. Shang Junlin was furious, so Prince Li didn't even dare to plead for mercy on his behalf. He didn't even dare to imagine how much Shang Junlin had heard of his threats to Xinyu. I know my mistake, Prince Yu, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a hoarse voice. I just wanted to ask Gue Jun some things on behalf of a friend. Prince Yu's words were also a reminder to Xinyu that some things shouldn't be said in front of the emperor. Upon hearing this, Mushi glared at Prince Yu. He dared to do it but did not dare to admit it. What a scumbag. His Royal Highness Prince of Yu is really close to the people. I just don't know what the relationship between that friend and Prince of Yu is. Is it worth it for Prince of Yu to take such a big risk to enter the palace for him? Xinyu cast a sidelong glance at Prince of Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Your subject, Your Highness Prince Yu is not talking about yourself, right? If Prince Yu has something to ask me, just ask directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Xinyu interrupted him. The Prince of Yu was silent. Xinyu was right. He did not dare to say those things in front of Shang Junlin. It was a serious crime for a vassal to return to the capital without permission. Shang Junlin squeezed Xinyu's hand and deliberately used a low voice that both Prince Li and Prince Yu could hear. Does your highness know what Prince Yu wants to ask you? His fingers involuntarily clenched. Prince of Yu stared at the ground, his heart in his throat. He was afraid that Xinyu would say it, but in addition to his fear, he was also somewhat expectant. He was expectant that Xinyu would say it and admit the feelings that had not been declared. Maybe he wants to ask me why I agreed to enter the palace. Who knows? Xinyu answered carelessly. Shang Junlin glanced at Xinyu deeply and skipped the topic. Then what about Prince Li? Why did Prince Li look for your highness? Your subject, of course it is because of the position of Empress. The two people's voices sounded at almost the same time. Xinyu had already spoken. Princely knew that there was no use in hiding it, so he simply shut his mouth. Your Majesty, you don't know. In order to persuade me to persuade you to take a consort, Princely began to threaten me with the matter of you accompanying me to the residence of Jinbei. Your subject has indeed misunderstood this matter. Your subject is willing to apologize to your highness. Princely had no other choice but to admit his guilt. His Majesty was willing to open his mouth and admit that the person at the residence of Jinbei that day was himself. If he continued to insist, he would only be asking for a rebuff. No matter who had appeared at the residence of Jinbei with Xinyu that day, since Shang Junlin had opened his mouth, it could only be him. Princely could not understand. What was so good about Xinyu that made the emperor favor him so much? Shang Junlin looked down at the two people for a while and said indifferently, "Come, Princely and Prince, you have been disrespectful to your highness. Flog them 100 times. Your Majesty." Princely raised his head in disbelief. "You want to flog your own uncle because of this evil consort?" Shang Junlin lowered his eyes, his voice still neither fast nor slow. "You can also choose to enter the secret prison." "Xinyu, you evil consort. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You can't be so muddle-headed, I'm your own uncle." Princely struggled. "The one who gave the order was your Majesty. How can Princely blame me?" Feeling Princely's resentful gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up. "Since Princely is being punished, you should reflect on yourself. Princely, don't pretend to be stupid. No one is stupid. Do you really think I don't know your true purpose for coming to find me? You want me to make way for you and your good niece? You should see if you're worthy." Xinyu laughed mockingly. You. Princely's face turned red with anger when his thoughts were exposed. Seeing that Prince Yu was silent, he couldn't help but say, "Prince Yu, don't you have anything to say? Are you just going to watch Xinyu continue to be so glorious?" "Imperial uncle, this matter is indeed our fault. We deserve to be punished." Prince Yu didn't know why Xinyu didn't directly expose him in front of Shang Junlin. Xinyu was too crazy. No one knew what he would do in the next moment. Right now, he didn't have a hold on Xinyu's weakness, but Xinyu had a hold on his. He didn't dare to gamble. Shang Junlin walked in front of Princely with Xinyu, his voice cold. "We have already warned you. Don't have any ideas you shouldn't have. Don't think that we can tolerate you for the rest of your life." Princely's private actions were endless, and he even tried to control him by interfering with the harem. Shang Junlin had tolerated him for a long time. The guards dragged Princely away while he struggled. His Majesty had personally ordered that even if it was a prince, the executioners would still beat him without exception. Xinyu was led to the imperial study by Shang Junlin. "Did you suffer?" Shang Junlin ordered someone to pour hot tea and urged Xinyu to drink it. Xinyu didn't expect Shang Junlin's first sentence to be this. He thought that Shang Junlin would ask him about Prince Yu, so he was stunned. Then he smiled. "Your Majesty came at the right time. I didn't suffer." In terms of suffering, Xinyu felt that Princely and Prince Yu might be even more aggrieved. "Why did your Majesty suddenly go over?" Xinyu remembered that Shang Junlin was busier than usual because there were some matters that had been presented to him in the past 2 days. "I heard that someone reported that Princely and Prince Yu were staying in the palace. I wanted to see what they were doing." In fact, he was in the middle of his work when he heard from the hidden dragon guards that Princely and Prince Yu were planning to cause trouble for Xinyu. "No matter why your Majesty went over, I still want to thank your Majesty for helping me out." Xinyu curled up on the warm soft couch like a cat. Shang Junlin ordered someone to put the soft couch in the imperial study to make it convenient for Xinyu to rest when he came over. It was incompatible with the cold and hard style of the imperial study. Back then, Shang Junlin took over the soft couch that Xinyu used to read. Xinyu casually said, "Your Majesty took over my couch. Take it as compensation." The next day, a soft couch was added to the imperial study. Later on, Xinyu found that not only the imperial study, but also any place that he might go would have a comfortable place for him to rest. "How can I let others bully my emperor?" Shang Junlin sat in front of the throne and continued to read the memorials. Hearing Shang Junlin's words, Xinyu's heart trembled slightly. In his 2 lifetimes, Shang Junlin was the only one who could stand in front of him unconditionally and protect him from all the storms. Your Majesty is so good to me. It was not the first time that Xianyu said this. Every time he said it, he felt deeper than the previous time. The first time, he just wanted to let the man know that half of it was to please him. But after every time, he got rid of the impurities bit by bit, leaving only the purest feelings. Eunuch Meng had already been ordered to have the imperial kitchen serve hot food. Xianyu did not sit for long before a palace servant came in with steaming hot food. It's time to eat. Why don't you stay and eat with me? With the emperor's order in advance, the imperial kitchen served Xianyu's favorite dishes. There were also a few snacks that Xianyu liked. Xianyu had never eaten them in Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty, is there a new imperial chef in the imperial kitchen? Xianyu picked up a white and sticky snack and put it in his mouth. Under the stimulation of the sweetness, he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. It's a new style that they have researched. If you like it, I will let them serve you in Yuzhong Palace. Shang Junlin had little interest in sweets and ate the food in his bowl. After eating with Shang Junlin for so long, Xianyu found that Shang Junlin did not care about food at all. He ate whatever was given to him and was very easy to feed. Xianyu still remembered one time when he and Shang Junlin ate together. The taste of a dish served by the imperial kitchen was very indescribable. Xianyu only ate one bite and did not want to force himself to continue eating. Shang Junlin could eat more than half of the plate without changing his expression. After that day, Xianyu complained about Shang Junlin's taste for a long time. Since then, whenever the two ate together, the dishes served were all dishes that suited Xianyu's taste. Why does your Majesty send all the good things to Yuzhong Palace? Xianyu bit his chopsticks. In the long run, won't Yuzhong Palace become the richest palace in the palace? Shang Junlin, the palace is mine, and so is your Majesty. It's just a matter of changing the place to put things. If your Majesty is happy, it can be considered that they have played their role. Shen. Your Majesty is really getting better at saying sweet nothings. Shang Junlin frowned, I'm just telling the truth. Xianyu smiled but did not say anything. That's why it's said that sometimes inadvertent sweet nothings are the most touching. After the meal, Xianyu and Shang Junlin nestled on the soft couch. Shang Junlin sat upright and seriously read the memorials. Xianyu leaned on his shoulder and read a novel. The novel was found in the Imperial Library Pavilion. It wasn't accurate to say that it was a novel. In fact, it talked about the history of the relationships of the past emperors. Xianyu read it with great interest. The history of the past emperors of the Shang family was really rich in love. There were many kinds of things, such as substitutes, seizing, love rivals turning into lovers, there were all kinds of things. In comparison, Shang Junlin's history of relationships was as clean as a white sheet of paper. Compared with the past emperors, Shang Junlin was really out of place in terms of relationships. If Xianyu remembered correctly, in his previous life, Shang Junlin's harem seemed to have no one except for Shen Qingran, who was tricked into entering the palace by him. Even in his previous life, Shen Qingran only saw Shang Junlin a few times after entering the palace, let alone having physical contact with Shang Junlin. It was said that tyrants didn't like to be touched. In his previous life, after Shen Qingran escaped from the palace, he complained that one time he accidentally touched Shang Junlin's arm and was grounded for a few days. What are you thinking about? Shang Junlin looked away from the memorials and turned to see Xianyu staring at him in a daze. I'm thinking about your Majesty. Xianyu paused for a moment and glanced at the memorials in Shang Junlin's hands. Your Majesty is worried about the flood control issue? That's right. Shang Junlin did not hide anything and handed the memorials in his hands to Xianyu so that he could read them more clearly. Are you interested? The memorials were presented from Lin County. Lin County was located in the south of Dahuan. Because of the terrain, it had been affected by floods every year since the founding of Dahuan. Dahuan had invested countless manpower and resources into the flood control issue, but the results were minimal. Every emperor of Dahuan had been worried about Lin County. Xianyu had witnessed the disaster in Lin County in his previous life and knew how tragic it would be. Later, with the help of Shen Qingran, the King of Yu made a great contribution to the flood control issue. This was the beginning of the King of Yu's power. Xinyu had seriously studied Shen Qingran's flood control plan in his previous life. It was indeed better than any of the existing plans in Dahuan. Some time ago, when Xinyu was thinking about what to give Shang Junlin as a birthday gift, he suddenly thought of this. He deliberately chose a day when Shang Junlin was not in Yuzhong Palace and wrote down the plans he remembered one by one. He planned to give them to Shang Junlin. If he had prepared in advance, perhaps there would not have been such a tragic situation like in his previous life. Today, he suddenly came up with the idea of leaving Yuzhong Palace and wanted to give the things he wrote down to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty knows that I have been in poor health since I was young and liked to read miscellaneous books. A few days ago, I sorted out some useful things that I had read in the past and thought that Your Majesty might be able to use them. Xinyu took out a thin book from his arms. The cover of the book was blank. Xinyu handed the book to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, please take a look. Shang Junlin took the book, opened it, and glanced at it. His movements paused. Without changing his expression, he roughly read the contents. The book was not long and it did not take long for Shang Junlin to finish flipping through it. He closed the book and grabbed Xinyu's arm with a little force. Where did Guijun read these contents? It had to be said that the contents of this book could play a big role. He told Xinyu about the incident in Lin County not because he wanted to get some advice from Xinyu. He did not expect that Xinyu would give him such a big surprise. Can it help Your Majesty? Xinyu did not answer Shang Junlin's question. He could not tell Shang Junlin that he got this from Shen Qingran in his previous life, at least not now. Looking at Xinyu's expression, Shang Junlin knew that Xinyu would not say anything even if he continued to ask. There were more than one or two secrets on Xinyu's body. It did not matter if there was one more. Shang Junlin was not anxious. He suppressed his rare gaffe and let go of Xinyu's arm. Guijun has really helped me a lot. This is a gift for Your Majesty. Does Your Majesty like it? Xinyu was relieved that Shang Junlin did not ask about the origin of the book. Although he had thousands of ways to hide it, he did not want to lie to Shang Junlin about this matter. I like it very much. Shang Junlin's fingers that were holding the book tightened. The ink in his dark eyes was rolling, but it soon returned to calmness. Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. When Your Majesty is discussing with the ministers, can you not mention that this book came from me? Xinyu thought for a while and made a request. You have presented such a useful method. Logically speaking, you should be rewarded. Do you really not want it? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. Was this the Guijun who asked for a reward just because his maid was frightened? I already said that this is a birthday gift for Your Majesty. What's the point of asking for a reward? Besides, the contents of the book did not come from him. Xinyu had no interest in falsely claiming other people's credit. The book also said that many of the things that Shen Qingran presented were the result of the wisdom of several generations of people. Shen Qingran could shamelessly claim credit for himself, but it did not mean that Xinyu could do the same. Xinyu never wanted things that did not belong to him. When Your Majesty's birthday comes, I will also give Your Majesty a big gift. On that day, Shang Junlin discussed matters in the imperial study until midnight. When he returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu was already fast asleep. He took off his outer clothes and lay on the bed. Not long after, Xinyu found the source of heat and came over. Shang Junlin pulled her into his arms and slowly closed his eyes. The news that Prince Li and Prince Yu dragged their injuries out of the palace quickly spread in the capital's upper circle. Being at the center of power and involving two princes, the ministers were privately speculating about what had happened. They did not have much time to speculate. The next day, the palace issued a decree that Prince Li and Prince Yu were ordered to reflect on their mistakes in seclusion because they had offended the Emperor and Your Majesty. The people who heard the news looked at each other. Prince Li was disrespectful to Your Majesty and Your Majesty at the palace banquet. At that time, I felt that he might be in trouble. I thought that Your Majesty did not make things difficult for Prince Li on the spot because he was concerned about his reputation. I did not expect, it makes sense for Prince Li, but what about Prince Yu? Prince Yu has always been honest and dutiful. He would not have run into Your Majesty, who is in the limelight, right? He was beaten with a rod and punished to reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. His Majesty really did not give him any face. If you ask me, Princely deserves it. He has been abusing his achievements for several years. Who is your Majesty? Is he someone he can control? His Majesty is doing this to give him a warning, right? Prince Yu was also punished. It is really puzzling. What is there to be puzzled about? I heard that Prince Yu and Princely met in private several times. Maybe they were secretly plotting something and your Majesty noticed it. In the capital, there was no lack of discussion about these matters. The voices outside were passed to Princely and Prince Yu through the mouths of people with intentions. The two of them threw a big tantrum in the residence. The servants who served them were trembling in fear for several days, not daring to make the slightest mistake. The incident between Prince Yu and Princely was a warning to the other members of the royal family. The vassals who returned to the capital all declined social engagements and stayed in their manners obediently, praying that the day of returning to their fiefdoms would come soon. Because of this incident, the last group of people who wanted to persuade Shang Junlin to choose a concubine also gave up the idea. Everyone knew that Princely had a grudge with Xingui Jun because he failed to send his niece to the palace. The outside of the palace could not affect the inside of the palace. After listening to Mu Shi report the situation outside of the palace, Xinyu casually withdrew his gaze. How is the farmstead? Xinyu asked as he handed the flowers he picked to the palace servant behind him. Everything is as usual. Mu Shi walked forward a few steps closer to Xinyu and lowered her voice. Gongzi, the people at the farmstead sent this servant to tell you that the vermilion cotton you asked for has bloomed. Is that so? Tell them that I will find time to go take a look. The vermilion cotton referred to the task Xinyu ordered before entering the palace. The blooming of the flowers meant that the task he ordered had been completed. The only drawback of entering the palace was that it was too inconvenient to communicate with the outside of the palace. His power had not yet developed, so it was too inconvenient for him to personally command. It seemed that he had to think of a way to leave the palace alone, or take Shang Junlin to the farmstead. Your Majesty, it's not good. The palace servant ran over in a panic. Xianxia committed suicide in the palace and insisted on seeing you. No one stopped her? Xinyu frowned. He had not asked about these imperial concubines after he brought them back to Yuzhong Palace. Other than not being allowed to step out of the room and not being allowed to have contact with outsiders, everything was the same as before. Why did they suddenly make a scene? We stopped her, we couldn't stop her. The palace servant's tone was anxious. Do you know what happened? This servant doesn't know. Today, this servant went to deliver food to the Nyang as usual and saw Nyang hanging a white silk on the beam of the room, the palace servant explained as she led Xinyu to the destination. Before they got close, they heard the noise in the courtyard. Xinyu quickened his pace and frowned as he looked at the chaotic little courtyard. Stop. Your Majesty is here. The little eunuch behind Xinyu stepped forward and sternly scolded, What are you doing? How can you be in such a mess? Nyang, didn't you say you wanted to see your Majesty? Your Majesty is already here. The palace servant who led Xinyu said loudly. Your Majesty, Xianxia knows she was wrong. Xianxia is willing to say anything. Please let Xianxia off. Nyang pushed away the palace servant in front of her and walked a few steps to Xinyu before kneeling down. Oh? Is it possible that there is a hidden story behind your collective seduction of His Majesty? Xinyu asked calmly. Your Majesty, please understand. Xianxia really didn't do it willingly. Nyang cowed out a few times. Xianxia is willing to say anything. I only ask that your Majesty can save Xianxia's life. Xinyu narrowed his eyes and ordered, Mu Shi, clear out the insignificant people in the courtyard and send someone to invite His Majesty over. Remember, don't spread the news. This servant obeys. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was empty. When Xinyu brought them back, he arranged them in different places. Originally, it was to prevent these imperial concubines from exchanging information with each other. Now, it was convenient for him. Let's talk inside. Xinyu walked into the room and sat on the main seat. Several palace servants stood beside him and Mu Shi stood on his right. You said you want me to save your life. What happened? Nyang couldn't hide the panic on her face. She looked around nervously before saying in a small voice, Your Majesty, someone wants to kill me. Kill you? Mushi was puzzled. Yuzhong Palace is heavily guarded. Living here is much safer than where you lived before. Why would someone want to kill you? Xianxia doesn't dare to lie. Xianxia woke up in the middle of the night several times and felt that someone was standing by the bed with something in their hand. They were staring at Xianxia with cold air. Yunyangyang swallowed. Xianxia was very scared and didn't dare to open her eyes to take a look. Then how did you know that someone wanted to kill you? It was Xianxia who inadvertently saw that the person was holding a dagger in his hand. Yunyangyang was scared silly. Before she entered the palace, she was at most an ordinary girl who was a little scheming. She had never seen such a scene. She didn't even dare to confirm whether that person was real or fake. The next day, she made a fuss. She didn't know why that person didn't kill her the previous few times and didn't dare to bet that person wouldn't kill her in the future. When she agreed to that matter, she knew that if she couldn't complete it or fell into the emperor's hands, her end wouldn't be good. Now, before her plan could be executed, she was unexpectedly imprisoned by Xinyu in Yuzhong Palace. If there were no accidents, the mission was destined to not be completed. She had every reason to believe that that person would kill her one step ahead of time so that she wouldn't reveal the secret. Your Majesty, Xianxia really didn't lie. I know. When Xinyu planned to bring everyone to Yuzhong Palace, he had thought about what to do if the person behind the scenes didn't want to be exposed and directly attacked these people. Shang Junlin also had the hidden dragon guards pay attention to the movements here. If someone really wanted to make a move, they would definitely be discovered at the first moment. That person didn't kill concubine Yu for a long time. Perhaps he was worried about this. Furthermore, if that person hadn't been discovered, it was highly possible that he was one of the people who had been serving in the courtyard. Xinyu thought about the hidden dragon guards that Shang Junlin had instructed to follow him around. He didn't know if he could order them around. He tried to use the method that Shang Junlin usually used to instruct the hidden dragon guards to shout. A man in black appeared silently in the room. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have for me? It seemed like he could order them around. Get someone to guard the courtyard. Don't let anyone leave this place. If anyone acts strangely, immediately restrain them. Xinyu instructed. Yes. After he finished speaking, the man in black disappeared. Xinyu trusted the hidden dragon guard's abilities. He heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't handle this properly, he was afraid that he would have alerted the enemy. Tell me everything you know. Xinyu supported himself with one hand on the armrest and looked down calmly. It all started from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, there was a change in the throne and a new emperor ascended to the throne. This meant that the era of the previous emperor had completely passed. Not long after the new emperor ascended to the throne, there was an emergency at the border. The new emperor led his cavalry to destroy the invaders and reclaim the lost land. For a long time, the imperial palace was without an emperor. The new emperor left the imperial palace too quickly and the transfer of power was not complete. The old power and the new power were in a mess. The imperial palace was the biggest power center and was affected the most. The previous emperor passed away suddenly and left behind a group of concubines and immature princes. Among them, there were many young girls like concubine Yu who had just entered the imperial palace and had no power or influence. Someone secretly approached them and asked them to find a way to continue staying in the imperial palace. In the beginning, that person sent us a lot of gold, silver, jewels and beautiful jewelry. He said that he couldn't bear to see us living in the imperial palace so pitiful. Later on, he would occasionally ask us to do some small things or spread some news outside the imperial palace. These were all very small things. Even if we were discovered, it wouldn't endanger our lives. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. His Majesty returned to the imperial court and spent more and more time in the imperial palace. That person asked us to find a way to get close to His Majesty and said that it would be best if we could become His Majesty's people. His appetite is very big. How can he be sure that His Majesty will accept you? This was the part that Xinyu couldn't understand the most. No matter how beautiful or young these women were, they couldn't hide the fact that they were the previous emperor's concubines. Maybe they thought that I would be like the previous emperor who didn't abstain from meat and vegetables. Shang Junlin's indifferent voice came from the door. Xinyu looked up and saw a tall man dressed in a golden dragon robe with a black background walking in step by step against the light. Your Majesty came so quickly. Xinyu stood up to greet him. I saw that the person you sent to call me was anxious, so I came directly. What happened? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and walked to the high seat. Xinyu told him the news that he had just received. For the time being, I asked about this. Shang Junlin sat on the main seat and stroked Xinyu's wrist. He said faintly, continue. What happened next was very simple. That person kept sending them things through the palace servants and asked them to do some unremarkable things. Then he ordered them to find a way to get close to the emperor. Originally, that person didn't want us to get close to His Majesty. Later, when Guijun entered the imperial palace, that person was stimulated and gave us a death order. He told us to find a way to become His Majesty's people. You don't know who gave you the order? Xinyu asked. I don't know. He has always sent us messages through the palace servants. He has never seen us in person. Who are the palace servants who sent you messages? Little Gizi, Aunt Fan, Magpie. Xinyu silently remembered these names. Then do you know who else listens to his orders like you? Concubine. You reported a few names. Xinyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other. Their eyes were a little dignified. Lin Jilan was not among the names that Concubine you had revealed. What does Guijun think? After ordering people to take Concubine you away, Shang Junlin asked. Either Concubine you doesn't know of Lin Jilan's existence, or the person behind them is not the same person. Xinyu was more inclined to the latter. His Majesty's imperial palace is really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Xinyu teased. Then I'll have to trouble Guijun to give me a clean imperial palace. Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's cheek. Xinyu covered his face, not letting Shang Junlin succeed. Is there any progress on His Majesty's side? Lin Jilan revealed some information, but it's not enough to catch the person behind the scenes. Because Xinyu was involved in this matter from the beginning, Shang Junlin did not intend to hide it from him. First catch the person that Concubine you pointed out. Maybe there is some connection between the two. After thinking about it, Xinyu suggested. What Guijun said is reasonable. Shang Junlin took out a waist token. This is for Guijun. If you have any orders for the hidden dragon guards, you can use this token. The token was pitch black with a dark red pattern engraved on it. Xinyu took it and touched it. There were small uneven characters on the back, but he could not recognize the characters. Why did His Majesty suddenly give me this? Since Guijun helped me, I have to show my gratitude. At most, I can mobilize a team of hidden dragon guards. Guijun can accept it without worry. Shang Junlin had other things to do, so he left after giving instructions. When he returned to the bedroom, Xinyu took out the pitch-black token and looked at it carefully. He didn't expect Shang Junlin to give him the token that could command the hidden dragon guards so easily. Xinyu's mood was a little complicated. However, he did not have much time to think about this. He still had to deal with the trouble that Concubine you brought. According to the information that Concubine you revealed about the other people, Xinyu ordered the hidden dragon guards to investigate. These people did not have the same thing that happened to Concubine you. This was good news. It meant that the infiltration of the person behind the scenes was much lower than he had imagined. The hidden dragon guards acted quickly. It did not take long for them to find the suspicious person in Concubine you's courtyard. As Xinyu expected, it was a little eunuch who had been serving in the side courtyard. Xinyu did not spend much time to meet this person. He believed that the hidden dragon guards would be able to get some useful information from this person. Everything was done in secret. Luckily, Concubine you's courtyard was remote. Not many people felt the commotion. After Xinyu gave the order, no one dared to say a word. Ever since Shang Junlin's purge, the connections between the inside and outside of the palace were cut off. Aristocratic families like the Zhang family who dared to interfere in the palace were punished. The remaining families who were lucky enough not to be discovered hid and did not dare to show their faces. If it weren't for noble lord catching them off guard and locking them up in Yuzhong Palace, the person behind the scenes wouldn't have revealed himself. Shang Junlin held the black chess piece in his hand and blocked the white chess piece's way out. Your Majesty, have you found out anything? Xinyu thought for a while and put down the white chess piece. Your chess skills have really opened my eyes. On the chessboard, the black pieces and the white pieces fought fiercely. Shang Junlin's moves were wide open, while Xinyu's moves were unpredictable. Every step he took was filled with murderous intent. The situation on the chessboard was constantly changing, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the loss of the entire game. I have already made a contribution. Why doesn't your majesty know how to let me win? Xinyu held the white chess piece and complained. The chess piece made of white jade was held between the young man's slender fingers. It was hard to say whether the jade or the hand was more beautiful. Shang Junlin's gaze followed the young man's fingers. Suddenly, it was as if he had become the chess piece. Your majesty, you have lost. A clear voice pulled Shang Junlin back to reality. He looked at Xinyu's chess piece that turned the situation around. He could not help but laugh. I admit defeat. Your majesty seems to be in a good mood today. Xinyu took the hot drink brought by Mushi and took a sip. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Why do you think so? Shang Junlin looked away from the chessboard. Today, I won against your majesty by cheating, but I don't see your majesty getting angry. Xinyu held the small bowl. The steam rising from the bowl made his eyes hazy and charming. Shang Junlin laughed. When have I ever been angry with you? Xinyu thought for a while. It seemed that ever since he entered the palace, Shang Junlin had never been angry with him. He changed the topic. Mushi, bring a bowl of hot drink for His Majesty. Let His Majesty try the new product developed by Yuzhong Palace's small kitchen. Mushi quickly brought a bowl. Xinyu liked to drink this recently, so the small kitchen always prepared it. Shang Junlin had never been picky about food. He took a sip and commented, not bad. It seems that it's really good to be able to get your majesty's praise. Xinyu finished drinking and put the small bowl aside. Prepare a bowl for His Majesty in the future. Mushi noted it down. Shang Junlin slowly finished drinking and said, that little eunuch knows a lot of things. Xinyu, your majesty, please say it. Shang Junlin, there is a huge network of relationships in the palace. It has existed since the late emperor was on the throne. It has developed to the present, and it involves a lot of people in the palace. However, most of them are just following orders. They don't know who they are loyal to. Only a few people know the identity of that person. The little eunuch caught by Yuzhong Palace happened to know. Xinyu, he is a core member? Shang Junlin, not really. He knows this because his master told him. Xinyu, master? Who is his master? Shang Junlin, he is the original head eunuch of Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu finally understood why the person behind the scenes had chosen this little eunuch to make a move. After experiencing Shang Junlin's 2 purges, it would only be more difficult to plant people in Yuzhong Palace than in other places. Perhaps the little eunuch was the only choice. Has that eunuch been dealt with? Yes, the first investigation led to him. He works for more than one person. Shang Junlin just didn't expect that there was another person hiding in the dark. Your Majesty, who is it? It's Prince Huayu. Shang Junlin's eyes deepened. Prince Huayu? The Prince Huayu who claimed to be ill after losing the fight for the throne with the late emperor? Xinyu thought for a moment. In the memory of his previous life, there wasn't much about this person. Until Prince Yu ascended the throne, this person was holed up in his mansion and didn't make any moves. Yes. Shang Junlin frowned. Before the late emperor ascended the throne, Prince Huayu was the most popular candidate for the new emperor. But for some reason, he chose to withdraw voluntarily. After the late emperor ascended the throne, he was allowed to stay in the capital to treat his illness. Xinyu, this is understandable. Rather than letting the tiger return to the mountain, it's better to keep an eye on it. After all, it's someone who almost ascended the throne. What do you think I should do? Didn't your majesty already make a decision? Xinyu looked at him. There was an unspoken tacit understanding in their eyes. Prince Huayu's mansion. A thin man was half leaning on a short table. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His voice was slightly shrill. Your Highness has been exposed. What are your plans next? Isn't this what your master wants to see? Why are you asking me? Prince Huayu's voice was hoarse. He didn't have a good impression of the man. Master asked me to give this to you. He said that you will understand his intentions when you see it. A dark red box was placed on the table. Knowing that he wasn't welcome, the middle-aged man didn't stay any longer. He got up and left. After a long time, hoarse laughter came from the room. Shortly after the middle-aged man left, a team of well-trained imperial guards surrounded the not-so-luxurious Prince Huayu mansion. In the evening, Xianxia finished copying 2 pages of a book before Shang Junlin came. The news outside the palace had already spread to the palace. The palace people involved had been secretly taken away. Some people with keen political senses sensed that a storm was coming. Why hasn't Guijun gone to bed yet? Shang Junlin came back late today. Usually, at this time, Xianxia would have been lying in bed. I'm waiting for your majesty. After getting rid of the cold air, Shang Junlin approached Xianxia. What are you doing? Copying books. Xianxia moved to the side to make room for Shang Junlin. Has your majesty finished? Almost. Shang Junlin sat down next to Xianxia. After finding out the person behind the scenes, Shang Junlin immediately controlled the palace people on the list to prevent them from spreading the news to the outside world. Then, he ordered the imperial guards to go to Prince Huayu mansion to arrest them. After this time, those who want to send their children into the palace or give His Majesty people should stop. Xianxia sighed softly as he thought of the things that had happened in the past few days. There are always people who don't give up. Shang Junlin picked up the book that Xianxia copied and looked at it. Instead of being promoted honestly, there are more people who want to take shortcuts. Your Majesty is so charming. Guijun is wrong. What's charming is the power that I represent. Even if your Majesty isn't the emperor, I believe that with your Majesty's charm, there are still many people who want to be with your Majesty. Xianxia changed the topic and looked at Shang Junlin sadly. Your Majesty, is there really no one else but me? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC. The force on Xianxia's chin continued to increase. His lips curled. Is your Majesty angry? I'm just reminding you not to forget your identity. Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, Xianxia dragged out his words. Your Majesty, please tell me, what is my identity? Don't ask when you already know the answer. How did your Majesty know what I said? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Does your Majesty care about me that much? The palace can't hide secrets. Your conversation with Prince Yu has been heard by many people. Shang Junlin stated the truth. No wonder Prince Li used that to threaten me. Xianxia understood this point. He reached out and covered the back of Shang Junlin's hand. If your Majesty is curious about my experience outside the palace, you can ask me directly. There's no need to hear it from other people. Shang Junlin's eyes deepened. Then why don't you tell me how many good young masters you have outside the palace? After going around in circles, the topic returned to the original point. Why did your Majesty believe my words to fool Prince Yu? Other than your Majesty, I don't have any good young masters. Isn't your Majesty very clear on this point? Xianxia didn't believe that Shang Junlin hadn't investigated him before he entered the palace. You're right. Shang Junlin didn't deny it. He loosened his grip on Xianxia's chin and frowned. Why is your Majesty so delicate? Shang Junlin purposely used less force. He didn't expect that it would still leave a red mark on Xianxia's chin. Meng Chong, bring the medicine. Yes. Eunuch Meng quickly came back with the medicine. Xianxia rubbed his chin. In fact, he didn't feel anything. Your Majesty, don't worry about it. It'll be fine in a while. Shang Junlin didn't listen to him. He opened the medicine bottle and held Xianxia's chin with one hand. He dabbed the ointment on his fingers with the other hand and carefully applied it to the red mark. A cool and refreshing feeling came from his chin. The man rubbed the ointment bit by bit with his fingertips, and the coolness gradually turned into heat. Xianxia was controlled between the man's body and the wall. The biting cold breath and the heat of the man's body continuously attacked her, making her dizzy. Xinyu slowly closed his eyes, and his chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. All right. Just before her consciousness slipped into the abyss, she heard the man's voice. Xinyu opened her eyes and found that she was even closer to Shang Junlin. The distance between the two of them was less than an arm's length. They were so close that he could see Shang Junlin's long and straight eyelashes. Every strand of his eyelashes could be clearly seen. As their breaths intertwined, Xinyu's ears heated up. You have a mole here. Shang Junlin's voice was low and hoarse. Below her earlobe, there was a very light-colored mole. Shang Junlin couldn't resist touching it with his finger. Xinyu turned his head uncomfortably, trying to avoid Shang Junlin's hand, and reached out to touch her ear at the same time. He didn't know that the place where he had a mole was so sensitive. Just being touched by Shang Junlin made her tremble as if she had touched a switch. Your Majesty. Feeling the unconcealable tremor in her voice, Xinyu closed her mouth. Shang Junlin coughed and withdrew his hand. It's late. You should rest early. Under the wide sleeves, the man rubbed his fingers, and the delicate and cool touch seemed to remain on his fingertips. Xinyu lay on the bed, slightly tilting his head. Under the candlelight, Shang Junlin was reading memorials with a straight posture. The orange candlelight cast a warm glow on the man, making it hard for people to look away. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Prince Huaiyu was suddenly taken away. The ministers had just heard the news, but they were confused by the emperor's series of actions. The imperial guards took away several officials without saying anything, including but not limited to the old ministers who had been in power during the time of the previous emperor. This time, the action was even bigger than that of Censor Zhang. The ministers who had a good relationship with the emperor gathered together to think about the reason for His Majesty's actions. His Majesty punished Prince Li and Prince Yu, and now it's Prince Huaiyu. Could it be that Prince Huaiyu was disrespectful to His Majesty like the previous two princes? It shouldn't be. Prince Huaiyu's presence has always been very low, and he doesn't care about court affairs. Prince Li wants his niece to enter the palace as the empress, but I haven't heard of a young girl in Prince Huaiyu's family. His Majesty suddenly made a big move and directly sent the imperial guards to surround Prince Huaiyu's residence. I feel that it's not a small matter. Could it be a rebellion? Be careful with your words. In fact, it's not completely impossible. You may not know, but before the previous emperor ascended the throne, Prince Huaiyu was the most popular prince. The person who spoke was lost in his memories. At that time, Prince Huaiyu was only 17 or 18 years old. He was at the peak of his youth, and his talent was outstanding. He was very conspicuous among the princes. Unfortunately, after this dazzling star flickered for a short while, his light was covered by thick dark clouds and he was lost in the crowd. In a flash, many years had passed. The once favored sun had become the sand on the ground, and his elegance had also been worn away by time. But the new emperor has been on the throne for so long. If he really wanted to do something, he didn't have to wait until now. Another person put forward a different opinion. Yes, now that the court is stable, and His Majesty has the support of the people. If it's really as you say, before His Majesty ascended the throne, wouldn't it be a better time to act? Many of the ministers present had personally experienced the chaotic scene during that time. The previous emperor was muddle-headed in his later years, and favored the treacherous ministers, allowing them to control the court, amass wealth wantonly, and eliminate dissidents. Capable generals were framed, and millions of soldiers died in vain, dying with hatred. The enemy countries found the right time to launch a large-scale attack, and took away piece after piece of rich land. The previous emperor only cared about enjoying himself, and turned a blind eye to this until the current emperor appeared out of nowhere. Like a sharp knife, he directly stabbed into the enemy's abdomen, and took back the land bit by bit. Xinyu flipped through the palace chronicle sent by Shang Junlin, trying to find some clues from it. Xinyu didn't know what happened to Prince Huaiyu in his previous life. He didn't know how Shang Junlin dealt with the previous emperor's concubines in his previous life, and whether he also found out that someone was secretly manipulating behind the scenes. He always felt that there was something wrong with this matter. Guijun, Imperial Physician Gu is here. After Xinyu's health improved, Imperial Physician Gu didn't come every day. This time, it had been 3 days since the last time he came. After greeting, Imperial Physician Gu took Xianyu's pulse as usual. After a while, Imperial Physician Gu frowned and withdrew his hand. Guijuan's pulse doesn't seem right. Xianyu didn't respond, but Mushi was already anxious. She couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked, Imperial Physician Gu, is Guijuan's body okay? I have to confirm. Miss Mushi, don't panic. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Imperial Physician Gu said. Mushi. Mushi still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Xianyu. Don't be rude to Imperial Physician Gu. Please extend your other hand, Guijun, I have to confirm it again. Imperial Physician Gu thought for a moment and said. Thank you, Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu carefully took Xianyu's pulse twice, and his tightly knitted brows relaxed a little. Don't worry, Guijuan's body has a rejection reaction to some kind of poison. Fortunately, Guijun didn't ingest much. I can give you a prescription, and you'll be fine soon. Poisoned? Mushi frowned. But Guijuan's diet is strictly controlled. This servant can guarantee that everything that enters Guijuan's mouth is fine. It's not necessarily food, Imperial Physician Gu explained. The poison in Guijuan's body is very weak. If Guijun wasn't born with a weak body, and if the medicine he took didn't conflict with this poison, this little bit of poison wouldn't have any effect on his body. Can Imperial Physician Gu diagnose when I ingested this poison? Xianyu recalled his experience during this period of time, and a certain idea came to his mind. It should be within a week. Within a week, it just happened to match the time Xianyu thought. The only strange thing that happened recently was that he went there after Consort Yu caused trouble. Coincidentally, Mushi was his personal maidservant, so she also followed him there. I'll have to trouble Imperial Physician Gu to diagnose my maidservant again. Xianyu needed to confirm his thoughts. After Imperial Physician Gu finished checking Mushi's pulse, he was surprised. Miss Mushi also has a very small amount of this poison in her body. Sure enough, it was as he thought. Xianyu continued to ask, what effect does this poison have on people? It has a certain hallucinogenic effect. If the dosage is large enough, it will make people fall into a nightmare. But Guijun can rest assured that the amount of poison in your body won't have any effect. Xianyu also felt it. If Imperial Physician Gu didn't say it, he wouldn't have known that he was inadvertently poisoned. Can I trouble Imperial Physician Gu to take a look at His Majesty? This is my duty. I don't dare to accept the word trouble. Shang Junlin finished his work and returned to Yuzhong Palace. When he saw Imperial Physician Gu talking to Xianyu in a low voice, the corners of his mouth slowly flattened. Xianyu saw Shang Junlin before the palace servant announced his arrival. He stood up, Your Majesty, come here quickly. Imperial Physician Gu and the palace servant knelt down to greet him. Shang Junlin walked towards Xianyu, Everyone, get up. Your Majesty, I found something. Xianyu told him his guess, Your Majesty, let Imperial Physician Gu take your pulse first. Shang Junlin's expression became serious. He stretched out his hand to let Imperial Physician Gu take his pulse. The result was as expected. Shang Junlin also had a trace amount of poison left in his body. Your Majesty? Shang Junlin's face instantly became very ugly. Xianyu was about to explain that a little bit of poison wouldn't have much effect on the body when he heard the man ask Imperial Physician Gu in a deep voice, Will this poison cause harm to Guijuan's body? Imperial Physician Gu was also stunned. He didn't expect Shang Junlin to ask this question after learning that he was poisoned. Imperial Physician Gu once again sighed at His Majesty's deep affection for Guijun. He calmed down and explained, Your Majesty, don't worry. It won't affect Guijuan's body. Shang Junlin nodded and his face returned to normal. What's the name of the poison? It's called Fei Meng. Fei Meng? Wasn't Fei Meng banned? Xianyu blurted out. Because of his own body, Xianyu had a certain degree of research on all kinds of drugs. He had a deep impression of Fei Meng because in his previous life, someone had used this seemingly inconspicuous Fei Meng to almost destroy a city. After saying this, Xianyu suddenly realized that when he was reborn, that shocking incident hadn't happened yet. Fei Meng hadn't been banned yet. Right now, Fei Meng was just an inconspicuous drug. Shang Junlin slightly narrowed his eyes. He had heard of Fei Meng before. It wasn't a drug that was worth paying attention to. It was usually paired with other drugs and used for pleasure. Why did Xinyu have such a big reaction to Fei Meng? Did he experience something, or? Shang Junlin suppressed the various thoughts in his heart and ordered people to thoroughly investigate Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty, Xinyu grabbed Shang Junlin's hand, we must find out where Fei Meng came from. Shang Junlin looked deeply at him, we need a reason. Genius 1 second remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbiku50. CC Xinyu fell silent. After this period of time, he had a new understanding of Shang Junlin. However, the matter of his rebirth had a wide range of implications. Other than himself, he did not intend to let anyone else know about this secret. He knew that he had revealed too much to Shang Junlin. If Shang Junlin did not pursue the matter, he would pretend that Shang Junlin did not discover anything. This was the case with young Master He and the matter with Fei Meng. Shang Junlin sighed and stroked Xinyu's cheek. We can ignore other matters, but you must tell us what kind of harm Fei Meng will bring. Your Majesty? Xinyu raised his head. His face was so small that Shang Junlin could hold it with one hand. At this moment, the young man's face had a trace of disbelief. He looked like a kitten that had caused trouble but was not punished. Does Your Majesty think that we are someone who will get to the bottom of things regardless of other people's wishes? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. Of course not, Your Majesty. Xinyu steadied his mind, the matter with Fei Meng may seem a little unimaginable. When Xinyu found out the truth in his previous life, the disbelief in his heart had almost reached its peak. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable medicine could have such a terrifying effect? Fei Meng is actually not something to be afraid of. What is truly impossible to guard against is another medicine that uses Fei Meng as the raw material. Just like Fei Meng, this medicine is colorless and tasteless. Just a little bit is enough to make a strong man fall ill with fever. Anyone who comes into contact with fever will be infected in a very short period of time. At most, they will die after 7 days. In his previous life, this matter happened after a natural disaster. At first, Xinyu, like everyone else, thought that it was a plague after the natural disaster. It was only later that he found out that the plague was fake and real. It was also at that time that Fei Meng was listed as a forbidden medicine by the imperial court. Unfortunately, Xinyu was in King Yu's fief at that time and did not know much about the inside story. Before Fei Meng was discovered, Xinyu did not know how many plagues were man-made. I will get the hidden dragon guards to investigate. Shang Junlin frowned. Xinyu didn't know whether Shang Junlin believed his words completely. But when Shang Junlin said that he would investigate, Xinyu felt relieved. Maybe the person behind the scenes hadn't made a move yet. It was worth it to kill this kind of thing in advance. Xinyu borrowed some medical books from Imperial Physician Gu. The books that he usually used to pass the time became all kinds of medical books. It was said that long-term illness made one a doctor. Because of his body, Xinyu had done some research on medical skills. He was not as good as Imperial Physician Gu, who had been influenced by him since he was young. He still knew some simple medical principles. Xinyu's actions were not hidden from the others. Shang Junlin soon found out that Xinyu was interested in medicine. He paused for a moment and asked, "Were you interested in medicine when you were in Jinbei Marquis residence?" Your Majesty, according to the information obtained by the Hidden Dragon Guards, you learned a lot when you were in Jinbei Marquis residence. You also dabbled in medicine. Eunuch Meng replied respectfully. I understand. When Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu was flipping through a medical book. The young man sat under the window. The sunlight poured in from the window and cast a hazy halo on the young man. His jade-like face was hidden behind a white fur collar. He looked delicate and charming. Are you still worried about Fei Meng? Shang Junlin walked over and sat beside Xinyu. Not all of them. I borrowed some medical books from Imperial Physician Gu some time ago. I have to finish reading them. Xinyu pointed at a few thick books on the desk and showed them to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin picked them up and flipped through them. He found that there were many interesting stories about treating illnesses. Rather than calling them medical books, they were more like medical books. Have you finished reading the previous books? Yes, Your Majesty, there are too few books in the library. Strictly speaking, there were too few books that could be used to pass the time. Some books were related to sensitive topics, so Xianxia wouldn't take them out to read. What kind of books do you like? I'll have someone go out of the palace and buy them for you. Shang Junlin knew that he couldn't stay any longer and suggested, why don't you accompany me to the imperial study to write memorials? No. Xianxia suddenly pounced in front of Shang Junlin and reached out to cover his mouth. The ministers are already very dissatisfied with me. Does Your Majesty want to accuse me of bringing disaster to the country and the people? You're obviously worried about the country and the people. Shang Junlin's eyes were filled with a smile. Your Majesty, don't try to flatter me. I'll help Your Majesty with the government affairs. It's better to read these medical books than to read memorials. Maybe one day I'll be able to save the dying and heal the injured. Xianxia leaned on Shang Junlin's body, his tone full of disdain for the government affairs. Others can't get this opportunity even if they beg for it. You really don't regret it? Shang Junlin deliberately tempted him. Xianxia sat up with his hands on the man's chest. Your Majesty, don't fool me. What's so good about reading memorials? It's better to read Your Majesty. In his previous life, Xianxia racked his brains for more than 10 years for the king of Yu. He went through ups and downs in the officialdom and was almost executed in exchange. In this life, he didn't want to be involved in the political struggle at all. I only hope that Your Majesty will become stronger and stronger and can always protect me. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at Shang Junlin. His clear eyes were filled with seriousness. Shang Junlin couldn't help but be attracted by those eyes. Xianxia's eyes seemed to have some kind of magical power. As long as he wanted to, he could make people sink into his eyes and be unable to extricate themselves. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will protect you well. Xianxia smiled. The smile in his eyes slowly spread. His eyebrows curved slightly and his entire face became more and more lively. Xianxia's appearance was already very outstanding. When he smiled, people couldn't take their eyes off of him. Shang Junlin handed the matter of Fei Meng to the hidden dragon guards to investigate. Regardless of whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not, before they found out the truth, they shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. Other than the hidden dragon guards, Shang Junlin also handed the matter of Fei Meng to Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu didn't know the terrifying truth behind Fei Meng. He only thought that the emperor was worried about Your Majesty's health. The higher-ups didn't spread the news that both the emperor and Your Majesty were affected by Fei Meng at the same time. Imperial Physician Gu understood the meaning behind this and didn't tell anyone about Fei Meng. There were too many people in the Imperial Hospital. Some things weren't suitable to be done in the Imperial Hospital, so Imperial Physician Gu brought them home. The Gu residence was a house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. It wasn't very big, but it was more than enough for Imperial Physician Gu and Gu Huai to live in. Imperial Physician Gu's home had a specialized pharmacy. The working environment wasn't worse than in the Imperial Hospital, but the herbs and equipment weren't as complete as in the Imperial Hospital. Gu Huai, help me move this cabinet. Hearing the gentle voice of the young man who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard quickly stopped and ran into the house. Imperial Physician Gu was wearing a light gray gown. His hands weren't empty as he was preparing medicine. Gu Huai walked in and looked around the house. He accurately found the cabinet that Imperial Physician Gu wanted to move and walked over without saying anything. Brother, where should I move the cabinet? Here, Imperial Physician Gu signaled with his eyes. Also, help me take out the box on the left of the cabinet. Gu Huai followed Imperial Physician Gu's instructions. He carried the box and walked to Imperial Physician Gu's side. Brother, what have you been busy with recently? You don't even have time to accompany me. Xiao Huai, you're almost as tall as brother. Why do you still need an adult to accompany you? Imperial Physician Gu teased and returned to business. Put the box on the table here, and then help me take this. Gu Huai put down the small box in his hands and took the medicine from Imperial Physician Gu's hands. He asked curiously, Brother, are you preparing some new medicine? The tip of his nose twitched as he sniffed. Why is there no smell? Hey, be careful. Fortunately, Imperial Physician Gu had prepared many antidotes for Fei Meng over the past few days. He hurriedly fed them to Gu Huai. I've told you before that you shouldn't touch or smell anything in this room. Gu Huai obediently took the antidote and blinked. I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong. Imperial Physician Gu didn't really get angry at his good attitude. He helplessly said, fortunately, you didn't touch anything poisonous this time. Don't do it again next time. Seeing Gu Huai obediently nod, Imperial Physician Gu continued to explain. This is Fei Meng. It's colorless and odorless, so you won't be able to smell it. Fei Meng? Gu Huai's expression changed. A dark light flashed through his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Brother, why are you studying Fei Meng? Children shouldn't care so much. Imperial Physician Gu poked his forehead. Alright, put the things here and go play by yourself. Gu Huai did his best to act as normal as possible and obediently left the room. Imperial Physician Gu didn't think too much about it and continued to busy himself with the things at hand. Gu Huai walked all the way to the training field. His expression grew darker and darker. He didn't know who ordered his brother to study Fei Meng, but if he found out who it was, he definitely wouldn't let that person have an easy time. Master. A man dressed in black silently knelt down. Fei Meng is now in my brother's hands. Go investigate and find out what happened. If Imperial Physician Gu was here, he would realize that Gu Huai didn't look like the usual obedient young man in front of him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked like an evil spirit that had returned from hell. After more than 10 years, he finally found a clue about Fei Meng. He would definitely take revenge for the blood feud from back then. What did you say? Xianxia stood up and asked in disbelief. When the late emperor was still on the throne, there were people who used such methods to eliminate dissidents? Shang Zhenlin's eyes turned black. I didn't expect that the hidden dragon guards would be able to uncover such a big old case. How much has your majesty found out? Only a rough estimate. If I hadn't listened to your majesty and investigated Fei Meng, I'm afraid that the truth would never have been known to the world. Shang Zhenlin's voice was full of oppression. The lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers didn't disappear on the battlefield, but disappeared because of the selfish desires of their own people. How laughable. If I find out who planned all of this, I won't let them off easily. Shang Zhenlin's voice was filled with murderous intent. Your Majesty will definitely redress the grievances of these wronged soldiers. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Xianxia could more or less understand Shang Zhenlin's anger. Shang Junlin ascended to the throne by virtue of his military exploits. For a long time, he lived in the army and ate and lived with the soldiers. If there was anything in this world that could touch him, it would probably be the soldiers who had accompanied him for more than 10 years. How dare they? Shang Zhenlin's chest heaved up and down. I knew that the late emperor was muddle-headed, but I didn't expect that he would allow such things to happen again and again, Your Majesty. Xianxia didn't know how to comfort him. At this moment, Shang Junlin was like a wolf that had lost its pack. He was lonely and desperate. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Xianxia let Shang Junlin hold him in his arms and did not speak. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they were so close to each other. The man's arms were so strong that Xianxia could even feel the pain from his waist. He was painfully aware that he was needed at this moment. He couldn't tell what he was thinking, or maybe he wasn't thinking at all. The man's breath wrapped around him from all directions. Zhang Yang occupied all the gaps between him and the outside world. That moment was both long and short. After an unknown period of time, Shang Junlin slowly released his arms. I forgot myself. Xianxia didn't continue the previous topic. He knew that some things could only be slowly digested by himself. The forceful intervention of outsiders would only aggravate the pain. Your Majesty, you hurt me just now. Xianxia half leaned on Shang Junlin and breathed slowly to ease the pain from his waist. I'll apply medicine for you. Shang Junlin was also familiar with this task. There was a small compartment at the head of the bed. It was full of medicine for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, as well as some unknown ointment sent by the imperial hospital. It's not that serious. Xinyu pressed down on Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, is there a result on Prince Huayu's matter? Shang Junlin, he confessed very quickly, but I still feel that something is wrong. Xinyu, Your Majesty and I have the same idea. Shang Junlin, oh? What does Your Majesty think? Doesn't Your Majesty think it's too easy? Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin to sit on the soft couch. According to Your Majesty's original statement, Prince Huayu has been hiding in the palace for so long without being discovered. It doesn't make sense for him to be exposed so easily. Shang Junlin nodded. There are many doubts about Prince Huayu's matter, and the time span is also long. I haven't dealt with him yet. Prince Huayu was locked up in a secret prison. Every day, there were special people to interrogate him. Unfortunately, no matter what method was used, the results were the same. Either he admitted it easily, or he refused to admit it. The more he was interrogated, the more doubts and loopholes there were. What about those women? Did you get anything out of them? After discovering the existence of Fei Meng, Shang Junlin had locked up the concubines of the previous emperor and empress who were originally placed in remote courtyards in Yuzhong Palace. Firstly, this was to prevent information from leaking out, and secondly, this was to cut off any opportunities for others to make a move. The answers are all about the same. The matter seemed to have been resolved, but in reality, there was no progress. From the information I have found, Prince Huayu is indeed one of the masterminds. The former emperor, the concubines, and some of the palace servants are indeed his spies in the palace, except for one person, Shang Junlin said, holding a teacup. Is it that little eunuch who attacked concubine Yu? Xinyu guessed. If it wasn't for that little eunuch making a move and scaring Lady Yu wouldn't have asked him for help. Without Lady Yu's confession, they wouldn't have discovered Prince Huayu's existence so quickly. Shang Junlin, yes, this is the only loophole. That little eunuch pretended to be one of Prince Huayu's men, but we later found out that he had never done anything for Prince Huayu. So there is only one possibility left, and that is that he deliberately said this. Xinyu, he deliberately put all the blame on Prince Huayu so that the real mastermind behind the scenes can escape. Shang Junlin, unfortunately, that little eunuch is dead and there is no evidence, so the clues are cut off. When Shang Junlin's people found that something was wrong and wanted to interrogate the little eunuch again, they found that he was already dead. He had committed suicide. This result confirmed Shang Junlin's thoughts. Prince Huayu's arrest caused quite a stir, and all the ministers and the imperial family heard the news. When they went to court, some ministers directly asked about it. Shang Junlin didn't intend to hide it and directly told them. He even sent a special official to take charge of this matter. Seeing that the matter was about to be solved, but turned into a dead end, the minister in charge of this case was so anxious that he had several bubbles in his mouth. The end of the year was approaching, and at this time everyone should be on holiday at home. Now, let alone on holiday, everyone was afraid that they would be implicated in the matter in the palace. Didn't they see that several officials were implicated and lost their official titles? Count Shenbei had always wanted to see Xinyu, alone, without Shang Junlin by Xinyu's side. Finally, he found an opportunity. It was at the palace banquet on New Year's Eve. With the previous example, no one dared to offend Xinyu at the palace banquet this time. It was just that the palace banquet was long and boring. After the necessary procedures were completed, Xinyu and Shang Junlin said goodbye and sneaked out. Xinyu took Muxi and walked for a while. Seeing a figure in front of them, they stopped. Your Highness. The person came and saluted. Your Highness Princeton, Xinyu was surprised, why is Princeton here? Xinyu deliberately walked further away. There was a distance from the hall where the palace banquet was held, and it was relatively close to the harem. If Princeton wanted to take a breather, he shouldn't come here. It's not easy for me to come to the palace, so I want to see the place where I used to play when I was young. Princeton explained calmly. It seems that someone is looking for you, so I won't disturb you. Princeton nodded and left. Xinyu turned back and saw a man dressed as a servant walking towards him. Your Highness, the Marquis asked if you can see him. The servant had always been serving Count Shenbei, and his attitude towards Xinyu was very respectful. Father wants to see me? Xinyu was bored and didn't want to go back to the hall for a while. Where is father? Your Highness, please come with this servant. Xinyu walked a short distance with the servant and saw Count Jinbei standing on the roadside. Father wants to see me? Xinyu didn't plan to completely break the relationship with Count Jinbei for the time being. I never knew that it would be so difficult to see my own son. Count Jinbei was a little angry when he didn't get a reply from the palace. Xinyu was puzzled. Father, what are you talking about? Didn't I go to the Count Jinbei's residence a while ago? I want to see you alone. I don't want you to bring His Majesty with you. Count Jinbei's face became ugly when he said this. Until now, there were still some people who didn't know the truth who thought that he was covering up for his son to meet his lover outside the palace. He couldn't say that it was His Majesty who came to the residence with Xinyu that day, and there was no lover at all, so he could only swallow it and bear it. What is His Majesty thinking? Now there are rumors outside the palace that you have other people outside and are disloyal to His Majesty. Don't you plan to care about this? Huh? There's such a thing? Xinyu really didn't know. He thought that this matter was used by Princely to threaten him. Did it spread out? Public opinion can confuse gold, Count Jinbei advised earnestly. Rumors can destroy a person. Don't take it lightly. I know, I'll deal with it. Count Jinbei came to me just for this? He almost said, if there's nothing else, don't waste my time. Xinyu's indifferent tone almost made Count Jinbei fall over in anger. Did you listen to father's words? Now you can rely on His Majesty's favor and don't take these things seriously, but when His Majesty has a new person, there's no such possibility as you said. Xinyu glanced at him. Instead of worrying about me, Count Jinbei should worry about your own backyard. Your good concubine Ru seems to have a lot of tricks. You. Count Jinbei was speechless. Okay, I won't talk about this. I came to ask you about Prince Huayu's matter and what His Majesty plans to do. Originally, Prince Huayu should have been executed before the new year, but Shang Junlin said that it was not appropriate to see blood before the new year, so it was delayed until now. Why didn't the emperor give the order when the evidence was conclusive? Was it really as he said that it was not appropriate to see blood before the new year, or was there something else hidden in the case? No one could guess. Do you think that I, as a concubine, can know His Majesty's decision? Xinyu looked at him and said seriously, since you're my father, I'll give you a reminder. If someone asked you to ask this question, you should try to stay away from that person in the future. If you want to ask it yourself, I can only warn you, if you have nothing to do with this matter, don't get involved. Whether you want to listen to me or not, father, you decide. Count Jinbei was shocked. He came to ask Xinyu because someone had mentioned it to him. After listening to Xinyu's words, he couldn't help but think carefully. Did that person deliberately say this to let him ask? In the tense political situation, one wrong step could lead to the loss of the whole game. A little carelessness could lead to the loss of one's life. Count Jinbei was not in the mood to continue talking with Xinyu, so he hurriedly left. On the way back, Mushi was puzzled. Why did Guijun tell Count Jinbei this? Having served Xinyu for so many years, Mushi knew better than anyone that Xinyu didn't have much fatherly affection for Count Jinbei. Even if he had been obliterated by big and small disappointments. Because my current identity is still the legitimate son of Count Jinbei. If Count Jinbei is too stupid and falls into someone else's trap, the first one to be implicated will be me. Before he completely drew a line with Count Jinbei's mansion, Xinyu would never tolerate someone using Count Jinbei to plot against him. Ask someone to keep an eye on Count Jinbei's mansion. Xinyu ordered lightly. Yes. Now was not the best time to draw a line. He still had to wait. Xinyu smiled. He was not in a hurry. After the palace banquet, Xinyu returned to Yuzhong Palace and changed into light clothes. Compared with the luxurious and cumbersome Guijun costume, Xinyu preferred simple casual clothes. Guijun, Happy New Year. Shang Junlin took out the red envelope that he had already prepared. Is it for me? Xinyu's voice had a trace of uncertainty. He was stunned for a moment before he took it under Shang Junlin's affirmative gaze. Xinyu held the red envelope and only felt his palm was hot. I didn't prepare it for your majesty. What should I do? Mushi was responsible for distributing the servants' gifts. Xinyu didn't ask, so naturally, he didn't prepare anything for Shang Junlin. I'll give it to you. You don't have to give it to me. That won't do. Xinyu thought for a moment. I owe your majesty one. I'll make it up to your majesty next time. As you wish. Shang Junlin wasn't obsessed with gifts. Seeing Xinyu put away the red envelope, Shang Junlin asked, there will be a fireworks festival today. Does your majesty want to go and take a look? Every year, Dahuan would hold a grand fireworks festival. On this day, the people of Dahuan would take their relatives and friends out to watch it. Xinyu's eyes lit up. Can I go out of the palace? Shang Junlin, who originally planned to take Xinyu to see on the city wall, was speechless. You want to go out of the palace to play? It is said that the fireworks festival outside the palace is very lively. Everyone will take their relatives and partners to watch it. Can your majesty accompany me? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading URL, mbq50. CC Shang Junlin agreed without hesitation. The two of them changed into ordinary clothes that concealed their identities. They brought eunuch Meng and the hidden dragon guards out of the palace. As soon as they left the palace, they felt a completely different atmosphere from the palace. Xinyu lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The streets were bustling with noise and excitement. There were families of 3 strolling in the crowd and couples snuggling together to enjoy the excitement. There were all kinds of small stalls on the street and the goods on the stalls were dazzling. It was overwhelming. People enjoyed the once-in-a-year fireworks festival with their friends and family. The small carriage separated the inside and outside of the carriage. Outside the carriage was the bustling world. Separated by a wall, Xinyu seemed to feel the excitement of the outside world. He was focused on looking outside and did not notice that Shang Junlin, who was sitting beside him, was looking at him. The light outside the window shone on the young man's face. A sense of haziness and distance arose spontaneously. It was close at hand but also far away. Shang Junlin moved his fingers and suppressed the urge to pull the young man into his arms. Your Majesty, it's so lively. Xinyu turned back and couldn't wait to share the joy with Shang Junlin. Yes. Shang Junlin looked away before the young man turned back. Do you like it? I like it. Xinyu thought for a while and shook his head. If it's so lively every day, I don't think I can enjoy it. Shang Junlin, who was thinking about how to make the palace livelier, stopped thinking. Is there anything you want? Anything? Xinyu asked excitedly. Shang Junlin nodded. Then your majesty will have to pay for it. Your majesty doesn't allow me to bring maids. I don't have a single copper coin. Xinyu held his chin and looked at Shang Junlin. Sure. Shang Junlin was easy to talk to. There are a lot of things I want to buy. We think that we have more than enough money to raise a noble. The carriage didn't travel for long before it stopped at a slightly remote place. After Shang Junlin got off the carriage, he stretched out his hand to help Xinyu get off the carriage. You don't have to call me your majesty outside. Shang Junlin helped Xinyu tidy up his clothes. Your majesty, what do you think I should call you? Husband? Or Alin? Shang Junlin looked up and met Xinyu's smiling eyes. I think my husband is not bad. What do you think? I prefer to call your majesty Alin. There are countless people in this world who call you your majesty, but only I can call you Alin. Then I'll call you Guijun. After resting for a while, the two of them stepped into the bustling streets. In order to avoid being separated by the crowd, Shang Junlin always used one hand to protect Xinyu. The two of them wore similar wide-sleeved robes. One was dark, and the other was light. Both of them had outstanding looks. As they walked in the crowd together, they attracted countless people's attention. 2 young masters, please wait. Xinyu and Shang Junlin were talking when they suddenly heard a woman's voice behind them. They stopped. The two of them turned around and saw 2 gorgeously dressed women walking towards them. Their faces were full of undisguised shyness. It was easy to imagine why they stopped them. Dahuan people were open-minded and didn't have many restrictions on women. If there was someone they liked, the bolder women would directly ask. Every year at this time, there would be many stories of women taking the initiative to make it happen. Many young men and women would look for their partners on this day. If everything went well, they could ask their families to propose marriage to the other party. What Xianyu and the others encountered were two young girls who were more courageous. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Xianyu was about to tease them when the man held her hand. Her 5 fingers were separated from Xianyu's hand. The man's fingers with distinct joints weaved into Xianyu's, and their fingers were tightly intertwined. Xianyu moved her hand. Instead of being released, her hand was held even tighter. "Your Majesty?" Xianyu asked in a low voice. "You is wrong." Shang Junlin calmly corrected her. Under the cover of the wide sleeves, their intertwined hands shouldn't be seen. Shang Junlin moved, and the people walking towards them happened to see their intertwined fingers. The two women looked at each other and saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. They originally thought that the two young masters were good-looking and had an extraordinary temperament, so they wanted to see if they had a chance. They didn't expect the two of them to be a couple. "Sorry, we were rude." The slightly older woman resisted the awkwardness and said. The other person saw the situation and quickly said, "We're really sorry to disturb the two young masters. We wish the two of you happiness." "It's fine," Xianyu said with a smile, "I wish the two of you find a good man soon." After making such a big mistake, the two couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly left. "Ha ha ha ha," Xianyu laughed and fell on Shang Junlin. "How did Lin think of a way to make those two retreat? Could it be that you wants to talk to those two women?" Shang Junlin was displeased. "Lin, don't slander me. It's all Lin's fault for being too ostentatious." Xianyu restrained her smile and pushed the blame to Shang Junlin. You should reflect on herself before saying that. Am I too ostentatious or is you too attractive?" There was a stall selling masks in front of them. Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin forward and chose a wolf mask and a fox mask. She put the wolf mask on Shang Junlin's face. This way, others won't see it. The other fox mask was put on by Xianyu. The mask could only cover the upper half of the face. Under the mask, the man's sharp jawline could be seen. It didn't seem to have much effect. Xianyu raised her eyebrows and looked at the man whose face was covered. The black mask gave the man a strange sense of mystery. His deep eyes were hidden behind the mask, dangerous and charming. Shang Junlin was also looking at Xianyu. He always knew that Xianyu was a very beautiful person. That kind of beauty blurred the boundaries of gender. It was a gentleness that didn't belong to a woman. It was flamboyant and full of aggression. As long as he wanted, he could make people fall in love with him. At this moment, the young man was wearing a fox mask that covered the upper half of his face. The mask was white with a pattern outlined in red. The existence of the mask didn't block the young man's charm. Instead, it added a different kind of charm to him. Shang Junlin suddenly regretted bringing Xianyu out. There were only 2 women in front of them. How many of them would be spying on them in the dark? This little episode didn't affect Xianyu's mood. Buying the mask seemed to have turned on some kind of switch. Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin and swept through all the stalls. In a short while, Xianyu had collected a lot of trophies, including food, toys, and necessities. Xianyu stopped when they passed by a stall that sold sugar figurines. "Lin, do you want to eat sugar figurines?" Without waiting for Shang Junlin to answer, Xianyu had already walked in front of the stall. "What do you want, young master?" "Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. As long as you want, I can make it for you." Xianyu stood in front of the stall and looked at it for a while without speaking. "If you want to make sugar figurines for yourself and this Lang Jun, this old man can also make sugar figurines." The sugar figurine seller's eyes were very sharp. At a glance, he could see that the 2 young masters with masks had a deep relationship. Hearing this, Xianyu became interested. "Lin, come here quickly. This old man said that he can make sugar figurines for us." Shang Junlin walked over helplessly. Xianyu pointed at Shang Junlin and then himself. He said to the sugar figurine seller, "Can you make 2 little people according to us, a wolf and a fox?" "Of course. Please wait for a moment, Lang Juns." Xianyu and Shang Junlin stood aside and watched the vendor make sugar figurines. It was a very magical experience to watch the sugar figurines in the vendor's hands take shape little by little. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Lang Juns. Here are your sugar figurines." There were a total of 4 sugar figurines. Xinyu reached out to take his little man, but Shang Junlin took it first. Shang Junlin took the sugar figurines from the vendor's hands and handed his little man and wolf figurines to Xinyu. Xinyu was confused. Why did Lin give himself to me? You don't like it? Shang Junlin took the opportunity to take back his hands. Xinyu quickly took it. I like it. There are 4 sugar figurines. Lin can't take all of them. Xinyu didn't care who he ate. It was all sugar figurines. It was fine as long as they were delicious. This is the first time I ate sugar figurines. Xinyu took Shang Junlin's little man and wolf figurines and bit off half of the wolf's head. Oh, it's delicious. Lin, try it. Seeing Shang Junlin staring at the sugar figurines without saying anything, Xinyu urged him. Shang Junlin slowly ate Xinyu's little man. Xinyu was dissatisfied. I always leave Ah Lin's little one for last. Why did Ah Lin eat my little one first? Little men are more cute. Really? Foxes and wolves are also very cute. Speaking of which, this sugar figurine vendor's skills are really good. The figurines and small animals were all very lifelike. If you like, you can invite the vendor to your house. Shang Junlin didn't seem to care. Invite him back? Wasn't that the same as bringing him back to the palace? Xinyu was startled by Shang Junlin's words. He said half-truthfully, Lin, you can't indulge me like this. You will spoil me. Your heart is like a mirror. How can you be spoiled by me? Shang Junlin used his free hand to pinch Xinyu's cheek. When the young man ate the sugar figurines, his cheeks were puffed up. It looked very easy to pinch. Lin is really... Xinyu got rid of the annoying hand and said softly, there are some things that I can't guarantee. The two of them walked and strolled. With the misunderstanding of the 2 women from before, Shang Junlin kept his arm around Xinyu's waist. The 2 of them had an intimate posture, and no one rashly came forward to strike up a conversation. There was still some time before the fireworks were set off. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked and stopped like ordinary people, enjoying their rare leisure time. The crowd suddenly began to surge. Xinyu was caught off guard and was squeezed a few times. Shang Junlin couldn't stand it and firmly protected her in his arms. What's going on? Xinyu laid on the man's chest and asked in a muffled voice. It's almost time. They are all looking for a good place to watch the fireworks. Shang Junlin's voice was steady. Do we also need to find a suitable place? No, I have already asked someone to find a place. We can go there directly. The crowd dispersed a little. Xinyu withdrew from Shang Junlin's arms. The 2 slowly moved with the crowd. Beauty, are you also going to watch the fireworks? Why don't you come with me? I promise you that I can let you see the most gorgeous fireworks. You don't need to squeeze with these boorish people. A slightly frivolous voice came from behind. Xinyu turned around and saw a young man wearing a gorgeous robe standing not far away. He was looking at her with covetous eyes. Beauty, don't be afraid. I am not a bad person. If you are worried, you can ask the people around you to accompany you. Xinyu looked back at Shang Junlin in disbelief. Was this person serious? Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.biku50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, mbiku50. CC Shang Junlin's face darkened when he heard the first sentence. When Xinyu turned to look at him, Shang Junlin had already returned to his expressionless face. But Xinyu could feel Shang Junlin's anger. The more he didn't show it, the more it showed how angry he was. Xinyu was originally angry because he was offended, but after hearing Shang Junlin's last sentence, he only felt it was funny. Nowadays, there were really people who didn't care about their lives because of lust. It was rare for His Majesty to be so angry. Xinyu approached Shang Junlin, poked his arm, and whispered, Lin, how does it feel to be robbed on the street for the first time? You doesn't seem to be angry at all? Shang Junlin also whispered back. Of course I'm angry, but I believe that Lin will seek justice for me. Thinking about it this way, I feel that a clown is not worth getting angry over. Is His Majesty angry? Obviously, Shang Junlin was angry, but the reason for his anger was different from what Xianxia thought. He was angry because Xianxia was coveted by someone. How dare that person covet his emperor? The person opposite them obviously didn't know who he had provoked. When he saw the two of them whispering together, he thought that they were tempted by his proposal, so he continued to say, "Look, there are so many people here. Even if you rush over, you may not be able to find a good spot. It won't be good if you get bumped into by others. If you come with me, you won't have these troubles at all. I promise that my place won't be crowded at all. Not only that, you will also have the best view. Our young master is right. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. Our young master lowered himself to invite you. It's your fortune." Xianxia was now very curious about the identity of the well-dressed young man. There were many influential people in the imperial capital. If he didn't have some power, how could he say such words? Does Alin know who that person is? I don't know. Xianxia didn't know either. In his previous life, he had dealt with many influential people for the sake of Qingyu, but there was no such person among them. He thought that his family had some power, but he didn't have any achievements. We still don't know who you are. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before you invite someone? I was careless. Come, tell them who I am. Our young master is the Qian family's legitimate young master, Qian Mingfu. Our young master's legitimate younger sister is going to enter the palace and become the empress in the future. The manservant's face was full of pride. What a coincidence. The Qian family was Princess Consort Li's maternal family. The legitimate daughter of the Qian family was the woman that Prince Li had tried to send into Shang Junlin's harem. Lin, what do you think is going on with the Qian family? Why are all the young masters and young mistresses rushing to? The Qian family is too ambitious, Shang Junlin interrupted him. You said, isn't that right? Xianxia had heard of the Qian family. When the previous emperor was on the throne, the Qian family was only a small family. Later, a legitimate daughter of the Qian family married Prince Li as his first wife, and Prince Li stood on the right side during Shang Junlin's ascension to the throne. The Qian family rose along with the tide, and with Prince Li's help, they grew stronger day by day. Lin is right. Those who are not worthy of the position should give up their position, Xianxia said. Under Prince Li's manipulation, many of the Qian family's descendants entered the bureaucracy. If they could do real work, then it was fine. If they only knew how to fill their own pockets, then it was better to give up their positions as soon as possible. Qian Mingfu didn't expect that the two of them wouldn't be surprised by his identity. His mind, which had been dazed by the beauty, finally cleared up a little. However, he wasn't willing to give up just like that. In the crowd, he saw a youth wearing a fox mask at first glance. Although he could only see half of the youth's face, the beautiful jawline under the mask, and the slender waist under the robe all made his heart ripple. He, who was used to seeing beautiful women, could tell at a glance that the youth was a rare specimen. He was definitely more delicious than any of the women he had tasted before. Fearing that the youth might have an extraordinary background, Qian Mingfu didn't dare to be too blatant. He only wanted to coax the youth with nice words first. When the youth arrived at his place, he could do whatever he wanted. He was used to doing this kind of thing, so his mouth was very persuasive. Xianxia pretended to be persuaded. Why don't we go and take a look? Shang Junlin didn't understand what Xianxia wanted to do, but he was sure that he could protect Xianxia, so he didn't object. Seeing that the two of them were persuaded by him, Qian Mingfu's face was full of joy. He quickly ordered the servant to lead the way. The place Qian Mingfu was talking about was on the upper floor of a restaurant. It was a semi-open room. Xianxia stood at the top and looked at the sky. He sighed. This location is really good. The view was wide and there were no obstructions. When the fireworks were lit, they could enjoy the beautiful scenery to their heart's content. Of course, if someone wanted to do something here, even if they wanted to call for help, no one would be able to help them. The restaurant staff served good wine and dishes. After making sure that the guests didn't have any other needs, they left. How does the place Lin chose compare to this place? If there were no troublesome people, Xianxia felt that it was good to watch the fireworks here. If you like it here, you can watch it here. Xianxia and Shang Junlin talked together, completely ignoring Qian Mingfu's existence. Qian Mingfu waited for a while and couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't invite them here to watch the two of them make a scene. He poured 2 full glasses of wine and walked over. It's fate that brought us together. Let me propose a toast to the two of you. Xinyu didn't take it. Shang Junlin took it, but he didn't drink it. He directly put it on the table. What do the two of you mean by this? Qian Mingfu's face became ugly. He originally wanted to use gentle means, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. No other meaning. I'm not in good health, so I can't drink. Xinyu didn't seem to feel Qian Mingfu's dissatisfaction. What about him? Maybe he just doesn't want to drink. After all, we don't know if there's anything in the wine that shouldn't be added. Xinyu said lightly. You mean I'll put drugs in the wine? Qian Mingfu smiled sinisterly. I wanted to let you enjoy it a little. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, don't blame me. Come, take them down. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat still. After a long time, the people Qian Mingfu called didn't show up. Young Master Qian, do you want to speak louder? Maybe they didn't hear you. Xinyu supported his chin with one hand and smiled. The two people's fearless appearance made Qian Mingfu panic. He put on a strong front and said, What do you want to do? Don't you know who I am? Shouldn't we ask you this? Qian Mingfu, your movements look very familiar. How many men and women have you fooled? Don't you know that my uncle is princely? Aren't you afraid that Princely will find trouble with you? Princely, Princely can't even protect himself. Instead of worrying about us, why don't you worry about yourself first? Xinyu walked out from behind the table. Every time he took a step forward, Qian Mingfu took a step back. In order to make it easier for him to act, Qian Mingfu didn't leave anyone in the room. He wanted to use the wine to drug the two people, but he didn't expect them to fall for it. It was even possible that they did it on purpose from the beginning. Thinking of this, Qian Mingfu's heart was filled with hatred. The candlelight poured down from above. Half of it shone on Xinyu's face. Qian Mingfu looked at the half of his face that was covered, and he became bold. He reached out to take off the mask on Xinyu's face. He wanted to see who this person really was. When he got out, he would definitely take revenge for himself. Before he could touch Xinyu's face, a chopstick flew over. Qian Mingfu covered his pierced hand and fell to the side. Shang Junlin walked over with a cold expression and looked down at him. Who allowed you to touch him? How dare you? I won't let you go. Qian Mingfu was in so much pain that he gasped. Is that so? Xinyu took a few steps forward and stepped on Qian Mingfu's wound. Does it hurt? When Xinyu spoke, his voice was raised, as if he had found something fun. He put more force into his foot, and the coldness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Qian Mingfu was in so much pain that he curled up and couldn't speak. It's good that it hurts. Have you ever thought that the person you bullied is in 100 times, no, 1,000 times more pain than you? Who bullied my son? The door was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in a blue official's uniform appeared at the door with a group of people dressed as soldiers. When he saw the scene in the room, the man took a deep breath. How dare you? Go, take them down. I want to see who dares to touch the people of the Qian family. Without waiting for his people to take action, another group of well-trained men in black surrounded everyone. Shang Junlin slowly adjusted Xinyu's loose mask and turned around. Qian Darren, you are so powerful. As he spoke, he slowly took off the mask on his face. Your Majesty? Qian Darren's legs went soft, and he directly knelt down. I didn't know. I didn't know it was Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Towards the end, there was an unconcealable tremor in his voice. When Qian Mingfu heard Qian Mingfu's words, he rolled his eyes and fainted. He didn't know if it was because of the pain or because he was scared. Qian Darren knelt on the ground and lowered his posture. I really didn't know that my son offended Your Majesty. I will definitely discipline my son strictly. I beg Your Majesty to forgive me. No matter how much he loved his son, Qian Darren's heart was filled with resentment. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke Her Majesty. Did he think that the family was developing too well? He could ignore the life and death of a son, but he couldn't ignore the life and death of the Qian family. Now, he just prayed that Qian Mingfu didn't have time to cause trouble. He gritted his teeth and continued, "Your Majesty can punish my son however you want. I only ask that your Majesty doesn't implicate the innocent." Qian Daren's words are interesting. How does your Majesty not implicate the innocent? Does your Majesty turn a blind eye to your actions of using your power to oppress others? Xianyu sarcastically raised the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't Her Majesty and him who appeared here today, wouldn't they have accepted their fate? Would they have been defiled by scum? Qian Daren doesn't need to say more. Your Majesty is impartial. Your son and the Qian family, who is innocent and who is not, will definitely be investigated. Qian Daren collapsed on the ground. Princely couldn't even take care of himself. This time, no one would come to save them. Time's up. Shang Junlin's calm voice sounded. What? Xianyu was at a loss. Come with me. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand and walked to a place with an open field of vision. Almost as soon as they stood still, there was the sound of an explosion outside. Countless huge fireworks bloomed in the dark night sky, dyeing the night sky as bright as day. All kinds of lights scattered down, making it seem like a paradise on earth. The noise of people faded away, and only the huge flowers blooming in the dark sky remained between heaven and earth. Happy New Year. Shang Junlin's slightly magnetic voice clearly sounded in the loud explosion. Xianyu narrowed his eyes and said, Lin, Happy New Year. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Reading Website, mbq50. CC. The fireworks lasted for half an hour. 21 GGD. Xianyu and Shang Junlin ignored the trembling Qian Daren and enjoyed the annual event. The people downstairs were noisy, but the upstairs was quiet. Except for Xianyu and Shang Junlin, no one dared to make a sound. Qian Daren wanted to plead for mercy for the Qian family, but he didn't dare to disturb the emperor and the emperor's leisure time. He only hoped that the emperor would be in a better mood and punish Qian Mingfu lightly. Qian Mingfu woke up with a loud roar. At this time, he didn't dare to be arrogant and knelt there like a quail. After the display of fireworks, the imperial army arrived as well. The Qian family was taken away, and they had to find out what they had done in the past few years. It was already very late. Xianyu didn't have the mood to walk around anymore, so he went back to the palace with Shang Junlin. After taking a hot bath, Xianyu came out with his half-dry hair. Shang Junlin was reading the memorials. Xianyu went over, It's so late, Your Majesty is still busy with official business? After spending so much time with Shang Junlin, Xianyu found that he was really a diligent emperor. Every day, he spent a lot of time dealing with the memorials handed to him by his subordinates. Especially with so many things happening recently, he almost didn't have much free time. Shang Junlin frowned and put down the memorials. Why didn't you dry your hair? After saying that, he took a dry handkerchief and dried Xianyu's hair. You should take care of your body. Xianyu squinted and sat in front of Shang Junlin, letting him dry his hair gently. His black hair was smooth, and it occasionally slipped through his fingers, giving him a cool touch. The young man had just taken a bath, so there was a faint fragrance on his body. They were close, and Shang Junlin could even feel the young man's body temperature. Xianyu's fingers rubbed against his scalp, giving him a slight numbness. He moved his neck. He never knew that being pressed on his scalp would feel this way. The numbness snaked down from his scalp and reached his heart. Xianyu sat in front of Shang Junlin. Because of his movements, he was almost in Shang Junlin's arms. Shang Junlin's biting cold aura pounced on him with each of his movements, firmly encircling him. What's wrong? Shang Junlin stopped what he was doing. Did I hurt you? No, Your Majesty, your strength is just right. Xianyu put away the strange feeling in his heart. Shang Junlin continued what he was doing just now. He wiped Xianyu's hair hastily, but because there was too much hair, Shang Junlin dried some parts of Xianyu's hair. Xianyu stared at the candlelight in front of him. He felt that he needed to find something to talk about. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Sweeping his gaze across the table, he saw the booklet spread open on the table. After reading the contents of the booklet, he asked, Is this from Lin County? Yes, the gift that Gui Jun gave me last time has been given to a specialist to study. Lin County has a great flood every year, so it should be useful. The two chatted about this topic for a while. Shang Junlin put away the handkerchief. It's done. Xinyu touched his hair that was no longer wet. He smiled and said, Your Majesty's handiwork is really good. Shang Junlin, in this world, Guijun is probably the only one who dares to ask me to help dry your hair. Xinyu, who asked Your Majesty to be my husband? If Your Majesty wants, I can also dry Your Majesty's hair for you. Then Guijun can help me next time. Don't forget what you said today. After the excitement of New Year's Eve, the ministers gradually received news about the Qian family. The Qian family relied on Prince Li's support to act arrogantly and made countless enemies in the imperial court. When they heard that the Qian family had provoked someone they shouldn't have, many families were secretly happy. After the new year, there were 15 days of rest. During this time, everyone could visit relatives and friends. There was no need to attend morning court. If there was something important, His Majesty would summon the person in charge to the palace. Do you think His Majesty will severely punish the Qian family this time? I'm not sure. After His Majesty put them in jail, he didn't summon anyone from the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. I don't know if he just wants to give them a warning. I don't think so. Don't you remember what happened to Prince Li? Prince Li is still grounded. It's obvious that the incident really angered His Majesty. This time, the Qian family might be investigated because of Prince Li. The father and son of the Qian family were suddenly taken away on New Year's Eve. There was no warning before, and His Majesty didn't give a reason after the incident. In fact, this was the His Majesty that the ministers were familiar with. Announcing complete details like the previous two cases was not the emperor's style at all. The news of the Qian family quickly spread to the princely manor. When Princess Consort Li heard about her family, she couldn't help but complain to Prince Li, Your Highness, don't you know what kind of person my father is? He definitely won't do anything serious. Also, my nephew has always been obedient and filial to us. Why did His Majesty put him in jail without a word? Prince Li also heard the rumors outside. However, there were all kinds of rumors, but there was no real reason. He comforted Princess Consort Li, Don't worry, my dear. I've already sent someone to find out. Princess Consort Li had deep feelings for her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been helping them all this time. Prince Li also had a good impression of the Qian family. I believe you, Your Highness. Although he was grounded, it wasn't difficult for Prince Li to find out some information. He had developed in the capital for many years and had his own connections. He immediately ordered someone to investigate. Prince Li's actions didn't escape the eyes of the man on the throne. Shang Junlin listened to the Hidden Dragon Guard's report and sneered. Let him investigate if he wants to. I want to see how he plans to save the Qian family. The Qian family's matter was neither big nor small. It all depended on Shang Junlin's attitude. If he didn't want to investigate further, he could just punish them and release them. However, if he wanted to investigate further, it wouldn't be easy to get away. During the meal, Shang Junlin told Xinyu about this matter. How does His Majesty plan to deal with the Qian family? Xinyu was also curious. Shang Junlin didn't answer this question. Instead, he said, there will be students coming to the capital for the imperial examinations at the beginning of spring. It's time for the officials to be transferred back. Xinyu understood that Shang Junlin didn't plan to let them go easily. Shang Junlin had been fighting outside in his early years and didn't have much control over the imperial court. If he hadn't used bloody methods to threaten those with ulterior motives, who knew what the imperial court would be like now, using new people was the fastest way. Coincidentally, the new people who passed the imperial examinations a few years ago had already completed their training. As long as there was a position in the capital, they could be transferred back to take up the position immediately. So there's going to be an imperial examination this year. Xinyu sighed. There were two systems for selecting officials in Dahuan. One was the imperial examination system that was suitable for most people, and the other was for the convenience of the nobles. As the only legitimate son of Zhenbei Ho, Xinyu was supposed to be the heir of the Ho Fu. In the future, he could inherit the title of nobility and directly enter the imperial court as an official. Unfortunately, he met a biased father. Does His Majesty want to try? Shang Junlin suddenly asked. What? Xinyu reacted and said in surprise, His Majesty is asking me if I want to participate in this year's imperial examination with the students? If His Majesty wants to, I can arrange it. Shang Junlin said lightly. Your Majesty. Xinyu supported his chin with one hand and asked jokingly, if I really pass, will I go to the imperial court as an official or continue to be Your Majesty's His Majesty's Majesty? With Your Majesty's talent, you can, Your Majesty, Xinyu interrupted Shang Junlin, it is my fortune to be with Your Majesty. I won't regret any of my decisions. Your Majesty also shouldn't try to trick me into doing two jobs. Da Huan is full of talents and doesn't lack me. Xinyu really felt that his current identity was quite good. He was above everyone and only under one person. There were no restrictions. Shang Junlin could see that Xinyu wasn't lying and didn't continue the topic. After the meal, Eunuch Meng came to report. Your Majesty, His Highness Princely requests an audience. Princely? Wasn't he grounded by Your Majesty? Xinyu remembered that after the previous incident, Princely was ordered to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. He should be here for the Qian family. Shang Junlin explained, he and Princess Consort Li have a deep relationship. If Princess Consort Li asks him for help, he will try to find a way to see me. I didn't think that Princely, who is passionate about matchmaking his niece with Your Majesty, would be such an affectionate person. Xinyu shook his head. He and Princess Consort Li met in the past. When the previous emperor was on the throne, they were always suppressed. It was only after I ascended the throne that their lives became better. Shang Junlin turned to Eunuch Meng and said, bring him here. Not long after, Princely followed behind Eunuch Meng. Your subject greets Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Xinyu looked at the man who seemed to have lost half of his energy. Princely looked much older than the last time they met, and his attitude towards him was much more respectful. What is Princely doing here in the palace instead of reflecting on your mistakes? Princely didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, Your Majesty, your subject is here for the Qian family. Does Princely know what crime the Qian family committed? Xinyu asked. Princely's back bowed deeply. Your subject only asks that Your Majesty spare the Qian family for my sake. Your subject is willing to hand over all the rights that belong to Princely. This determination was not small. Handing over everything was equivalent to Princely voluntarily removing his royal status. Xinyu was silent. It seemed that Princely really valued Princess Consort Li very much. Shang Junlin's knuckles tapped on the table, as if he was thinking about something. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. After a long time, Shang Junlin said, the country has its laws. I can only say that if their crimes are not worthy of the death penalty, I will spare their lives. Thank you, Your Majesty. Princely bowed deeply. After the new year, Imperial Physician Gu came to take Xinyu's pulse. After Imperial Physician Gu's care, the poison in Xinyu's body had long been cleared, and his physical condition was much better than before. Your Highness is recovering well. We can change the prescription now. Imperial Physician Gu wrote a new prescription based on Xinyu's body. Before he left a wooden box for Xinyu. Your subject has combined the medicinal power to create a new ointment. Your Highness can try it out. The wooden box contained 5 medicine bottles made of white jade. Each bottle was about the length of a finger and slightly thicker than a finger. Shen. You picked up one and slowly opened the lid. A very light fragrance wafted out. The bottle contained a transparent ointment. What are you looking at? Shang Junlin walked over. Xinyu handed him a bottle. Imperial Physician Gu sent a new ointment. He said that he added some medicine and asked me to try it. Xinyu would often make some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. The Imperial Physician Hospital would send some over every once in a while. Usually, it was handed over to Mushi to handle. He didn't think much of it since it was sent by Imperial Physician Gu. He opened the lid of the bottle in Shang Junlin's hand. Your Highness, smell it. This ointment is quite fragrant. Shang Junlin looked at the transparent ointment in the bottle and fell silent. Genius 1 second. Remember this website, www.bq50. CC Literature Mobile Version Website, MBQ 50. CC, what's wrong? Sensing Shang Junlin's strange mood, Xinyu was at a loss. Does Guijun know what this medicine is used for? Shang Junlin asked after a moment of silence. Isn't it used to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis? Xinyu was even more at a loss. Not only this, there are many similar medicines there, all sent by the Imperial Hospital. Xinyu pointed to a small compartment near the head of the bed. Shang Junlin usually didn't go to that compartment to get medicine, so he didn't know what medicine was in that compartment. Shang Junlin took a deep breath. It was indeed a good medicine for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, but it was used in different places. He put down the medicine bottle in his hand. Jin will take a look. Xinyu followed behind Shang Junlin and walked to the bedside. He watched as Shang Junlin opened the small compartment's wooden door and took out a pile of bottles and jars from inside. Some of the bottles were slender, some were round, and some were square. Shang Junlin casually picked up a few small boxes and opened them one by one. Out of the 10 small boxes, only 2 were filled with normal ointment, the rest were used to moisturize. Do you usually use these medicines? Xinyu thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. He rarely got injured after entering the palace, and the few times he did, it was unintentionally caused by Shang Junlin. If it wasn't for Shang Junlin's insistence, he wouldn't have applied medicine on a small injury that couldn't be considered a serious injury. Your Majesty, is there a problem with this medicine? Xinyu didn't understand why Shang Junlin's reaction was so abnormal. There's no problem, but it's best if Guijun doesn't use it. Shang Junlin pointed to the few that Imperial Physician Gu had sent, especially these. But Imperial Physician Gu said these are good for my health. Xinyu was even more curious. He was sure that Imperial Physician Gu wouldn't lie to him about this matter. Does Guijun believe Zhen or Imperial Physician Gu? Shang Junlin frowned slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Of course I believe in your Majesty, Xinyu said without hesitation. Shang Junlin's mood warmed up. Ask Mushi to put the medicine away and put it somewhere else. Your Majesty, are you really not going to tell me what these medicines are used for? Xinyu approached the man and poked his arm. Are you really that curious? Shang Junlin looked at him deeply. Xinyu nodded. It's used by men when they're having fun. Shang Junlin's tone was calm, but the tip of his ears was slightly red. Xinyu paused. The medicine bottle in his hand seemed to have become a hot potato. He didn't know whether to put it down or take it away. Thinking of what he had done just now, he wished he could find something to cover himself up. This? I really don't know. Why didn't Imperial Physician Gu remind me when he gave me the medicine? Xinyu hurriedly put the medicine bottle in his hand on the table. I'll ask Mushi to take care of it. Unexpectedly, Xinyu saw the redness on Shang Junlin's ears. He even forgot about the embarrassment just now. It was really rare that His Majesty would feel embarrassed. The hand that was putting the medicine bottle turned a corner and forcibly moved closer to Shang Junlin's face. The young man's slightly joking voice sounded. Imperial Physician Gu specially prescribed the medicine for me. It seems like it would be a waste of his good intentions to throw it away. Your Majesty, don't you think so? Xinyu leaned forward and the distance between him and Shang Junlin was getting closer and closer. Their breaths mingled and a sense of ambiguity suddenly arose. I like the smell of this medicine. Does your Majesty like it? Shang Junlin couldn't help but recall the fragrance that he had smelled just now. If that fragrance and Xinyu were to become one, Xinyu moved closer and stared at Shang Junlin's ears. As he expected, after a few words, Shang Junlin's ears became redder. Shang Junlin's eyes became deeper and deeper. Finally, when Xinyu was very close to him, he reached out his hand, pinched Xinyu's chin, and gently rubbed it. You seem to be very interested? If you want, I can accompany you to try it tonight. How about it? The man's breath approached with a strong sense of aggression. The biting cold air swept towards Xinyu as if it was tangible and firmly surrounded him. No need, no need. Xinyu admitted defeat. I was wrong. Oh? What did you do wrong? Shang Junlin didn't stop moving. Xinyu turned his head uncomfortably. He felt a soft and hot touch on his cheek and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Your Majesty, Xinyu was really regretful. If he had known that Shang Junlin was so easy to tease, he wouldn't have teased him to see Shang Junlin blush. I think the smell of this ointment is very suitable for you. I like it very much. The man's deep voice sounded close to his ear and his hot breath sprayed on his neck. This time, not only his ear, but also Xinyu's entire face turned red. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened and the tip of his nose touched the warm skin of Xinyu's neck. Xinyu was stimulated and quivered. It was the first time he was touched by someone like this. It was as if there were little flames burning along with the man's movements. It was a temptation. Like a moth to a flame, even if he knew that he would be burned to ashes by the burning fire, he still couldn't help but want to get closer. Pleased by Xinyu's reaction, Shang Junlin no longer bullied the fragile skin of the young man's neck and gradually pulled away from him. I like this ointment very much. You have to keep it well. Maybe it will come in handy soon. Xinyu still felt the skin on the side of his neck was burning hot. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Your Majesty, Fong Darren asks for an audience. Eunuch Meng's voice broke the different atmosphere in the room. Shang Junlin approached, touched Xinyu's face, bent down and whispered in his ear, Guijun, I'm looking forward to it. After saying that, Shang Junlin pulled away from him and looked at Xinyu with a smile in his eyes for a while before leaving. Not long after, Eunuch Meng came in and began to clean up the messy bottles and jars on the table. Eunuch Meng, what are you doing? Xinyu looked at the pile of bottles and jars and thought of the scene just now. He just didn't want to see it. Your Majesty specially ordered me to put these away. Eunuch Meng explained with a smile. Xinyu slightly widened his eyes. Shang Junlin can't be serious, right? The Imperial Institute of Medicine. Imperial Dr. Gu was sorting out the medicinal herbs when suddenly several palace servants came in with rewards. The leader was Eunuch Meng's adopted son, Eunuch Meng Jr., who also served the emperor. Although his status was not as high as Eunuch Meng's, it was much higher than other palace servants. Under the curious gazes of the people in the Imperial Academy of Medicine, young Eunuch Meng walked straight to Imperial Physician Gu and said with a smile, His Majesty likes the medicine presented by Imperial Physician Gu very much. He specially ordered me to come and give you a reward. Eunuch Meng Jr. waved his hand and the palace servants behind him came forward with the rewards. In addition to the usual rewards, there were some rare medicinal herbs. Eunuch Meng Jr. explained to Imperial Dr. Gu, Your Majesty said that Imperial Dr. Gu is a benevolent doctor. These medicinal herbs will be of great use in Imperial Dr. Gu's hands. Under the envious gaze of everyone, Imperial Dr. Gu accepted the rewards. He was not very interested in other rewards. Only the rare medicinal herbs could be said to be sent to the bottom of his heart. After Eunuch Meng Jr. left with the palace servants, Imperial Dr. Gu also entered the room. The others dispersed one after another. Imperial Dr. Gu is really lucky. That's right. Guijun is so favored now. As long as he is here, Imperial Dr. Gu's life will only get better and better. Didn't that person used to be so arrogant? Does he look down on Imperial Physician Gu? His eyes are almost in the sky. I haven't seen him find trouble with Imperial Physician Gu recently. How dare he? Now he is probably on tenterhooks every day, afraid that Imperial Dr. Gu will take revenge. Compared to him, I still prefer Imperial Dr. Gu. Imperial Dr. Gu has never been arrogant. If you encounter something you don't understand in medicine, you can ask him for help. Imperial Dr. Gu will teach you carefully, unlike Imperial Dr. Sunday. If you ask him, he is afraid that you will learn too much. I can't agree more. Last time I asked Imperial Dr. Sun for help, not only did he not give me a good face, but he also ordered me to do a lot of stupid things. In the end, it was Imperial Dr. Gu who solved my doubts. Under the eaves in the corner, Imperial Dr. Sun's face became more and more ugly. Wasn't it just a man who judged people by their looks? Don't think that you can rest easy. Before he was discovered, Imperial Dr. Sun quickly left. Imperial Dr. Gu came back with a pile of rewards. He picked out some that Gu Huai could use and gave them to him. Brother, why did you suddenly receive so many rewards? Gu Huai played with the emerald in his hand and asked casually. His people found out that there was another group of people investigating Fei Meng recently. Although he didn't know who the other party was, what their purpose was, and why Fei Meng only attracted that person's attention after so many years, he couldn't tolerate one thing. Someone was trying to involve Imperial Dr. Gu in this matter. His Majesty likes the medicine I sent into the palace. Imperial Dr. Gu separated the medicinal herbs that were rewarded. Some of them still had vitality and could be planted. Medicine? What medicine? It is for His Majesty. Children shouldn't know too much. Imperial Dr. Gu was helpless. He couldn't tell Gu Huai what the medicine was used for. Speaking of rewards, I can roughly guess what His Majesty is thinking. It can be considered as another way of declaring sovereignty. It wasn't that Imperial Dr. Gu didn't notice His Majesty's occasional hostility towards him, but he didn't expect His Majesty to use such a method to tell him that His Majesty would only be His Majesty's. Brother, what kind of person do you think His Majesty is? He is a good emperor and a good lover. He was a good emperor and Xin Guijuan's good lover. If it was in the past, Imperial Dr. Gu wouldn't have dared to believe that His Majesty had such a soft side. Gu Huai lowered his eyes. From the information he found, Shang Junlin was indeed a good emperor. Saying that he was a tyrant was just someone deliberately distorting the facts. Moreover, Shang Junlin had been in the army for a long time in his early years and had deep feelings for the army. He was definitely not the kind of person who would harm hundreds of thousands of soldiers for his own selfish desires. He had to find a way to meet Shang Junlin. Xin Guijun might be a good breakthrough point. Xinyu didn't know that someone wanted to find His Majesty through him. As the sky darkened, he became more and more restless. It was because of what Shang Junlin said during the day. Xinyu thought about it for a day and still couldn't determine whether Shang Junlin was serious or joking. Is His Majesty waiting for me? Shang Junlin walked in with a cold aura. Your Majesty. Xinyu put down the book in his hand and stood up. Shang Junlin dispelled the cold aura and walked to Xinyu's side. What is His Majesty looking at? His Majesty asked someone to bring a storybook from outside the palace. Xinyu was thinking about something else and didn't read it at all. Why did His Majesty ask Eunuch Meng to put away the ointment? If His Majesty didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Why, His Majesty wants to try. Shang Junlin made a gesture to call Eunuch Meng in. Don't, Xinyu stopped him with a sincere look, I don't want to. His Majesty, don't misunderstand me. I remember that His Majesty once told the king of you that I was better than him in every way. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu's waist and pressed himself against him. His Majesty, why don't you experience it for yourself? Their bodies were so close together that they were hot and strong. Even though they were separated by a few layers of clothes, she could still feel the strong force. It was not the first time that Xinyu had intimate contact with Shang Junlin, but it had never been as torturous and difficult to endure as this time. The man's aggressive aura was extremely strong, and he was so close to her that Xinyu had no doubt that the man would really eat her up. How can Your Majesty compare yourself with others? How many people in this world can compare to Your Majesty? Not to mention the insignificant prince of you. Oh, Shang Junlin laughed from his chest. I didn't know that I was so important in Your Majesty's heart. Of course Your Majesty is the most important person in my heart. Xinyu opened her mouth and said. Let me have a taste. Is Your Majesty's mouth smeared with honey? How can your words be so sweet? Shang Junlin lowered his head, but Xinyu hurriedly reached out to block him. How can Your Majesty wrongly accuse me? Obviously, what I said was from the bottom of my heart. Shang Junlin did not force him and moved back a little. How many people did Your Majesty train from to be so familiar with it? Xinyu was not to be outdone. Then I also want to ask Your Majesty, how did you know what the ointment is used for? Your Majesty is really... Shang Junlin laughed. Before Your Majesty entered the palace, didn't Amama teach you these things? After learning that Shang Junlin was going to marry the son of Zhenbei Ho, Amama in the palace sent Shang Junlin a book on how to do it. Together with the book, there was also some precious ointment from the imperial family. After Xinyu entered the palace, the Imperial Institute of Medicine sent some ointment one after another. When Imperial Physician Gu reported Xinyu's condition, he repeatedly warned that it should not be too intense. Xinyu's current body would not be able to bear it. Shang Junlin did not have any other intentions when he asked Xinyu to enter the palace. He was just annoyed by the minister's quarrel, so he casually agreed. If it wasn't Xinyu who entered the palace but anyone else, they would only end up being left to fend for themselves in a palace. The people sent by Count North talked too much nonsense. I'm too lazy to listen to them, so I drove them all out. The people sent by His Majesty only do things and don't talk. Xinyu argued one by one. He really couldn't be blamed for this. At that time, he had just been reborn. Just digesting the fact that he had been reborn took him a few days, not to mention asking about the various things that had happened at that time. After all, there are many things that can happen in 10 years. There was a huge information gap between Xinyu who was 10 years old and Xinyu who was less than 20 years old. Not only that, but he also had to deal with Shen Qingran and his mother. With all kinds of things piled up together, Xinyu directly ignored some of the less important things. In his previous life, Xinyu's body was much worse than it was now. He didn't have any particularly intimate contact with Prince Yu. Because of his body, he wasn't enthusiastic about this kind of thing at all. It was a freak combination of factors that caused the ointment incident. Shang Junlin understood. So, Your Majesty didn't deliberately want to see me make a fool of myself? Xinyu was really wrong this time. He really didn't know. At most, he didn't stop when he knew. He just wanted to see His Majesty blush. How could I have the guts to see His Majesty make a fool of himself? Xinyu was dissatisfied. Others may not dare, but I don't think Your Majesty doesn't dare. Shang Junlin didn't comment. Xinyu thought that it was true. Even if he knew in advance, he might have done the same thing. Your Majesty, it's not good. Prince Huaiyu committed suicide in prison. After Eunuch Mei received the news from the servant, he didn't dare to delay. He directly opened the door and walked in with his head lowered. He didn't know what his two masters were doing and didn't dare to raise his head. He only complained in his heart. Why did something happen to Prince Huaiyu at this time? What did you say? Shang Junlin let go of Xinyu and asked sternly. Just now, someone from the prison sent a message saying that Prince Huaiyu committed suicide in prison. I didn't dare to delay. How is Prince Huaiyu now? Xinyu went straight to the point. He has been temporarily saved. Eunuch Mei replied. Directly summon the imperial physician. The person who sent the message to see me and send someone to investigate. I want to know what happened tonight. Shang Junlin's voice was as cold as ice, threatening to kill. The hidden dragon guards quickly took action. The news wasn't hard to find. Not long after, the hidden dragon guards passed the information to Shang Junlin. Xinyu, Your Majesty, how is Prince Huaiyu now? Shang Junlin, he didn't hurt any vital parts. The imperial physician has already gone to take a look. I need to go there. Xinyu, can I go with you? Xinyu was still concerned about what happened in this life but didn't happen in his previous life. In the secret prison. Prince Huaiyu's identity was special. He wasn't imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison, but in the secret prison. Xinyu stepped into this place for the second time. He felt that the security was much tighter than the last time. Shang Junlin must have increased the security of the secret prison after the jailbreak. Along the way, the surroundings were very quiet. There weren't many people imprisoned here. Everyone was kept far apart from each other. Under the guidance of the jailer, they walked for about 15 minutes and arrived at the cell where Prince Huaiyu was imprisoned. The imperial physician was already treating him. Xinyu looked around, but Imperial Physician Gu wasn't inside. Suddenly, Xinyu frowned. He felt a very subtle gaze of disgust. Xinyu looked around one by one. His gaze lingered on someone for 2 seconds. Interesting. Why did a person he had never seen have such great hostility towards him? Imperial Physician's son deliberately took Imperial Physician Gu's place. He didn't believe that his contribution in curing Prince Huaiyu would be less than Imperial Physician Gu, who was only responsible for nursing the emperor's body. Prince Huaiyu slowly woke up. Seeing a circle of people standing around him, including his nephew, the emperor, standing not far from him, he understood that his suicide attempt didn't succeed. How is Prince Huaiyu's condition? Shang Junlin asked coldly. Your Majesty, Prince Huaiyu is fine now. The one who spoke was an older imperial physician. Fortunately, Prince Huaiyu didn't have enough strength. If he had more strength, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Xinyu couldn't help but look at the imperial physician a few more times. Was he saying this on purpose? Prince Huayu was about to faint from anger again. You can leave first. I have a few words with Prince Huayu. Yes. The imperial physician and the jailers retreated one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left. Prince Huayu supported himself against the wall and sat up, trying to look less embarrassed. Your Majesty really dotes on this child of the Duke of Xinbei's family. You still keep him by your side at this time. Your Majesty loves me. Naturally, you can't bear to part with me. What if I'm bullied in a place where your Majesty can't see? Xinyu pretended to be spoiled and arrogant. Prince Huayu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Xinguijun is right. If you love someone, you should watch over them like a pearl or a treasure. Otherwise, if you're not careful, they may be gone. Cough, cough, cough. Towards the end, Prince Huayu clutched his chest and coughed violently. After a long while, the coughing gradually stopped. Are you okay? Xinyu asked. Xinyu frowned and asked. He knew how uncomfortable it was to cough. At its worst, a cough could take away half of his life. I'm fine, I'm fine. Prince Huayu waved his hand. I'm already used to it. With this sick body, I can't die even if I want to. If you have any questions, just ask. Xinyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other. They didn't understand why this person's attitude suddenly changed. Let your lord ask. I won't answer whatever you ask. Prince Huayu seemed to have thought of something and added. Xinyu was even more confused. He was sure that he didn't have any interaction with Prince Huayu in his 2 lives. Why would Prince Huayu treat him differently? Why does Prince Huayu want me to ask? Isn't it the same if your Majesty asks? Xinyu directly asked the curiosity in his heart. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Shang Junlin. He didn't see any unhappy expression on the man's face. Please ask. Feeling Xinyu's gaze, Shang Junlin said. Fine, if he asks, so be it. I want to know why Prince Huayu sent the former emperor's concubine to your Majesty's side, and whether there is someone behind this matter. Why? Of course, it's to let the former emperor know that the woman he left behind has been slept with by his own son. Ha ha ha. Presumably, when I bring this news to him, his expression will be very good. Just because of this? Xinyu thought of various reasons, but he didn't expect the truth to be so simple. He caused me to lose my beloved. I also want him to have a taste of the feeling of his beloved being with another man behind his back. Prince Huayu chuckled and looked at Shang Junlin with a crazed expression. He should thank you, the only one he didn't recognize as his own son. If you didn't kill those bastards, the Great Huan dynasty wouldn't be surnamed Shang. Xinyu never thought that such a simple question could involve such a secret. He couldn't help but look at Shang Junlin. The man's expression was cold, as if he wasn't surprised by Prince Huayu's words. Xinyu frowned slightly. Did Shang Junlin already know something? He leaned to the side, hooked Shang Junlin's sleeve, and continued to ask, what's the answer to the second question? Prince Huayu, I don't know. I did all this just to take revenge on the former emperor, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Xinguijun, don't take the men of the imperial family too seriously. They are not good people. Xinyu, does that also include Prince Huayu yourself? Prince Huayu was stunned for a moment, then said, yes, if it wasn't for me, that person should still be alive. The child of Count North's family, for your own sake, don't give out your true heart. But His Majesty is His Majesty, and you are you. His Majesty won't become what you said. Xinyu seriously refuted. Shang Junlin's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed Xinyu's hand, holding it firmly in his palm. Xinyu scratched the man's palm, and Shang Junlin's frozen momentum instantly loosened. He turned around with Xinyu. Everyone has to pay the price for the choices they make. Prince Huayu, you're on your own. It was already late at night when the two returned to Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu usually went to bed early at this time, but when he stepped into the palace, he felt sleepy. He felt the bed and wanted to climb up, but he met a meat wall halfway. En? Xinyu clung to the man's shoulder, and asked vaguely with half-closed eyes, Your Majesty? Guijun hasn't washed up yet. It seems so. Xinyu thought with a confused mind, the dark prison is quite dirty, and I should wash up, but I'm so sleepy, I don't want to move, Your Majesty. The last two words were especially long. The continuous warm breath sprayed on his neck, and Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He supported the person in his arms, and gently coaxed, I'll take you to wash up. Xinyu thought about it. A place like the dark prison was indeed not clean. If he didn't clean himself up, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. You still need to change clothes. Xinyu suggested. After you're done, help Guijun change into clean clothes. After talking to Xinyu, Shang Junlin turned his head and ordered, Mu Shi, go and find a set of comfortable clean clothes and a thick cloak. Yes. Eunuch Meng had received the order in advance and had already gone to prepare a bath. When Shang Junlin finished dressing Xinyu, Eunuch Meng had just returned. Your Majesty, it's done. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu, who was half asleep. Is the floor heating done? Guijun can't stand the cold. Has the temperature in the room risen? Your Majesty, don't worry. I promise you won't feel cold. Your Majesty, aren't you bathing in the bedroom? Xinyu listened to Shang Junlin's instructions. It didn't seem like they were going to do it in the bedroom. Take Guijun to another place. I'll carry Guijun there. If Guijun is sleepy, you can take a nap. Shang Junlin comforted him in a low voice. The hot water was prepared in advance. There was a special bath in the palace not far from Yuzhong Palace. The steps were made of white jade, and the hot air was dense. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Xinyu was held in the man's arms, and only 30% of his attention was left to observe the outside. Your Majesty, where is this? Xinyu looked at the completely unfamiliar scenery and asked in a low voice. It's a place to bathe. Shang Junlin was very patient tonight and answered all questions. Your Majesty, you lied to me. I don't usually bathe here. Xinyu complained. Shang Junlin hugged the person in his arms to prevent her from being disturbed by the cold wind. I didn't lie to you. The dark prison is cold. I'll take you to soak in hot water. Really? Xinyu didn't believe it. Why are you so vigilant at this time? Guijun, tell me, why did I lie to you? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. At this time, Xinyu was very silly and easy to tease. Xinyu tried to think with his hazy brain, but he couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know, we're almost there. Don't fall asleep yet. At this moment, all the negative emotions left Shang Junlin. In his eyes and heart, there was only the person in his arms. The distance from the bedroom to the bathing pool wasn't too far. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived. Eunuch Meng walked to the front and opened the door. Steam seeped out from the crack of the door. Your Majesty, do you need someone to serve you? No need. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu and stepped through the door. He was greeted by the warm air. The huge bathtub was built indoors. Knowing that Shang Junlin was going to use it, Eunuch Meng had the palace servants prepare the floor heating in advance. At this moment, when Shang Junlin came in with Xinyu, they didn't feel cold at all. Suddenly in a warm place, Xinyu struggled to reach out a hand from the tightly wrapped cloak. Your Majesty, where is this? It's so warm. We've arrived at the bathing pool. Guijun, take a look. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu to a chair covered with fluffy fox fur. After a short while, Xinyu felt hot and slowly opened his eyes. What entered his sight was a piece of white gauze. There was only him and Shang Junlin in the entire hall. Not far in front of them, there was a bathtub that covered a very large area. The bathtub was filled with hot water, and steam continuously rose from the pool. Xinyu felt that this bathtub was enough for him to swim in a few times. Warm places always made people sleepy. However, Xinyu was very interested in this bathtub, which looked very comfortable. He struggled to get rid of the sleepiness and sat up straight. Looking around, the hall was empty. It turned out that there was no one here. It wasn't an illusion caused by the palace servant's low sense of presence. There really wasn't a single palace servant. Even Eunuch Meng and Mushi weren't here. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin's sleeves and asked under the man's puzzled gaze, Your Majesty, are there only the two of us? Who else does your majesty want to come? Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes. Where are the palace servants? Are there no servants? Xinyu didn't feel any danger. We don't need them. Shang Junlin replied faintly. Oh. Xinyu withdrew his hand and slowly undid his cloak. Shang Junlin half-squatted and pressed Xinyu's hand. Xinyu looked at him in confusion. Your Majesty? I'll do it. Regardless of Xinyu's shock, Shang Junlin half-squatted and pushed Xinyu's hand aside. He skillfully began to undo Xinyu's cloak. He put on the cloak with his own hands and took it off with his own hands. Xinyu looked down at Shang Junlin's clear knuckles and couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could he explain that the emperor didn't want the palace servants to serve him and even personally serve him? Shang Junlin, when Junlin was young, he wasn't treated like a proper prince. Later, he lived in the army for a long time. He knew how to do things that ordinary people did, and he also knew how to do things that ordinary people didn't. The temperature beside the bathtub was very high. After the cloak was undone, Xinyu felt a lot more relaxed. Because he was half-squatting, Xinyu looked down at Shang Junlin. He could see the man's long eyelashes, tall nose, and good-looking thin lips. It was said that people with thin lips were fickle. Was Shang Junlin also a fickle person? Xinyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He couldn't help but reach out to touch him. As soon as his fingertips touched, the man raised his eyes. Shang Junlin's eyes were very dark. Xinyu always thought that his eyes were dark black. He was caught off guard and found that there was a faint purple in the black. The purple was deep and mysterious, as if it was an abyss that tempted people to fall into. Xinyu stared blankly, as if he was being sucked into that mysterious place. Your Majesty, what is Guijun doing? Xinyu suddenly stopped thinking and looked at Shang Junlin's eyes again. There was no purple in them. It seemed that he was too sleepy to the point that he was bewitched. Your Majesty's eyes are very beautiful. Xinyu, who came back to his senses, was a little more awake and answered with a smile. Guijuan's eyes are also very beautiful. Shang Junlin's tone was calm, as if he was just telling a fact. Your Majesty, I'll do it myself. Seeing that he was missing another piece of clothing, Xinyu couldn't sit still anymore. Guijun, don't you think it's a little too late to say it now? Shang Junlin looked at his masterpiece and deliberately asked. The cloak and outer shirt were all taken off, leaving only a thin inner garment. The belt was also half undone. Xinyu looked at his half-undone clothes and fell silent. Shang Junlin insisted, so Xinyu let him do it. He was very tired and didn't want to move. He was happy to be served by someone. Shang Junlin was the emperor of the 9 and 5. Even he himself was not unhappy, so Xinyu was even more indifferent. When there was only one piece of clothing left on his body, Xinyu stopped Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, it's done. Shang Junlin didn't insist anymore. He stood up and bent down to pick up Xinyu and put him in the bathtub. He reminded him, don't fall asleep. Soaking in the hot water, Xinyu was a lot more energetic. He nodded, Your Majesty, don't worry. I won't drown myself. Your Majesty, do you want to join me? Xinyu was soaked in the water from his shoulders down. Only his head was above the water surface. His gaze drifted around. He floated around. His Majesty used facts to prove that he also wanted to soak in the bathtub. Shang Junlin cleaned himself up much faster than Xinyu. Xinyu didn't soak for long before he felt the water ripple around him. When he turned around, Shang Junlin had already swam to his side. Shang Junlin's appearance was different from usual when he wore the emperor's clothes. Without the clothes that represented power, Shang Junlin's aura was much gentler. His long hair was tied up and let down. It suddenly made people realize that apart from the emperor's identity, Shang Junlin was not that old now. Why are you staring at me? Shang Junlin asked when he noticed Xinyu's gaze on him. Xinyu, Your Majesty, the injuries on your body. From his shoulders down, Shang Junlin's body was crisscrossed with scars. Some of them could be seen from a long time ago. Most of them were from the battlefield. Shang Junlin didn't care much about the injuries on his body. Why are there so many of them left? And some of them were obviously left behind because he didn't treat them in time. When I joined the army in my early years, the situation was complicated. I didn't use my real identity. Many of the injuries were left behind at that time. After that time, the situation became a lot better. When talking about the most difficult time, Shang Junlin's tone was still casual. Xinyu gently touched a wound under Shang Junlin's shoulder. This wound almost spanned across half of the man's chest. Even after so many years, it still looked ferocious. It was not difficult to imagine what it was like when he was injured. Your Majesty, was it painful at that time? Xinyu couldn't help but think of Shang Junlin's young appearance. He wore an ill-fitting armor and fought with an enemy who was taller than him. Because Xinyu had soaked in hot water for a while, her hand was not as cold as before. When she touched the wound with her warm hand, Shang Junlin's heart skipped a beat. A very strange feeling spread from the place where their skin touched. His heartbeat unconsciously accelerated, and an unknown throbbing rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a pair of warm hands had passed through time and space and healed the scars in the lonely young man's heart. Guijun, Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's wrist and pulled her towards him with a little force. I actually didn't feel it for a long time. When he first went to the battlefield, new wounds were added almost every day. After receiving so many injuries, he became numb. Later, even if he was covered with scars, he could still take the enemy's head. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's chest and listened to the man's strong heart. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. He thought, why couldn't he be reborn in an earlier time period? Even if he could touch the young man who had been suffering since childhood, it would be good enough. Your Majesty is obviously God's favored one. You shouldn't have to suffer like this. I think it's good this way. Shang Junlin was very glad. If he wasn't strong enough, how could he give the person he wanted to protect an environment where she could live freely? Xinyu and Shang Junlin were close together. Suddenly, they felt something strange between their waists. They quietly moved away. Before they could move away, an arm appeared around their waists and they moved back again. Shang Junlin leaned against Xinyu's neck and chuckled, "Where do you want to go, Guijun?" Xinyu trembled when his hot breath brushed past the sensitive skin on her neck. Your Majesty. You're hurting me. The man didn't seem to notice Xinyu's embarrassment. He was still close to Xinyu. Guijun, stay with me for a while. Xinyu's toes curled up. He really wanted to ask Shang Junlin if he was the one who was hurt. Could he continue to stay as if nothing had happened? However, he couldn't bear it because he imagined a poor young version of Shang Junlin in his mind. Your Majesty, can you let go? Xinyu felt a burning sensation. He couldn't convince himself to ignore it and couldn't help but struggle. Don't move, Shang Junlin groaned when Xinyu moved. His voice was low and hoarse. If you move again, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Your Majesty, I think you'll feel better if you let me go. Xinyu suggested seriously. But I don't want to let you go. Be good and let me hug you for a while. The man's voice was tinted with different colors because of his desire, which made Xinyu's ears tingle. The hand around his waist was very obedient. Xinyu stood still for a while. After confirming that Shang Junlin really didn't intend to do anything to him here, he felt relieved. He didn't dare to tease Shang Junlin anymore. Sometimes, men couldn't stand being teased. However, after waiting for a while, Xinyu couldn't wait any longer. Instead, the situation became more and more serious. The two of them were very close to each other. Their skin was only separated by a thin layer of clothes. After being soaked in the hot water, the thin cloth almost didn't have any effect. The burning sensation spread from the outside to the inside. Xinyu didn't feel sleepy at all. If he could still fall asleep in this situation, he was really careless. No matter how sleepy Xinyu was, he couldn't ignore the situation at hand. Your Majesty, why don't you let me go? It was easier to calm down when he was alone than now. Shang Junlin buried his head in Xinyu's shoulder and didn't make a sound. Xinyu moved a little. His waist was instantly tightened. Xinyu couldn't understand why Shang Junlin would rather suffer than let him go. It was quiet in the bathtub. Even the sound of splashing water disappeared. Xinyu's body was getting hotter and hotter. He didn't know if it was because he was scalded by the water or because he was scalded. Your Majesty! Xinyu exclaimed. He felt the man behind him move slightly. Under the burning sensation, Xinyu couldn't help but feel numb. I can't stay here any longer, I have to stay away from Shang Junlin. An alarm went off in his mind. A sense of crisis suddenly arose. Xinyu couldn't care about anything else. He pulled the arm around his waist and wanted to leave. Where are you going? Before Xinyu was far away, Shang Junlin hooked Xinyu's clothes and pulled hard. Xinyu turned around in the water and lay face to face in Shang Junlin's arms. This position was even more dangerous than before, Xinyu was clearly aware of this. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, His Majesty said he wouldn't touch me. Shang Junlin was silent for a while and said hoarsely, I won't do it to the end. Xinyu's hair stood on end as he thought about the ointment incident. After that, he asked Shang Junlin for some books so that he could know what a man should do with a woman. But that didn't mean he could face this kind of thing calmly. Just by sticking close to it, they could feel the terrifying aura. How could they possibly enter? Zhen is very uncomfortable. Shang Junlin pulled Xinyu's hand down. Gue Jun, please help Xin. The man's voice was filled with irrepressible desire. His voice was lower and hoarser than usual, but it was also more seductive. Xinyu didn't notice this. He just wanted to withdraw his hand, but the man held it tightly and he couldn't break free. But how could his strength be compared to Shang Junlin's? No matter how hard he resisted, he still touched it. Your Majesty, you, be good. Touch it. The man coaxed in a low voice. I don't want to. You. Let go of me. The water rippled around them. Occasionally, the man's coaxing and the young man's sobbing refusal could be heard from the hazy mist. After some time, the sound of water gradually stopped. Xinyu rubbed his sore wrist and said in a hoarse voice, I don't want to wash. Zhen will also help Gue Jun. Xinyu avoided Shang Junlin's hand, I don't want to. I want to go back to sleep. Xinyu didn't know how attractive he looked at the moment. The corners of his eyes were red and there were water droplets on his eyelashes. With just a glance, Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. Come here, you. Xinyu took advantage of the man's relaxed state and swam far away. When he heard Shang Junlin's words, he subconsciously shivered and shook his head as he retreated. Shang Junlin swam to Xinyu's side and held him in his arms. He whispered in his ear, Why are you running? The water will be cold if we continue to soak in it. Your Majesty, let's go back. Xinyu reached out to stop the approaching man. He just wanted to end this absurd scene as soon as possible. You, don't worry. The water here won't be cold. Didn't you notice that the water in the bathtub is still warm after so long? Xinyu felt that it seemed to be true. After so long, the water in the bathtub should have become cold. However, the temperature of the water now was about the same as when he first entered the bathtub. As the two of them got closer, Xinyu felt something and was shocked. Your Majesty, didn't you just, Gue Jun, do you think Xin can be satisfied so easily? Shang Junlin deliberately got closer. The light fragrance on Xinyu's body became more obvious in the steam. Shang Junlin liked it very much. He liked the smell and couldn't help but lower his head to sniff it. The tip of his nose and lips brushed against the skin on his neck, causing him to shiver. Xinyu felt a familiar sensation and couldn't help but shiver. Your Majesty, my hand hurts. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's wrist, don't use your hand this time. In the end, Xinyu was carried out of the bathtub by Shang Junlin. He didn't have any strength left. His whole body was weak and in great pain. He hadn't fallen asleep yet. He lay in Shang Junlin's arms with his eyes closed. When they walked out of the door, the weather outside and inside the room was completely different. Xinyu felt a little cold and tightened his grip on the robe in his hands. What's wrong? Shang Junlin noticed his movements and stopped. Xinyu didn't say anything. Shang Junlin paused for a moment and then ordered eunuch Meng to bring the cloak in his arms and cover Xinyu with it. Xinyu didn't say a word to Shang Junlin until he fell asleep. He was too tired and didn't want to talk to Shang Junlin. He said that he was very uncomfortable, but Shang Junlin didn't want to let go of him. Xinyu was already very sleepy. After this incident, he was even more exhausted. He forced himself to stay awake for a while, but he couldn't help but fall asleep when they were about to reach the bedchamber. Shang Junlin came back with Xinyu in his arms. Mu Shi, who had been waiting for most of the night, was about to go up to him when eunuch Meng pulled her away. Didn't you see that His Majesty was so worried about Guijun? Why did you go up to him at this time? Mushi was worried. Is Guijun okay? Eunuch Meng, with His Majesty around, how could anything happen to Guijun? Mushi, but... Guijun, Eunuch Meng, why don't you understand? Think about it, His Majesty and Guijun have been bathing together for so long. It's just the two of them, and now His Majesty is carrying Guijun back. Mushi, Eunuch Meng, what do you mean? Eunuch Meng gave her a you understand look. It's exactly what you're thinking. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu all the way to the bed. She was probably exhausted. Even after Shang Junlin changed his clothes and lay down on the bed, Xinyu didn't wake up. Not long after Shang Junlin lay down, Xinyu, who had her back to him, rolled a few times and snuggled into his arms. She found a comfortable position and stopped moving. Shang Junlin found it funny. He pulled her into his arms and thought to himself, just now, she kept avoiding me and didn't let me get close. She was quite honest when she fell asleep ///////// after Princely returned home. He told Princess Consort Li that the Qian family's matter had been settled. Princess Consort Li didn't think too much about it at first. She was only happy that the Qian family had finally escaped disaster. Soon, she realized that something was wrong. Princess Consort Li was a very intelligent woman. It was fine when she didn't find anything wrong. Once she found something, she could dig deeper and find out more about the truth. In the morning, she stopped Princely, who was about to leave the room, and asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" "What are you talking about, Princess? Why would I hide anything from you?" Princely subconsciously retorted. "Every time you feel guilty, you call me Princess." Princess Consort Li mercilessly exposed Princely's lie. "I really didn't. How can you not believe me?" Princely knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden, but he wanted to delay telling Princess Consort Li the truth. He didn't want Princess Consort Li to blame herself for this. Princess Consort Li listed the abnormalities in the residence one by one and said coldly, "What did you say to His Majesty when you went into the palace last time? What did you use in exchange for the lives of the Qian family? Don't be angry, it's really nothing." Seeing that Princess Consort Li was really angry, Princely knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. He told her the truth, "I just gave up some of my authority as Princely. It's really nothing, don't worry." "Really?" "Really, as long as you don't despise me for having nothing in the future." After making it clear to Princess Consort Li, Princely didn't hide his movements anymore. He took inventory of all the properties under his name, handed over what should be handed over, and sold what should be sold. The bigger the movement, the more people who found out. Some people who were close to Princely came to inquire about it, but they were all calmly sent back. Princely is actually very smart. This move of retreating in order to advance, not only did he maintain his reputation, but he also sold His Majesty a favor. Xinyu scooped a spoonful of porridge and slowly put it into his mouth. "Why do you say so, young master?" Mushi didn't understand. Princely originally angered His Majesty because of what happened at the palace banquet last time. He probably also knows that his actions all these years have been a bit too much. Instead of waiting for His Majesty to settle the score, he might as well take the initiative to express his attitude and take the opportunity to step down. That way, he can still have a good ending. When Xinyu woke up, it was already noon the next day. Shang Junlin wasn't around. When Mushi helped him wash up, she said that His Majesty had specifically ordered that no one should disturb him. Food was also prepared at all times, just waiting for him to wake up. Xinyu wasn't that angry about this matter, but he still felt a little depressed. Moreover, when he woke up, the discomfort in his body didn't lessen, but became even worse. Hand. Fortunately, he used his left hand last night, which didn't affect the use of his right hand. He suspected that Shang Junlin did it on purpose, even thinking about which hand to use in advance. Needless to say, his legs were sore from just taking 2 steps, and there was always a strange feeling. This was the most unbearable part for Xinyu. He didn't need to look to know that it was definitely red. When he woke up, it was ice cold. Medicine must have been applied. The small kitchen listened to someone's orders, and all the dishes today were light. Xinyu poked the porridge in his bowl and said, "Mushi, bring me the storybook that eunuch Meng sent last time. Yes. There were a few books that talked about men in the Mandarin book. Xinyu only took a few glances at them last time. For his own sake, Xinyu felt that he should study more. When Shang Junlin came to Yuzhong Palace, he saw that the place where he usually wrote memorials was full of storybooks. He walked over and picked up a book, flipped through 2 pages, and silently put it down. It was all about, and it was full of pictures and text. Why is Guijun reading this? Your Majesty, why don't you take a look? Xinyu stuffed a book into Shang Junlin's hands. Shang Junlin pressed his hand on the spine of the book and asked doubtfully, why? I've read in the book that the recipient's face is full of joy. Why does it hurt so much for me? Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin with his eyes wide open, as if he really didn't understand. However, Shang Junlin didn't miss the teasing look that flashed through Xinyu's eyes. Your Majesty, why do I feel so much pain? He was just short of saying that his technique was too bad. Shang Junlin glanced at the book in Xinyu's hands and said, why don't you try this position with Guijun next time? Not so good. Xinyu said in his heart. Xinyu didn't know what switch had been turned on in Shang Junlin, but he felt that this person was completely different from before. Xinyu silently put away the storybook and didn't intend to provoke Shang Junlin anymore. If he continued, he would most likely be the one to suffer. His legs and hands were still hurting now. He couldn't let it happen again. Noticing that Xinyu's left hand was not flexible, Shang Junlin reached out and held it. Are you still uncomfortable? The warmth spread along his fingers, and Xinyu's fingertips trembled. Isn't your Majesty asking the obvious? How can your Majesty be so delicate? Shang Junlin laughed. It's not that I'm delicate, Xinyu retorted. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame your Majesty for taking too long. Even if it wasn't me, others wouldn't be able to bear it. Shang Junlin's breath paused, and he rubbed Xinyu's fingers with moderate strength. Zhen will give your Majesty a massage. Xinyu lazily lay on the soft couch. One of his hands was held in the palm of the black-robed man, who rubbed it with moderate strength. Being served by the emperor like this, he didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. Your Majesty, how is Prince Huayu? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more ambiguous, Xinyu had to start another topic. It's no big deal now. I don't understand why his attitude towards me is different from others. It can't be because of our relationship, right? But he didn't see Prince Huayu's attitude towards Shang Junlin that good. Maybe it's because your Majesty reminded him of some past events. Could it be that Prince Huayu withdrew from the fight for the throne back then for some other reason? Xinyu was interested. There are many secrets hidden in the palace. Outsiders only know that Prince Huayu gave up the position due to illness, but they don't know that something else happened before this. Seeing that Xinyu was interested, Shang Junlin slowly said, at that time, Prince Huayu had a close relationship with a man of unknown origin. The late emperor took advantage of this and plotted to kill that man. He then pointed the spearhead at another strong competitor at that time, causing them to fall out. In the end, one died and the other was injured, and the late emperor reaped the benefits. Xinyu, how did Prince Huayu find out about the real murderer? Does your Majesty know what kind of man Prince Huayu likes? Shang Junlin, that man didn't leave any information behind. All relevant records have been destroyed by Prince Huayu. As for what that man looks like, it's probably nothing. After all, the time between the man's appearance and his departure was too short, and his whereabouts had always been very secretive. If it wasn't for Prince Huayu, even fewer people would know of his existence. I don't know how Prince Huayu found out about the real murderer of that man's death. Judging from Prince Huayu's plan, he should have found out soon after the late emperor ascended the throne. The whole thing always had a kind of inexplicable strangeness. Xinyu didn't know that the royal family had such a secret in his previous life. The book he read after his death also revolved around Shen Qingran's point of view, and didn't talk about this. Does your Majesty want to continue investigating? Shang Junlin nodded. This person hides very deeply, and we don't know what his real purpose is. I suspect that this matter of Prince Huayu is also related to what happened that year. But Prince Huayu refuses to say. Xinyu frowned, can't say, or doesn't want to say? Why did the person behind the scenes plan this? No one knew the answer. The matter of how to deal with Prince Huayu was put on the agenda. They couldn't get any useful information from Prince Huayu, and they couldn't keep not giving the courtiers and the other members of the royal family an explanation. In the first morning court after the new year, Shang Junlin let people announce Prince Huayu's crime. Everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that Prince Huayu, who had always kept a low profile, would actually hide his true intentions so deeply. No one would have thought that he would be able to plan for so many years, just so that he could one day avenge his lover who had died in vain. No one would have thought that he would be so crazy as to do something that would confuse the royal bloodline. Compared to other things, confusing the royal bloodline was more unacceptable. Immediately, someone wrote a letter asking for a thorough investigation. Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance, and must be thoroughly investigated. Prime Minister Wang Qingxi stood up. For a time, Shang Junlin's half-brothers of the royal family felt insecure. Prime Minister Wang, you're wrong. How can such a big scandal be made known to everyone? Someone was dissatisfied. Is the royal family's face more important, or the purity of the royal bloodline more important? Prime Minister Wang asked. But, do we want to let the world know that the late emperor was cuckolded by so many people? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice hesitated. There's no need to be so direct, Prime Minister Wang replied. On this issue, the courtiers started a new round of quarrels. Some thought that this was a serious matter, and must be investigated strictly. Others thought that it was not appropriate to make a big fuss because it concerned the royal family's face. Shang Junlin sat high up and looked down. The courtiers argued. After the coronation, no one could see the emperor's expression clearly. Your Majesty, please make a decision. In the end, it was Prime Minister Wang who put an end to the argument. In that case, this matter will be handed over to Prime Minister Wang. This subject obeys. King Yu received the news when he was grounded. His first reaction was disbelief. He grabbed the shoulder of the person who reported the news and said sternly, "How is this possible? How can this prince not be my father's child? Your Highness, don't be anxious. This matter has not been decided yet. Moreover, Your Highness and His Majesty look alike. There's definitely no problem with your background." Yu Wangsong walked back and forth anxiously in the study room. If there was a problem with his bloodline, everything he had planned would go up in smoke. No matter how good his reputation was, no matter how many people supported him, once they found out that he wasn't the son of the previous emperor, everything he had would go up in smoke. Just because he was not the late emperor's bloodline, those old foxes would not allow him to ascend to that position. However, he could not do anything about this matter. He did not have much influence in the capital and could not go against the imperial court. This prince was too anxious. There is still no evidence to prove that this prince is not the late emperor's bloodline. This prince cannot panic. Taking a deep breath, King Yu tried to calm himself down. Your Highness is right. Your Highness does not need to worry. Everyone can see the similarities between you and the current emperor. Moreover, concubine Li has always been doted on by His Majesty. Concubine mother will definitely not do such a shameful thing. King Yu rubbed his temples, continued to pay attention to the movements outside. If there's anything wrong, immediately inform this prince. Such a big case happened right after the new year. Everyone's mood was very complicated, especially the princes left behind by the late emperor. During the late period of the late emperor's reign, he was muddle-headed and incompetent. For the sake of the throne, the ambitious princes fought until their heads bled. Only after Shang Junlin forcefully intervened did the internal strife stop. The outcome of the struggle for the throne was also tragic. Shang Junlin killed many princes and ministers in one breath. Because of this, the imperial court, which had finally calmed down, almost fell into chaos again. It was only because of Shang Junlin's strong methods that he suppressed them with force that the internal strife was stopped again. The ministers who experienced the internal strife were very glad that it was not any of the princes who ascended to the throne in the end. Who would have thought that the late emperor favored the third prince, the seventh prince, and the 14th prince, were not his biological sons. Speaking of which, Prince Huayu was also very powerful. Without batting an eyelid, he caused a large grassland to grow on top of the late emperor's head. The late emperor had many children. As the investigation deepened, more and more princes were found to have problems with their bloodlines. Especially the younger ones, almost all of them were found to be accurate. Every day, new developments were sent to the imperial palace. When Shang Junlin dealt with matters, he would not hide it from Xinyu. Xinyu also learned a lot of information from him. Is there no problem with Prince Yu's background? Xinyu did not find it strange. If Prince Yu was not the late emperor's child, he would not be similar to Shang Junlin. Your Highness seems to pay more attention to Prince Yu. Isn't your Highness very clear? He lied to me first. I don't want him to have a good life. It's that simple. Xinyu was clear in his heart that Shang Junlin probably knew about the matter between him and Prince Yu. Even if he did not know, he did not mind telling him. Then your Highness will be disappointed. Prince Yu's mother, imperial concubine Li, was one of the few people in the late emperor's harem who was loyal to the late emperor. Your Highness, tell me about it. Even though he was on the same side as Prince Yu in his previous life, Xinyu still knew very little about imperial concubine Li. The late emperor had many concubines, but there were not many who truly won his heart. Imperial concubine Li was one of them. Imperial concubine Li was a very smart person. She did not fight or snatch. Among the people in the harem, only she did not change. Before the late emperor passed away, imperial concubine Li volunteered to die with him. The late emperor was moved and took care of Prince Yu a lot. That was the late emperor's last favor to Prince Yu as his father. Because of this, Prince Yu was able to survive that turmoil. At this moment, Xinyu finally understood why Prince Yu always wanted that position. It was because someone had planted a seed in his heart a long time ago. With nutrients, the seed grew with the passage of time. One day, it would play the role that the person who planted the seed wanted. Your Highness, have you found anything new from your investigation of the vassal kings? Your Highness wants to ask about Prince Yu, right? Shang Junlin shook his head. I haven't found anything that's too out of line. If you want to investigate, it's just some minor issues. Xinyu also knew that Prince Yu was still very cautious at this time. Before he was completely certain, he would not reveal his true ambitions to outsiders. Who could have thought that the always cultured and refined Prince Yu, who stood aloof from worldly affairs, His Highness Prince had always wanted that position. Before the late emperor passed away, he should have left quite a few things for Prince Yu. Xinyu pondered. Don't look at how the late emperor was muddle-headed, he was still someone who had been an emperor for decades. If he had the heart to protect Prince Yu, he would definitely have left something for Prince Yu to protect himself or even arouse his ambitions. Your Highness, you don't have to spend too much time on Prince Yu. If you have the time, you might as well think about when you can do what you promised me. Shang Junlin didn't like to hear Xinyu mention the two words, Prince Yu. Sensing the man's silent approach, Xinyu silently moved to the side. After joking and complaining about it last time, Shang Junlin would always hold on to this matter and even glorify it by saying, "You'll feel better if you practice more." Xinyu tried to change the topic. Your Highness, we're talking about serious matters. I think that your Highness should be more concerned about the things between us. Shang Junlin looked calm, but there was a terrible storm hidden inside. He stretched out a hand to stop Xinyu from retreating and leaned forward. Xinyu used a book to stop the approaching man. There was a playful look on his face. Your Highness, did you eat the newly made plum snacks in the kitchen? Why is it so sour? Hearing the meaning of Xinyu's words, Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. Does your Highness want to taste it personally? Did I eat it? After shooting himself in the foot twice, Xinyu didn't say anything. He thought to himself, why did His Majesty change? His 2 points are not as funny as before. The two of them read for a while. Xinyu suddenly thought of 2 things. Your Majesty, it's spring. Shall we go out for a walk? Xinyu blinked. Of course, if your Majesty doesn't have time, the 2 of us can go. You want to go out? Shang Junlin asked. Xinyu held his head and nodded. The scenery in spring is very good. I go to the country house every year. If I can't go this year, it will be a pity. Shang Junlin, what country house? Xinyu, it's one of the few things my mother left me. Your Majesty, you know what kind of life I have in the Count of Xinbei's residence. Sometimes, I feel that it's better to live in the country house without those troublesome things. Before Xinyu entered the palace, Shang Junlin asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate. As Xinyu said, as the only legitimate son of the Count of Jinbei's residence, Xinyu did not have a comfortable life in the Count of Jinbei's residence. For example, his wife and her son, who was about the same age as Xinyu, were there. Xinyu's existence was a mistake. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's long hair and said softly, "Guijun, don't worry. No one can bully you in the future." He could not change anything in the past, but he would control everything now and in the future. He would not allow anyone to bully Xinyu under his wings. He knew that Xinyu would live in a certain country house for a while every year. To outsiders, he said that he was going to a quiet place to recuperate. But as the legitimate son of the Count of Jinbei's residence, why did he have to move out just to recuperate? It was just an excuse to the outside world. As for the real reason, only the person himself knew. Not knowing what Shang Junlin thought, Xinyu saw a touch of heartache in his eyes. Xinyu moved closer to Shang Junlin and asked, "Did His Majesty agree?" Shang Junlin's eyes darkened as he spoke. "I can agree, but do you have anything to say? Shouldn't your Majesty be unobtainable by riches and honor and unyielding by force?" Xinyu pretended not to understand the man's hint and opened her two pairs of innocent eyes. "Your Majesty, I'm also thinking for you. Spring is coming, and everyone will go out for a walk in the spring to relax. Your Majesty has been busy with official affairs for 2 days, so you should find some time to relax." "Relax yourself. Your Highness also knows that we are very busy." Shang Junlin's voice was emotionless. Shang Junlin hadn't had a good rest for several days because there were several matters piling up and waiting to be resolved, and it also involved the matter of mixing up the royal bloodline. Political affairs are never finished. Xinyu pressed down on the memorial in Shang Junlin's hand. "Your Majesty has so many officials. Some matters should be left to them. Why do you have to do everything yourself?" "Your Highness is right." Although he said this, Shang Junlin didn't put down the memorial in his hand. The 2 large desks were originally filled with novels by Xinyu. Shang Junlin's memorials only took up a small part of the space. Later, Xinyu arranged the books into 2 stacks to give Shang Junlin more space. Xinyu also knew that Shang Junlin's habits couldn't be changed with just a few words. He stopped the topic and said, "Since your Majesty is busy, I'll go by myself." "Your Highness wants to leave us alone in the palace?" Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows and looked over. "What does your Majesty want?" "Your Highness should know that with your status, you can't leave the palace often. Your Highness should get used to living in the palace and not think about leaving the palace all day long." Shang Junlin's tone was light. "Your Majesty means that you won't accompany me and won't allow me to go by myself, right?" Xinyu suddenly stood up and turned to leave. "Okay, I understand. I will obediently stay in Yuzhong Palace and won't go anywhere." Xinyu did what he said. Since then, he didn't mention leaving the palace. However, the people serving them could feel that the atmosphere between them was different from before. It was a lot colder, especially Xinyu's attitude towards Shang Junlin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. However, Shang Junlin himself didn't seem to notice anything. Every day, except for going to court, he stayed in Yuzhong Palace as usual. The people serving them didn't understand what the 2 masters were thinking. They only hoped that the 2 could reconcile quickly. They didn't want to live in a cold atmosphere every day. The news of Yuzhong Palace quickly spread outside the palace. It wasn't surprising. Yuzhong Palace was too high profile some time ago and was watched by countless eyes. Instead of saying that the news was accidentally spread outside the palace, it was more accurate to say that it was spread out with deliberate connivance. The ministers gathered together and didn't understand why the 2 people who were inseparable 2 days ago suddenly quarreled with each other. The shield was broken. The emperor's favor is just a matter of a few words. If you ask me, Xingui Jun shouldn't have been so arrogant in the first place. Yes, people's hearts are fickle. Ordinary people are like this, let alone the emperor. If you ask me, I'm afraid that Xingui Jun's favor will end here. I don't think so. For this news, most people had the mentality of watching a good show. After all, it had nothing to do with them. The relationship between Xinyu and Shang Junlin didn't affect them much. The 2 people who had a bigger reaction to this news were the King of Yu and the Count of Jinbei. The king of Yu accidentally learned of this news when he was investigating the movements in the imperial court. His mood was very complicated. Xianxia had been showing off in front of him for only a few days, but he had fallen out of favor in the blink of an eye. He was somewhat happy in his heart, but also somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. The reaction of the people in the Count of Xianbei was completely opposite. The Count of Xianbei couldn't wait to enter the palace immediately and ask Xianxia what had happened. Shen Qingran and his son were very happy. The sooner Xianxia fell out of favor, the happier they would be. These people didn't know that the emperor and the emperor didn't get along with each other because the emperor had fallen out of favor. If they really wanted to investigate, it was better to say that the emperor had fallen out of favor. Yes, the palace servants serving the two people found that the emperor's attitude towards the emperor was still the same as before. What was different was the emperor's attitude towards the emperor. Young master, why? Mushi endured for a few days and finally couldn't help but ask. Xianxia loosened the soil for the junling in the flower pot. He raised this grass carefully and it lived steadily until spring. You want to ask why I have a cold war with the emperor? Mushi nodded and looked at Xianxia worriedly. Young master, you live in the palace. Don't you need to treat the emperor well? Didn't you not want me to enter the palace and didn't think highly of the emperor? Xianxia put down the small shovel that was loosening the soil and raised his eyebrows. You betrayed so quickly? I originally thought that the emperor was no different from other men. After entering the palace, she could feel how the emperor treated Xianxia. It could be said that it was Shang Junlin's behavior that changed Mushi's view of him. The emperor is naturally different from other people. Xianxia pinched the slender leaves of the junling. But Mushi, you have to know that 2 tastes of indulgence will make a man bad. If you want to be with the emperor for a long time, you must go through various kinds of running in, not 2 tastes of accommodation. Shang Junlin was right. Both of them were very qualified emperors. Similarly, he also had the obvious characteristics of an emperor. After living 2 lives, Xianxia didn't intend to force himself for anyone, even if that person was the emperor. Mushi didn't quite understand. She didn't know what happened between Shang Junlin and Xianxia. Seeing that her young master had an idea, she didn't ask any more. Xianxia's mood was a bit complicated. He always felt that Shang Junlin didn't know what he cared about. Perhaps it was because he didn't care much about him in the past, so Shang Junlin didn't have too many opinions about what he did. Xianxia also liked this way of getting along. They kept 2 lines and didn't interfere with each other. But he didn't know when Shang Junlin crossed that line. He began to try to control Shen. Even if it wasn't obvious, Xianxia still felt it. Xianxia didn't want to be controlled by others. Ever since he knew that the world he existed in was 2 books and that he was controlled by an invisible consciousness to fall in love with the king of Yu, he felt disgusted by the feeling of being controlled. He wanted to retreat to safety with Shang Junlin. But it was obvious that Shang Junlin didn't want to. Shang Junlin looked at the booklet for a while and threw the pen to the side in annoyance. Is your majesty worried about the matter of your highness? Eunuch Meng had served Shang Junlin for so many years, but he had never seen Shang Junlin worried like this. He saw the change in Xianxia's attitude towards Shang Junlin, but he didn't know what happened between the 2. The emperor didn't say anything, and as 2 servants, it wasn't good to take the initiative to ask. Zhen can't figure out why the emperor is angry. Shang Junlin rubbed his eyebrows. It can't be because Zhen didn't agree to accompany him out of the palace, right? Shang Junlin didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He was the emperor, and Xianxia was the emperor. Yuzhong Palace was their home. What was the point of thinking about the outside of the palace all day? Last time, Xianxia wanted to go out of the palace to see the fireworks, and he took him there. Only a few days had passed, and now he wanted to go out of the palace for a walk. Would there be a new reason to leave the palace in a few days? Why don't your majesty directly ask the emperor? Your majesty and the emperor are husband and husband. It's not good for outsiders to intervene in the problems between husband and wife, Eunuch Meng suggested. The word husband pleased Shang Junlin. He stood up. You're right. If Zhen thinks too much and can't get to the point, it's useless. It's better to ask directly. His Majesty has arrived. Xianxia arranged the flower pot properly, and then stood up calmly. He stood up to greet him. You don't have to be so polite, Guijun. Shang Junlin quickly stepped forward and stopped Xinyu. All of you, leave. Shang Junlin waved his hand twice, and the palace servants retreated one after another. Mushi looked at the room worriedly, and then she was pulled away by Eunuch Meng. Eunuch Meng, will there be any problems? Mushi stood anxiously outside the room, unwilling to leave. Miss Mushi, don't worry. The matters between His Majesty and the Emperor have to be solved by themselves. Others can't intervene, Eunuch Meng comforted her, you should trust the Emperor. He knows what to do. Eunuch Meng had a clear view of this confrontation. He clearly saw that the one who had the upper hand was the inconspicuous Shen Guijun. Their Majesty had lost completely. What is your Majesty doing? Xinyu looked at the empty room and asked. Zhen apologizes to the Emperor for what happened before. Shang Junlin helped Xinyu to sit down. Don't be angry with Zhen, Guijun. I'm not angry with your Majesty. As the Emperor, how can I be angry with your Majesty? Xinyu sat down obediently. There was a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Ayu, tell me directly what I did wrong. Shang Junlin squatted down and looked into Xinyu's clear eyes. Ayu, tell me, what did I do wrong? Because of his posture, Xinyu was a bit taller than Shang Junlin. He lowered his head and met the man's eyes. There was no anger, no dissatisfaction. There was only a faint confusion and indulgence that could drown a person. Xinyu couldn't say what he wanted to say. Your Majesty, please stand up. No one would believe that the man who was half squatting in front of Xinyu was the Emperor of Dehuan, famous for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Is you still angry at Zhen? Shang Junlin didn't move. Zhen doesn't know how to get along with people. If there's anything that makes you uncomfortable, you must tell Zhen. No matter how angry Xinyu was, he couldn't get angry. Xinyu wasn't really angry. He just wanted to use this opportunity to distance himself from Shang Junlin. Actually, I'm not that angry. Xinyu looked into the man's dark eyes. Your Majesty, I just hope that in your Majesty's heart, I will first be Xinyu, then Shen Guijun. The former meant that he belonged to himself. The latter meant that he belonged to Shang Junlin. If it's the former, what will Guijun do? If it's the latter, what will happen? Shang Junlin asked. If it's the former, your Majesty may have to endure my anger from time to time. If it's the latter, your Majesty will get a qualified Guijun. But there was nothing more. Understanding the meaning of Xinyu's words, Shang Junlin said, Zhen will pay attention in the future. In Zhen's eyes, you will always be a you. Xinyu didn't know how to feel about Shang Junlin's choice. If Shang Junlin chose the latter, he could draw a line between him and Shang Junlin without any reluctance. But Shang Junlin chose the former. And he didn't even think about it. This meant that Shang Junlin had always thought this way. That was why he gave this answer at the first moment. Shang Junlin had made his choice, but what about him? Xinyu silently described Shang Junlin's facial features in his heart. The throbbing of his first meeting with Shang Junlin was triggered again. In this life, what would happen between him and Shang Junlin? Xinyu slowly lowered his eyes. His voice was as light as a feather. I know. What about me? Shang Junlin gently pinched Xinyu's chin. What am I in Ayu's heart? Her Majesty is Her Majesty. Xinyu looked away. His Majesty was different from others and unique. Your Majesty, can you get up now? Xinyu moved to the side of the soft couch to make room for Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin moved from Lu Rushan to Xinyu's side and took the initiative to talk to Xinyu about the progress of Prince Huayu's matter. Prince Huayu is very cooperative. According to the list he gave, it has been confirmed that most of the princes are not of the late emperor's blood. There are still some princes who are not of the late emperor's blood. Speaking of his biological father being cuckolded, Shang Junlin's tone didn't fluctuate at all. He didn't have any brotherly feelings for the late emperor's children. It's been decades. It shouldn't be easy to confirm. Things like blood were always the easiest to tamper with and the most difficult to find out. The method of blood identification is not reliable. Xinyu reminded. I know. The result of blood identification is only one of the supporting methods. The real confirmation is not based on this method. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's fingers and played with them. This is all thanks to Prince Huayu. He left enough evidence when he did those things. Xinyu was shocked. He left evidence? Wasn't he afraid of being discovered? He probably also wanted to be discovered by the late emperor. Who would have thought that the late emperor didn't suspect anything at all? Shang Junlin was speechless. There were many beauties in the late emperor's harem and many children. He didn't care about those who didn't look like him. He was only interested in pleasure. In a situation where there were new beauties all the time, except for some who were especially favored, he couldn't remember how many times he did it in a year. The late emperor really had a big heart. Xinyu didn't know what to say. It was noon. The two chatted for a while, and Xinyu was a little sleepy. Shang Junlin looked at the sky and stopped talking. You should take a nap. What about His Majesty? Xinyu nestled in the man's warm arms and didn't want to move. Although it was the beginning of spring, the weather was still not warm. It didn't change much compared to before the new year. Xinyu's body was cold, so she had to make the room very warm. Shang Junlin was young and energetic, so sometimes he would feel hot. Every time this happened, Xinyu especially liked to stay close to Shang Junlin. He was like a human-shaped big heater. I'll stay here with you. Xinyu was satisfied. She half closed her eyes and said softly, Your Majesty, carry me to the bed. Okay. As soon as Shang Junlin finished speaking, Xinyu felt herself being lifted into the air. A pair of strong arms held her firmly. Then, the man started walking. After putting Xinyu on the bed, Shang Junlin didn't call the palace servants. He personally took off Xinyu's outer clothes and put her under the quilt. Xinyu listened to the rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other beside the bed. Her consciousness gradually fell into chaos. In her sleep, she felt the source of heat approaching. Xinyu couldn't help but lean over. She found a comfortable position in the man's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Shang Junlin looked down at the young man lying in his arms. He slowly approached the young man and planted a light kiss on his forehead. Shang Junlin didn't have the habit of taking a nap. He quietly looked at the young man sleeping in his arms. His eyes were full of tenderness that he didn't realize. Your Majesty. After an unknown amount of time, Eunuch Meng carefully opened the door and said softly. Shang Junlin gently got up, casually put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. He asked, What's the matter? Prime Minister Wang wants to see you. He said it's urgent. Eunuch Meng lowered his voice to avoid waking Xinyu. Let him wait in the imperial study. I'll be there soon. Yes. Shang Junlin didn't leave for long. He returned to Yuzhong Palace before Xinyu woke up. When Xinyu woke up, Shang Junlin was sitting by the bed and reading a booklet. Has Your Majesty been sitting here the whole time? Xinyu's voice was low and hoarse from just waking up. It was very different from usual. No, I just went out. Shang Junlin put down the booklet. Is there something important? If there is something important, Your Majesty doesn't have to stay here. Xinyu sat up and slowly began to put on her clothes. It's about Prince Huayu. The Prime Minister said that he found some men who are suspected to be the fathers of the former princes. This was the reason why Prime Minister Wang had entered the palace to seek an audience. They had all tacitly agreed that the people who had cheated on the previous emperor were no longer around. When they suddenly found out that those people were still alive, they didn't know how to continue. Prime Minister Wang had no choice but to personally enter the palace to seek an audience and ask Shang Junlin to make a decision. Xinyu instantly woke up and said in disbelief, Those people are still alive? What was Prince Huayu thinking? He couldn't have wanted to take these people to see the former emperor and directly anger him to death. Shang Junlin, I didn't expect Prince Huayu to keep those people alive. Xinyu, what about those men? They were originally How did they enter the palace to meet with the concubines? Even with Prince Huayu's help, it's not so easy to escape unscathed. Shang Junlin, I'm afraid only Prince Huayu himself knows about this matter. Prime Minister Wang was mainly responsible for solving the problem of the former emperor's bloodline. The one who dealt with Prince Huayu's matter was Lord Feng, who was in charge of Censor Zhang's case last time. Lord Feng exhausted all means, but didn't get any useful information from Prince Huayu. Aren't you just relying on the fact that we don't dare to torture you? This official wants to see how long you can be stubborn for? After another interrogation, Lord Feng was so angry that he almost scolded. If it weren't for Prince Huayu's poor health, why would they torture him like this? He still won't say anything? A majestic voice sounded. Lord Feng and the others turned around and respectfully saluted, "Your Majesty." When he saw the young man in an indigo cloak standing beside Shang Junlin, Lord Feng hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth, "Your Majesty." The rest of the people looked at each other and saluted with a confused face. "Get up." Shang Junlin led Xinyu into the prison. Was this the rumored Xingue Jun who was extremely favored by His Majesty? Many people were curious and couldn't help but quietly look at the young man walking beside the black-clothed emperor. The young man was almost completely covered in a cloak, and only his white and delicate chin could be seen through the hat. Aware of these secret glances, Shang Junlin looked back with a slight warning. Everyone suddenly withdrew their gazes and looked down, not daring to look at him carelessly. Lord Feng, who took in this scene, sighed in his heart, His Majesty obviously cares a lot about Xingue Jun. I don't know where the rumors outside the palace came from, but looking at the way they get along, it doesn't seem like Xingue Jun has fallen out of favor. I have something to ask Prince Huayu. You can leave first. Yes. After everyone left, Shang Junlin helped Xinyu take off his hat. Xinyu walked to Prince Huayu. "Prince Huayu, do you still remember me?" Prince Huayu's condition was worse than the last time they met. Xinyu could feel that his vitality was flowing away rapidly. Rather than saying that Prince Huayu was dying of illness, it was better to say that he was giving up on himself. Once a seriously ill person lost his desire to live, his vitality would be like a flood that had opened the floodgates. It flowed quickly, and no medicine could cure it. The child of Duke Shenbei? Prince Huayu struggled to open his eyes. He didn't even look at Shang Junlin, but stared at Xinyu. "I told you last time that no one in the imperial family is good. Look, aren't you abandoned by your good majesty? Where did you hear these false rumors?" Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and waved it in front of Prince Huayu. "We are very good, Prince Huayu doesn't need to worry." Prince Huayu's face was dirty. He squinted his eyes and looked up from their hands. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze with disinterest. "Okay, what do you want to ask me this time? I advise you not to waste your energy. Isn't the matter very clear? Just punish me according to the law. Living one more day is one more day of suffering for me." Xinyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other, knowing that it was unlikely that they would be able to find out the person behind the scenes. Xinyu thought about it and asked an unexpected question. "Does Prince Huayu know my mother?" "I don't know her. I haven't said who my mother is yet." How can Prince Huayu answer so simply? Xinyu had been paying attention to Prince Huayu's expression after asking, so he didn't miss the flash of surprise on his face. Prince Huayu actually knew his mother. Xinyu's grip on Shang Junlin's hand tightened. Sensing the change in his mood, Shang Junlin held his hand tightly in comfort, as if he was comforting him silently. Xinyu calmed down and continued to ask, wanting to find out some clues about his mother. For 2 lifetimes, he still didn't know what kind of person his mother was. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. However, no matter how Xinyu asked, Prince Huayu refused to speak. Left with no choice, Xinyu had to give up. "Since Prince Huayu doesn't want to answer this question, can you solve another doubt for me?" Xinyu lowered his eyes. "Why did Prince Huayu keep those men?" "Because I want to take these people to my good brother one day and tell him that the children he dotes on the most are not his biological children. Not only that, I want to make him doubt that all his children are not his biological children. I want to make him feel that his life is a joke." Prince Huayu seemed to have gone mad. It's best to do it when he is terminally ill, lying on the dragon bed and unable to move. He can only stare at me with his eyes wide open. One is to identify which prince's father he is, and which prince's father he is, ha 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 ha. That scene must be very interesting. What a pity, he died before my plan could be implemented. How could he die? I spent decades preparing such a big show for him. How could he die without even looking at it? Hearing Prince Huayu's words, Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin worriedly. No matter what the relationship between the two of them was, the late emperor was still Shang Junlin's father. In front of the child, it would definitely make people feel uncomfortable to talk about how he had given his father a green hat. Shang Junlin's expression didn't show any abnormality. Seeing Xinyu looking at him, he whispered, "You, don't worry. To be honest, I also want to see the scene described by Prince Huayu." Shang Junlin really didn't have the slightest bit of father-son relationship with the late emperor. Since ancient times, the father was benevolent and the son was filial. If the father didn't give the son love but killing intent time and time again, no one would have any feelings of admiration for such a father. What's more, Shang Junlin lowered his eyes to hide the rolling black emotions in his eyes. There was still a blood feud between him and the previous emperor that was separated by an entire mother's clan. When Prince Huayu had said enough, he slowly stopped and looked at Xinyu with his turbid eyes. "Shang Junlin is my good brother's son. He might be like my good brother. You little kid, don't throw your heart at him." Xinyu didn't know why Prince Huayu still refused to give up persuading him at this time. Just as he was about to speak, Prince Huayu continued. "Don't take it lightly. Before my good brother ascended the throne, he was also deeply in love with Shang Junlin's mother. But look at the result. No matter how many vows he made, it can't keep up with the speed of change in a person's heart." The late emperor ascended the throne at the same time as the empress. The deep love between the empress and the empress was envied by many people. But no matter how deep the love is, it can't beat the passage of time. In just 5 years, the vows were completely forgotten. If there is a first betrayal, there will be countless more. I tried to persuade her at that time, but she didn't listen to me. She plunged into the carefully woven gentle trap and dragged the whole family down. "Are you done, Prince Huayu?" Shang Junlin's cold voice sounded. "Half of that person's blood flows in your veins. Do you really think you can escape the shackles of your bloodline? Take a look at the children left behind by the late emperor. Which one of them didn't harm others? Don't think that I'm trying to scare you. Nature is something that can't be changed. In the blood of the Shang clan, there is a sense of fickleness. What about Prince Huayu? Haven't you not changed after all these years? People are people. It's because we can restrain our nature. A normal person knows what to do and what not to do. People who don't know how to behave shouldn't use nature as an excuse." Xinyu disagreed with Prince Huayu's words. "Your words are interesting, perhaps." As if his last breath of life had dissipated, Prince Huayu became even more dispirited. "You don't have to waste your time with me. Let's end this matter here, don't continue investigating." After saying this, Prince Huayu closed his eyes, unwilling to speak again. Shang Junlin took Xinyu to vent his anger. When they passed by Lord Feng, he said, "There's no need to interrogate him." Lord Feng didn't understand, but still respectfully responded, "Yes." Walking out of the prison built with iron walls, they walked towards the warm spring scenery. The warmth brought by the sun dispelled the chill brought by the prison. Finally feeling the warmth, Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's still more comfortable outside. I already told you that the dark prison is cold and that you shouldn't follow me. You didn't listen. If I didn't go, Prince Huayu definitely wouldn't say anything. Your Majesty, Prince Huayu seems to really know my mother." Finally finding a clue, Xinyu didn't want to give up. "I've sent people to investigate Xinyu before, but they didn't find much useful information. According to the palace servants who knew her, her temperament suddenly changed one day. I don't know if it was because she heard some news." Shang Junlin said. "Presumably, the watershed was the day when the current Xinyu crossed over. The original Xinyu might know something, but the current Xinyu might not." "Your Majesty, where is Xinyu now?" The last time they met, Xinyu promised to save Xinyu. In order not to break his promise, Xinyu told Shang Junlin about this matter. As for where Shang Junlin arranged for Xinyu to be, Xinyu didn't ask. "Shang Junlin, I sent her to the old imperial concubine. Her temperament is too jumpy, and it's easy for her to cause trouble elsewhere." "Xinyu, the old imperial concubine?" "Shang Junlin, she's one of imperial grandfather's concubines. I was indebted to her when I was young, so I found a secluded place in the palace for her to live." "Your Majesty, don't mind Prince Huayu's words." Xinyu stopped and grabbed Shang Junlin's hand. "According to Prince Huayu's words, my father is like Duke Xinbei. Do you think I'm the same as Duke Xinbei?" "You and Duke Xinbei are naturally different." Shang Junlin answered without hesitation. In his eyes, Duke Xinbei couldn't be compared to Xinyu's finger. So, your majesty is also different from the late emperor. Xinyu didn't want Shang Junlin to be traumatized by Prince Huayu's words. Your majesty is only your majesty. What happened to the late emperor has nothing to do with your majesty. Are you as worried that I'll think too much? Shang Junlin gently clasped Xinyu's hand in his palm. Don't worry. I already know what kind of person the late emperor is, and I won't allow myself to be like him. After the efforts of Prime Minister Wang and Lord Feng, the mighty case of Prince Huayu finally came to an end. The ministers had a fierce quarrel about whether to announce the truth of Prince Huayu's case to the public. Some felt that it must be announced, while others felt that it shouldn't be announced. After all, it was related to the royal family's reputation. If it was announced, the royal family's deterrence would be greatly reduced, which was extremely detrimental to the stability of the royal family's regime. Shang Junlin was annoyed by their quarrel, so he simply announced that the court was dismissed. Your Majesty. After the court was dismissed, Prime Minister Wang asked to see him alone. How should we deal with those men? Shang Junlin, Prime Minister, what do you think? Prime Minister Wang, I think that these men deliberately mixed up the royal bloodline and should be punished. Shang Junlin, since Prime Minister has an idea, then we'll do as you say. Prime Minister Wang, yes, there's one more thing. How should we deal with the rest of the people who were found not to be princes? Shang Junlin, if they didn't commit any crime, they will be stripped of their royal status and demoted to white coat, and their 3 generations can't be officials. As for the details, Prime Minister, it's up to you. Prime Minister Wang took the order and left. In any case, those who occupied the royal status and were not the sons of the late emperor needed to return the status that didn't belong to them. Those dead princes also needed to be moved out of the imperial mausoleum and buried elsewhere. After handing over the matter, Shang Junlin no longer asked about the matter. The mistake made by the late emperor should not be paid for by him. After some discussion, they finally didn't announce all of Prince Huayu's crimes to the public, and only selected a portion that was convenient to disclose. In particular, the matter of the late emperor's sons was completely concealed and not announced to the public. In the teahouses and taverns, countless people were talking about this matter enthusiastically. Have you heard? About Prince Huayu, Ba, the former Prince Huayu? I heard about it, but I didn't expect it. Prince Huayu, who has always kept a low profile, actually planned in private for decades. If it weren't for His Majesty's wisdom, who saw through his scheme, who knows what would have happened. I don't want to go through the turmoil of more than 10 years ago again. Yes, the current emperor is still the best. Think about it, since His Majesty took the throne, how many peaceful days have we had? We don't have to worry about the enemy attacking the city gates all the time. There's also the Qian family. The Qian family has been abusing their power in the capital before, and His Majesty also punished them. Didn't someone say that His Majesty wouldn't punish the Qian family because they were clinging on to princely? In my opinion, it's just that His Majesty didn't punish them. Exactly. I heard that Princely hasn't been having a good time recently. He was even grounded during the new year. Exactly. It doesn't matter if you're a relative of the emperor or not, as long as you commit a crime, His Majesty will punish you accordingly. Judging from the recent cases, His Majesty has a reason for arresting people. Do you think that the officials that His Majesty dealt with before were also problematic? This isn't impossible. Think about it, before Censor Zhang's case was announced, didn't we all think that Censor Zhang was innocent? In the end, no one is innocent but him. On the second floor of the tea house, a young man in a light blue robe stood by the window and listened to the discussions below. Huaiqing, what are you looking at? Another young man in a light blue robe walked over and asked. Brother Qingyu, what kind of person do you think His Majesty is? His Majesty, this depends on which aspect you're asking. If you look at the Great Huan Kingdom as a whole, His Majesty is a very qualified emperor. Under his rule, the Great Huan Sea is peaceful and the foreign enemies don't dare to enter. These are all facts. But if you were His Majesty's subject, I'm afraid it would be a bit of a headache. What do you mean? You've heard the discussions below. Before Censor Zhang's case, His Majesty didn't give a reason to arrest people or punish them directly. Over time, there were rumors that His Majesty was cruel and heartless. This time, I don't know who influenced His Majesty to tell the truth to the world. It seems that Brother Qingyu has a good impression of His Majesty. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to the capital to take the exam. After the beginning of spring, there was a continuous stream of foreign examinees coming to the capital to take the exam. These examinees gradually became more and more lively. Xinyu also heard the news from Shang Junlin. They're here so early? There was still some time before the spring imperial examination, but there were already people in the capital. Xinyu was a little surprised. It's like this every year. Some people will specially come in advance to adapt to the environment, so that they won't perform improperly due to not adapting to the environment, Shang Junlin explained. Xinyu climbed out of Shang Junlin's arms, his eyes sparkling. Then won't the capital become more and more lively? There will also be many restaurants, tea houses, bookstores, and so on specially prepared for students. Ayu, do you want to take a look? Looking at Xinyu's sparkling eyes, Shang Junlin couldn't help but laugh. Xinyu hurriedly nodded. If I miss this opportunity, I'll have to wait another 3 years for the next one. Your Majesty, Xinyu deliberately dragged out the last syllable, like a hook that tickled people's hearts. Shang Junlin pressed down the hand that was messing around on his shoulder and gently squeezed it. I took the initiative to bring you out. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the countryside last time? Let Mushi pack a few sets of clothes. We'll stay outside for 2 days. The unexpected joy came too quickly. Xinyu's eyes were full of shock. So your Majesty has been busy with this matter these days? I've wronged your Majesty. Shang Junlin smiled and approached. Then, Ayu, how do you want to express your gratitude? How about giving me a kiss? Is that so? Xinyu quickly leaned forward and pecked Shang Junlin's face. Before Shang Junlin could react, Xinyu had already retreated to his original position. This time, it was Shang Junlin's turn to be stunned. He just casually said it and didn't really want to take the opportunity to make Xinyu do anything. Between him and Xinyu, he was almost used to being rejected 8 or 9 times out of 10. Shang Junlin didn't even have time to react before the kiss ended. Shang Junlin's expression was stiff as he looked at the young man beside him. Xinyu was still wearing light-colored clothes. Because they were indoors, he didn't wear a cloak with a fur collar. His palm-sized face seemed to be shining under the sunlight, and his eyes flashed with craftiness. You. Shang Junlin was helpless. At this time, how could he not understand that Xinyu did it on purpose? He knew that Xinyu didn't mean that, and the kiss he wanted wasn't a light touch on the cheek. However, he said a kiss, and Xinyu really only kissed him once. He said that he had done it, and he had indeed done it, but it made him feel empty. I've done what your Majesty wants. Your Majesty, you can't use this matter to make me do anything next time. Xinyu blinked with an innocent face. When have I ever made things difficult for you? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly. Last time, I clearly said that I didn't want to do it, but you still didn't let me go. There was a reason why Xinyu didn't agree to Shang Junlin's request. Shang Junlin had been going on for too long and refused to stop when he asked him to stop. After that time in the bathhouse, Shang Junlin occasionally wanted to move, but Xinyu didn't agree when he thought about the consequences of that time. Why is your Majesty so vengeful? Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's finger suggestively. As if he had lit a fire, his fingertips began to burn. Xinyu silently retracted his fingers. He tried to escape, but the man held him even tighter. Xinyu looked up and saw that the man's face was serious. Only the dark color in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. If this continued, who knew what would happen? Xinyu stood up from the soft couch as if he was scalded. I suddenly remembered that the kitchen prepared some new snacks. I'll go see why they haven't been served yet. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu's slightly flustered back and laughed. The man's gaze was so intense that it was impossible to ignore it. It wasn't until he stepped out of the door that feeling disappeared. Why did noble lord come out? Seeing Xinyu come out, eunuch Meng, who had been waiting outside the door, was surprised. Most of the time, in order to be alone with Xinyu, Shang Junlin didn't let the palace servants serve him in the room. Xinyu wasn't used to being surrounded by palace servants all day long, so he agreed with Shang Junlin's approach. I came to see if the snacks that the kitchen said were ready. Xinyu didn't show any panic on his face. Is your Majesty talking about the new snacks developed by the kitchen? It's already ready. It's just that I didn't want to disturb your majesty and your majesty, so I asked them to wait first. Let them serve it. Your majesty is hungry. Xinyu mercilessly put the blame on Shang Junlin. Eunuch Meng didn't suspect anything and went to give the order. After staying outside for a while, Xinyu felt that he had calmed down. Then, he turned around and entered the room. Shang Junlin didn't move when he left. When he saw Xinyu come in, the smile in his eyes deepened. Your Majesty, the people from the kitchen will be here soon. Xinyu reminded Shang Junlin that there would be outsiders coming soon, so he shouldn't act recklessly like before. What does your Majesty think I was going to do? Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu with interest. Knowing that the people from the kitchen would be here soon, Shang Junlin wouldn't act recklessly. Xinyu became bolder. Your Majesty, do you want to kiss me? Hug me? Or, me? Xinyu said the last few words in a very low voice, but Shang Junlin still heard every word clearly. He put down the book in his hand, stood up from the soft couch, and approached Xinyu step by step. Oh? It seems that your Majesty is very clear about my thoughts. Does your Majesty intend to satisfy me? The man approached with a biting cold aura, as if he had released the restraint of the beast in his heart, and the sense of invasion came to him. The man's breath was getting closer and closer. Xinyu had to reach out to the man's chest to stop him from getting closer. Shang Junlin lowered his head. His hot breath lingered on the sensitive skin of Xinyu's neck, causing him to shiver. Your Majesty, someone is coming. Xinyu's voice suddenly stopped. He could feel something warm gently touching the side of his neck. It was Shang Junlin's lips. It was as if he was responding to Xinyu's lips on his face. The crimson color spread from his neck to his cheeks little by little. Not long after, Xinyu. His whole face was red. His jade-like skin was dyed with crimson, like a ripe fruit, tempting to taste. Shang Junlin's eyes were getting deeper and deeper. He lifted Xinyu's chin, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Xinyu watched the man's handsome face grow bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. His own reflection was clearly reflected in those eyes, as if he was inadvertently sucked in. There was no end to the world, only you and me. Xinyu didn't refuse as if he was bewitched. He let Shang Junlin continue to shorten the distance between them. Xinyu could feel the arm around his waist getting tighter and tighter. He didn't close his eyes and stared blankly at the approaching man. Can I? Between breaths, he heard the man's magnetic voice. Xinyu nodded slightly. Shang Junlin was about to kiss him when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Your Majesty, the snacks are served. It was Eunuch Meng's voice. Xinyu suddenly came back to his senses and pushed Shang Junlin in a panic. Shang Junlin was unprepared and was pushed back a step. The two of them looked at each other. The ambiguous atmosphere gradually dissipated in a slightly awkward silence. Both of them knew that it was impossible to continue. Shang Junlin said with a dark face, "Get in here." Pfft! Xinyu laughed so hard that he trembled. He leaned his forehead on Shang Junlin's shoulder and said, Your Majesty, you can't blame me this time. You can only blame the people in the small kitchen for coming at the right time. Eunuch Meng could hear the strong displeasure in Shang Junlin's voice. He was confused. Wasn't His Majesty hungry? Why was he angry when the people in the small kitchen delivered the snacks? Eunuch Meng didn't dare to delay. He led the palace servants to bring the snacks to the table one by one. Xinyu was still laughing. He didn't know why, but the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to laugh. Don't laugh. Shang Junlin said helplessly and patted Xinyu's back. All kinds of pastries were placed on the table. The unique fragrance of the pastries wafted out. Xinyu finally remembered that he was the one who asked for the pastries. He stopped laughing and held Shang Junlin's shoulder to look at the table. Red, green, white, round, square, fruit, each type of snack was only half the size of a palm. The table was full of them. Xinyu's eyes lit up. The skills of the imperial chef who made the snacks in the small kitchen were superb. This was a skill that had been passed down from generation to generation. Because Shang Junlin did not have high requirements for food, this person's skills had never been able to be displayed until Xinyu entered the palace and dug him out from the group of chefs. In order to appreciate his talent being appreciated, this person knew that Xinyu liked all kinds of pastries. After coming to Yuzhong Palace, this person devoted himself to making pastries. Sweet, salty, sour, there were all kinds of flavors. The pastries placed on the table today were the results of his research during this period of time. Xinyu deliberately asked Shang Junlin the time and found a more free time to share the new pastries with him. But he didn't expect to interrupt that thing. After the pastries were placed, the palace servants left one after another. Eunuch Meng glanced at the emperor, who was dissatisfied, and silently left. He seemed to have interrupted the emperor's good thing. Eunuch Meng retreated outside the room, closed the door, and sighed, "Young people are full of energy." Xinyu poked Shang Junlin, who was still unhappy. "Your Majesty, come and try the new pastries produced by the small kitchen. I specially saved them to taste with you." Hearing Xinyu's words, Shang Junlin's face began to look better. He held Xinyu's hand and walked to the table to sit down. Although the kiss he wanted was interrupted, Xinyu still thought of him in everything, even sharing his favorite pastries with him. Thinking of this, Shang Junlin's heart felt a lot better. Xinyu's soul had already been hooked by the sweet fragrance of the pastries. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and put a piece into his mouth. "Oh, delicious. Eat slowly, there's still a lot." Shang Junlin wiped the sugar stains from Xinyu's mouth and looked at Xinyu attentively. He didn't move his chopsticks. Perhaps because he needed to drink bitter medicine all year round, Xinyu was obsessed with sweets. After Shang Junlin knew his preference, he ordered Eunuch Meng to find the imperial chef who was good at making sweets in the palace and send them to Yuzhong Palace to make different kinds of sweets for Xinyu every day. However, the amount of sweets he could eat every day was strictly limited. Eating too much sweets was not good for the body, so Xinyu could only satisfy his cravings every time. There were very few opportunities like today where he could eat freely. It was all thanks to Shang Junlin. If Xinyu didn't have an idea and said that he wanted to taste the new products with Shang Junlin, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. "Your Majesty, try it too." Seeing that Shang Junlin didn't have anything in front of him, Xinyu was about to put the pastries into his mouth. His chopsticks turned a corner and put the soft pastries into Shang Junlin's bowl. Because of what happened just now, Xinyu felt a little guilty. He didn't want Shang Junlin to have psychological reasons for tasting the pastries because of this incident. He wanted to make up for it. While eating, he paid more attention to Shang Junlin. As Xinyu tasted the pastries, he put more pastries into Shang Junlin's bowl. Because his attention was captured by the pastries, he forgot to change the serving chopsticks. Shang Junlin looked at the pile of pastries in his bowl and didn't remind Xinyu that he didn't change the serving chopsticks. He slowly ate the pastries one by one. As expected, Xinyu ate until he was full again, even though most of the pastries on the table went into Shang Junlin's stomach. In order to help with digestion, Shang Junlin took Xinyu outside for a walk. Winter passed and spring came. The green tips of the grass grew, the withered trees sprouted new buds, and some plants that didn't fear the cold had already bloomed beautiful flowers. Xinyu ate to his heart's content and was in a particularly good mood. He supported his waist with one hand and slowly moved on the path. Shang Junlin took care of his speed and walked slowly beside him. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin, who was holding his waist, and then looked at himself, who was supporting his waist with one hand. He laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" After feeding Xinyu, Shang Junlin's mood had completely changed from gloomy to sunny. "Your Majesty, don't you think our posture is very..." Xinyu stopped. A little strange. What's strange?" Shang Junlin also stopped with one hand still supporting Xinyu's waist. "Your Majesty, look at me." Xinyu straightened his back and touched his belly. "Do I look like I'm pregnant with your Majesty's baby?" Shang Junlin, Guijun is always full of surprises. Although he said that, Shang Junlin couldn't help but think along with Xinyu's words. If Xinyu was really pregnant with his child, Xinyu had only said it casually. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the waves his words had caused in Shang Junlin's heart. He rubbed his faintly swollen belly and continued walking forward. The weather gradually warmed up. People who had been cooped up in their homes for the entire winter walked out of their homes and called their friends. Not only the commoners, but also the aristocratic families. Princely finally handed over his power and entered the palace on a sunny afternoon. After handing over the items that represented his status as a prince, Princely felt his entire body relax. He stood opposite Shang Junlin and finally found some sense of the old days. I have been reflecting on my actions these past few days. I have caused trouble for your majesty over the years. Without the shackles of Princely's identity, I can return to myself. I feel that this is a very fortunate thing for me and my wife. Power had always been a double-edged sword. While you gained it, you also lost it. Perhaps some people could maintain their sense of self under the influence of power, but more often than not, they would lose themselves. When Princely took inventory of his power, he realized how many mistakes he had made over the years. In the name of doing well for Shang Junlin, it was actually just to satisfy his own selfish desires. I have always felt that your majesty needed someone to accompany you. Because of my wife, I felt that the daughter of the Qian family was not bad. I thought that by marrying the daughter of the Qian family to your majesty could be like me. Actually, in the beginning, Princely wanted to marry his niece to Shang Junlin not because he wanted the Qian family to rise to a higher level. He simply wanted Shang Junlin to have someone he could support by his side. However, as time passed, this pure wish became more and more personal. No matter how good the daughter of the Qian family is, I don't like her. Shang Junlin calmly stated the truth. I know. I am just glad that Xingue Jun, who entered the palace by accident, is someone who can stand by your majesty's side. Emotions have always been uncontrollable. I have been muddle-headed all my life. Only now do I fully understand that everyone has their own fate. For example, the Qian family cannot be forced. Princely sighed deeply and continued, this subject has sent people to investigate all the matters of the Qian family, both big and small. The results have all been submitted to me. You can deal with them however you want. Your Majesty does not need to be lenient on this subject's account. In the end, the reason they ended up like this is related to this subject's blind indulgence. If it weren't for him, the Qian family wouldn't have become bolder and bolder. Fortunately, he woke up in time, and the Qian family hadn't made an irreversible mistake. There was still a glimmer of hope if they lost their arm to survive. Isn't Princely afraid that Princess Consortly will blame you? Shang Junlin knew that Princely and Princess Consortly had a good relationship. The reason why Princely took care of the Qian family was because of Princess Consortly. Even the reason why he came to plead for mercy was because the Qian family was Princess Consortly's maternal family. This is also this subject's wife's intention. Since the Qian family has made a mistake, they should be punished for it. Moreover, not everyone in the Qian family is useless. Only by getting rid of the rotten branches and leaves can the Qian family develop better. This principle was learned from Shang Junlin. Back then, De Huan was in dire straits. If it weren't for Shang Junlin's decisiveness in killing a group of corrupt officials, De Huan might not have recovered so quickly. I understand. As for the Qian family members who worked hard for De Huan, I will not pursue them. Thank you, Your Majesty. That night, Princely was stripped of his title. The next day, the punishment for the Qian family was announced. No one expected that Princely, who had been in the imperial court for many years, would withdraw from the political scene in such a way. There were very few people who knew about the private conversation between Princely and Shang Junlin. Xianxia was one of them. He knew because Shang Junlin told him. Shang Junlin did what he said. All the members of the Qian family who committed crimes were punished according to the law. Those who were clean were not stripped of their official positions. They were still loyal to their posts. It was unknown if Princely and the Qian family said something in private, but the Qian family quietly accepted this result. What happened to the girl from the Qian family? After listening to Shang Junlin, Xianxia was curious. That girl was close to Princess Consortly. Her father and brother both made mistakes. She couldn't stay in the Qian family anymore and was taken away by Princess Consortly. Because of Princely, Shang Junlin paid more attention to the Qian family. Xianxia, Your Majesty, have you met this Aunt Qian, Mother? Princely wanted to matchmake you too. You should have met before. I have, but it was a few years ago. Shang Junlin glanced at Xianxia's expression. Seeing that his expression didn't change, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Xinyu, your majesty, you haven't seen her since? What kind of girl is she? Shang Junlin, I haven't seen her since I knew what Prince Li was planning. Why do you suddenly care so much about this girl from the Qian family? Xinyu, I'm just curious. What kind of niece-in-law is the most qualified in Prince Li's eyes? Shang Junlin didn't know which word hit the nail on the head, but the unknown emotion in his heart dissipated. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. You don't have to worry. In my heart, no one can compare to you. Xinyu? How did the topic suddenly change to this? Xinyu ignored Shang Junlin's sudden inexplicable words and asked, shouldn't your majesty release the vassals? Why did your majesty suddenly bring up this topic? Did someone ask your majesty for help? Shang Junlin slightly frowned. Xinyu nodded. Several of the prince's families came to me. Your majesty, don't worry, I didn't promise them anything. Oh, right, I didn't accept the generous gifts they prepared. Xinyu finished speaking and added slowly. If your majesty likes them, just accept them. You probably know what to do. It's time to let them go. Shang Junlin thought. It's not good to keep the vassals in the capital. 2 days ago, there were already ministers who mentioned this matter. The spring imperial examination is just around the corner. If they continue to keep them here, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble. With Shang Junlin's permission, Xinyu asked Mu Shi to send a message to the vassals' families who have been waiting for news. Xinyu didn't say anything to Shang Junlin. Although he didn't promise those families, he didn't refuse them in one breath. Instead, he gave them a chance to ease up, just for now. Why did Gongzi refuse to accept the generous gifts sent by the prince's families last time, but this time, he hinted them to prepare a generous gift? Mu Shi didn't understand. Her Gongzi's small warehouse was almost full. What's more, if Gongzi wanted something, he just needed to tell His Majesty, and someone would send it to him immediately. Why did he have to accept bribes and let people talk about him? I said it in front of His Majesty. Don't worry, even if you want to harvest wool, you can't harvest His Majesty alone, right? Don't look at those vassals who shrink their necks in the capital. It's because they are afraid that His Majesty's guillotine will fall on their heads. When they return to their fiefdoms, they will only be more powerful than the other. Their warehouses are rich. Mu Shi didn't understand, but she passed on Xinyu's message. When the family members got the reply, they returned to their temporary residence. The vassals who had been waiting in the residence came to greet them. How is it this time? Did your majesty agree? They had no other choice but to find Xinyu. They used all their power and asked the ministers to write a letter. Shang Junlin just pretended not to see it. Originally, they wouldn't have been so anxious. Who knew that Prince Huayu's incident would happen first, and then Prince Li's incident would happen not long after? That was Prince Li, a prince who had made great contributions to Shang Junlin's ascension to the throne. He was deposed just like that. Who knew if it would be them who would be deposed if they stayed any longer? There were a few people who had small ideas in their hearts. After experiencing this series of events, they suppressed their small ideas that they didn't dare to say out loud. They didn't dare to let them come out again in a short period of time. It was also because Shang Junlin didn't make any big moves in the past few years that they had some ideas that they shouldn't have. After what happened during this period of time, they suddenly realized that Shang Junlin was still Shang Junlin. He was the god of death who dared to directly lead troops to attack the capital. Under the anxious gaze of their prince, the family members said Xinyu's intention. Fortunately, if he really didn't want anything, we would have to worry even more. Since he accepted the things, he will naturally do things for us. Quickly, prepare the things your majesty likes and send them to Yuzhong Palace. After listening to the retelling, the kings breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult people to deal with in this world were always those who had no desires and no demands. Only when there were demands, it was easier to control them. Unknowingly, they had categorized Xinyu as someone who was greedy and easy to manipulate. Xinyu wanted this effect. Before Shang Junlin had completely dealt with these vassal kings, Xinyu had already counted on earning some extra money from them. Mu Shi was surprised to find that after conveying the news that Xinyu liked all kinds of treasures, the attitude of the king's family members towards her became more enthusiastic. Without letting Xinyu wait, the kings quickly prepared a big gift. Sending it to Yuzhong Palace was too eye-catching, so Xinyu found a manner. In the early years of the abandoned village, he let them send the things over. At the same time, he also told them the specific time of the king's departure. You tell them that they should have stayed a little longer, but thanks to me pestering His Majesty for a few days, His Majesty finally relented and chose such a short date. Mushi did as she was told. After everything was done, Xinyu happily waited to receive the money. What makes your Majesty so happy? Shang Junlin came over. Under the sun, Xinyu's smiling face was very impactful. Your Majesty, come quickly, Xinyu handed the booklet in his hand to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, look. I earned all these. Shang Junlin opened the booklet and looked at it a few times. It was recorded that a certain prince sent a certain thing at a certain time. All the things on the list were priceless. Is this the big business that your Majesty told me before? Shang Junlin raised the booklet in his hand. Half of the credit belongs to your Majesty. Your Majesty, don't worry, I won't take it all for myself. Half of it belongs to your Majesty. Xinyu excitedly talked to Shang Junlin about the things sent by the kings. Look, this is a cloud-patterned jade pendant, carved from the best Hetian jade. And this is a red coral that is half a person's height. Finally, he concluded, they are really rich. I hope this kind of opportunity will come a few more times. Shang Junlin laughed. Is your Majesty planning to empty their coffers? Xinyu corrected him, not me, I'm with your Majesty. Without your Majesty, how could they send me money obediently? Shang Junlin liked to hear Xinyu tie them together. He said dotingly, it's their blessing to be able to please your Majesty. I think the vassal kings don't want this blessing. Xinyu said something fair for the vassal kings in his heart. Also, your Majesty, don't you think you have the potential to be a fatuous ruler? Xinyu criticized a few times in his heart and expelled the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. He raised his hand and pressed on the book in Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, when will you get the things back? It was not safe to leave such a large amount of property in the abandoned village. When does your Majesty want it? As soon as possible. Xinyu slowly said under Shang Junlin's gaze, if your Majesty provides manpower, I can split it 40 to 60. Your Majesty is so generous. It seemed that Shang Junlin was not satisfied with this result. At most, we can only split it 40 to 60%. Your Majesty must know that without me, your Majesty would never have been able to do this. Thinking that Shang Junlin felt that it was not enough, Xinyu indicated that he had already given in. I'm not interested in these things. If your Majesty likes it, I can give it all to you. Shang Junlin shook his head helplessly. What does your Majesty want? Xinyu did not intend to monopolize the money that was cheated. Whether your Majesty is interested or not, I won't take it all for myself. After all, there should be reciprocity. Only by pulling His Majesty into the team could he ensure that the next plan would go smoothly. Shang Junlin still looked at him without speaking. Xinyu's eyes moved. He had some ideas in his mind, but he was not sure. In order to confirm his thoughts, Xinyu suddenly rushed over and hugged Shang Junlin. Can I hug your Majesty as a reward for my hard work? The young man suddenly rushed over. Shang Junlin was startled and caught him firmly. Before he could blame him, he heard Xinyu's voice. Shang Junlin felt satisfied as if a vacancy in his heart had been filled. Shang Junlin slightly tightened his arms, wanting this feeling to stay for a while. Be careful next time. Don't hurt yourself. Shang Junlin's voice came from above. Your Majesty will definitely catch me and won't let me fall. Xinyu said with a slightly raised tone. His voice was full of trust. Shang Junlin pursed his thin lips. Only the smile in his eyes showed that he was in a good mood. Xinyu had been paying attention to Shang Junlin's emotional changes. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. His Majesty was too easy to coax. He could coax him with just a hug. We have a sponsor. With the help of Shang Junlin, it was no longer a problem for Xinyu to worry about how to transport the gifts sent by the vassal kings into the palace. After handing over the matter to Shang Junlin, Xinyu began to think about how to arrange his own forces. Although this life and his previous life had chosen a different path, Xinyu didn't intend to really become a canary in the harem. No matter when, it was better to rely on oneself than on others. His people hadn't developed enough to be independent in the future. As for how to train these people, Xianyu had the experience of his previous life, so it wouldn't be too difficult. It was just that some of the subordinates he was used to working with had not yet joined him. He needed to go to the village to see the situation first. The day of Xianyu's rebirth was too coincidental. After hurriedly solving the matter of Xianxia and his son, it was time to enter the palace. Under the situation that the palace had sent people to the Hofu, he couldn't expose his trump card. So, he had been secretly contacting those people. Shang Zhenlin's actions were very fast. That night, the gifts sent by the vassal kings quietly appeared in Yuzhong Palace without attracting anyone's attention. Xianyu had told Mushi in advance. When the gifts were sent, Mushi had already prepared an empty room to put these things. The gifts that were sent contained all kinds of rare and exotic treasures. Most of them were shiny gems, and some were exquisitely made porcelain. Xianyu even found a whole box of gold. This was not on the list of gifts. Your Majesty, these uncles of yours are really rich. Xianyu sighed. It seems that they really can't wait to leave. If not, how could they spend such a large amount of capital? However, I didn't expect that they would bring so much money to the capital. Maybe their original intention was to come to the capital to develop their power. Xianyu didn't think it was strange. Money can make ghosts turn millstones. As long as you are willing to spend, you can always spend some money to get some people who don't care about their lives. Xianyu was right. The vassal kings brought so much money because they had a little idea. The fief was too far away from the capital. If they could leave some spies in the capital, it would be much better than not knowing anything in the fief. It's just that they didn't expect that so many things would happen after coming to the capital. Not to mention that they were scared out of their wits. Even if they dared to send it, no one dared to accept it. Among them, the king of Yu vomited blood the most in his heart. After a lot of hard work, he finally proved that he was the descendant of the previous emperor, but he also destroyed most of the arrangements in the capital. The people who were supposed to be on the ship also chose to withdraw from this turmoil. Compared with the king of Yu, the current emperor was more frightening. Your Royal Highness, there is news from the residents of Zhenbei again. Are we still going to ignore it this time? The king of Yu sat at his desk and reviewed his experience during this period of time. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he was about to say that he would deal with it according to the previous practice. Suddenly, he thought of something and changed the topic. Wait, bring the letter over. Bring the previous one as well. He must not go back empty-handed, the subordinate responded with a yes. Not long after, he brought a large pile of letters. The corner of the king of Yu's eyes twitched. Why are there so many? There are also several other young masters and young ladies here. Your Royal Highness, do you want to take a look together? In order to facilitate his future actions, the king of Yu deliberately made friends with the younger generation of several ministers after coming to the capital. Some of them were purely friends, while others had a different meaning. Too many things had happened during this period of time. The king of Yu was busy proving that there was no problem with his bloodline. He hadn't contacted these people for a long time. He rubbed his forehead with a headache and said, "Bring them together." The owners of these letters were the same as Xianxia. The king of Yu had made friends with them by concealing his identity. Not all of them were interested in the king of Yu. They were all words of concern and concern. The king of Yu casually flipped through them and put them aside. Suddenly, his hand stopped. At this moment, the letter in his hand was written by Xianxia. Ignoring the crooked handwriting, the king of Yu carefully looked at the contents of the letter. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. Did he say that he wanted to see me? Go and arrange a time for me to meet him. The king of Yu clenched the letter in his hand. If Xianxia really knew more than what was written in the letter, he had to find a way to bring Xianxia back. These things couldn't fall into the hands of Shang Junlin. The subordinate accepted the order and left. The king of Yu stood in front of the window and the smile on his face gradually widened. He originally thought that only Xianyu could be of great use in the Count of Zhenbei's family. He didn't expect that there would be times when he misjudged. Xianxia really gave him a big surprise. On this side, Xianxia quickly received a reply from the king of Yu. After being well-behaved for a period of time, Count of Jinbei really couldn't resist concubine Ru's repeated pleas and lifted Shenqingran's confinement. Shenqingran's leg was slowly getting better. He was unwilling to be trapped in the Count of Jinbei. He didn't want to be under Xianyu's control for the rest of his life. After thinking about it, the only person he could rely on now was the King of Yu, whose identity was still unclear. As if grasping the last life-saving straw, Shenqingran dug out all the knowledge in his mind and chose some things that the person in power would definitely like and sent them to the King of Yu. If the King of Yu wanted that position, he would definitely come to him when he saw the letter. Even if he didn't, what the letter said would not bring disaster to him. Shenqingran waited for a few days and finally got a reply. Looking at the place mentioned in the letter, he slowly smiled. The date of the return of the kings was confirmed. The kings who couldn't stay any longer cried with joy and sent a lot of good things to Xianyu. Xianyu didn't expect that there would be follow-up benefits. He gave half of it to Shang Junlin and kept the rest for himself. Shang Junlin didn't say anything and accepted it. He just turned his head and found a reason to send a batch of rewards to Yuzhong Palace. Everything was not inferior to the rewards sent by the kings. The rewards were sent by eunuch Meng. It had to be said that Shang Junlin's approach once again refreshed everyone's understanding of Xianyu's degree of favor. Eunuch Meng, who knew the inside story of the kings, could deeply feel the weight of Xianyu in Shang Junlin's heart. Mushi was already numb to the rewards sent to Yuzhong Palace from time to time. Her master gave half of the stolen goods to the emperor, and in less than 2 days, the emperor sent double the reward. She and eunuch Meng looked at each other and both of them cursed at the same time. Is this the way the royal husband shows off his love? People who don't have enough power and money really can't understand. Your Majesty. After the morning court, Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace. It seemed that since Xianyu entered the palace, he was used to returning to Yuzhong Palace directly after the morning court. As soon as he stepped into the palace gate, he saw Xianyu coming to greet him. Isn't this time your afternoon nap time? Why are you still outside? Shang Junlin quickened his pace and unconsciously smiled. I was frightened by your Majesty's sudden rewards and couldn't sleep, Xianyu complained half-truthfully. Yuzhong Palace is almost full. You don't like it? Xianyu answered honestly, I like it. But why did your Majesty reward so many things? Xianyu thought for a moment. He didn't do anything during this time. I like the gifts that your Majesty gave me, so I wanted to make your Majesty happy. Xianyu was indeed happy. He was very happy, but my original intention was to enrich your Majesty's private treasury. Now, not only did I not enrich it, but your Majesty also took out a sum of money. Isn't what's mine yours? Just put it somewhere else. If I can't even afford to raise you, I don't want to be the Emperor of Dahuan. Xianyu's heart warmed when he heard this. He couldn't help but wrap his arms around the man's waist and bury his face in Shang Junlin's shoulder. He thought to himself, sure enough, money blinds the eyes. If Shang Junlin asks for something excessive now, he might agree to it. Shang Junlin didn't know what he missed and mentioned another thing. The hidden dragon guards sent a message saying that King Yu wants to meet your younger brother in private on the 3rd day after the vassal king left the capital. They still haven't stopped contacting each other. Xianyu thought that after this incident, the two of them would develop differently from their previous life. It's your younger brother who sent him a letter. I don't know what he wrote, but King Yu is willing to take the risk and stay for 2 more days to meet him. Didn't your Majesty say that King Yu hid his identity in the capital and got to know many officials' children? There are even some officials' daughters. Xianyu didn't need to ask to know what King Yu was thinking. Why don't you send them a letter? It's also the last time you see them before you leave. How can you favor one and discriminate against the other? Xianyu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and laughed. That scene must be very interesting. Shang Junlin could not help but imagine the scene. He tried his best to suppress the smile on his face, but his tone still revealed a hint of a smile. King Yu will definitely have a headache. Your Majesty? Xianyu looked at him suggestively. Shang Junlin said, don't you have the token of the hidden dragon guards? You can just let them do whatever you want. Xianyu hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate to use your hidden dragon guards to do this kind of thing? Shang Junlin did not mind, it's just sending a letter. It's not a difficult thing. After asking about the time and place of the meeting between King Yu and Shen Qingran, Shen Yu happily asked the hidden dragon guards to send the letter. Shen Yu did not have any other motive. He just wanted to make things difficult for King Yu and Shen Qingran. He could roughly guess what Shen Qingran wrote in the letter to King Yu. It was the same in his previous life. Shen Qingran used the knowledge of the future to fool many people. The book also said that Shen Qingran was able to gain the favor of King Yu because of his unique personality and his never-ending supply of new ideas. Your Majesty, aren't you curious about what Shen Qingran said to King Yu? Shen Yu lay on the soft couch and poked Shang Junlin's leg. The man who was reading the memorials paused. His leg muscles tightened. He put down his pen and grabbed Shen Yu's hand. I'm only interested in the letter that you wrote. Shen Yu looked at Shang Junlin from the bottom and smiled. Your Majesty, are you hinting that I should write a letter to you? Shang Junlin put down the memorials and carried Shen Yu into his arms. I think that you can help me read the memorials for a while. Shen Yu twisted his body and refused. Your Majesty, you have to learn to do your own things. If you can't do it, you can still squeeze the officials. You don't have to ask me to do it. Guijun, don't move. Shang Junlin's voice suddenly became low and hoarse. Shen Yu suddenly froze in place. The burning hot presence was extremely strong against him. Shen Yu did not dare to provoke Shang Junlin anymore. After sitting for a while, the heat did not dissipate. Shen Yu could not stand it anymore and said softly, Your Majesty, let me down. It was really uncomfortable to be pressed against him all the time. Shang Junlin didn't plan to do anything. He patted Shen Yu's back and released his arm. Shen Yu hurriedly stood up and moved to the other side of the soft couch. He carefully looked at Shang Junlin and said, Your Majesty, should I go out for a while? No. Shen Yu he picked up a book and sat on the other side of the couch, absent-mindedly flipping through the pages. 15 minutes later, Shang Junlin, of Shen Yu read to Emperor Junlin, Junlin. Shen Yu could not tell if Shang Junlin had calmed down or not. Shen Yu flipped through the book in boredom and looked at Shang Junlin again. Your Majesty? Yes? His voice was calm. It seemed that everything was fine. Shen Yu was relieved and relaxed instantly. He slowly moved to Shang Junlin's side. Your Majesty, this is not good. Who would I blame? Shang Junlin did not turn his head. Shen Yu, who had pushed Shen Yu out of the room but did not put out the fire, shut his mouth. The room became quiet. For a while, there was only the sound of the booklets being turned and the brush rubbing against the pages. In order to take care of Shen Yu's body, the temperature in the room was very high. It was easy for people to fall asleep in a warm environment. Shen Yu blinked. He was a little sleepy. Sensing his boredom, Shang Junlin handed him a booklet. Guijun, take a look at this. Shen Yu took the booklet doubtfully and opened it. Eh? Is there progress so soon? The booklet was presented by Lin County. The excitement of the person who wrote it could be seen from between the lines. After Guijun gave the flood control method to me, I quickly ordered people to go to Lin County. According to the news from Lin County, the initial results have been seen. The problem in Lin County could not be solved overnight. Shang Junlin did not expect to see results immediately. He did not expect that in less than 2 months, there would be good news. Shen Yu's sleepiness immediately disappeared. He carefully read the contents of the booklet and sighed, it's really good. If it could be prevented in advance, it would not cause such a big loss like in his previous life. Soon, it was the day for the kings to leave. Unlike in the past, there were always people who refused to leave. This time, as soon as the sun rose, the kings packed their luggage and left in a hurry without waiting for others to send them off. More and more students came to the capital to take the exam. Those who got up early were lucky enough to see this scene. Why are they in such a hurry to leave? Aren't they going to wait? Some students who had just arrived were puzzled. If the time was not set to be today, the kings would have already left. Why is that? Ha ha ha, didn't you hear about what happened a while ago? Is that so? They are probably afraid that if they stay, they will end up like Prince Huayu and Prince Li. After the kings left, the capital returned to its peaceful state. King Yu's carriage left with the crowd, but no one noticed that the real King Yu had changed his clothes and walked into a restaurant where students gathered. Shen Yu and Shang Junlin also disguised themselves and left the palace. In order to avoid being recognized, the two of them disguised themselves as students who came to the capital to take the exam. They came to the biggest restaurant in the capital, Xianxia Tower. The owner of this restaurant was very good at doing business. He knew the importance of reputation. During the spring imperial examination, he would receive students who came to the capital to take the exam at a very low price. If one obtained scholarly honors, not only would the cost of food and accommodation be waived, but they could also receive a sum of money. They only needed to leave a calligraphy piece. For this reason, many examinees were willing to stay here. After all, this restaurant had produced countless high school students. It was also good to get in. Auspicious omen. Xianyu and Shang Junlin sat face to face in a private room by the window. Listening to the endless introduction of the waiter, they gave a thumbs up. Your boss is very good. That's right, the waiter was obviously very proud of his restaurant, not to mention other things. Our dishes taste very good. During this time, you will definitely feel that the money you spent was worth it. What would you like to order? After the waiter finished the introduction, he did not forget the business. Give me a portion of your signature dishes. Xianyu thought for a moment. Do you have any delicious snacks? You've asked the right person. People who have tried our desserts say that they're superb. We have everything from sweet to savory. It can be said that there's no other restaurant in the entire capital that has more desserts than us. Okay, then give us some sweet desserts. I want your most famous desserts. Okay, please wait a moment. I will ask the kitchen to prepare it. The waiter wrote down one by one. What about the drinks? What do you want? This time, before Xianyu could speak, Shang Junlin said, no drinks. The waiter was stunned for a moment. He probably had not met a male customer who did not want to drink, but he quickly reacted and said with a straight face, yes. Xianyu explained with a smile, I am not in good health, so I can't drink these. I understand. Please wait a moment. This time was different from the last time. Xianyu had not experienced such a lively atmosphere for a long time. Junlin poured a cup of tea. He handed the teacup to Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Downstairs, there was a hubbub of voices and endless discussions. They were immersed in the hubbub of the human world and integrated with this flashy world. Feeling the cool breeze blowing on his face, Xianyu clearly realized that he had really returned to the past. Shang Junlin took a sip of the teacup. If you like it, you can come a few more times. Then I will have to trouble a Lin to accompany me a few more times, Xianyu said with a smile. Without a Lin, it will be boring for me to be alone. You want me to follow behind you to pay and carry things for you, right? Shang Junlin mercilessly broke Xianyu's lie. Why is a Lin so clear? Xianyu held his chin with both hands. If you want to carry things for me, you can just pick any palace maid to do it. A Lin is different from them. His Majesty, who was easy to coax, paid very quickly for the rest of the trip. Xianxia Tower was very fast. Even though there were many guests, they did not let Xianyu and Shang Junlin wait for long. After about a quarter of an hour, dishes began to be served one after another. In order to maintain the reputation of the best restaurant in the capital, Xianxia Tower made every dish look, smell, and taste good. Xianyu paid attention to Shang Junlin while eating. When he saw that Shang Junlin's eyebrows were relaxed, he knew that Shang Junlin was very satisfied with the dishes here. One of the dishes was braised carp. The color was very beautiful. Xianyu's eyes swept over the dish several times, but he did not pick it up. His eyes casually swept downstairs and suddenly stopped. Xianyu pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve. Lin, look, isn't that Prince Yu? Not far downstairs, a man in white was standing with two young people dressed like students. It was unknown what they were talking about. Shang Junlin looked in the direction of Xianyu's finger. It's him. Although Prince Yu was in disguise, Xianyu had dealt with him for a long time in his previous life. It was impossible for him not to recognize him. Moreover, Prince Yu had used this appearance to get close to him. Xianyu picked up a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. What is he doing here? Maybe he wants to get to know some people who can enter the imperial court in the future. Shang Junlin carefully picked out the bones and the fish and pushed the bowl in front of Xianyu. Xianyu looked at the bowl in front of him in surprise. This is. I saw you looking at the carp several times, but you didn't eat it. Are you worried about the bones? Don't worry, I've already picked out all the bones in this bowl. Eat it. Shang Junlin's tone was as usual. He didn't feel that he had done anything big. Xinyu slowly picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. His heart was sour and swollen. He couldn't describe the feeling. Xinyu slowly ate the fish in the bowl. How could he have the mood to care about Prince Yu? However, some things couldn't be completely separated from you just because you didn't care about them. The two of them ate quietly for a while. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. One of the voices was Prince Yu, whom they were paying attention to just now. Xinyu didn't intend to pay attention to it. Looking at Shang Junlin, he also didn't intend to pay attention to it. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside. The waiter walked in with an apologetic face. I'm really sorry to disturb the two of you. Xinyu looked up and saw a woman in pink standing in front of Prince Yu. She was saying something in a stern voice. There were several women in gorgeous clothes around her. Two young people who were dressed like students stood aside awkwardly. They wanted to persuade her but didn't know how to. Xinyu looked around the crowd. Unsurprisingly, he saw Shen Qingran, who was not far from Prince Yu. Shen Qingran was wearing light blue clothes. His head was lowered, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly. The woman standing in front of Prince Yu seemed to be angered by Prince Yu's words. She didn't seem to notice that the door was pushed open. She suddenly raised her voice. What do you mean by that? Are you raising fish? Look at these. The woman pointed at the people around them, red, pink, green, yellow, blue. Are you planning to collect all the colors and open a dye house? Xinyu couldn't hold back his laughter and hurriedly covered his mouth. He didn't want to interrupt such a good show. Sitting down beside Shang Junlin, Xinyu lowered his voice and said, I didn't expect that the people King Yu provoked would be so eloquent. Opening a dye shop, ha ha ha, he must be so angry, ha ha ha. Xinyu was laughing so hard that he could not stand straight. Shang Junlin had no choice but to hold his shoulders to prevent him from falling. Which family is this girl from? She is so talented. She is the only daughter of Lord Feng. Shang Junlin replied as he hugged the young man who was laughing in his arms. So she is from Lord Feng's family. Lord Feng is really good at teaching his daughter. Xinyu gave high praise to Lord Feng. The good show was not over yet. The girl in pink was not willing to give up. King Yu was very annoyed. He only wanted to meet Shen Qingran in private. He did not expect to meet these people at the same time. During this period of time, the imperial court was in a state of panic. It was impossible for him to take the path of an official. If not, he would not have to find another way to get to know the children of these officials. People were always unguarded towards their own family members. King Yu had indeed obtained a lot of useful information from these people. After tasting the sweetness, King Yu used the same trick and got to know the children of a few important officials. Shang Junlin told Xinyu the information that the hidden dragon guards had found. Xinyu waved his hand and asked the waiter to bring a small plate of melon seeds. He said while eating, King Yu is really willing to spend money. He did not hesitate to use his body to entice them. Shang Junlin understood the meaning behind Xinyu's words. He smiled slightly. All in, eat too. Xinyu grabbed a handful of melon seeds and stuffed them into Shang Junlin's hands. He continued to hold the melon seeds and watched the show. Fortunately, they were in a room upstairs. There were not many customers. Most of the people surrounding King Yu were here to send him off after receiving the letter. No one knew that they would encounter such a scene after arriving. I don't want to listen to your excuses. Today, this lady will say it right here. You must give us an explanation. The pink-clothed girl said bluntly. The rest of the girls nodded their heads as if they had a common enemy. They had all been pampered since they were young. When had they ever suffered such grievances? If King Yu could not give them a satisfactory answer, it was obvious that this matter would not be easily resolved. Yu Wangtudu, when he grew up and interacted with Master Feng's daughter, he quite liked her valiant personality. But when this kind of personality was directed at him, it was very unpleasant. The moment he stepped into the private room and saw the girl in pink, he knew that things were not going to be good. In fact, it was also the case. Before he could speak, the girl in pink asked a series of questions that made him speechless. If the woman in pink was alone, he could still think of a way to calm her down. Unexpectedly, there was more than one person in the private room. After losing the initiative, Qingyu could only retreat step by step. Xinyu nudged Shang Junlin with his elbow. How do you think Qingyu will solve this crisis? Shang Junlin shook his head honestly. Then he thought of something and stared at Xinyu with his eagle-like eyes. You know? Xinyu was stunned for a moment and pulled back his attention from the battlefield. He smiled and said, I only have Lin. How can I have the luck to enjoy the treatment of Qingyu? Shang Junlin withdrew his gaze and continued to peel melon seeds. Qingyu restrained his impatience and comforted the pink-clothed girl in front of him. Let's go in first and talk about it, okay? I promise to give you an explanation. No need. Just here. I will leave after you explain it clearly. She disdained this kind of man who split his legs. Same for us. Several well-dressed girls nodded. When they first knew the truth, they were flustered. Fortunately, Miss Fong's words made them see the true face of the scumbag. There were thousands of men in the world. With their family background, how could they not find a good one? They just wanted to seek justice for themselves. The commotion was too big. Guests from other private rooms came out one after another to watch the fun. During this special period, most of the guests in Yingxing Tower were students from all over the country who came to the capital to take the imperial exam. Qingyu's image was completely ruined in the eyes of the scholars. A new guest couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. He was puzzled. What happened? It seems that this man cheated several girls at the same time and they came to him at the same time. Oh, so many? It seems that there are more than just girls. Look over there are several handsome young masters. Feeling strange gazes from time to time, two students who were affected by the commotion pulled the corners of their mouths awkwardly and quietly retreated. They didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. In their hearts, they felt bad for Qingyu. Their favorable impression of him also fell to the bottom. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't beat a bad character. They looked at each other and removed Qingyu from the list of people they could get to know. Bathed in all kinds of ambiguous gazes, Shen Qingran clenched his fists. He couldn't understand why such a thing happened. He thought that he could have a meteoric rise after today, but in fact, he jumped from one abyss to another. More and more people gathered around and the discussion became louder and louder. Qingyu's forehead twitched and he almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face. The girls who were cheated surrounded Qingyu and didn't let him go. The girl in pink didn't care about the gazes of the outside world. She wanted to seek justice for herself and the girls who were also cheated. Xinyu watched with great interest. In order to have a better view, he pulled Shang Junlin to the door and mixed into the crowd. The sound of Xinyu eating melon seeds attracted the attention of the people around him. Feeling the gazes from time to time, Xinyu generously reached out his hand. Do you want some? A student in green took a small handful of melon seeds from Xinyu's hand. Shang Junlin's eyes fell on the student in green like a shadow. No matter how big the student in green was, he couldn't bask in such a gaze and eat melon seeds. He had to whisper to Xinyu, how should I address you too? My surname is Yu and his surname is Lin. Xinyu pointed to himself and then to Shang Junlin. Young Master Yu, Young Master Lin. The student in green introduced himself after greeting them. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing. Xinyu calmly looked at the young man standing in front of him. He was full of vitality and had not been worn away by hardships. He also didn't have the world-weary momentum. His most capable subordinate in his previous life was just a young man who had not experienced any hardships and was full of mettle. Xinyu raised the corner of his mouth. Compared with the subordinate in his previous life who was lethargic, he preferred the current Jiang Huiqing who had bright eyes. Huiqing also lives here? Jiang Huiqing nodded. He thought of something and felt a little embarrassed. Today, two of my companions said that they would introduce a friend to us. I didn't expect, Xinyu understood. The person they introduced was the one surrounded by women? Jiang Huiqing nodded. Now, we can't make friends with him no matter what. The gaze fell on him as if it was tangible. However, Jiang Huiqing only felt a burst of coldness rushing towards him. Under the intense sense of crisis, his hair stood on end. Jiang Huiqing followed the gaze in confusion. When he saw the man standing beside Xinyu, he was stunned. Looking at the man's possessive posture towards Xinyu, Jiang Huiqing intuitively saw through a certain truth. He silently distanced himself from Xinyu. Sure enough, after he consciously distanced himself, the temperature around him instantly rose. Jiang Huiqing moved his gaze to the center of the crowd with a stupefied expression. He'd better continue to watch the show. Xinyu didn't notice the small episode around him. He was whispering to Shang Junlin while paying attention to the movements of the Prince of Yu. The Prince of Yu was badly battered. Feng Daren's daughter was too difficult to deal with. No matter what he said, she wouldn't let him go. His lies were also easily seen through by her. Under her leadership, the difficulty of deceiving those women rose sharply. At this moment, the Prince of Yu was really regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have allowed Feng Daren to be used by the Emperor to hook up with Feng Daren's daughter. Not only did he fail to get any information, but he also got himself into trouble. This woman is really amazing. Jiang Huiqing couldn't help but sigh. With just a few words, she forced that man to be utterly defeated. Ordinary men can't be so clear and logical. Xinyu nodded in agreement. The Prince of Yu had kicked an iron plate this time. Shang Junlin bent down slightly and moved closer to Xinyu's ear. He lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear. Feng Daren's daughter is really not inferior to men. His warm breath sprinkled on her sensitive earlobe. Xinyu trembled and her earlobe gradually turned red. Her white jade seeped into the crimson color. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened and he felt his teeth itch. He couldn't help but move closer. Xinyu only felt pain in her ear. Before she could think, she suddenly raised her hand to cover her ear. She turned her head and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" "You, do you think I'm right?" Shang Junlin didn't have a guilty conscience at all. Xinyu's ears burned and the feeling of being bitten lingered. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Shang Junlin too. Jiang Huiqing, who happened to see the scene just now, turned his head stiffly. He even forgot what he wanted to say to Xinyu. Under the pressure of the woman in pink, the Prince of Yu finally couldn't help but apologize. However, at this time, a woman who had been standing in the corner silently stood up and said sternly, "He is the Prince of Yu. How can he apologize to you commoners? It's your fortune to be favored by the Prince of Yu." Whoa, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Is he really the Prince of Yu? Didn't the Prince of Yu return to his fief with the other vassals? This woman doesn't look like she's lying. Slandering the royal family is a serious crime. But didn't the rumors say that the Prince of Yu was gentle and elegant and stood aloof from worldly affairs? You said it was a rumor. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who knows what kind of person he is in private? The discussion instantly became louder. Xinyu poked Shang Junlin's arm. "Did you arrange this?" Shang Junlin frowned. "No. He only asked the hidden dragon guards to pass the letter to those people. He didn't do anything else." Xinyu pinched his chin and pondered. This was interesting. Who had such a big grudge against the Prince of Yu that they would expose his identity at this time? The Prince of Yu's expression changed instantly. He shot a murderous look at the woman. He originally planned to give up his current identity. Anyway, he was going to return to his fief and wouldn't be able to come to the capital for a while. At most, he could come back with a new identity after this incident. However, if his true identity was exposed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The Prince of Yu? It seems that he isn't rearing fish but choosing concubines. Someone in the crowd said sarcastically, "The concubines he is choosing are all from prestigious families." The woman in pink said disdainfully, "Choosing concubines? Doesn't he know if he's worthy? Even the emperor only wants one concubine. Does the Prince of Yu want to get all the concubines in one net?" The disdain in the girl in pink's words was obvious. Many people present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. His Majesty didn't choose any noble lady, but King Yu personally went to pick one for himself. The key is that he chose people, but he hid his true identity to deceive innocent women. It's really shameful. There were also people who had a good impression of King Yu who tried to save his dignity. Did this person do it on purpose? He has a grudge against King Yu and deliberately slandered him. No matter what, King Yu is still a prince. He can have any woman he wants. There's no reason for him to hide his identity to get acquainted with all the ladies in the capital. You missed it. There are also men. In this matter, King Yu really can't compare to His Majesty. Of course, otherwise how can King Yu only be King Yu? Shang Junlin only wanted Xin Yu. Although many courtiers were dissatisfied, the reaction of the people was very good. The affectionate and loyal emperor didn't hesitate to fight against the courtiers for his lover. It suddenly made people feel that he was humane. In the past, what they heard the most was how cruel the emperor was and how he killed people. Hearing it made people tremble in fear. This time, it was different. When everyone heard it, they only felt that the emperor also had feelings. He would also fight for love like ordinary people. He also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. He would not only kill people. Shen Qingran hid in the corner and didn't dare to show his head. He was surprised when he found out King Yu's true identity, but it was only for a moment. Soon, he was pulled back to reality and continued to face the embarrassing situation in front of him. At the same time, his jealousy of Xin Yu reached a peak. Why did Xin Yu meet people who were loyal to him, but he met a master of fish breeding? Oh, no, now the fish pond was overturned, and the cause was very likely to be him. Shen Qingran tried hard to recall, trying to find something wrong from his memory. He didn't believe that King Yu would be so stupid to ask everyone to meet at the same place. Unfortunately, he thought about it several times and still couldn't find anything. King Yu listened to everyone's discussion, and his face turned red and white. He couldn't bear to be compared with Shang Junlin, especially when he was a negative example. Looking around, everyone's jaws dropped. He opened and closed his mouth, spitting out the words he was most unwilling to hear. He wanted these people to shut up, but when he opened his mouth, he seemed to have lost his voice. What should he say? What could he say? In his panic, he thought of something and looked in the direction of the woman who had revealed his true identity. The woman was wearing a light blue dress and had a red hairpin of the same color on her head. Her small face was deathly pale, making her look very pitiful. No, the fog in his mind was sliced apart by a blade of light. King Yu calmed himself down and carefully observed the woman. The woman seemed to be frightened by his gaze and shrank back. The girl in pink noticed his movements and moved to block King Yu's line of sight. The King of Yu was about to get angry, but when he saw that bright and beautiful face, he was speechless. Your Highness King Yu is so powerful. Not only are you fearless after your identity is exposed, you even want to threaten us sisters? It could be said that the pink-clothed woman did not hold back when she insulted King Yu. I didn't. King Yu's momentum automatically lowered by half. I'm just very confused. I don't know that woman. Why would she appear here? But in this case, not many people believed King Yu's words. He's still lying at this time. Even the prince can't do this, right? He must have been accidentally exposed by that woman. Now that woman is still dreaming of flying to the branch and becoming a phoenix. Xin Yu watched the increasingly exciting drama with great interest and discussed with Shang Junlin in a low voice. I don't know if King Yu really doesn't know this woman or is pretending not to know her. Whether he knows her or not, now everyone will only think that this woman is one of his beauties. What do you mean by it's hard to explain? That's it. Xin Yu was happy to see King Yu suffer. So he really is King Yu. Jiang Huiqing was speechless. How can a prince do such a thing? Xin Yu, a person's character has nothing to do with his identity. Jiang Huiqing, that's right. You can't think that he can't deceive a little girl just because he is a prince. More than that. Look over there. Xin Yu pointed to the side with a low sense of presence. Those seem to be related to King Yu. Jiang Huiqing looked in the direction of Xin Yu's finger and sucked in a breath of cold air. It turns out that he not only wants to kidnap the minister's daughter, but also her son. He won't let go of the minister's son. The confrontation between King Yu and the woman in pink was still going on. King Yu wanted to go over and ask what was going on. The woman in pink was worried that he would hurt people, so she stopped him from approaching. The onlookers also sensed something and pushed to separate the two of them. They looked at him with obvious condemnation in their eyes. King Yu's breath was stuck in his chest. He had never been in such a sorry state before. If he is King Yu, this matter can't be easily settled. Miss, you have to think carefully. King Yu deliberately concealed his identity to approach you. What is his intention? A clear voice sounded in the crowd. Most of the people present were not stupid. They could sense that something was wrong with this matter after thinking about it carefully. Yes, we must ask clearly. The woman in pink frowned. She was a clear-minded person. She could figure out the interests of this matter after being slightly pointed out by others. These women were not all stunning. Apart from their own conditions, what else was worth the prince's attention? After thinking about it, it could only be his elders who were officials. Looking at the women around her, she found that all of them had fathers or brothers who were officials in the imperial court. Thinking of this, the woman in pink was even angrier. She was usually very careful not to reveal things that shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. As for whether other people had, her eyes swept over these women's faces one by one. Some of them had slightly changed their faces. It seemed that they had said something that shouldn't be said in private with King Yu. King Yu, what do you say? The woman in pink looked coldly at the man who had almost made her fall into a trap. Seeing that King Yu was unable to reverse the situation because of Xin Yu's words, Jiang Huiqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young Master Yu is amazing. Xin Yu smiled and responded to Jiang Huiqing's praise. You flatter me, you flatter me. Does young Master Yu have any conflicts with King Yu? Jiang Huiqing was very curious. If not, why did young Master Yu put King Yu in a more difficult situation again and again? No, I'm in white. What disputes can I have with King Yu? Xin Yu's expression didn't change. I just can't stand him bullying so many innocent women. If there is a chance, I think Huiqing will do the same thing as me. Jiang Huiqing thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, so what if he is a prince? Can he be more important than His Majesty? She felt her hand being held under her sleeve. Xin Yu touched the man's palm. As expected, she felt the man's body stiffen. Xin Yu pretended not to know and stopped. How does this have anything to do with His Majesty? You see, His Majesty sits on the 4 seas and has everything he wants. In the beginning, the ministers exerted a lot of pressure to force His Majesty to take a concubine, but His Majesty said he didn't want one. He resisted the pressure and made the ministers pinch their noses and accept this matter. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man in a light gray robe walking over. Jiang Huiqing waved. Brother Qingyu, over here. After greeting Xin Yu, he explained, I met Brother Qingyu on my way to the capital. He is a person I can make friends with. The man walked over to them in a short while. Jiang Huiqing introduced the 2 sides. This is young Master Yu, young Master Lin. This is Brother Qingyu, surnamed He. Young Master He. Compared to Jiang Huiqing, Qingyu's attitude was slightly colder. However, among the 4 of them, there was already a very cold Shang Junlin, so it wasn't strange. Used to Shang Junlin's silence, Jiang Huiqing still pulled Xin Yu to talk. Occasionally, Qingyu would say a few words. Without waiting for Qingyu to ask, Jiang Huiqing told him what had just happened. After finishing, he sighed, I really didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. Is that really Prince Yu? Qingyu looked at the embarrassed man in the crowd. Most likely. No matter whether he is or not, this won't end well. Shang Junlin protected Xin Yu from the crowd. Xin Yu hid under the man's protection with a clear conscience. Qingyu quietly observed the 2 people. No matter how he looked at them, these 2 people's identities were not simple. Xin Yu noticed it but didn't care. He whispered to Shang Junlin. Xin Yu, how does a Lin think this matter will be solved? Shang Junlin, what does a Yu want? Xin Yu, he wants Prince Yu to be taught a lesson. But we don't know the origin of the woman who revealed Prince Yu's identity. Shang Junlin, I will send someone to investigate. No matter what the purpose of the person behind the woman is, if it has something to do with us, he will come out sooner or later. Xin Yu, since he has caused so much trouble for Prince Yu, if he has any request, a Lin should agree to it. Shang Junlin held Xin Yu's hands tightly under the sleeves. He rubbed the back of Xin Yu's hand and was very easy to talk to. Okay. Xin Yu continued to give a meaningful glance. Prince Yu must have brought people. Maybe he wants to silence them. We can't let Prince Yu leave so easily. Don't worry, Shang Junlin pinched Xin Yu's fingers, our people are down there. Prince Yu finally made some progress. Seeing that the situation was about to develop to an irreversible point, Prince Yu couldn't help but call out the servants who were secretly following him, intending to force his way out. Since you know my identity, quickly get out of the way. I won't pursue your crime of disrespect. Prince Yu, who was protected in the middle by the servants, tried to put on a strong front. He must escape first and then think of a way. These students. Prince Yu made up his mind. Since they saw this scene, they should never speak of it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Prince Yu is so powerful. Xin Yu clapped his hands and walked out of the crowd. Before Prince Yu leaves, shouldn't you give justice to these women? Who are you? Prince Yu looked at him vigilantly. Don't meddle in my business. A person who sees injustice on the road. Xin Yu slightly curved his lips. Prince Yu, don't think that you can oppress others with your power just because you are a prince. You should know that you are only a prince. In Dahuan, it's not your turn to make the decision. Well said. In the crowd, Jiang Huiqing loudly agreed. The others also followed. They were all ambitious young people. No matter what they would become after being corrupted by officialdom in the future, they all abhorred evil. They hoped that they could make a real career for the country and the people. They couldn't stand this kind of oppression. That's right, who do you think you are? You dare to oppress people in front of the emperor? We have so many people, do you think we are afraid of you? If you don't make it clear today, don't think about leaving. Moreover, shouldn't the king have already left? Why are you staying in the capital? Prince Yu's behavior just now had aroused public anger. Once his momentum was oppressed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Xin Yu lowered his eyes. Look, didn't this lead to a bad result? You are. Prince Yu looked at Xin Yu in surprise, and then his eyes moved to the man beside Xin Yu and suddenly stopped. Prince Yu didn't care about other people's words. He stared at Xin Yu and Shang Junlin. Even if they disguised themselves, he still recognized them. The emperor and the emperor, why are they here? Xin Yu and Shi Yuhi put his finger on his lips and made a gesture of silence. Prince Yu's eyes were about to burst. Not long after, the imperial army in uniform appeared upstairs and took away Prince Yu, who had lost all his strength. Shang Junlin asked the leader of the imperial army to send the young master and young lady back. Before leaving, the woman in pink took a deep look at Xin Yu. After that, in order to compensate the two people who were disturbed, the boss of Yingxing Tower specially prepared a table of new dishes for Xin Yu and Shang Junlin. Jiang Huiqing dragged teaching you to eat. Xin Yu originally intended to make friends with Jiang Huiqing, so he didn't refuse. Looking at the table full of dishes, Jiang Huiqing sighed with emotion. The boss of Yingxing Tower is really generous. If there's a chance, we can get to know each other. Xin Yu replied casually. It's probably difficult. It's said that the boss of Yingxing Tower has a very powerful background. Even if it wasn't enough, it couldn't support the negative income expenses for the whole spring. Although they just met, Jiang Huiqing was very familiar with Xin Yu. From time to time, he would say a few words to liven up the atmosphere. Xin Yu didn't talk much at first, but after chatting for a while, he gradually became more talkative. Only Shang Junlin rarely spoke. I didn't finish the fish just now. Xin Yu regretted that the emperor had personally removed the bones for him. As soon as he finished speaking, a bowl of deboned fish was pushed in front of him. Xin Yu looked up at Shang Junlin. He didn't miss the touch of gentleness in the man's eyes. All Lin is so nice. After saying that, he started to eat the fish. After that, Jiang Huiqing saw the man feeding Xin Yu in all kinds of ways. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what's the relationship between you two? Even if they were biological brothers, there wouldn't be an elder brother who would take care of his younger brother like this. Xin Yu thought for a while and said, we have an arranged marriage. Jiang Huiqing's chopsticks fell on the table with a clatter. The young man opened his mouth halfway and uttered a meaningless syllable. Shang Junlin's hand movements also paused. Only Xin Yu, who had already guessed the relationship between the two, reacted as usual. Why, are you surprised? Xin Yu looked at Jiang Huiqing, who was obviously shocked, and asked. Not really, Jiang Huiqing smiled awkwardly, it's very sudden. In the short period of time they spent together, the man did not hide his possessiveness towards Xianxia. Xianxia also indulged the man's every move. Jiang Huiqing could see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. The only thing he did not expect was that, "So you're already married?" Xianxia blinked. "I had no choice. My family kept urging me." "The two of you don't look like people who can be manipulated by their family." Jiang Huiqing was still in a daze. Xianxia smiled but did not say anything. In the second half of the meal, Jiang Huiqing ate without tasting the food. After the meal, Jiang Huiqing pulled Xianxia to leave. He needed to digest the news he had just heard. Xianxia did not ask him to stay. There was no hurry to get to know him. "You seems to have a good impression of young Master Jiang." Shang Junlin took a handkerchief and slowly wiped his hands. "Is it that obvious? You've never treated anyone like this." Shang Junlin pointed out the truth. "Her Majesty doesn't want me to get to know other." Xianxia deliberately delayed for a while. When he saw Shang Junlin's body gradually tensed up, he said the last two words, "Young master? I'm enough for Guijun." Shang Junlin finished speaking and used the truth as an example. "It's not good to be like Prince Yu." Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was overjoyed. Why did a Lin use Prince Yu as an example? "Do you think I'll be like Prince Yu and get together with all kinds of people?" "That's not what I meant. He just didn't want to see young Master Jiang and young Master he appeared beside Xianxia out of nowhere." "I know." Xianxia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Lin, you can rest assured that I have no interest in opening a dye house." Speaking of the dye house, Xianxia remembers the woman who insulted the Prince of Yu until he was powerless to talk back. "Your Majesty, do you know anything about Miss Fong?" Shang Junlin was alarmed. "What are you trying to do?" "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" Xianxia asked. "I just feel that it's a waste of talent for this lady to not be able to contribute to Da Huan." "But she is a woman." Shang Junlin frowned. Although the Great Huan dynasty was more liberal than other dynasties and had fewer restrictions on women, there was no precedent of a woman becoming an official. "Isn't it just a matter of a word from your Majesty?" Xianxia thought for a moment. "Of course, you have to ask Miss Fong for her own opinion first." Xianxia remembered very clearly that in the era before Shen Qingran's time travel, women could also be independent. Since ancient times, there were many talented women. It was a waste for them to only be able to stay in the harem. Shang Junlin did have the intention of changing the imperial court for a new batch of blood. He seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. On the other side, Miss Fong returned to the Fong family under the escort of the imperial guards. Lord Fong was startled when he saw the well-trained imperial guards entering the house. "What did you do?" "Father, don't worry. I didn't cause any trouble. They are sending me back." "Father, please help me entertain them." Miss Fong quickly ran back to her room. "Miss, you're finally back. Next time you go out, don't leave me at home. I really can't handle Madam." I know, Miss Fong said perfunctorily. "Quickly, give me a change of clothes. Don't bring those fancy ones." "My miss, isn't this pink dress very beautiful? It suits you very well." Her personal maid persuaded her. Her young miss was good at everything, but in terms of dressing, she really didn't look like a young girl. Other girls liked beautiful and bright colors, but her young miss didn't. She never liked colors and styles that were suitable for young girls. "Don't bring this kind of dress in front of me in the future." Miss Fong changed into her usual style. The maid couldn't persuade her, so she had to put the pink dress away. "Why did you change into a gray dress again?" Madame Fong heard that her daughter was back and hurried over. "Isn't the pink dress very good?" "What's wrong? Didn't it go well?" Madame Fong knew that her daughter specially dressed to see someone off. "Don't say any more, mother. That person is a scumbag. Other than me, he invited a house full of young masters and misses. There are all kinds of people. Those who don't know will think that he is choosing a consort. Don't see him in the future." Madame Fong sighed. She said, "It's good that you have an idea." After dealing with the imperial guards, Lord Fong also rushed over. After knowing what happened, he patted his daughter's shoulder. "Prince Yu was wrong first. His Majesty won't be partial to Prince Yu. Miss Fong thought of the only two people who dared to confront Prince Yu after his identity was exposed. She said, "Father, can you tell me about His Majesty and Prince Yu?" "Why do you ask this?" "I heard that His Majesty is deeply in love with Prince Yu. I need to hear some touching love stories to comfort my hurt heart." Lord Fong's mouth twitched. He only saw the excitement on his daughter's face, but he didn't see any hurt on her face. However, Lord Fong cared about his daughter, so he didn't refuse. He told her what he knew one by one. He didn't notice his daughter's thoughtful gaze. "Miss Fong may have already guessed our identity, Your Majesty." Xinyu followed behind Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin stopped and waited for Xinyu to walk side by side with him. He held his hand that was hanging in his sleeve. "Yes. Where are you taking me, Your Majesty?" Xinyu let the man hold his hand and walked in an unfamiliar alley. "I'm taking you to the house where we will live during this time." Whether it was for safety reasons or other reasons, their identity was special. It was better to live in their own place. Afraid that Xinyu would be unhappy, Shang Junlin thought for a while and added, "If you like Xingxing Tower, we can go there tomorrow." The evening sun was not dazzling, but it brought a warm feeling. Xinyu narrowed his eyes. "When did His Majesty prepare it?" Seeing that Xinyu didn't express dissatisfaction with his arrangement, Shang Junlin was relieved. "I asked someone to prepare it after watching the fireworks last time. It seems that His Majesty also wants to go out of the palace with me." Xinyu teased. "Yes, I want to go with you." The two strolled in the bluestone alley. There were faint voices of people. The branches and leaves of the plants beside the alley were green. Occasionally, there were a few birds chirping. It was spring. After passing through the alley, a red door came into view. Eunuch Meng, who had been waiting inside, opened the door. "The two masters are finally back. Everything in the house is ready." Xinyu walked in curiously. The courtyard was not big, but it was unique everywhere. The corridors were full of vibrant green plants. Xinyu walked around and was very satisfied with the small courtyard where they lived temporarily. Later, Eunuch Meng brought Shang Junlin's memorials to approve. "Does His Majesty still need to be busy with official business when he comes out to play?" Xinyu sat opposite Shang Junlin with his chin in his hand. Shang Junlin looked at the memorials handed by the minister while talking to Xinyu. "Otherwise, it will pile up. After returning to the palace, it will be even busier. Some of it may be urgent to deal with." Shang Junlin picked up the next memorials and paused. It was presented by Fong Darren. Could it be about Prince Yu? The timing was too coincidental. Xinyu subconsciously thought of what happened during the day. "His Majesty, take a look. Guijun, come and look with Shen." Shang Junlin invited him. Xinyu was really curious about the contents of the memorials. He didn't refuse Shang Junlin's invitation and sat next to him. This soft couch is not as comfortable as the one in the palace. Due to the limitation of space, the soft couch was smaller than the one in the palace. Xinyu had to be close to Shang Junlin to sit down. The two were close to each other. Their body temperature passed through their clothes. Xinyu sat for a while and felt warm. He instantly changed his view of the soft couch. Shang Junlin was very satisfied with this distance. He secretly thought about the possibility of changing the soft couch in the palace to a smaller one. When he was arranging it, he only made a request. "It must be comfortable and Guijun likes it." The specific arrangements were completed under the supervision of Eunuch Meng. After Xinyu moved in, he changed the layout according to his own preferences. It became the current appearance of Yuzhong Palace. It had to be said that Xinyu was a person who knew how to enjoy life. After Shang Junlin got used to living in Yuzhong Palace, he didn't want to go back to his own palace. Of course, he didn't deny that the most important reason was that Xinyu lived in Yuzhong Palace. After returning to the palace, does Guijun want to move to Jin's palace? After asking, Shang Junlin felt that this proposal was good. Encircling Xinyu into his territory. When he thought of that scene, Shang Junlin felt a sense of satisfaction. "Why did Your Majesty suddenly mention this?" Xinyu didn't understand how the topic jumped to this matter. "At that time, Guijun can arrange the palace according to your preferences." Does Guijun have any dissatisfaction with Yuzhong Palace? Xinyu shook his head. He was very satisfied with Yuzhong Palace, not to mention, I am now criticized by the ministers. If I move to His Majesty's palace, who knows what those people will come up with. Guijun doesn't seem like someone who will compromise for these things. Where Guijun and Jin live is our private matter. I believe that the ministers won't interfere too much. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened and added, even if there is, Jin will make them not dare to say a word. Jin's decision is not up to them to question. Xinyu knew that Shang Junlin meant what he said, but he didn't plan to move to Shang Junlin's palace at the moment. The distance was too close, far beyond his expectations. Does your majesty think that Yuzhong Palace is not good? Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder, reached out to open the memorial, and changed the topic. Your majesty, look at what Feng Darren said. The first half of the memorial talked about official business, but the second half of the memorial changed. It began to complain, denouncing Prince Yu as inhumane and deceiving many women to secretly shed tears for him. His words were sharp and could affect people's emotions. Xinyu looked at Feng Darren's criticism of Prince Yu without any vulgarities and was amused. This Feng Darren is quite interesting. Xinyu felt that if Feng Darren was present at that time, Prince Yu would definitely suffer a double blow. He finally knew why Miss Feng was so good at talking. It turned out that she was influenced by him since she was young. Shang Junlin was not interested in the matter between Feng Darren and Feng Darren's daughter. He just wanted to pack up Xinyu and bring him to his palace after returning. He absent-mindedly agreed with a few words, wrapped his arm around her flexible waist, and put his hand on Xinyu's abdomen. The man's palm was warm, and Xinyu was comfortably covered. She lazily leaned her whole body weight on Shang Junlin. Before he could continue talking about Feng Darren's daughter, the man's magnetic voice came from the top of her head. There is a baby here. Don't you think that you should give the baby's father a status? Xinyu, you can't let this matter pass? Xinyu supported Shang Junlin's shoulders and sat up. He looked at him and asked, Your Majesty, what else do you want? Move in with me. But haven't we always lived together? Xinyu couldn't understand. Yuzhong Palace and the Emperor's bedroom are both in the palace. What's the difference? Shang Junlin looked at him stubbornly. He looked like a big dog that wanted to please its owner. Xinyu coughed and got rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He wrapped his arms around the man's neck and said, Your Majesty, do you know that people who are pregnant can't move to a strange place? Shang Junlin obviously didn't expect such a thing. His eyes widened. Ha ha ha. Xinyu couldn't control himself and laughed. Shang Junlin understood that Xinyu said it on purpose. Why are you unwilling to move? Shang Junlin leaned forward and brushed his nose against Xinyu's cheek. Yuzhong Palace is quite comfortable. Xinyu tilted his head slightly. Shang Junlin was helpless. He couldn't change Xinyu's decision even if he was the emperor. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder why Xinyu agreed to move into the palace. The Xinyu he knew wasn't someone who would be manipulated by others. Shang Junlin skipped this topic and went back to the memorial. He told Xinyu the information that the hidden dragon guards had found out. Miss Feng is official Feng's only child. Her personality is similar to official Feng's. She met Prince Yu when she fell in love for the first time. Xinyu said, Fortunately, we found out early. These women shouldn't have fallen deeply in love with Prince Yu. Otherwise, we would have committed a great sin. Shang Junlin said, after those women went back, they would quickly come out after seeing Prince Yu's true colors. Xinyu asked, Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with Prince Yu? This was the main purpose of official Feng's memorial. He criticized Prince Yu's behavior with sharp words and finally said that Prince Yu must be severely punished. Xinyu agreed with official Feng's point of view. We intend to hand over this matter to Lord Feng, Shang Junlin replied calmly. Xinyu couldn't help but pat Shang Junlin's shoulder and praised, Your Majesty, it's a good idea. After Lord Feng submitted the memorial, he kept pacing back and forth in the courtyard. He knew that His Majesty probably wouldn't shield Prince Yu, but he was worried that His Majesty would have misgivings about the late Emperor's legacy. Life gently let go of this matter. Father, can you stop walking around? You're making me dizzy. Miss Feng played with the fan in her hand in boredom. Why don't you see who I'm worried about? Lord Fong stopped, like an angry pufferfish. Daughter knows that father is worried about daughter. Young Miss Fong hurriedly pacified him. Didn't father say that His Majesty would not tolerate Prince Yu? What do you know? Master Fong refused to say more. He had been working by His Majesty's side before His Majesty ascended the throne, so he knew some of the inside stories of the early years, such as the matters regarding Prince Yu. Before His Majesty's death, Shang Junlin had specifically ordered that unless he committed the crime of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country, Shang Junlin was not allowed to harm Prince Yu's life for any reason. Otherwise, with Prince Yu's actions over the years, how could he live so freely? The old people who worked by Shang Junlin's side all knew that His Majesty had left behind many things for Prince Yu, some of which could even move the country's capital. They already knew that Shang Junlin was not favored by His Majesty, but after this incident, they deeply understood how much His Majesty disliked Shang Junlin. If Shang Junlin didn't control most of De Huan's army and make great contributions in recovering the country's territory, His Majesty wouldn't have relented and passed the throne to Shang Junlin. Even though His Majesty's throne eventually fell into Shang Junlin's hands, His Majesty still used all the methods at his disposal to annoy them. Over the years, Shang Junlin had turned a blind eye to many things, not because he was kept in the dark, but because it wasn't convenient for him to make a move at the moment. They had been searching for the forces left behind by His Majesty all these years, but unfortunately, those people were too well hidden, and they were unable to find anything. Master Fong sat across from Miss Fong and sighed. If you were a man, you would be able to serve His Majesty. His greatest regret in life was that his daughter was unable to serve His Majesty. His daughter was clever, brave, and resourceful, so how could she be inferior to a man? Father, you don't have to worry. Who said that a woman can't serve His Majesty? What do you want to do? Master Fong was instantly alarmed. I'm warning you, don't think about nonsense, and don't interfere with His Majesty's relationship with His Majesty. It was no wonder that Master Fong had such a big reaction. Since ancient times, there were only a few methods that women used to stir up power. The most convenient method was to enter the harem, use beauty as bait, and borrow the power of the harem to influence the court. Father, what are you thinking about? Miss Fong was shocked by her father's imagination. Is my brain muddled? Do I want to enter the harem? What I mean is, if men can enter the court as officials, why can't women? But this has never happened before. There will be after me. Miss Fong said in a calm tone, shocking everyone. Master Fong was speechless for a long time. Shang Junlin didn't send anyone to find Miss Fong. If she was interested, she would definitely take the initiative to come to him. Other than some reports that had to be dealt with, Shang Junlin spent the rest of his time with Xinyu. Since he said that he wanted to go on an outing, he definitely wanted to go to the most popular outing spot in the suburbs of the capital. After leaving the palace, Xinyu wasn't in a hurry to go to the farmstead. When he and Shang Junlin went out alone, they didn't bring Mu Shi and Eunuch Meng with them. Your Majesty, give Eunuch Meng and Mu Shi a vacation as well. It's not easy for them to leave the palace. Let them walk around. Shang Junlin nodded indifferently. Xinyu hooked his finger and continued, that way, Your Majesty and I will have a lot of time alone. Shang Junlin immediately ordered that the two of them be given a vacation. Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and slowly walked out of the door. Mu Shi and Eunuch Meng were left looking at each other. Eunuch Meng was the eunuch who served Shang Junlin. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be too far away from Shang Junlin. Even if his master wanted to be alone, he would follow far behind. However, Shang Junlin was different from other emperors since he ascended the throne. In the first few years, Eunuch Meng almost couldn't see Shang Junlin. In recent years, he had more time to serve Shang Junlin. Miss Mu Shi, do you have anywhere you want to go? Mu Shi nodded hesitantly. I want to see some of my friends who I used to know. I haven't had a chance to meet them since I entered the palace. Mu Shi went to meet the people she used to know in Count North Mansion alone. She successfully exchanged information with the people Xinyu left outside the palace. Miss Mu Shi? A slightly hesitant voice sounded behind her. Mu Shi was startled and turned around. It's Mr. Gu. Miss Mu Shi, did you come out with young Master Shen? Imperial physician Gu held the herbs in one hand and grabbed the sleeve of the young man in black beside him. Yes. Just in time. I have a new prescription. Please bring it to your master, Miss Mushi. Imperial physician Gu divided the herbs in his hand and handed them to Mushi. Mushi took it. Please write Mr. Gu. Who is this beside Mr. Gu? It's my younger brother, Gu Huai. Brother, is that Shin Guijuan's maid? After Mushi left, Gu Huai looked at the crowd and asked. Keep your voice down. Imperial physician Gu covered Gu Huai's mouth. That's Guijuan's personal maid. Guijun should have also left the palace. Is that so? Gu Huai lowered his eyes and hid the thoughtful look in his eyes. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked side by side on the street. This time they didn't go to the Yingxing Tower. Instead, they went to a side street specially opened for students. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin along as they walked and stopped. They were constantly attracted by the things on the street stalls. Most of the things sold here were various kinds of books. Come and take a look. Hey, we have the notes of the previous 3 years' high scholars. As long as you pay this amount, the stall owner gestured with his hand. You can choose any 5 books to read. All in, let's go and take a look. It was the first time Xinyu saw this kind of thing. He was quite interested and went over. The stall's business was good. There were many people around it. Shang Junlin put his arm around Xinyu's shoulder and escorted him to the front of the stall. After paying the money for 2 people, the stall owner beamed with joy and took out a stack of books. You can choose as you wish. Xinyu picked a book and opened it. The title page indicated that this book was written in XX year. Xinyu opened a few more books. Without exception, the title page of these books all had the same indication. Seeing a familiar name, Xinyu picked up the book and asked, Boss, are these really the notes of Feng Darren when he was preparing for the exam? Obviously, it was not the first time the stall owner had encountered such doubts. He explained very smoothly, what kind of things are these? They have a reputation for more than 10 years. They are absolutely authentic. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming to look at them. Rest assured, young master. The books here are all guaranteed. Before I came to the capital, the seniors in the school specially told me to come here. Us too. Xinyu looked in the direction of the voice. It was a few young students who were talking. They were full of youthfulness and their eyebrows were full of wildness. I know. Thank you for your explanation. Xinyu bowed to the opposite side. Seeing Xinyu and Shang Junlin's extraordinary temperament, a few teenagers pushed each other and walked over. Are the 2 young masters also here for the exam? Shang Junlin's imposing manner made the teenagers not dare to talk casually. They also felt that Xinyu's knowledge was extraordinary, so they didn't want to miss the opportunity to get to know him. Looking at the book in Xinyu's hand, one of the teenagers who was more familiar with this place said, Young master, the book in your hand is written by Feng Darren in his early years, right? Xinyu nodded. Feng Darren's style is still as elegant as before. We think so too. Several people nodded in unison, especially Censor Zhang's case. Feng Darren really handled it beautifully. Xinyu looked at these teenagers as if he was looking at children. You also heard about this case? It's written here. One of the teenagers grabbed the book in his companion's hand and handed it to Xinyu. Xinyu flipped through it. The book not only wrote about Censor Zhang's case, but also some other cases. The more they pestered Xinyu to talk, the colder Shang Junlin's aura became. Several of them pulled Xinyu to talk for a while, but they couldn't stand Shang Junlin's cold aura anymore, so they said goodbye. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin's cold face to the corner and boldly poked the man's cold face. Your Majesty is an adult. How can you be jealous of a few children? Xinyu wanted to laugh when he thought of Shang Junlin's small action of secretly declaring his ownership, and the scene where those children didn't realize anything was wrong. Shang Junlin didn't say anything and pulled Xinyu's arm into his arms. Looking at the delicate skin in front of him, his eyes gradually darkened. Your Majesty, ouch, Xinyu felt pain on the side of his neck. He was bitten. The teenagers left reluctantly, but they were still reluctant to leave. One of them couldn't help but look back to see why there was a big block of ice next to the kind young master. He cried out in surprise at the unexpected scene. Why are you so surprised? His companion was dissatisfied. No, they. The teenager was incoherent. Their conversation attracted the attention of the others, and they all stopped. What's wrong? What happened? Look for yourselves. The teenager pointed in the direction they left. When they saw the scene in the corner, they all widened their eyes. Under the low wall, a young man in white was held in the arms of a tall man in black. From their angle, they could only see the man bending over the young man's neck. The young man showed an unbearable expression. Black and white clothes intertwined, and under the light and shadow, they seemed to be one. After a long time, someone found his voice. This? He seemed to understand why they weren't welcomed. So this is the relationship between the two young masters? See no evil, see no evil. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. The mottled light and shadow fell on top of his head. Xianxia couldn't help but squint, not knowing if it was because of the light or some other reason. His fragile skin was red, but Shang Junlin still refused to let go. The tip of his teeth gently pricked his skin. Compared to the pain, it was more indescribable. Someone lit a fire under his skin, and the fire spread to all parts of his body. Xianxia was being ground bit by bit, and his strength was being taken away bit by bit. The arm around Xianxu's waist was strong and reliable, supporting him so that he wouldn't slide down. Xianxia couldn't help but stretch out his arms to prevent himself from falling. The corner they were in was very remote. People came and went from the outside, so no one noticed this place. However, just because no one noticed, it didn't mean that they didn't care. Xianxia listened to the sound from time to time, and the sound of footsteps walking back and forth. The nervousness of being discovered at any time made it harder for him to control himself. His neck was marked by the man as if it was his territory. Everywhere he touched, a gorgeous flower bloomed. Your Majesty, someone will come. Xianxia found his voice with difficulty and said. Only then did he realize that his voice was very hoarse. To Shang Junlin, this kind of voice was like adding fuel to the fire. The arm around his waist instantly tightened, and a sharp pain came from his neck. Xianxia suppressed the exclamation that was about to overflow from her mouth. She clenched her teeth tightly and slowly curled her fingers that were grabbing the black robe. Eh? Is there someone over there? It seems like there is. Let's go and take a look. The sudden sound and approaching footsteps woke Xianxia up. He grabbed a strand of hair that had fallen beside his hand and pulled it hard. Shang Junlin stopped discontentedly. He took off his cloak and wrapped it tightly around Xianxia. At the same time, the person who spoke had already reached the entrance of the alley. Ah? There's really someone. Xianxia was shielded behind Shang Junlin. Hearing the familiar voice, he pulled the cloak that covered his face and poked his head out from behind Shang Junlin. They were Jiang Huiqing and Xianxia, whom he had met once. Hey, it's young Master Yu and young Master Lin. Jiang Huiqing and Xianxia felt like old friends at first sight. Seeing that it was the two of them, he wanted to come over and talk about old times. Xianxia saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was obviously not right. He tried to stop Jiang Huiqing, but failed. He could only helplessly follow them. Xianxia also took this opportunity to calm his breathing and walked out from behind Shang Junlin. He was wearing Shang Junlin's black cloak. A small part of the cloak was hanging on the ground, which somewhat affected his movements. Xianxia had to lift the front part up a little. Young Master Yu looks very healthy today. Jiang Huiqing's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia. With snow-white skin and black hair, there was a faint blush on his face. Under the contrast of the black cloak, his skin looked even fairer. Shang Junlin coldly glanced at the newcomers and reached out to wrap his arms around Xianxu's waist. Jiang Huiqing didn't understand and whispered, "Why does young Master Lin look like he doesn't want to see us? Did I inadvertently do something that made him unhappy?" Xianxia heard Jiang Huiqing's doubts and couldn't help but twitch his forehead. How big must his heart be to not be able to see such an obvious thing? It was obvious that they had interrupted the two's private matter, and that was why they were disliked by one of the protagonists. Compared to Shang Junlin's displeasure, Xianxia was very glad that Jiang Huiqing had come. Otherwise, his neck would have suffered more. Without looking at Xianxia, he could guess. Because his neck probably couldn't be seen right now. He didn't expect that Shang Junlin, who was jealous, would do such an irrational thing. Xianxia felt that he had to be more careful in the future. He couldn't think that he could be fearless in public. It was proven that a man who was provoked didn't have much rationality. Since they had met, Xinyu wanted to make friends with Jiang Huiqing, so the four of them walked together. Aren't you the two young masters from before? You haven't finished reading your books yet. Do you want to continue reading? Or do you want to save the number and come back next time? The bookstall owner saw them and greeted them warmly. It was no wonder that he could recognize the two of them in the crowd. Compared with the group of young students, the two of them had a unique temperament. He had traveled extensively for many years and didn't lack eyesight. You can do that? Xinyu was surprised. How can the owner be sure that the next person who comes back will be the one who didn't finish reading the books last time? We have a special plate. The owner took out a stack of plates that looked like white jade. Before the customer leaves, you can take a plate. The next time you come back, you can use the plate to borrow the books you didn't finish last time. The plate was about 1 finger long and 2 fingers wide. It was jade-colored. Xinyu took a piece and weighed it in his hand. It's not jade. It's called jade-like stone. Its appearance is very similar to white jade, Shang Junlin explained. Generally, women from less wealthy families like to use this kind of stone as headwear. This young master is right. This kind of stone is almost impossible to see in rich families. However, because of its appearance, it is very popular among the common people, the bookstall owner echoed. Although that's the case, the ones here are of high quality. Generally, jade-like stone doesn't have such a transparent texture. Shang Junlin touched the plate in Xinyu's hand and concluded. Young master, you have good eyesight. This batch is specially customized. It has anti-counterfeiting dark patterns engraved on it. This can prevent imitations from appearing, the owner said. Xinyu took the plate and pointed it at the sunlight. Sure enough, he saw that there were different patterns in the four corners. This is a good idea. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu had just arrived. It was still early, so Xinyu was not in a hurry to leave. He decided to stay for a while. Shang Junlin had always allowed Xinyu to do whatever he wanted. Even if he was unhappy that Xinyu was disturbed, he did not say anything. Xinyu was very interested in the books that recorded various cases that the teenagers had taken out. Interesting, he asked the owner to find it and slowly read it. After reading a few pages, Xinyu felt that this book was different from the files of the Supreme Court. This book was more like a storybook. The whole case was described in the style of the spring and autumn annals. There were also many interesting stories added in. Seeing that Xinyu was more interested in the dialogue books, the owner mysteriously took out a wooden box and said, Young master, do you want to take a look inside? I guarantee that you will like it. Xinyu's curiosity was aroused. He leaned over and whispered to the owner. What's inside? Young master, are you more interested in the dialogue books? It's full of stories, and... The owner deliberately paused to make it mysterious. It's all about two men. Xinyu didn't understand. How did he become someone who was interested in the novel where the protagonists were two men in the boss's eyes? Young master and the black-clothed young master are a couple, right? The owner had an I understand expression. It's nothing. After all, Her Majesty also likes men. By the way, there are also short stories about Her Majesty and Guijun in this box. It's the most popular one among all the books. He clearly saw that the black-clothed young man was very protective of the young man in front of him. Besides that kind of relationship, who else would be so protective of a person of the same gender as himself? Xinyu did not expect that one day he would be sold a book about himself and Her Majesty as the protagonists. He could not help but feel a little curious. He called Her Majesty over. Ah Lin, come here. Xinyu was called aside by the owner of the bookstall. Although Shang Junlin was reluctant, he did not force himself to come over because he had just done something bad. When he heard Xinyu's voice, he immediately put down the book in his hand and walked over. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were reading books not far away. When they saw this scene, he leaned over to He Qingyu. Brother Qingyu, don't you think that young Master Lin is too obedient to young Master Yu? They are husband and wife. He Qingyu reminded him without raising his head. Yes, I almost forgot. Jiang Huiqing scratched his head and realized in hindsight, did we disturb them just now? What do you think? He Qingyu looked at the slow-witted guy from the book. No wonder, No wonder young Master Lin looked at him with such a terrifying gaze. Should I go and apologize? Although he did not know what he had specifically interrupted, Jiang Huiqing's keen intuition told him that it was better for him not to know. He Qingyu raised his head and looked at the two people standing together intimately. He sincerely gave his opinion, I think it's better if you don't disturb them. Jiang Huiqing thought about it and agreed. He should find a time to apologize to young Master Yu alone in the future. That young Master Lin, he inexplicably felt a little scared. Unable to resist the bookstall owner's enthusiasm, when Shang Junlin came over, Xinyu had a few more books in his hands. Seeing Shang Junlin standing beside Xinyu, the bookstall owner enthusiastically stuffed a few books into his hands. Shang Junlin opened a few pages and silently turned his head to look at Xinyu. The characters in the book were all pseudonyms, but it was not difficult to see that the two protagonists in the book were him and Xinyu when they were connected to some very specific events. Xinyu looked at the various books in the box. Boss, actually your family specializes in selling novels, right? The bookstall owner smiled shyly. Young Master Lin really has discerning eyes. After all, other books can only be sold once every 3 years, but novels can be sold every day. Just look at the books in young Master Lin's hands, there are many people who buy them. Xinyu was speechless. When he looked back at Shang Junlin, he thought that he would be angry. Unexpectedly, Shang Junlin did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he was quite interested in these books and even began to discuss them with the bookstall owner. In the end, Shang Junlin bought all the novels in the bookstall owner's hands. The bookstall owner beamed with joy and gave him a booklet with a black cover. He laughed and said, "This is good stuff. Maybe you can use it." Xinyu's attention was on the novels, so he did not notice that Shang Junlin quickly put the booklet into his sleeve. "Your Majesty, why do you want to buy these novels?" "To observe and learn," Shang Junlin answered concisely. After buying the books, Xinyu bid farewell to Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu. Jiang Huiqing was still embarrassed by what happened just now, so he didn't say anything to persuade Xinyu to stay. They arranged to meet again in the suburbs of the capital and then parted ways. After returning, Shang Junlin placed the books neatly on the desk. After the awkward moment, Xinyu also became curious about these books. He casually took a book, sat on the soft couch, and opened it. "Let me see what your Majesty intends to learn from these books." Shang Junlin also took a book and sat beside Xinyu. "Naturally, I want to learn how the emperor asked the noble to sleep with him every night." Cough, cough. Xinyu choked on his own saliva. Yes, the books were mixed with bold conjectures. The lives of the noble and the emperor were colorful. Xinyu reasonably suspected that the reason why the novels were so popular was related to these colorful lives. "Be careful, noble." Shang Junlin patted Xinyu's back. Xinyu couldn't sit still anymore. He grabbed the book from Shang Junlin's hand and put it aside. "Your Majesty, you should know that the stories in the books are all fake. I can't have dangerous thoughts." The temperature in the room was high. Xinyu felt that his neck was a little itchy, so he reached out to scratch it. Shang Junlin suddenly grabbed Xinyu's hand, and his eyes gradually darkened. "What's wrong? You're bleeding." Shang Junlin bit the lower part of Xinyu's neck. As Xinyu moved, the collar slid down slightly, revealing a mottled area. After a period of time, the red color became more and more shocking. Among the red marks, several obvious wounds were exposed, and blood was oozing out. Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's hand with one hand and reached out to Xinyu's neck with the other hand. He gently touched it. "Does it hurt? Look at what your Majesty has done." Xinyu pretended to be angry and glanced at him. "It's my fault." Shang Junlin took the initiative to admit his mistake. Looking at Xinyu, who was surrounded by young people, and seeing Xinyu talking to those young people with a smile, Shang Junlin couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He wanted Xinyu to only smile at him, and all the emotions were caused by him. In the face of millions of enemy troops, Xinyu's words had caused their strategy to collapse. Their proud self-control was even more vulnerable. "Your Majesty, you don't have to apologize." Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin's slightly angry eyes and said, "Your Majesty, please help me apply the medicine." The medicine was prepared in advance. Shang Junlin took the ointment commonly used in Xinyu Meridian and applied it little by little. He applied it to the wound. The cooling ointment quickly resolved the discomfort of the wound. The wound on his neck looked scary, but it didn't hurt that much. He didn't feel anything after applying the ointment. After playing for a day, the palace sent a new batch of memorials. Shang Junlin was busy with official business, so Xinyu didn't want to disturb him and strolled out. Eunuch Meng was waiting in the room. Xinyu called Mushi over. How did it go? Young master, don't worry. It's all done. Mushi went out because she received Xinyu's orders. She was to contact the people in the farmstead and pass on Xinyu's orders to them. She also arranged to go to the farmstead while she was at it. By the way, young master, this servant met Imperial Physician Gu on the street today. Mushi thought of another matter and said, Imperial Physician Gu asked this servant to bring the new medicine to young master. Imperial Physician Gu's home was outside the palace, so it was normal to meet him. Xinyu didn't take it to heart. Imperial Physician Gu took Gu Huai home and simply tidied up the courtyard. Gu Huai suddenly asked, Brother, what kind of person is Shin Guijun? Why are you asking this? Imperial Physician Gu watered the herbs that were growing well. I'm very curious. Gu Huai squatted beside Imperial Physician Gu. Brother, even Mu Xiu is busy with Shin Guijun's matter. He must be a very good person. Guijun is indeed a very good person. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to meet him. Late at night, Gu Huai quietly went out of the room. The man in black who had been waiting outside knelt down and said, Master. Gu Huai asked, how's the investigation going? The man in black replied, replying to Master, this subordinate has received accurate information. His Majesty and Guijun are now outside the palace. This subordinate is incompetent and couldn't find their specific residence. Gu Huai said, it's not your fault. If you could easily find out, he wouldn't be Shang Junlin. The man in black said, this subordinate also found out that there's some movement on a mountain in the suburbs of the capital recently. Gu Huai said, tell me the specific location. The man in black said, Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain? Gu Huai lowered his eyes and pondered. No matter whether the two planned to go to Xianxia Mountain or not, he had to go and take a look. Shang Junlin finished dealing with the government affairs for the day and handed over the matter of Prince Yu to Feng Darren. Feng Darren was stunned when he received the imperial edict. He originally wanted His Majesty to teach Prince Yu a lesson, but he didn't expect that Prince Yu's matter would fall on his head. No, isn't it very good? Miss Feng said while eating melon seeds, His Majesty gave this matter to you, which means that in His Majesty's eyes, Prince Yu is nothing at all. You can deal with him however you want. But Feng Darren was still a little worried. His Majesty doesn't care. What is father worried about? If it's really as father thinks, dealing with Prince Yu's matter won't fall on father's head. You're right. It's father who is stunned. If there was a problem, His Majesty would definitely remind him. Since the matter was handed over to him, he must do it beautifully. Feng Darren went to deal with Prince Yu's matter energetically. Miss Feng wanted to see the two young masters who helped her out of the Yingxing Tower that day, so she found Jiang Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing happened to be looking for an opportunity to apologize to Xinyu in person. The two hit it off and decided to meet Xinyu together. Fortunately, before they parted last time, Xinyu left Jiang Huiqing away to find him. It didn't take them much effort to contact Xinyu. When Mushi told Xinyu the news, Xinyu was a little surprised. Xinyu put down the pen in his hand. Why did they come together? It should be that Miss Feng couldn't find a way to contact us, so she found Jiang Huiqing through the Yingxing Tower, Shang Junlin said. It didn't take much effort to find out that they ate together that day. Your Majesty, are we going to meet her? If you wants to go, we'll go. Shang Junlin gave the choice to Xinyu. Then let's meet. Xinyu was a little interested in Miss Feng. The meeting place was still set at the Yingxing Tower. This time, to discuss business, they chose a private room where they wouldn't be disturbed. When Xinyu and Shang Junlin arrived, Jiang Huiqing had already chatted with Miss Feng for a while. For convenience, Miss Feng wore neutral clothes today. Her makeup was also different from last time. She looked very valiant. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat down together. Jiang Huiqing was about to say something, but he swallowed it silently. He'd better wait. I invited you without permission to thank the two young masters for helping me out last time. I hope you won't blame me. Miss Fong spoke first. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Xinyu said. The waiter quietly left after serving the dishes. Jiang Huiqing was just introducing Miss Fong. He knew that Miss Fong had something to discuss with Xinyu and Shang Junlin, so he didn't stay for long and said goodbye. Young Master Yu, may I have a word with you? Shang Junlin's eyes turned to Jiang Huiqing. Feeling the cold gaze on him, Jiang Huiqing wanted to cry. He really didn't do it on purpose last time. Wasn't that why he came to apologize? Xinyu patted Shang Junlin's arm with amusement, stood up, and walked to the side with Jiang Huiqing. This time, besides being entrusted by Miss Fong, I also want to apologize to young Master Yu in person. Last time, I really didn't know you were, cough cough. I'm really sorry to disturb you. Jiang Huiqing struggled to finish his words under the unkind gaze. Xinyu secretly said, fortunately, you came. Otherwise, I don't know how long Shang Junlin will continue. But he said, so it's because of this. We didn't pay attention. You don't have to apologize to me for this. Jiang Huiqing didn't expect Xinyu to be so calm about this kind of thing. He couldn't help but blush. It's our fault. I wish you two love each other until your hair turns white. Halfway through his words, Jiang Huiqing accidentally saw the red mark on Xinyu's neck. He didn't eat pork, but he had seen pigs run. He suddenly stopped. After hurriedly saying a few auspicious words, Jiang Huiqing left as if he was escaping. Xinyu, who had never seen Jiang Huiqing so energetic, couldn't help but laugh. Xinyu returned to Shang Junlin's side and sat down. Shang Junlin's attention was always on him. He wanted to ask what Jiang Huiqing said to make Xinyu laugh. But because Miss Fong was present, he didn't ask. Commoner Fong Jia greets your Majesty and your Highness. No need to be so polite. How did you guess our identity? Xinyu was curious. There are only a few people who dare to not be afraid of the nobility. You two really didn't feel any fear because of the identity of the Prince of Yu. Presumably, your identity is not lower than the Prince of Yu. Looking at your close relationship, I can roughly guess your identity. Fong Jia answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Oh? Xinyu looked up with interest. Then how did Miss Fong determine our identity? Because His Majesty gave the matter of the Prince of Yu to my father. Miss Fong came to His Majesty and me not just to thank us in person, right? This commoner wants a chance. Fong Jia knelt down. This commoner wants a chance to compete fairly with men. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist and didn't say anything. In the silence, Fong Jia opened her mouth again. This commoner knows that this commoner's request may be a bit outrageous. But this commoner believes that there are definitely many women in the world like this commoner. Their ambition is to rule the world, and not to stay in the harem. Shang Junlin's tone was very slow. Do you know that it is very difficult to achieve this? This commoner knows. But this commoner wants to fight with fate for myself and for the many women in the world who have the same ambition as this commoner. Fong Jia's face was resolute as she said this. Her eyes were shining brightly. Xinyu poked Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin said, I can give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Thank you, Your Majesty. What does Your Majesty think Fong Jia will do? Xinyu asked after returning to the small courtyard. You will know when you see it. The first obstacle is probably Fong Darren. I don't know how Fong Darren will react when he finds out that his daughter went to His Majesty. Xinyu said. This is something that the Fong family needs to worry about. Shang Junlin was obviously more concerned about another matter. He hugged the youth from behind and rubbed the tip of his nose against the side of the youth's neck. First, tell me what Jiang Huiqing said to you. Xinyu found that Shang Junlin was very obsessed with his neck recently. He often wanted to leave a mark on it. What does Your Majesty think he said to me? Xinyu dodged to the side and was caught by the man. What did he say to make Your Majesty smile so happily? End of chapter 49. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.